Yutang, upon a sudden jolt to her head, discovers to her astonishment that she is a malicious supporting character in a typical Mary Sue narrative. With severed family ties, a treacherous boyfriend, and an onslaught of vitriol across the internet, a mental health crisis awaits her. Growing up in a Taoist temple, Yutang remains serene, contemplating that blaming herself is less effective than burying others. Rationality proves futile. One touch sends her spiraling into madness. On a romantic reality show, the miserly film emperor justifies, "If you marry me, I shall present you with 3 gold gifts, symbolizing eternal unity." Yutang replies, "You should wed a paper doll, for paper embodies the depth of emotions." The charming young man confesses, "I have tendencies towards depression. My sunshine is merely a facade." Yutang muses, "Oh, so you're a false sun?" The popular star admits, "In truth, I harbor fond feelings for you as well." However, Yutang swiftly twists her body, executing a leap that vaults over his head. With her singular strength, she alters the entire ambience of the romantic reality show. While others flaunt their affection, she cultivates her garden and nurtures fish, living freely and unencumbered. Whereas others engage in flirtation, she delivers takeout, earning millions with each order, her hands aching from the bounty. As others share kisses, she squats nearby, critiquing, "That kiss lacks finesse. One ought to draw a world map on the lips, you understand?" Guests, embarrassed and indignant, flee the scene. The haters exclaim, "Has she lost her mind? Did she come to this romantic reality show to disrupt couples?" In her madness, the film emperor becomes her little brother, while the rising starlet competes with her for the privilege of sharing a midday nap, and the moguls scheme against one another in a rivalry fueled by jealousy. Chapter 1. You have a new order for madness. Yutang, you only dare to bully Qingqing so audaciously because you are the daughter of the Yu family, even insulting her live on air. Now, the Yu family has publicly declared that Qingqing is their sole daughter. This is the price you pay for your lack of propriety. Yutang sits on the sofa, blood trickling from her forehead as she hears insults hurled at her, her mind buzzing. In the next moment, her chaotic thoughts coalesce with a sudden clarity. She realizes that the world she inhabits is the cliched, melodramatic novel titled The Enchantress Captured by a Powerful Tycoon. In this narrative, she plays the role of a tyrannical and despised villainess who, due to her frail constitution, was sent by her parents to a Taoist temple for recuperation. Not long after, her parents adopted a healthy and considerate girl, the protagonist of this tale, Sang Qingqing. As time passed, Sang Qingqing blossomed into the beloved daughter of the Yu family, while Yutang, the genuine heiress, languished in the temple for over a decade, forgotten and neglected. Naturally, she felt anger and resentment, and publicly exposed Sang Qingqing's status as an adopted daughter during a live broadcast. To her dismay, Sang Qingqing suddenly collapsed, succumbing to a high fever. Yutang received a scathing reprimand from her parents, branded as irrelevant. The entire internet ridiculed her, accusing her of having the demeanor of a princess without the corresponding privilege, unable to discern her own worth, her essence deemed hollow. Yutang lamented, "The sky has fallen." She could not comprehend how a person like her, who often helped elderly ladies cross the street and assisted elderly gentlemen in disregarding traffic signals, could be labeled as a princess with delusions. Her distress was all too apparent, prompting the man before her to sneer, "Your only options now are to apologize and withdraw from this reality show. Spare me your pretense of ignorance." Yutang touched her forehead wound, gazing at him. Qi, the male lead of the novel, her illustrious boyfriend. Engaging in a high-profile romance is akin to self-destruction. Qi, for the sake of his beloved Sang Qingqing, resorts to dating her, igniting rumors that divert attention towards her. Under the constraints of the narrative, Yutang even pursued him into the trending romantic reality show, Love is Not as Good as Farming, further fueling the flames. Faced with the wrath of online fans, Qi remained silent, adhering to the adage that silence is golden. Yutang, subjected to scorn and condemnation, was metaphorically cast into the depths of the earth. The fish family's denial of her identity dealt her a treacherous blow. Even the coin slot on her forehead is a gift from Qi. How dare he chastise her for not being sufficiently well-behaved? Yutang, enraged, leapt from the sofa and directed a kick towards Qi, exclaiming, "I shall send you straight to the realm of absurdity. Even a toad cannot match your ludicrous antics. A collapsed building can indeed be reconstructed. I suspect you are incapable of such a feat. Even if healed, you still possess nothing of worth. How dare you presume to instruct me?" Caught off guard, Qi was sent flying by her kick, his head colliding with the wall, stars dancing before his eyes. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "You Tingtang, do you dare to kick me? I shall not only kick you, but also slap you." Yu Tingtang delivered 2 resounding slaps to his face. Qi Wang's cheek throbbed painfully, his back teeth nearly shattering. "Are you mad? Do you not fear I will break up with you?" Yu Tingtang adored him fiercely, willing to endure any humiliation for his sake, except for a breakup. Rolling her eyes, she retorted, "Break up if you wish. Am I not entitled to be infuriated? In this world, there are only 2 kinds of goods, large and small. You, Qi Wang, monopolize them all, thinking yourself in high demand." Qi Wang's chest heaved with indignation as he glared at her furiously. Yu Tingting pointed at her forehead. "You had best pray I do not bear a scar, otherwise I shall twist your entire head off and use it as a footstool." With that, Yu Tingting stomped past him, leaving in a huff. What a mere supporting character, what a ridiculous male lead. In Yu Tingtang's life dictionary, there are but 3 phrases. Anyone who looks at me unfavorably shall be dealt with. Anyone who displeases me shall be dealt with. Anyone who brings me joy shall be dealt with. Throughout her life, her sole ambition was to triumph over others and relish her own satisfaction. After Yu Tingting departed, Qi Wang stood up, clutching his abdomen, a shoe print marring his pristine white shirt, his handsome face darkened. Yu Tingtang's treatment of him would undoubtedly lead to her regret. The fish family had already abandoned her. Should he also be lost, he would relish witnessing what she could offer to remain in their good graces. Would it be her embarrassing daily tales of delivering takeout? Or the brothers of the fish family, who hardly wished to see her? Compared to someone like Yu Tingtang, Qingqing would surely be their ideal sister. Qi Wang scoffed, "We shall see." He awaited her regret and pleas for forgiveness. Embarrassed by delivering takeout? Apologies, but Yu Tingtang had already accepted the task. She zipped through the city on her small yellow electric scooter, the wind howling past her, her speed even surpassing that of a nearby Ferrari. The sound of her phone chimed incessantly with reminders. "You have a new order from Dian Lima. Please accept it and deliver it to the designated address." 3 consecutive notifications prompted Yu Tingtang to curse. Dian Lima, do I look like a lunatic to you? Stop pestering me. If you continue, I shall leave a poor review. The ringing abruptly ceased. A motorcyclist passing by muttered, "What an audacious rider." Yu Tingtang overtook 8 racing cars and finally arrived at the designated location, an abandoned factory in the suburbs. It was dark and damp, exuding a heavy, unpleasant odor. A breathtakingly handsome young man was bound to a chair, pale and parched, having gone 3 days without food. Several kidnappers nearby devoured meat and drank heartily, intent on ensuring the young man's suffering. Their goal was to starve him to death. Fish Chijo bit his lip tightly, his eyes glinting with fierce determination, akin to a wolf dog fixating intently on its prey. Once he escaped from this place, a sound echoed at the door as footsteps approached. The room fell silent. A girl clad in a little black dress, wearing a headset, entered, raising the takeout bag in her hand. "Who ordered Dian Lima? Please sign for it." The kidnappers exchanged glances, baffled by the audacity of someone ordering takeout at such a perilous moment. Fish Chijo wanted to warn her to flee, but his voice failed him. His phone incessantly alerted him that the customer was on the verge of starvation, and Yu Tingtang impatiently reiterated, "Who ordered this takeout?" The kidnappers burst into laughter. "A sacrificial offering has arrived. Ha ha ha. Brothers, bind her. We shall deal with her together." Just as they finished speaking, they watched as Yu Tingtang pulled a kitchen knife from her delivery bag. Her countenance remained devoid of expression. "Not a single customer shall perish from hunger under my watch. Those who obstruct my path with praise shall first meet their demise." Chapter 2. Rise and consume the sleeping pills before slumber. 5 minutes later, the abandoned factory was strewn with burly men. As Yu Tingting sheathed her knife, she approached the bound youth. Yu Chijo gazed at her, silhouetted against the light, resembling a hero descending from the heavens, and weakly exclaimed, "You are here to rescue me. Sent by my elder brother." However, before he could finish his sentence, the blade was pressed against his neck. Yu Chijo immediately fell silent. Yu Tingting brandished the knife toward him. "Did you order takeout? If so, hurry and sign for it with your phone. I'm in a rush to deliver my next order." Delivering takeout was already tedious. Late deliveries would incur a loss of ratings. And these customers, dragging their feet, lacked enthusiasm even for dining. What could they possibly excel at? Yu Chijo dared not claim it wasn't his order, and weakly replied, "My phone is over there on the table." Before he could finish, he succumbed to hunger and fainted. Yu Tingting feigned ignorance and directly grabbed his phone. The screen illuminated instantly, revealing a button indicating the order had been delivered, along with the rating interface. Just then, her phone emitted a shrill alarm. Warning. Your customer is on the verge of starvation. An automatic 10-star negative review will be issued upon the customer's demise. Yutang, what is happening? She slapped the unconscious Yuchijo's face. Hey, wake up. You took sleeping pills. You can't just sleep again. Yuchijo stirred awake. Huh? Yutang forcefully unwrapped the takeout. Hurry, don't be in a rush to die. Eat something to warm your body before heading to the afterlife. Yuchijo stammered. I can't move. You should have said that earlier. Yutang cut a hole in the ropes and yanked his hands free, placing the takeout bowl in his grasp. Eat up. Yuchijo looked at his liberated hands, along with the rest of his immobile body, at a loss for words. More absurdly, the takeout in his hands was none other than the bowl of plain congee he had been yearning for just moments ago. Only plain congee, without even a single piece of pickled vegetable. He clutched the bowl and devoured it ravenously, almost choking, disregarding all manners, yet it was still a sight for sore eyes. Yutang, upon witnessing this, grew anxious. Don't eat so fast, slow down. Yuchijo felt warmth in his heart. She then added, if you choke to death, who will give me a good review for this order? Yuchijo felt a lump in his throat. After finishing the congee, Yutang promptly thrust his phone at him. Come on, sign for it and give a 5-star review. Yuchijo hadn't even wiped his mouth when, under Yutang's urging, he clicked delivered and composed a 50-word 5-star review. Yutang's phone chimed. Congratulations to the courier for receiving their first 5-star review in their career. Congratulations, and keep up the great work. Having delivered takeout for years, this was the first time Yutang had heard that notification sound, instantly lifting her spirits. Indeed, her efforts bore fruit. Yuchijo used his phone to call the police, initially wishing to contact his family but ultimately only messaging his agent. At this moment, he recalled to express his gratitude to Yutang and looked up to say, "Thank you for saving me. Once I escape this predicament, I will surely repay you." Before he could finish his sentence, he realized Yutang had already left. Gone. Yuchijo stood there in disbelief. Did she truly come merely to deliver takeout? Yet he didn't even know her name. After completing her delivery, Yutang leisurely rode her electric scooter home, humming a tune. She reflected on her time at the Taoist temple for recovery, where her senior brother had scrutinized her for a long time before merely stating, "You are inherently weak. You need to exercise more." Subsequently, she was assigned to deliver takeout. What kind of training method is sending someone out for deliveries every day? Strangely enough, with each delivery, the instances of her spitting blood gradually decreased. Over time, she persisted. Her senior brother also told her that once she accumulated 10 5-star reviews, she could participate in a 10-draw lottery on the app, with substantial rewards. Just how substantial, Yutang was uncertain. After all, she had delivered for 8 years without ever receiving a single good review. Elated, she returned to her apartment, but upon opening the door, her expression soured. On the living room sofa sat a man and a woman. The man was dressed in a tailored suit, exuding a dignified aura, while the woman wore an intricately embroidered qipao, graceful and poised. They were her biological parents. Who gave you permission to enter my home? Yutang frowned in discontent. How can you speak to us like that? We are your parents, and you can't even let us into your own home? Don't forget, this is still the property we gifted you. Her father's expression was stern. Look at the disgraceful acts you've committed today. Publicly scolding Qingqing for usurping your place and causing her to faint with a fever. You have completely lost your decorum. So, it was a lecture they had come for. Yutang scoffed. How long have you raised me for that you dare lecture me on decorum? You're unwell yourselves, but still dare to prescribe me a remedy. I must have been too lenient on you in the past. Before being sent to the Taoist temple, she had been raised by her 2 elder brothers. Her parents enjoyed a harmonious relationship, spending their days in blissful travels, hardly home for 363 days a year. Her brothers were dependable, so they comfortably let the children raise children, relishing their carefree lives. Little did they know that after adopting Sang Qingqing, they had learned to be competent parents. Her mother stood up, disapprovingly stating, "Tang, I understand you have grievances, but how can you speak to us like this? Qingqing is your sister. We are all family. Can't we?" Yutang couldn't be bothered to listen. She was tired of hearing the same old lines. "Since you have denied my identity, then don't act like parents in front of me. I won't buy into this." Ever since she descended the mountain, they had never allowed her to return to the Yu family, but instead arranged for her to stay in this apartment, only visiting occasionally when they remembered her. Now, they spoke of family ties. Her father, infuriated by her unyielding attitude, exclaimed, "Fine. You've grown wings now. If you have the capability, don't stay in the apartment we bought for you. Get out right now. Let us see what you amount to, without the Yu family." At that moment, the apartment door, left ajar, was knocked upon. A bespectacled, refined-looking gentleman entered, politely addressing, "Good day, Miss Yu. I am Chi Lu-hai, assistant to Mr. Yu. Mr. You heard about your conflict with your family and sent me to take you to stay with him for a few days. Moreover," he added, "I will relay your parents' remarks to Mr. Yu as is." The Mr. Yu Chi referred to was the current president of the Yu Group, the true power holder of the Yu family, her eldest brother, Yu Zhaoqing, a genuine nobleman perched at the pinnacle of power. The fact that her father was merely Mr. Yu, not Chairman Yu, spoke volumes. The expressions of her parents morphed dramatically, akin to a palette of spilled paint, utterly captivating. Yutang was somewhat taken aback. After years of no contact, her relationship with her elder brother was as distant as that of strangers. Why would he come to her aid? Was he planning to confine her, fatten her up, and then butcher her? Laughable. He wasn't a butcher. With a free ride at her disposal, Yutang told Assistant Chi to hold on for a moment as she retreated to gather her belongings. Assistant Chi then turned his attention to the visibly displeased Yu couple. Maintaining his politeness, Mr. Yu asked me to convey a message to you both. Yu's father lifted his chin slightly, feigning composure. What message? Assistant Chi smiled, Mr. You stated that he has only one sister, and her surname is Yu, not Sang. If you cannot discern the situation, you may consider changing your surname. He wouldn't mind. Chapter 3. The inflated voucher for ordering male models. Yu's father. Yu's mother. What does that even mean? Is there such a son as Yu Zhaoqing? Fuming, Yu's parents stormed out of the apartment. Yutang, laden with her belongings, boarded Assistant Chi's vehicle, with even her little yellow scooter receiving special escort. Yutang pulled out her phone, opened the app, and skillfully redeemed her coupons to order takeout. Only to suddenly remember to ask Assistant Chi, "Doesn't my elder brother live at home?" Seated in the passenger seat, Assistant Chi replied, "Indeed, Mississippi, Mr. Yu has always lived alone and seldom returns to the Yu family. Is he really that detached from home? After all, Mr. Yu has grown up." Yutang found this reasoning reasonable and inquired further, "What about my second brother?" Assistant Chi replied, "The second young master often has an unpredictable schedule. Elusive like a dragon, rarely seen." Yutang stroked her chin thoughtfully, pondering the peculiarities. The book mentioned that her pair of twin brothers were quite fond of Sang Qing, always at her beck and call. Given that Sang Qing resided at the Yu household, one would expect them to visit home frequently, yet their familial connection seemed rather ordinary. As she contemplated, Assistant Chi was discreetly observing her through the rear-view mirror. She appeared quite obedient and well-behaved. Had it not been for her prolonged illness away from home, she might have been one of those who grew up alongside Mr. Yu. Unfortunately, Mr. Yu's assistance was merely a result of Mr. Yu's excessive actions this time, providing her with a token compensation. It was not indicative of any genuine concern for this sister. Perhaps it could be said that there was no one in this world that Mr. Yu truly cared about. Assistant Chi. Yutang noticed that the delivery had arrived and exclaimed with excitement, "Please stop for a moment. I need to pick someone up." "Who does the young lady wish to meet?" "I just ordered 20 or 30 male models using the platform's inflated voucher." "Huh." Yutang was unaware that when she alighted from the vehicle, Assistant Chi nearly called the police. She eagerly approached the delivery locker with her phone in hand to retrieve her order. "Wait, something seems off. Is this how male models are delivered?"
Yutang,
Clutching the substantial bag she retrieved, fell into deep contemplation. She was certain that the contents could not possibly consist of legitimate male models. Damn it. She had anticipated that the items ordered with the inflated voucher would be lacking in quality. Yutang returned to the car holding the bag. On the verge of tears, Assistant Chi, seemingly just back from a brief absence, fastened his seatbelt and inquired, "Where are your male models?" "They're all right here with me." Yutang clutched the bag tightly, attempting to reassure herself. Assistant Chi remarked, "They must have had quite a hard time." Before long, the vehicle passed through the ornate gates, traversed the lawn and fountain garden, and halted before a grand black villa across from Swan Lake. Upon disembarking, Yutang surveyed her surroundings, noting that the place appeared rather gloomy, not quite fitting her elder brother's style. She had yet to catch a glimpse of Yu Zhaoqing since her descent. However, outsiders described him as an unchanging solitary moon in the sky, cool and aloof. Possessing both intellect and cunning, a prodigious figure in the business world. To put it plainly, he was a formidable character who preferred to keep strangers at bay and acquaintances at a distance. It did not seem likely that he would be fond of such a dark aesthetic. This feels more like something my second brother would appreciate. He had a penchant for keeping pets such as crows, bats, and black swans. As a child, whenever he was angered by her, he would unleash geese to peck at her backside. Assistant Chi paused, his piercing eyes glinting slightly behind his glasses. The corners of his lips curving upwards. The young lady grew up in a Taoist temple, rarely seeing her family. I did not expect you to remember the second young master's preferences. Yutang's memories of her two brothers had long since faded. When she was first sent to the temple, they would often visit her, bringing her gifts. Gradually, they stopped coming altogether, leaving her in a state of sorrow, weeping while beating the temple's celestial cranes for a week before she could recover. Before she could respond, Assistant Chi pressed on, "Miss, after such a long time, do you miss your brothers?" Yutang replied with a forced smile, "I suppose it's all right. Then, why don't you take the initiative to contact them? I have tried." "When?" Yutang retorted confidently. "In the middle of the night, I sent a dream." Assistant Chi, he raised a hand to adjust his glasses, concealing the tightness of his lips due to displeasure. "Follow me." After saying this, he led the way. As they entered the living room, an elderly butler clad in a vintage long gown approached, momentarily taken aback upon seeing them. Assistant Chi introduced, "This is Butler Bay, responsible for the villa's affairs. During your stay here, you may seek his assistance for any matters." The elderly butler appeared deeply moved, exclaiming that it was the first time in many years he had seen the young master bring a living person home. Yutang remarked, "Isn't that a bit eerie?" Her attention was captured by Butler Bay, unaware that Assistant Chi had already stepped away. Exiting the villa, Assistant Chi removed his glasses, revealing sharp eyes that resembled a deep pool, his true nature subtly emerging behind his scholarly facade. He scoffed softly, muttering a few words, "Fat-headed fish. Ungrateful." Inside the villa, Yutang sneezed, suspecting she had caught a chill while picking up the delivery, promptly wrapping her small jacket tighter around her. Butler Bay carried her luggage to her room and respectfully said, "Miss, after a long day, please rest well. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to summon me." At his words, Yutang almost felt as though she had been transported to ancient times. "Butler Bay, just call me by my name." Butler Bay repeatedly waved his hands, "Absolutely not. You are the young lady. How could I presume to address you so informally? It would be a breach of decorum." Yutang replied, "Have you watched too many historical dramas, or can't you forget them?" Butler Bay humbly responded, "I merely have a small hobby of cosplaying."
Yutang understood.
So her brother had hired a butler from a comic convention. After Butler Bay departed, Yutang nonchalantly discarded the male model delivery she had been carrying and flopped onto the bed, propping her legs up to scroll through her phone. A notification popped up. The popular star Chi Wang was live streaming. It suddenly dawned on her that she had yet to unfollow that obnoxious account. With a quick tap, she entered the stream. Chi Wang appeared to be in a dimly lit van. As the viewers inquired about the live stream, he simply stated, "Adopted daughter?" Quite a novel term. Ching probably has never heard it before. "Well, I'm going to the hospital to visit her. After all, she is somewhat entangled in this with me, and Ting has a rather irritable temperament." Indeed, Ting resided in Ching's household, and it was not easy for her. In just a few brief sentences, he had boxed Yutang into the position of an uninvited guest at the Yu household, her identity shrouded in ambiguity. The chat exploded with comments like, "Brother is so kind-hearted, brother is just too good-natured, brother, don't let yourself be fooled by that girl." Yutang shot up from her position, clicking to join the live stream. On the other end, Chi Wang had apparently fumbled and accidentally connected the call. Yutang's face suddenly filled the live stream. Chi Wang and the viewers were taken aback. The next moment, an avalanche of comments flooded in. Hater 1, "Oh, isn't this the girl who tried to scam the Yu family's young lady and ended up getting a reality check? How dare she appear on the stream? If I were her, I would have jumped off by now." Yutang shot back, "Zhangwan-san, you're in for it. Better hurry and grab a pot." Hater 2, "Chigo is trying so hard to avoid her, and she still shamelessly clings on. Is she starved for love? Truly disgraceful. Sickening."
Yutang retorted,
"Good thing they started sorting trash. Otherwise, I wouldn't know which category you belong to with such a foul mouth." Hater 3, "This wretched girl still dares to show her face? Stay away from my brother. I'm sick of her. Can someone run her over to give us peace?" Yutang fired back. "On Qingming Nan Road, Mo Foam Mountain, I'm right here waiting to see who dares to collide with me. Unless I crack your skull open today, you can consider your ancestors to have strong connections. A bunch of societal dregs deserve to be shoved into a toilet and sent to the cesspool. May they return home in disgrace, like fallen leaves returning to their roots. Typing on keyboards if you have the guts, come out and fight. I have plenty of strength and means. Hater. Chiwang. Does she no longer want to be part of the entertainment industry? Is there no sense of decorum? Yutang made it abundantly clear that with her 999 delivery orders yielding 998 negative reviews, she had single-handedly lowered the moral standards of the entire delivery industry. Today, she would show these people what true lack of decorum looks like. Yutang was indeed quite successful in her lack of decorum. Within 10 minutes of Chiwang's stream, it was abruptly cut off. Due to Yutang's excessive foul language, his Weibo account faced sanctions and was banned for 438 months. Chiwang. Why was he the one penalized for Yutang's outburst? Was there something wrong with the world? Chapter for the notorious dysfunctional family. In a fit of exasperation, Chiwang hastily dialed Yutang's number, only to discover she had blocked him. His chest heaved with frustration.
Fine.
Let her come back crying and begging for reconciliation. Meanwhile, Yutang was not in tears. She leisurely applied a facial mask to the lower half of her face and descended to the kitchen in search of sustenance. Upon noticing a text message from the production team on her phone, she paused to open it, oblivious to the footsteps approaching from outside. Yu Chi-zhou had just returned from a hospital checkup, his body aching from being bound for too long, and he trudged towards the kitchen. To avoid being discovered by the butler, who might question the injuries visible on his body, he refrained from turning on the lights and approached the refrigerator. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. As he turned his head, he found himself face to face with a half-visible, eerie green visage beside the fridge. Yutang, hearing the commotion, looked up and locked eyes with him. She bore a wound on her forehead, with the mask only covering the lower part of her face. Her dark, hollow eyes, glowing green nose, and slightly parted mouth appeared hauntingly, suspended in midair. Yu Chi-zhou. Ah! Startled by his loud exclamation, Yutang dropped her phone and swiftly scrambled up the wall like a monkey. Yu Chi-zhou turned to flee but tripped and fell, crawling on all fours in a twisted, shadowy manner. The butler, Bei, rushed in upon hearing the scream, exclaiming, "What on earth happened?" With a loud click, the lights flickered on. Bei's gaze fell upon the creature perched atop the refrigerator, and the bizarre sight of a four-legged animal skittering across the floor made him break into a cold sweat. "Miss, young master, are you both all right?" Yutang pointed at the writhing Yu Chi-zhou on the floor, exclaiming, "Young master?" Yu Chi-zhou snapped back to reality, equally astonished. "Miss? Is she really the sister who, 800 years ago, renounced the world to become a nun, and has only recently returned to the secular realm? Known as the nun sister in the capital?"
Yutang, HNPH.
She was indignant. "How dare you call me that? The temple I resided in should rightly be called a Taoist temple in the capital." Yu Chi-zhou, "I don't care what it is. Did you intentionally crouch there to scare me?"
Yutang, nonsense.
"Who told you not to turn on the lights and sneak around? Besides, if Bei Hun Ti mentioned it, I wouldn't have known your parents had a third child. Why do you keep cursing? A young lady shouldn't use such foul language. What do you know? Keeping foul words bottled up is detrimental to one's ascension." As the siblings appeared ready to engage in a quarrel at their first meeting, Bei quickly intervened. "Miss, let it go. Just consider it as being bitten by a dog. Young master, let it go as well. Think of it as doing an old servant a favor." Yu Chi-zhou.
Yutang, HNPH.
5 minutes later, the siblings sat at the dining table, facing a small cake, ready to negotiate. "What is your name again?" Yutang inquired, shoving half a cake into her mouth. Yu Chi-zhou. He stared at her for a long moment before unable to contain himself. "Do you really have to eat while sporting that monstrous green mask?" Yutang. "It costs 10 yuan each. I can only wear it for 10 minutes. It's such a waste otherwise. You dare put a 10 yuan mask on your face?" Yu Chi-zhou exclaimed in disdain. In response, Yutang took another large spoonful of cake and swallowed a whole. Yu Chi-zhou's mouth twitched. This terrifying, uncouth green which was indeed his biological sister. Surely, the heavens were toying with him. "By the way, who told you I renounced the world 800 years ago?" Yutang asked. Your parents. Your parents." Yutang was dissatisfied. "So they've even forgotten where I was recuperating?" Yu Chi-zhou shrugged. "Who knows? With the way you were just moving." You hardly look like someone who has been ill. Yutang understood. He too was a child unloved by his parents. After all, the Yu family was notorious for being a dysfunctional household. Parents and children lived their separate lives. However, Yutang recalled that in the original story, Yu Qizhou was kidnapped by the family's enemies and nearly starved to death after days of deprivation, ultimately falling into a deep sleep. Thus, his role was not extensive. She remembered the timing of his incident coincided with her severing ties with the Yu family. Yet, he appeared unscathed now. Could the plot have a flaw? Also, why did he seem so familiar? Yu Qizhou shared her sentiment. That witch's face, had he seen it somewhere before? Where could it be? The siblings exchanged glances. Within seconds, they both averted their eyes in distaste. Upon returning to his room, Yu Qizhou called his manager. Learning that the mastermind behind the plot had been apprehended, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. I want them to regret ever coming into this world, never escaping that hell for the rest of their lives. And the girl who saved me at that time, I must find her and express my gratitude in person. As for the variety show I participated in, I'll take a few days off to recover my health before discussing it further. After hanging up, Yu Qizhou pressed on his still aching stomach, his face paling. The sensation of hunger was dreadful. He had no doubt that without that bowl of plain congee, he would have perished without awakening. Suddenly recalling something, he picked up several boxes of custom facial masks from the table and headed towards Yutang's room. Hey, these masks are about to expire. Since they're just sitting there, consider it a gift to you. Wasn't concerned about the witch. He simply wished to avoid seeing her ghastly green face any longer. The following morning, Love is Not As Good As Farming premiered on time. This was the hottest variety show of the moment, a romantic farming show. 8 guests would complete tasks assigned by the production team to earn rewards, balancing love and labor while maintaining a perfect image to enhance their charm. In simpler terms, one must finish hoeing 8 acres of land while still appearing elegant and poised. Viewers online exclaimed, "How absurd! I absolutely love it." The live stream comments read, "While conventional romance variety shows are delightful, the bizarre ones are even more tantalizing. Can we please replace that fake heiress with someone else? Who wants to watch her? Just because she shares the same surname doesn't mean she can soar to great heights. Our Qingqing takes after her mother's surname. Anyone who has seen her would agree she is indeed a true princess of a wealthy family. That dead fish caused my brother's account to be banned for a lifetime. If she shows her face, I'll end her right away." The comments were filled with Qi Wang's fans lambasting Yutang, wishing for her utter humiliation. Meanwhile, the production team's assigned photographers arrived at each guest's home. Haters flooded into Yutang's live stream, angrily posting hundreds of comments demanding that the fake heiress be expelled from the entertainment industry. In the next moment, the camera revealed a wide, pristine white stone path, flanked by lush green sculptures, culminating at a grand black villa. 2 rows of maids and bodyguards stood at the entrance, and a figure approached from the distance. They all bowed in unison. "Safe travels, miss." In the living room, Yu Qizhou witnessed the spectacle and pointed at it, asking Bei, "Since when did our family adopt such feudal practices? Why was I never treated this way?" Bei smiled subtly. The second young master ordered it.
It just started today.
Chapter 5: The chaotic beginning of the love variety show. As soon as the words left his mouth, the figure drew nearer. Viewers in the live stream focused intently. They beheld a girl with the lower half of her face glowing green and an unkempt mop of hair walk into the frame, yawning as she did. "I don't know which light was broken last night, but it was blinking and hurt my eyes. I'm so tired." The live stream erupted. "Seriously? Do you want to take a look at how bright your own face is?" Yu Qizhou was shockingly furious. "What did I say? A Tenuan mask is not to be used. Look at her face. Is she trying to scare someone?" Bei, third young master, please calm down." "I cannot calm down. Go throw away those toxic masks of hers immediately. In a few days, let my personal caretaker come to redo her treatments. I don't want to wake up in the middle of the night for water and be scared to death." "Bei, as you wish, young master." "Did she give her face a glow-in-the-dark treatment?" Laughing to death, "Doesn't she realize her face is glowing? This is absurd. The dead fish masquerading as a heiress is far from over, is it? Did you think that renting a luxurious villa and hiring a few people to call her miss would deceive us? Don't even mention her being fake. Even if she were genuine, Archie Go wouldn't be interested in her, rest assured." Meanwhile, all the guests boarded the production team's vehicle, heading to the recording site in Luoshui village. However, the vehicle only reached the foot of the mountain, and they had to rely on their own legs to ascend. These guests, accustomed to a pampered lifestyle, found even a few steps tiresome, let alone climbing a mountain. In the live broadcast, only one individual stood out. Yutang moved her legs with remarkable speed, effortlessly hauling her suitcase. After years of delivering takeout, one must possess a modicum of stamina, right? Before long, Yutang arrived at Luoshui village, where the production team awaited her. Teacher Yu, your task remains unfulfilled, the chief director reminded her. Yutang paused. What task? Weren't you informed by the production team last night? Your task is to safely escort all the guests to Luoshui village. Suddenly, she recalled. Failing the task would result in a penalty. The chief director, relishing her predicament, queried, Are you going to abandon the task? Descending the mountain only to ascend again while managing that unruly group would infuriate anyone. The production team thrived on Yutang's irritation to spark conflict. She cast aside her suitcase, rolled up her sleeves, and tucked her shirt into her waistband, declaring, Is it just herding pigs up the mountain? I'm well versed in that. Just wait. The chief director was perplexed, herding what? But Yutang had already departed. Moments later, a staff member rushed over, Director Wang. Yutang has driven an excavator down the mountain. What is she driving? With a thunderous roar, the excavator stirred up clouds of dust, the cacophony resonating loudly. Against this rhythmic backdrop, Yutang descended, a piece of grass clenched between her teeth. At the foot of the mountain, Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing had just arrived. Exchanging information about their tasks, Qi Wang spoke to the cow, while Sang Qingqing directed her affections toward it. My brother has performed at countless concerts, and now he is reduced to a mere cow. Has this cow voted? Did it buy a ticket? Teacher Qi, it's quite hot here. Would you like a handkerchief? Sang Qingqing produced one, her melodious voice imbued with a touch of intimacy, enhanced by her carefully crafted no-makeup look, rendering her even sweeter. The comments section erupted, celebrating the arrival of the beloved national sweetheart, urging everyone to make way. Qi Wang smiled. Thank you, but you should keep it for yourself. They were uncertain how much further they had to walk. Given their typically busy schedules, this leisurely ascent was quite pleasant. They exchanged smiles, an invisible bubble of romance forming between them. Though Qi Wang's fans expressed discontent, Sang Qingqing did not intentionally draw near or say anything that could be misconstrued. Thus, no one could find fault. After a while, fatigue set in, and they paused to commence their task. Qi Wang found a cow, perched upon a large rock, and began to play his original bamboo flute composition. The melodious notes floated through the air, captivating a grazing cow that ambled over. However, Qi Wang sensed trouble brewing. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of the excavator drowned out his music, causing the nearby cow to charge at him. His expression changed dramatically as he leapt from the rock and sprinted away, inadvertently heading towards Sang Qingqing, whose face paled as she too began to run. Yutang reached the foot of the mountain and noticed only 3 individuals standing there. Leaning out of the driver's seat, she tilted her head. Is this it? Just you 3? The trio stared back at her luminescent face, shocked. Yutang returned to her seat, stating, Then let's go. The 3 guests were puzzled about where there was room. In the next moment, they were scooped into the excavator's bucket with a swift motion. The 3 guests, now seated in the bucket, were taken aback. Yutang deftly maneuvered, declaring, All right, let us go.
Wait.
I have a fear of heights. Are you certain the production team intended for you to collect guests in this manner? They aren't even all here. Qi Ge and Qingqing are still being chased by a cow. They must be mad to think of riding in an excavator. They'd be better off being chased by a cow. Despite their complaints, Yutang remained focused on her task. She drove alongside Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing, who were sprinting. And while the audience anticipated her to rescue them, she instead redirected the cow, forcing them to turn and run uphill. The scene on the mountain path was quite a sight. A noisy excavator trailed behind, 3 startled heads peeking from the bucket, while a cow chased the pair as they dashed into the sunlight. All screams were drowned out by the excavator's roar, creating a rather picturesque tableau. Upon reaching the recording site, the production team scrambled to subdue the cow, ultimately rescuing the exhausted Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing, alongside the 3 guests who had seemingly lost all strength and agency. Only Yutang, with an air of nonchalance, jumped from the excavator, grass still in her mouth, exuding an aura of unbothered coolness. Director, I have completed my task. The chief director responded incredulously. Your task was to escort all the guests safely, not to herd them. Yutang retorted, You can simply state whether they made it up or not. The chief director laughed. What a chaotic start. Someone go rescue these guests. I feel they might be shattered. Yutang is outrageous. She got our brother's live stream account banned yesterday, and today she pulls this stunt. Does she have no shame? Ching isn't fully recovered. How can she handle such a run? Yutang is committing murder. As a mere bystander. Wasn't it Cheese Flute playing that provoked the cow to chase them? How is this all Yutang's fault? Oh, how curious. Even a forager has fans now. Every guest, save for Yutang, sat on the ground, unable to rise, their celebrity personas and images tossed aside. The chief director suddenly realized something was amiss. Isn't someone missing? Teacher Yu, have you overlooked a guest? Yutang counted. Are you incapable of basic arithmetic? 2 are missing. The chief director pondered her audacity. One of the guests is temporarily unavailable due to health issues. There are supposed to be 7 guests in total. This raised the question. Where was the missing guest? Yutang was determined not to fail her task over a mere oversight. She revved the excavator and thundered off once more. Upon exiting the village, she spotted a plump posterior floating on the river surface. Leaning out of the driver's seat, she scanned the surroundings, whose backside has fallen into the river. There was no response. Could this be the 7th guest? Pondering, she scooped the rear end from the water with the excavator's bucket and tossed it onto the bank. With a splat, a drenched man lay on the ground, his black shirt clinging to his form, accentuating his striking yet not overly muscular physique. Rising and falling with his breath, a sight most alluring. He coughed, his alabaster face tinged with a flush, his fox-like eyes half-closed, exuding a captivating air. Yutang leapt from the excavator, unable to resist whistling. What a delightful scene of a rear emerging from the bath. Repeat that in front of this enchanting face. What scene? Is this a star? More like a rogue. Casting flirtatious glances at a handsome man, does Yutang have no shame? Quick, save him. Can't you see he has fainted? As the comments flooded in, Yutang delivered 2 sharp slaps to the man's face. Hello, wake up. Dawn has arrived. Whether it was truly dawn or not, after her slaps, the man's world had abruptly darkened. Yutang was perplexed. Could it be that her strength had waned? Just as she was about to exert herself once more, the man stirred awake, caught off guard as his gaze connected with her face, half illuminated with a radiant green hue. His 2 green eyes fixated on her, revealing a broad grin. Under such close scrutiny, the man tilted his head and fainted weakly into Yutang's embrace. Yutang, wait. How could he faint again so soon after waking? With no other recourse, she grasped his collar and submerged his head in the river, attempting to rouse him. Indeed, the man awakened, albeit with reddened eyes and trembling lips, appearing rather battered. He inquired, "What happened to me?" Yutang, unrepentant, replied, "Oh, you just fainted while washing your backside in the river. I kindly rescued you." The man, what? He grimaced slightly. I wasn't washing in the river. The last 2 words eluded him. It was simply too hot, and he had merely been soaking. What is this nonsense? So pale. So smooth. This red-eyed little fellow is a meme waiting to happen. Who is this guy? With a face like that, how could he go unrecognized in the entertainment industry? Handsome, hello. Let us collaborate. Girl, pull your shorts up. They're tripping me. Yutang, perplexed, responded. So, you were just floating with your rear end above the water? The man. He stood up and sat on the excavator's bucket, his collar revealing a hint of collarbone. You here as a guest for the show, right? Please take me to the village. Yutang, what's the matter? Are your legs restricted today? The fare is 500. All right then. I shall take you on your journey. Yutang leaped onto the excavator, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel as it thundered back to the village. At this point, the 7 guests, no, the 7 Dragon Balls had finally gathered. The chief director raised a loudspeaker. Welcome to Love is Not as Good as Farming. In this episode, we shall present a brand new variety show experience. Our slogan is, cultivating love is better than romance. To love her is to plow 3 acres for her. Now, let us play a game to help the guests get acquainted. Indeed, the farming reality show is confirmed. Wait, director, take a look behind you. Some are limping, some are lying down, and 3 appear to be mentally unwell. Are we certain they can play a game? I suspect this is Yutang's scheme to eliminate the other guests, ensuring she hogs the spotlight. Seriously, think it through. Considering the numerous injured guests present, the chief director thoughtfully selected a gentler game. Pass the bomb through 3 sentences to guess the name. The chief director. The rules are simple. Teacher 2 will begin by drawing lots. Whoever is drawn must describe the guest in 3 sentences and then pass the bomb to the next person. If they answer incorrectly or take too long, the bomb will explode. Rest assured, this bomb is an old relic from the battlefield. Its power has diminished significantly and 1 TB lethal. All the guests, what is this? Is this a means to send us off? The staff handed the bomb to Chi Wang, waiting for him to draw. Chi Wang's lips twitched as he calmly drew a slip of paper, pondering for a few seconds, then stated, "Handsome, talented, the best newcomer male actor." Upon hearing this, the guests could mostly guess who it was. Song Qingqing seized the bomb and quickly stated, "Teacher Zhou Yunli." Standing in the center, Zhou Yunli smiled slightly, his fair and handsome face radiating a glimmer. After answering, Song Qingqing drew another slip, her expression subtly shifting. Frank, straightforward like a little monkey who loves to snatch things. The male guest beside her scoffed, "Isn't that just Yutang? Who doesn't he know that she is dying to be the young lady of the Yu family? Such frankness is merely a lack of wit." Yutang scoffed back, "You don't give me wawase." The male guest paused for a second. "What?" The man, wringing out his wet clothes, smirked. "She said you shouldn't be there making a fuss." The male guest, "You can't even comprehend such kindergarten-level English? You're just like a third of a Neza." Yutang disdainfully appraised him from head to toe. The male guest, once again, failed to comprehend. The man kindly explained, "Neza has 3 heads and 6 arms. You only have 1 head and 2 arms." The male guest, "So it's just the 2 of you with big mouths." Song Qingqing just subtly insulted Yutang, didn't he? Who doesn't he know that the monkey from a certain mountain loves to steal things? Did Princess Qingqing say anything wrong? That dead fish is precisely that type of person. It's just unfortunate that our princess's belongings cannot be snatched even when she is envious. I'm amazed that someone can synchronize their thought process with Yutang. Yutang truly fears nothing. She dares to offend the young master of the Haixing group. She better watch out for being blacklisted tomorrow. The young master of Haixing glared at Yutang several times.
Bam!
Due to holding onto it for too long, the bomb suddenly exploded in his hands, black powder covering his face, causing him to cough violently. The chief director stepped in to cue the process. "Hurry up, or the bomb will explode again." The young master of Haixing wiped his face angrily and pulled out a slip to describe, "Gentle, virtuous, the ideal wife of choice for a man." Chapter 7. It's recommended not to survive until evening. The female guest who received the bomb had a frozen expression. This sounded remarkably like a description of herself. "Allow me to introduce myself. Hello everyone, I am Wenxia, and my aspiration is to be a shrew." She directly kicked back the shackles tossed her way, even trampling them twice. "Ah, Xia darling, you are not a shrew. I share a similar dream with Xia. I want to be a venomous woman who slashes at anyone she sees." When Xia contemplated for a moment after drawing a slip, exceptional, a male bodhisattva, a lotus emerging from the water. This description was undoubtedly of the man whom Yutang had just dredged from the water. However, apart from the production team, no one knew his name. Yutang didn't recall any mention in the book of a guest who enjoyed soaking their head in the river. Moreover, according to the plot, there should have been 8 guests in this episode, yet only 7 were present. Assuming one had to be chosen from the original 2, Yutang confidently declared, "Liang Baikai." The chief director kindly reminded, "As it turns out, the originally scheduled guest, Teacher Liang, accidentally let out a tremendous fart while bending over to pick something up in the restaurant, ruining a neighboring table's candlelit dinner, and was subsequently schooled by the other party. He is now a national treasure in Egypt, recuperating in the hospital. Fantastic, he is a mummy. He is beyond saving now. I can testify. I was present at the scene when Liang Baikai let out that fart, and he awkwardly yet politely asked the big guy if they were full, which led to a beating. Ha, that was epic. I laughed out loud like a goose. So, who is this handsome fellow? So mysterious? Yan Launching." The man lazily spoke, his fox-like eyes gazing at Yutang. "My name. Yutang. I can't read. Yan Launching." Yan Launching? Is that the Yan Launching I know? The head of the prestigious Yan family, a wealthy tycoon with both financial and political power. So rich that even his plain tea is gilded.
Ah?
You've even seen his plain tea? I would absolutely never agree to my daughter marrying such a man. I fear she might take a wrong turn. But I can marry him. I'm not afraid of taking a wrong turn. I've been through half my life already.
Bam!
Yutang answered incorrectly, and the bomb exploded. Fortunately, she had anticipated this, tossing it into a tree just a second before it detonated. The leaves turned her hair black, making her appear decades older. The young master of Haisheng immediately questioned the chief director. Director, is throwing the bomb allowed? The chief director, it's permissible by the rules, but not advisable in practice.
Why?
Before the chief director could respond, the bomb fell from the tree, striking the young master of Haisheng squarely on the head, leaving him entirely blackened like coal. Someone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Young master Haisheng, Yutang reached into the drawing box and pulled out a slip.
Promptly offering a trifecta of hints. Malu, malu, malu.
The crowd responded with confusion. What kind of nonsense hint is this? Yan Lansheng seized the opportunity, smoothly providing the answer. Jiang Malu young master Haisheng was taken aback, his face flushing with indignation. I am Jiang Hailu, not Jiang Malu. Goodbye. Malu, did you get that? Haha, Yutang, you truly have no fear of repercussions. The boy's blush surpasses any heartbeat. Speechless. That dead fish is deliberately trying to ride on young master Haisheng's popularity. How lowly. Yan Lansheng drew the final slip, and without a moment's hesitation declared, scumbag, trash, loves to show off, may the heavens strike him down. With that, he flicked the slip behind him, smiling as he stated, such an obvious answer. I want to keep you in suspense. It is indeed the one and only teacher Chiwang.
Yutang applauded enthusiastically,
exclaiming, well said. A reward. Yan Lansheng chuckled lightly. Thank you for the reward. Chiwang's expression darkened. Why him? How do these three descriptors pertain to him? When did I offend this person? And Yutang's antics to draw my attention, as she had her fill. With the round of mini-games concluded, the guests had fostered a camaraderie amongst themselves. The chief director raised the loudspeaker once more. Next, we shall immerse ourselves in local customs, employing a primitive and rustic method for the second round of games. You will communicate through carrier pigeons to pose questions to your desired guests, mutually affirming your intentions, ultimately forming teams and selecting your accommodations. The female guests will sit in the canola flower fields, while the male guests will be in the wheat fields.
Now,
let the pigeons take their positions. Fluttering, the pigeons soared between the fields. On the female guest's side, Sang Qingqing was the first to receive a pigeon, patting her chest in relief. I thought no one would choose me. Princess, you mustn't be so self-deprecating. You're stunning and adorable. Only the blind would overlook you. Exactly. Only that dead fish should worry about not being chosen. I find it odd. Yutang is merely masquerading as a young lady. It's not a capital offense. A bit of mockery suffices. Why resort to personal attacks? Oh, someone is defending that vain girl Yutang. She must have spent quite a bit on hired bots, huh? The comments erupted into a cacophony, chaotic and tumultuous. Oblivious to this, Yutang received 2 pigeons in succession. She opened the first note. You're not small anymore. It's time to marry. Though no man wants you, rest assured. I don't want you either. Yutang swiftly penned a reply. You're not small anymore. You should be dead, right? Though there's no coffin that fits your size, don't worry, my digging skills are top-notch. After finishing, she added a thoughtful touch by smearing a bit of pigeon droppings on it. She then opened the second note. I am an introverted and sensitive person, prone to overthinking at night. Would you accept my bad temper? Yutang wrote back, Sweetheart, I suggest you don't make it to nightfall. Just then, the third pigeon arrived. Sister, I am different from those stinky men outside. I will only cherish you. Yutang replied. How are you different? Don't you have a little thing? No. What shocks me more than Yutang receiving 3 pigeons is her attitude towards the male guests. Is she really here for romance? Perhaps she's here for a funeral? 3 sentences sent off 3 male guests. I feel like these male guests are merely toying with her. They have no intention of teaming up with her at all, huh? Can we talk about it? Chi, the top-tier star, chose Princess Sang. Their correspondence is quite sweet. Chi, the top-tier star, has red ears. He must be smitten by Princess Sang. Who the hell defecated on the Jiang Malu paper? Meanwhile, a sharp explosion echoed from the wheat field as Jiang Hailu dashed towards the river, his silhouette contorted and accompanied by a personal soundtrack. The final team formations were as follows: Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing as one team, Wen Xia and Zhou Yinli as another, and Jiang Hailu paired with pigeon droppings. As for the ruthless takedown of the 3 male guests by Yutang, Chapter 8, Overbearing and Coercive Love. I am teamed up with the old turtle. Yutang held the lost old turtle she had just picked up with an expression of calm. Yan Lansheng simultaneously embraced the scarecrow he had just pulled from the field. I'm with my honey. The others responded with bewilderment. The chief director? I thought Jiang Ma Lu teaming up with droppings was already explosive, but this is even more outrageous. Wait, where did she find that turtle? Do you think the turtle consented to be in a team? Turtles have rights too. By saying that, does the scarecrow not have rights? Have you all gone mad? Love is Not As Good As Farming officially launched less than 3 hours ago, and it exploded, trending hotly. Yutang's fluorescent skull face, Chi the top-tier star playing the flute to a cow, Yen family patriarch falling into the river. Yutang's overbearing love for the old turtle, and Yen Lansheng's romance with the scarecrow. One after another, they were reminiscent of the shock department. Each more explosive than the last. Bystanders couldn't help but peek in. Generally, they wouldn't watch anything absurd, but this level of absurdity was simply irresistible. The chief director lit a cigarette. He invited Yutang, this 38th tier newcomer, precisely because of her knack for attracting controversy, which could bring the show a level of discussion. Even if it was negative attention, it was still substantial. Plus, she had no background, so there was no need for caution. But now, it felt like something was amiss in this trajectory. The live broadcast continued. The chief director allowed certain guests to exhibit their eccentric behaviors and announced, "Congratulations to all guests for successfully forming teams with your desired partners. Please turn around. This 3-story house will be your love nest. The first and second floors each have 4 rooms, the courtyard is a small garden, and the front yard has a private plot where everyone can plant their favorite crops. Additionally, among the 8 rooms, for have encountered some issues, and everyone will choose randomly. Now, those who have completed their task cards may select their rooms first." Speaking of task cards, both Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing wore expressions of discomfort. They had been chased by a cow and were still feeling sore. They had long forgotten about any tasks. Qi Wang glanced at Yutang, his jaw tightening. She was doing all this to capture his attention, wasn't she? He wouldn't grant her wishes. The chief director stated, "Yutang, your task is to safely escort all guests to the destination. It has been completed. Yen Lansheng, the thinker by the river, has completed his task. Wen Xia, rising early for ballet, has completed her task. The other guests have all failed and will face penalties before selecting rooms." The failed guests immediately cried out in despair. Sang Qingqing's face showed concern. There were only 4 good rooms, and if 3 were taken, only 1 would remain. But there were still 4 guests who had failed. "No worries," Qi Wang reassured her gently. "You needn't fret. I will find a way." Sang Qingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with gratitude, her smile sweet. "Thank you,
Teacher Chi."
So sweet, so sweet. It's truly heartwarming. Are we too late to ship our milk with Wang? Have you even got a CP name yet? Top-tier fans, take it easy. Sang Qingqing is a noble princess and she is excellent. It's certainly better than letting Yutang have her way with your brother. Top-tier fans. You speak as if that makes sense. Compared to Sang Qingqing, they certainly had a greater aversion to Yutang. After all, Sang Qingqing had never been rumored with Qi Wang. While Yutang was persistently hovering around him, Yutang was the first to clutch the old turtle and head for the room selection. As she walked, she lovingly stroked the turtle's head. "Darling, take a look at which room you like. I'll buy it all for you." The old turtle poked its head out, bewildered, feeling a chill on its shell. On the first floor, Yutang glanced around before proceeding directly to the second floor. After a few turns, she selected the innermost room. Upon her exit, she unexpectedly encountered Yen Lansheng, who clutched a scarecrow tightly. Yutang remarked, "Your girlfriend is quite the graceful beauty. And her braids are lovely too, though she seems a bit lazy and reluctant to walk." Yen Lansheng chuckled, "Your boyfriend appears rather composed and quiet. Yet he is excessively shy and hasn't even greeted anyone. You both study finance? Such frugality. How could a scarecrow not walk and an old tortoise not speak? Isn't that a tad impolite? I don't understand. I'm off to kiss a hen now, cluck, cluck." Half an hour later, all the guests had made their selections and gathered in the courtyard. The room assignments on the first floor were as follows: Qi Wang, Zhou Yunli, and Sang Qingqing. On the second floor, Yutang, Zhang Hailu, Yen Lansheng, and Wen Xia. The chief director placed several bags of seeds on the table, containing various vegetable and fruit seeds, instructing each person to choose 2 types to plant in the garden. The hope was that everyone would enjoy a sweet and smooth life during their time in the love cabin. Yutang, reluctantly participating in this dating reality show, vehemently disagreed. In this program, she felt she was merely a stepping stone for the romantic escalation of the main couple. With a reputation tarnished across the internet and familial disapproval, she envisioned a tragic end, ending up in a psychiatric hospital, starving to death. Knowing her fate, she felt like kicking the dogs in the show, let alone the idea of sweetness. Fine, she would not let them have their sweetness.
Song King King smiled.
Farming is Yutang Tang's forte. She used to do it often. Ting Tang, could you teach us a thing or two?
The An Hai Lu's Nicker.
Why not let her do it all? Consider it resourceful recycling. With a swift and dramatic flick of her tail, Yutang Tang sent Jiang Hai Lu flying. He landed headfirst in the soil, desperately trying to pull himself out. Yutang Tang languidly remarked, "What is so difficult about planting? Just stick it in the soil like this, and next year you'll harvest a banquet." Oh, still a rare breed, a plant person indeed.
Song King King kept.
In the next moment, Yutang Tang aimed at her. "You're the only one chattering away. Do you have an extra tongue or something?" Chatting like he ji zhang every day. Sang Ching Ching's eyes instantly reddened. "Ting Tang, I just wanted to tell everyone how impressive you are. Enduring such hardships and still persisting. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you, who only has a verbal guardianship, to pity me, who has the qualification to inherit?" Yutang Tang showed no mercy. Qi Wang frowned and sternly said, "Yutang Tang, you've gone too far. Ching Ching hasn't he said anything? And your harsh words are merely a sign of your guilt." Yutang Tang elegantly raised her middle finger at him. "Weak acid is still acid. And weak base is still base, just like you a fool is still a fool. Qi Wang. You, Yutang Tang, what about me? So eager to jump in? Afraid others want to know you're having a secret romance? Qi Wang. Has she lost her mind? Can she even say this in a live broadcast? I can't believe she dares to insult Wang Zai and the princess. Let that girl die. What does she mean? My brother and Sang Ching Ching are in a secret romance. When did that happen? Don't take anything Yutang Tang says seriously. She is clearly cornered and panicking. That is hard to say. The atmosphere between Qi Wang and Sang Ching Ching is quite intriguing. Chapter 9. Aren't you afraid she'll beat you to death? Never mind, Teacher Qi. Ting Tang's temper has always been like this. Don't argue with her. Sang Ching Ching, with red eyes, looked pitiful. She can say whatever she wants. I don't mind. Qi Wang immediately felt a pang of sympathy. Ching Ching. You're truly kind, unlike some people. Yutang Tang rolled her eyes. Unlike some people, who hide their romance and drag others as shields. TSKSK. Leaving behind this ticking time bomb, she turned to walk away. Qi Wang's face turned ashen with anger. He wanted to retort but feared her going mad and spilling everything, so he could only swallow his indignation. A gentle laugh broke the tension. Qi Wang turned to see Yan Lansheng leaning against the grape trellis, arms crossed, his fox-like eyes narrowed slightly. "Mr. Yan, what are you laughing at?" Qi Wang asked. Puzzled. Yan Lansheng lazily replied, "I believe there is an advertisement perfectly suited for the two of you to collaborate on." Qi Wang relaxed. The Yan family's enterprises span the globe, and as the youngest heir, it would be advantageous to be on good terms with him.
Song King King cheerfully acquired.
What kind of advertisement? Yan Lansheng. A suicide advertisement, filmed in a single shot. Qi Wang. Sang Ching Ching. The Black Swan Villa. Fish Qi Zhou lounged on the couch with a facial mask, 2 buttons of his shirt undone, lazily watching the live broadcast. Upon seeing Yutang Tang affectionately call the old tortoise baby, he fell silent for a few seconds. Then, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha, oh my goodness." Butler Bay rushed in with a spatula. "Third young master. Did the goose the chef bought run in? I'll catch it immediately." Before he could finish, Butler Bay spotted the large goose laughing on the couch and halted. Fish Qi Zhou was nearly laughing his mask off, pointing at the television. "Uncle Bay, do you think she has lost her mind? How could anyone fall for a tortoise? Ha ha ha." Butler Bay asked tactfully. "Third young master. May I ask where you got the mask on your face?" "Oh, it's Yutang Tang's. I saw she stocked up on 2 boxes, and wanted to see what the fuss was about." Fish Qi Zhou turned to him. The glow of the mask on his face during the day was as radiant as at night. Butler Bay felt a shiver down his spine. "You took the young lady's mask without her permission. Aren't you afraid she'll beat you to death?" Fish Qi Zhou paused in his motion. "Just one? It's not too much, right? After all, we share blood ties, and I even bought her so many masks, each costing several thousand." Just as he finished speaking, the live broadcast showed Yutang Tang kicking Jiang Hailu away.
Fish Kiju, Butler Bay, Amen.
At 12:30, the guests scattered their chosen crop seeds in the garden, each sweating profusely and feeling famished. The chief director seized the opportunity to announce a new task, since we've just arrived and have no ingredients prepared. We will need each team to visit the homes of the 5 villagers, Wang, Li, Hao, Fong, and Zhang, to ask for food. However, these villagers are not particularly welcoming to outsiders. So it will be challenging and require you to overcome the difficulties yourselves. Now, please have one member from each group step forward to draw lots. Whoever draws which family will go to that family. Seeing the director's mischievous smile, the group felt a sense of foreboding. Jiang Hai-Lu suddenly sensed something amiss. Director, I haven't formed a team yet. The director raised an eyebrow. Where's your pigeon droppings? Jiang Hai-Lu, do you think I'm as crazy as that girl Yutang? I would rather jump off this place today than team up with pigeon droppings. The director kindly reminded him, if you don't have a team, you won't be able to go to the villagers' homes. Jiang Hai-Lu's face turned red. At that moment, a chicken was handed to him. Never mind. What's the big deal? Who you team up with doesn't matter. Just look at this chicken. It's quite charming, clearly a match for you. It was none other than Yutang. She had brought over the hen squatting in the corner and shoved it into Jiang Hai-Lu's arms. Jiang Hai-Lu looked down to meet the hen's gentle gaze. Cluck cluck.
Ah.
A chicken. Having never seen a live chicken in his life, the young master of the Hai family leaped up, tripping over his own legs and landing face first in the dirt. Oh no. He just smashed the garden into a mess. Oh no. Did he just develop feelings for a chicken? Ha 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 ha. What a lunatic. In the end, Jiang Hai-Lu would rather starve than go begging. Yutang drew the Li family and, clutching the old tortoise, set out. The Li family's house was across the bridge, by the river, with 2 jujube trees planted at the entrance. Upon seeing Yutang and the cameraman enter, the Li family members immediately went on guard. Are you here to mooch off us at mealtime? Do you have any manners? Get out. We don't allow outsiders to eat here. It is not merely for the sake of entertainment. Rather, the villagers of Luoshui village possess an innate tendency towards exclusivity. This village is renowned for its longevity, situated in a remote area that feels almost isolated from the world. Hey, old Li, it's been ages. The last time I saw you was quite a while back, exclaimed Yutang. Your father, Li Sanchio, has been incessantly mentioning you, reminiscing about how, as a child, you stuffed firecrackers into a cow's rear, only to have it break your leg, leaving you bedridden for 9 months. Old Li, who had initially appeared wary, quickly interjected. Wait. Girl, don't say any more. Do you truly know my father? Yutang, comfortably settling in, replied, of course. He asked me to pass on a message. What is it? He knows you all miss him, but there's no need to rush down to see him. Yutang pointed at the dishes on the table, remarking, with a dose of dichlorvos in those, one bite and you'll be reuniting with him underground. Old Li's family gasped. You mustn't jest about such things. Old Li protested. This meal was prepared by my mother. How could she possibly poison us? If you doubt it, just ask her. Old Li called for his mother, who was busy in the kitchen, and asked, Mom, did you put dichlorvos in the food? Yes, so what? She replied. Old Li was stunned. Mom, are you trying to send our entire family to meet Dad? He was incredulous. Why would you do that? His mother, wiping her hands on her apron, looked puzzled. You all mentioned having stomach pains lately, possibly due to worms, so I thought I'd get some dichlorvos to kill them.
Yutang interjected. Wow.
So one meal, and the whole family ascends? Old Li felt a wave of nausea. Mom, that stuff is poisonous and can kill. That can't be right. The last time Nir had worms in her hair, I used it to eliminate them. You grew up just fine, didn't you? Old Li felt his vision darken. Such is the power of maternal love. Chapter 10. The Transformation of Reality Shows. Maternal love is as lethal as dichlorvos? I seem to understand why the villagers here live long lives. Perhaps their resilience is extraordinary. But how does Yutang know this? She hasn't even seen peering over anyone's walls during the live stream. After a flurry of chaos, the food on the table was discarded. Old Li brought in dishes that had not been tainted with dichlorvos. He graciously invited Yutang. Thank goodness for your warning earlier, otherwise our family could have faced disaster. You must not have eaten yet, so please, don't stand on ceremony. Yutang raised her hand to stop him. Do not eat. The family, poised to begin their meal, froze, glancing towards old Li's mother. Trembling, she said, I didn't add dichlorvos to this batch. Yutang reassured them. The food is free of poison. However, the utensils were washed with dichlorvos water, so consuming from them may still be hazardous. Old Li's family. This time, not only did Yutang hesitate to eat from old Li's household, but they themselves were wary as well. Who knows how many items might be contaminated? Yet, they could not overlook their savior. After all, Yutang had rescued them twice. Thus, she cheerfully accompanied old Li's family next door for a meal. The live stream fell into silence. How did she know that? Perhaps she has a keen nose. I've heard some people can detect anything. It's clearly scripted. How much did the production team pay Yutang to promote her? Next door was the Wang family, where when Xia and Zhou Yunli had come to beg for food, almost failing to enter. After some negotiation, they were allowed to earn their meal through labor. Zhou Yunli ground grain, while when Xia caught pests in the vegetable garden. When Yutang arrived, one was on the verge of exhaustion, while the other was cornered, tearfully frozen in fright. Old Wang was nearby, shaking his head. These young people today, even grinding grain, are so slow, they're not even as industrious as a donkey. Afraid of bugs? What do they think, that the bugs will eat them?
Zhou Yunli raturta.
I'm not as unfit as a donkey. When Xia, after much toil, was finally permitted to join for a meal, Old Wang's wife plopped down beside when Xia, immediately asking, "How old are you, dear? Where do you live? What's your education? Have you got a boyfriend yet? I have a nephew who is both handsome and honest. He'd be perfect for you. He is currently in prison, but he'll be out after the new year. I'll introduce you then. Don't worry, he has been reformed by the state. Surely you understand the strength of our nation?" When Xia's smile faltered as she held her bowl, too afraid to speak. "You girls should be grateful to get married. Being picky will leave you alone when you're older. I'm just looking out for you." Suddenly, when Xia's face turned pale, just then, Pan Zhou Dan stumbled and awkwardly sat down between her and Old Wang's wife. "Hey, Auntie. What do you think of me? Or perhaps you'd prefer to introduce me to your nephew. I reckon we have plenty in common."
Yutang.
With her greenish face leaned in, causing Old Wang's wife to nearly have a heart attack. "Little girl, your looks are somewhat lacking, but not entirely unappealing. Yet, how can you claim to have common ground with my nephew?" Yutang casually propped her right calf over her left thigh, asserting, "We've both been incarcerated. Surely we have shared experiences?" Old Wang's wife gasped.
Ah?
"I once went on a blind date and ended up breaking the man as well. Let us just say I was in prison for 2 years. Right after I got out, I accidentally ran over the matchmaker who introduced me to that man. And I ended up back in prison for several more years." As she spoke, Yutang grasped Old Wang's wife's hand, grinning broadly. "Perhaps I've grown fond of being in prison. Seeing you brings back that yearning." Her bright, white teeth contrasted sharply with her eerie greenish complexion. Old Wang's wife felt a chill run down her spine, her lips quivering as she struggled to break free. Yutang's grip was strong, and it was only when Old Wang's wife turned pale that she managed to extricate her hand. "I just remembered something I need to attend to. I must leave." "Wait, don't rush off. Let us chat a bit more." Old Wang's wife fled even faster. "What is wrong with this aunt? Does she think it's acceptable to introduce someone with a criminal record? Just because they're picking on Xia's gentle nature? It's a complicated situation." Only Yutang stood up for her. Zhou Yunli would have stood up too, but he had already fainted from exhaustion, lying on the ground. "Oh no, I think I might be falling for Yutang. Her voice has me feeling paralyzed. Am I losing my mind?"
No.
"You merely seem to have lost your will to live." Yutang shrugged, casually picking up the old turtle beside her and getting up to leave. Just then, her clothing was tugged. When Xia, with red-rimmed eyes, softly said, "Thank you," Yutang waved her hand and took her seat. Nearby, Old Li's family served her food, offered her dishes, and poured her drinks, treating her with the reverence typically reserved for royalty. Even her cherished old turtle received special feeding attention. Old Wang's family exchanged glances. Is she here to beg for food or to take the throne? After satiating her hunger, Yutang left the Wang household, feeling slightly tipsy. This was her nature. She became like this after a hearty meal, often referred to as a food drunk. Old Li's family continued to invite her over for visits. However, upon recalling their kitchen filled with dubious items, she promptly declined. Old Li, with a hint of regret, thrust a handful of snacks, courtesy of the Wang family, into her hands, urging her to return whenever she could. Once Yutang departed, Old Li's son quietly inquired, "Dad, I just remembered. Didn't my grandpa pass away a long time ago?" "Yes, why do you ask? Do you remember what little fish just mentioned? She said my grandpa sent her a message. She even knew about your childhood." Old Li's eyes widened in alarm. Could it be that grandpa mistakenly sent a dream to little fish instead of us? "Old Li's son, is that what you mean?" As I passed by the old Hao residence, Yutang was suddenly engulfed by a cacophony from within. Qi Wang was being pursued around the house by a flock of chickens, his meticulously groomed short hair now a nest of feathers, and his designer clothes and shoes in a disarray. When he finally managed to halt his frantic escape, a chicken soared onto his head, elegantly taking its seat. Qi Wang exclaimed, "What a bizarre spectacle! Is this really a dating show, or has it turned into a celebrity transformation program?" I can see Qi, the top influencer, turning pale. While he hasn't even had a bite to eat, Yutang has devoured 3 bowls of rice and taken a heap of snacks with her. What a disparity. And here I am, still pondering whether he and Sang Qingqing are actually in a secret relationship. We, the Wang family, are perpetually single. Who would believe that madwoman Yutang? In stark contrast to the chaotic scene, the old Fong residence, where Yan Lansheng had been tasked with child-minding, was relatively tranquil. 5 children sat in front of the television, each one a veritable chorus of chatter. Do you know the animated tale of a sheep and 6 wolves? Yan Lansheng, casually embracing a scarecrow, replied, "That's easy. It's the wolf and Cinderella. What about 7 grandpas and a gourd?" Yan Lansheng responded, "That would be gourd grandpa." And the tale of 1 dwarf and 7 snow-white princesses. What is that show called? He mused, that's titled If You Are the One. The children gasped in awe. Wow. Big brother, you know so much. With a subtle smile, Yan Lansheng noticed Yutang approaching with an old turtle in her arms and greeted her. "Have you eaten?" "I have, and you are with the kids, right?" "Indeed." "Did you just pick up your mother from school?" Yutang yawned. "Yes, your father is about to give birth soon, isn't he?" Yan Lansheng nodded. "The due date is next month. I'll invite you to the celebration."
Sure.
As the afternoon rolled in, the production team arranged luxurious transportation for the guests to the day's game venue. A donkey cart, an ox cart, a mule cart, and an old tricycle adorned with flowers, yet none could conceal their rustic essence. The guests fell into a stunned silence. Where is the luxury in this? Seizing the moment while they were still in disbelief, Yutang boldly hopped onto the tricycle with the old turtle. Upon hearing the commotion, she turned to see Yan Lansheng seated behind her with his girlfriend. He hastily declared, "The fare is 500. Yutang swallowed the retort that hovered on her lips. Beside her, when Xia Xia quickly approached, "I'll pay for the fare. May I get a ride?" "I'll chip in too," Zhou Yunli added. Jiang Hailu, internally cursing their lack of ambition, spoke up, "I'll contribute 1,000. I want the first-class seat." Reluctantly, Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing followed suit, not yielding to Yutang, but rather to the allure of the tricycle. In no time, the back seat of Yutang's tricycle was packed with people. Clutching her bulging pockets and chewing on a blade of grass, she revved the engine and set off.
Whoosh.
The tricycle shot forward like a rocket. Jiang Hailu wanted to call for her to slow down, but as he opened his mouth, a gust of wind filled it, inflating his cheeks like a balloon. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his forehead. A scream erupted from behind. "Who threw a wig at my face?"
Ah!
My eyelashes just flew away. Your hair slapped my face. It hurts. Never did the tricycle imagine it would squeeze into a racing circuit. I just checked Yutang's zodiac sign. Phew, she's an air sign. I thought she was a wild card. Jiang Hailu, how insecure are you to be wearing a wig at such a young age? By the end of this ride, the guests were evenly spread across the tricycle seats. While the back seat erupted in complaints, Yutang maintained her composure at the front. As they neared their destination, she turned to the other guests with a humble inquiry. "Do you know where the break is?" The moment she spoke, the tricycle fell silent. Jiang Hailu's face contorted in disbelief. "You don't know where the break is and still dare to drive? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Upon seeing Yan Lansheng still laughing, he was even more exasperated. "How can you still find this amusing?" Yan Lansheng, calmly holding the scarecrow, replied, "My girlfriend is about to give birth." Jiang Hailu retorted, while Yutang added, "If I were alone in this vehicle, I would slow down and jump out." When Xia Xia trembled, "What if we're added to the mix?" Yutang shrugged, "Then there's nothing to be done." The crowd gasped in horror. "Don't resign yourself to fate." The tricycle was met with a symphony of screams as Yutang skillfully drifted and collided with a pile of hay, bringing the tricycle to a halt. The rear seat erupted with a crash, sending several guests gracefully tumbling onto the haystack. Thankfully, Yan Lansheng was able to steady himself with the scarecrow. Yutang leaped off the tricycle, the blade of grass twirling in her mouth, and leisurely remarked to the old turtle, "Look at the splendid weather, darling. Staying cooped up at home can easily lead to depression. One must venture out to explore, dance atop buildings, leap into the sea, or crash into cars. There are countless choices in life. The old turtle peeked out, only to retract back into its shell. Amidst the wheat field, the chief director waved his hand grandly. Dear guests, this wheat field will be your romantic date venue today. The game is all about effort. The rules are to pair up and harvest an acre of wheat within 3 hours. The team that fails will face punishment and prepare a sumptuous dinner for everyone, comprising 8 dishes and a soup, with fruits for dessert. The guests collectively gasped, having never seen a sickle in their lives, let alone harvested wheat. The thought of cooking dinner for a group was exhausting. Is this truly a romantic date venue? Who decided that dates must only be at cinemas or amusement parks? This is a return to the primal instincts of love. So, are Chi the top influencer and Sang the princess truly a couple? Enough with the incessant questioning. If they're a couple, I'll eat dung. Jiang Hai Lu raised his hand. Director, can't the production team afford a harvester? I'll fund the purchase of 10. The chief director replied, Thank you, young Master Jiang, for your generous offer of harvesters. However, even if we buy them now, they won't arrive until tomorrow. Before that, I hope you all can rely on yourselves to shine in the field.
The An Hai Lu Galumba, Shaw.
You're saying we're expected to struggle to prepare dinner? Zhou Yunli chimed in with a smile. Director, it's our first time harvesting wheat. 3 hours is far too ambitious. Isn't that easier than a future wife asking why you can't finish harvesting an acre of wheat? The chief director retorted. Zhou Yunli responded, Director, it seems someone is cheating. Qi Wang pointed out Yutang Tang's actions. Look, the son of Old Li is here with his harvester, teaching Yutang Tang how to operate it. Yutang Tang took the initiative. The director only said the harvester couldn't be delivered today. Not that we couldn't use one, right? If we're not allowed to use it, then why buy 10? The chief director regretted not silencing himself moments earlier. Of course you can use it, if you can borrow a harvester from the locals. That's your own skill. Qi Wang's lips twitched. They wished to borrow it. But would those crafty villagers agree? Sang Qingqing gently suggested, Teacher Qi, let us just ask Ting Tang for her harvester. She should be willing. In front of the live stream, if she refused, it would be difficult for her. You're right, Qi Wang nodded in approval. With sunglasses on, Yutang Tang drove the harvester onto the scene. Compared to the other guests manually harvesting wheat, she looked undeniably cool. After finishing half an acre, she paused to take a break. Suddenly, a distant shout pierced the air. Teacher you. Trouble. Your turtle has run off with someone. Yutang Tang was taken aback. In Chapter 12, her narrow-mindedness and grudges, Yutang Tang never anticipated that during the brief moment she spent harvesting wheat, her beloved turtle would abscond with a stranger. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned on her heels and dashed back to pursue her wayward companion. Before departing, she lent the harvester to the messenger, Wen Shaxia, along with an improvised instructional guide drawn by Old Li's son. The chief director, observing Yutang Tang sprinting away without a backward glance, was left bewildered. Is a turtle more important than completing the task? The assistant director replied, Director, this is no ordinary turtle. It is her cherished guest. Perplexed, the chief director pondered the absurdity of the situation when suddenly, a frantic staff member rushed over. Director, it's dire. Mr. Yen says his girlfriend's straw is nearly exhausted, and he just took her to the clinic for treatment. The chief director's confusion deepened. And Master Jiang? He accidentally sliced the toe of his shoe while wielding a sickle and is now howling in the fields. What on earth are we filming, a dating show or a case study for a psychiatric hospital? He lamented, realizing no one had informed him that producing a dating show might require the credentials of a psychiatrist. Such eccentric guests, and there are 3 of them in the fields. Perhaps it's a matter of my upbringing. I wouldn't slice my shoes while harvesting wheat. Yutang Tang's photographer is nearly outpaced. That girl truly has strength in her legs. How can she run so fast? The scarecrow has suddenly transformed into the lead female in a corporate romance, whisked away to the clinic by the domineering CEO. If she cannot be cured, I shall ensure all of you accompany her to the grave. Yutang Tang scoured the village from one end to the other, finally locating her old turtle. The good news was that the turtle was still alive and had not been captured for soup. The bad news was that the turtle's family opposed their union, intent on thwarting their affection. Although she and the turtle had only been together for a mere half-day, the bond they shared was as bright as the sun and moon. The local villager, burdened by Yutang Tang's insistence, wore a dark expression. Young lady, you must be realistic. There is no future for you and this turtle. I cannot allow you to be together. Forget about it and find a proper person instead. How could a decent girl fall for a turtle? It's a disgrace. In the live stream. What? What notion? Yutang implored earnestly, Uncle, we are truly in love. The villager shuddered. You might as well be genuinely detesting each other. This turtle has sent off my great-grandfather and grandfather. How could I possibly allow you to keep it? My grandfather would rise from the grave to strike me. Yutang blinked. What is your grandfather's name?
Hinyo.
A light bulb went off in Yutang's mind. One of her 998 disgruntled customers bore that very name. Why did she remember it so vividly? Quite simply, she was narrow-minded and held grudges. Uncle, if your grandfather agrees, could I borrow this turtle for a few days? The villager chuckled. My grandfather has been gone for over a decade. How could I get his approval? If you can persuade him, you may keep it or play with it as you wish. Yutang perked up at this. She rummaged in her pocket and produced a palm-sized brush, exhaling lightly onto the brush tip before deftly sketching in her palm. The strokes flowed smoothly, and her movements were decisive and unhesitating. Once finished, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, she handed the phone to the villager. Uncle, please take this. The villager, unsure of her intentions, accepted it. After a moment, his expression transformed drastically. His face turned pale, and he cried out, Grandpa, hello. In the live stream. What is happening? Why is he suddenly calling him Grandpa? Isn't his grandfather supposed to have passed away over a decade ago? Perhaps he misremembered. This seems scripted. Are we about to hear that Yutang has connections in the underworld? The production team is really pushing their luck with this one. I'm fed up with her. Can she not act so self-important every day? She's willing to do anything for fame. What transpired next shattered the viewers' assumptions. The villager's voice summoned his entire family, who rushed to the screen, bowing and crying profusely. This left the audience utterly bewildered. They had witnessed the villager's notorious stubbornness. How could they possibly comply with the production team so fervently? Who could be on the other end of the line? The viewers suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. As the 3-minute mark passed, the call automatically disconnected. The villager and his family offered Yutang a deep bow, which she deftly dodged. The villager's demeanor shifted dramatically. Young lady, master. I may have raised my voice earlier. If you truly love this turtle, there's no problem. I will personally deliver it to your home.
Yutang replied.
That won't be necessary. Well, uncle, it seems there's a bit of an issue with my grandfather. The villager awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Yutang calmly brushed the ink from her palm. He has committed a transgression and cannot be visited for a while. What? What has he done? He was caught groping Yutang while intoxicated. He has been sentenced to 3 years in a dark cell. The villager hung his head, filled with shame. What? What are they discussing? Someone help me out here. Either Yutang has lost her mind, or this family has. How can they address her as master? I heard an elderly voice on the other end. It was quite loud. Oh, did Yutang hire a bunch of trolls to support her? Under the barrage of negative comments, the viewers brushed off the incident, dismissing it as a humorous segment orchestrated by the production team. Finally, Yutang managed to reclaim her beloved turtle. As evening approached, the other guests had completed their harvesting tasks using the machine Yutang had lent them. When Xia saw Yutang return, she was nearly in tears. I'm so sorry. Just now, Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing asked to borrow the machine. And for some reason, I lent it to them. In a moment of blankness, she had inadvertently allowed it to leave her possession. As a result, not only did Sang Qingqing's group use it, but they also lent it to Jiang Hailu. Ting, thank you for the harvester. It's been incredibly useful. Sang Qingqing approached, her lovely eyes sparkling, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. You haven't finished your task yet. Do you need our help? Yutang remained expressionless and said to Xia, you need to inform a certain museum. What?
Me?
Tell them their pig's head is a fake. The real one is on her head. She pointed at Sang Qingqing. Sang Qingqing's smile faltered. Qi Wang, rolling up his sleeves, stepped forward, frowning. Yutang. It was just a loan. Do you really have to be so petty? Teacher Qi, please don't say that. Ting is understandably upset, since she hasn't completed her task. Sang Qingqing gently adjusted her sun hat. At that moment, Yutang noticed a green bubble pop up above Sang Qingqing's head. Novel correction system. Host, your current admiration points are sufficient to unlock the next modification stage. Limited to altering a single word. Would you like to modify the sentence stating that Yutang returned late, but still finished harvesting the wheat? Sang Qingqing, yes. Change finished to did not finish. Novel correction system. Understood. The modification has been executed. Chapter 13. You're playing a very new cosplay, thunder rumbled. The harvester in the distance erupted in a sudden cacophony, spewing smoke and coming to a halt. Yutang exclaimed, "Is this novel mocking me?" With a swift motion, she squatted down, hoisting Qi Wang with her left hand and Sang Qingqing with her right, spinning them in a Thomas spiral as she charged toward the field. All right. You pull me into your romantic escapade and ruin my harvester during the show. I see you two are as insufferable as Wu Dalong taking a second cup of medicine. When Xia Xia was unable to intervene in time, Yutang launched herself like a projectile towards the distant wheat fields, leaving behind a cacophony of deadly screams in the hues of the setting sun. The production team rushed in a frantic attempt to restrain her. The chief director endeavored to halt Yutang, only to be swept aside by her wielding Qi Wang as a weapon, plunging him into the earth. The assistant director attempted to clasp her leg, but she leapt off his back with an effortless spring. Staff members were successively sent flying, unable to impede the whirlwind that was Yutang. She reached the end of the wheat field, and with a flick of her wrist, cast Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing into the river.
Splash.
The water surged 2 meters high. The world fell silent. The live broadcast audience was left in stunned disbelief. Did Yutang just dash off? Sister, I thought you were pretending to be mad. Turns out you're truly unhinged. What did she mean by using me as a shield in her last relationship? Does she have inside information on her rumored affair with Qi, the top influencer? Is Yutang deranged? She didn't tea by the harvester. Why can't Wang Zai and the princess use it? Let them. It infuriates her. They were in the wrong to begin with, and they even damaged the machine. It's only natural for Yutang to be enraged. You fans of top influencers and those of the princess are like ancient cold weapons, pure swords. Just as the modified storyline suggested, Yutang failed to complete the wheat harvesting task but gained a sense of relief. Sang Qingqing and Qi Wang enjoyed a romantic bath, only to suffer a heart attack. The moment Yutang returned, the guests and production crew instinctively took a step back. Yutang, the harvester, her words barely took flight when the chief director, fearing her wrath, hastily assured her, "The production team will repair it. We promise to fix it and return it to the villagers. Just please, don't go mad on us." With this, the sweet dating task of only those who dare win concluded satisfactorily. Except for Yutang and Yan Lansheng, all other guests completed their tasks. According to the rules, both of them were to face punishment. However, due to Yutang's violent outburst against the guests, along with her confrontation with the director, she was tasked with preparing dinner alone. This, too, was by the chief director's design. After all, with Yutang causing such a ruckus today, if he didn't show her some consequences, what authority would he have? If she got angry, even better, he would have a ready topic to discuss. It was a win-win for him. The chief director's scheming was as clear as day. Upon returning to the love cabin, Yutang walked expressionlessly towards the kitchen. Jiang Hailu promptly declared, "After an exhausting afternoon, at last, I can rest well. Unlike some who are bustling about, working themselves to the bone, what a miserable existence." He had a penchant for mischief, and after being bested by Yutang so many times, he seized this opportunity to retaliate.
Yutang post.
Smiling sweetly, "Do you know why you didn't have lunch today? Because there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world." She emphasized the word idiot, making it easy to guess its meaning. Without waiting for Jiang Hailu's response, she entered the kitchen, leaving him seething with frustration. When Xia Xia couldn't comprehend, why does he keep provoking her when he can't even win against her? Is he trying to provoke a fight with her? Jiang Hailu, I absolutely despise those who pretend to be wealthy yet are broke, especially those masquerading as highborn ladies. Xia Xia, don't mind him. Such people are commonly known as lowly scoundrels. I'm dying of laughter. What does Shake McDonald's even mean? Is it a reference to being submissive? Jiang Xiao is truly genuine.
EMFN.
The kitchen door was tightly shut, with Yutang having affixed a note, "No entry for fish and dogs." Quite ruthless. It effectively deterred the guests who wished to witness the spectacle or lend a hand. Yan Lanxing knocked and entered, curiously without his straw doll girlfriend. Yutang turned her head. "Did you not see the note on the door?" Yan Lansheng, with his fox-like eyes blinking slowly, uttered a single word, "Woof." Yutang replied, "If you're human, don't act like a dog. If you're a dog, don't pretend to be human. In a nutshell, have you been neutered? I'm here to help. So, tell me, what are your specialties?" Yan Lansheng was momentarily taken aback, his fair ears turning slightly red. Hesitating. Should I say it here? One T it be unbroadcastable? Yutang, a woman who could silence the entire production crew, exuded strength and cunning. He found himself at a loss for words. Enough. She could no longer tolerate it. Yan Lansheng was promptly expelled, his ears still flushed. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell her, it was the omnipresent cameras that made him wary of being too forward. Yet she seemed upset. Yan Lansheng furrowed his brow, caught in a web of conflict and contemplation. Sang Qingqing, having changed her attire, descended the stairs and spotted Yan Lansheng lost in thought outside the kitchen, filled with curiosity. She had found it odd since the morning. Was there ever a character by the name of Yan Lansheng in the book? Where did it even come from? 2 hours later, the meticulously prepared dinner by Yutang was finally served. Wow. She truly made 8 dishes and a soup, complete with fruits and even beverages. Yutang's culinary skills are impressive. Finally, she has a semblance of normality. Otherwise, with her demeanor, she wouldn't even be desired in our village. Upstairs, hearing your words, I feel you're a charming rogue, especially your mouth, akin to a rear end. The cameras didn't capture her cooking process. How do we know this isn't takeout? Jiang Hai Lu was the first to pick up his chopsticks. My taste buds are the most discerning. I shall test if these dishes meet the standards. He promptly scooped up a mouthful of stir-fried potatoes with chicken. After merely a couple of chews, he froze, his eyes reddening, covering his mouth. Beside him, when Xia Xia and Zhou Yunli were astonished, is it really that delicious that you're moved to tears? Jiang Hai Lu, who so despised Yutang, was utterly impressed by her culinary prowess, an indication of just how delectable these dishes must be. They quickly joined in, eagerly sampling the food. Within 2 seconds, Jiang Hai Lu's reaction was repeated. When Xia Xia covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face, while Zhou Yunli concealed his face. Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing, skeptical, wondered just how delicious it could possibly be. Upon tasting a bite, their eyes filled with tears, cascading down. The next moment, everyone collectively bowed their heads towards the trash bin. Isn't this supposed to be stir-fried beef? Why is it all ginger? So spicy. What is the deal with this potato stir-fried chicken? You mistook ginger strips for potatoes. And even the chicken is made of ginger. And this braised pork? The bones are made of ginger too?
Yutang.
Are you playing a new kind of cosplay? Chapter 14. Mind your own business. Sister Yu has her own rhythm. I thought they were moved to tears by the deliciousness, but instead, they were overwhelmed by the spiciness. Ginger. A versatile ingredient that can seamlessly blend into any dish, delivering a fatal blow to diners when they least expect it. Oh, are they all eating? I thought they were playing Minesweeper. See, if ginger can do this, how can a person expect to change for someone? No matter how hard you try to become what she likes, she's still one T like you. What? Even a ginger can cause a romantic brain freeze. At the dining table, aside from Yutang, everyone else was out of commission. Oh, except for one. Yan Lansheng leisurely enjoyed his stir-fried beef, even in the mood to comment. The taste is quite good. Jiang Hai Lu thought he had finally encountered a dish that wasn't disguised with ginger, took a bite, and promptly spat it out. Qi Wang coughed violently, and upon noticing Sang Qingqing's reddened eyes, felt a pang of sympathy. He poured her a bowl of millet porridge, saying, Qingqing, don't eat these dishes anymore. Drink some porridge to soothe yourself. Sang Qingqing looked at him gratefully, accepting the porridge, but not drinking it immediately. After Qi Wang took a couple of sips, he suddenly spat it out, almost spraying Sang Qingqing's face, narrowly turning away in time. Qi Wang's face turned grim. Even the millet porridge is made of ginger. Have they gone mad? Zhou Yunli shivered, cautiously avoiding the dishes on the table. Pushing his bowl away, spotting the pre-sliced fruits for dessert, he cautiously sniffed them. Good, no ginger scent. He speared a piece of strawberry and ate it with relief.
Ugh.
Seated beside him, when Xia Xia trembled, incredulous, strawberries are made of ginger too. Is this even possible? What on earth did Yutang busy herself with in the kitchen for those 2 hours? It would be no exaggeration to assert that every dish on the table was meticulously crafted by the culinary maestro, Teacher Ginger. There were stir-fried shredded potatoes with chicken, braised ribs, spicy chicken feet, steamed Christian carp, and even old hen soup. That old hen, too, was a mere imitation. Even the fruit platter, adorned with strawberries, pineapples, star fruits, and bananas, was nothing but ginger, merely tinted with fruit juice. Just a single bite could send all the guests fleeing. Jiang Hailu's expression turned pale as a thought struck him. We're not seriously having only this for dinner, are we? I've been starving all day. Yutang retorted with a cold smile. Eat if you wish, if not, you can starve outside.
Shan king king frauen, ting tang.
I understand you might have grievances about preparing dinner alone, but everyone is exhausted after a long day. This is hardly fair to the rest of us. Have you ever reflected on yourselves when you pilfered my harvester? Oh, now that the knife is turned upon you, you suddenly feel the pain?
Son king king replied.
Qi Wang banged the table, ready to admonish Yutang, but was interrupted by his ginger-ruined voice, Gah. Who let the duck out of the club? She has gone mad. Sister Yu has completely lost it. Except for Yenmei Ren, who is still eating. The other guests seem to have lost all strength and will. Wait, hasn't Yutang also skipped dinner? Isn't this self-destructive? Never mind. Our sister Yu has her own rhythm. The dinner unfolded amid a cloud of gloom. Eventually, only the beverages crafted by Yutang remained untouched. While others could endure a little longer, Jiang Hailu was truly on the brink of starvation, surrounded by an array of dishes, none of which were edible. He had no choice but to rise and head to the living room. At that moment, he spotted a stash of snacks Yutang had left on the coffee table at noon. Recalling her snacks, Yutang made her way to the living room, where she found Jiang Hailu crouched there, stealthily pilfering her snacks. What are you doing? She inquired. Jiang Hailu halted his action of retrieving chocolate, then boldly declared, I'm merely snacking on your treats. I've eaten far better things in my life. It's a privilege to even consider your second-rate snacks, understand? He then tossed a chocolate ball into his mouth. Yutang remained silent for a few seconds before breaking into laughter. That's the bag old Li's grandson uses to collect bird droppings. Jiang Hailu's chewing came to an abrupt stop. Yutang gave a thumbs up. You really have eaten everything, haven't you? You're quite discerning. Jiang Hailu seemed to freeze in place, his complexion shifting from yellow to green, resembling pickled vegetables that had marinated for 20 years. The living room erupted in a cacophony of retching sounds. When the other guests rushed over, they found Jiang Hailu sprawled on the floor, ashen-faced, seemingly lifeless. When Xia Xia gasped in horror, what happened to him?
Yutang kom replied.
Hands behind her back. The young man is in good health. He simply fell asleep. When Xia Xia replied, is that so? Indeed. The young master of a wealthy family is extraordinary, bravely becoming the first to consume bird droppings. Wait, don't these little kids fear mistakenly eating the droppings when they're housed in bags? Is it possible that they're just kids and not complete fools? So Jiang is a complete fool then. After all, it was merely a recording for a show, not a life-or-death situation. The production team was aware of the limits and soon brought out the dinner they had prepared long ago. Except for Jiang Hailu, who was just waking up in a daze, the other guests ate with little enjoyment. Their tongues felt as if they had been pickled in ginger, rendering everything they consumed imbued with its flavor. Unperturbed, Yutang polished off 3 hefty bowls of rice. After dinner, the chief director requested all guests to submit their luggage, aside from daily necessities and mobile phones. This included snacks, plush toys, gaming consoles, and novels or comics. With the live broadcast ongoing, the staff secured all the guests' belongings. Once returned, they were required to count and declare what they needed on the spot before handing it over. When Xia Xia opened her suitcase complaining, Director, can't you leave me even one? I can't sleep without hugging a plush toy at night. The chief director, stern-faced, replied, no. When Xia Xia let out a wail, Zhou Yunli, chuckling, suggested, how about I make you a little bear with a towel? I've made one for my sister at home. It's quite simple. When Xia Xia blushed slightly, then thank you, Teacher Zhou. Not at all.
Wow.
These two seem to be hinting at a budding romance. Mom and Dad, we've birthed you Tian Xia. Qing Qing is quite inspiring. She hasn't forgotten to bring so many books to a dating show, always maintaining her reading habit, striving to become a better version of herself.
Qi,
the top influencer, brought vinyl records, even a special edition of the Beatles' White Album. I'm impressed. Jiang Hailu is eccentric, bringing a suitcase full of cash to a dating show. There must be at least 1 million here. Just 1 million? Is that a lot? At a young age, already have over 10 million pixels. Jiang Hailu's suitcase full of cash startled the chief director, who leapt from his seat. His survival instincts kicking in as he shouted, this is a serious dating show, not a hostage exchange scene. However, Jiang Hailu remained lost in the shadow of the bird droppings, lying there with a vacant stare. Chapter 15, AAA Male Model Wholesale Sister Tang initially. Everyone thought Jiang Hai Lu's suitcase filled with cash was astonishing enough. Then Yan Lanxing opened her suitcase, revealing a dazzling castle constructed from various gemstones and shells. Surrounding it were an abundance of smooth black, pink, and white pearls, nearly overflowing. Atop it sat a few flying elephants, octopuses, and starfish. It resembled not a suitcase, but rather an exhibition display. The onlookers were momentarily dazzled. Sang Ching exclaimed in astonishment, "What beautiful rose-colored seashell pearls!" In the upper echelons, receiving even one was a significant treasure, meticulously set into necklaces. Her mother desired a complete set of seashell pearl jewelry, but alas, the pearls were exceedingly rare, and she had yet to collect enough for earrings. Yet, Yan Lansheng possessed not just one. "Have you perhaps taken the entire nest of seashell pearls?" Sang Ching expressed a hint of envy. "Are these jewels meant for collection?" Yan Lansheng lazily replied, "They're for playing marbles. Do you want them?" Yan Lansheng turned to Yutang. "Considering you fished me out of the river, I'll give you a friendly discount."
Yutang said atop her suitcase.
Yawning, "After the discount, is it 99? Don't need more. What good is it if it can't be eaten or drunk?" At that moment, the chief director called out, "Yutang, it's your turn." Yutang placed her suitcase down and attempted to open it. It wouldn't budge. Starting over, she tried again and still it wouldn't open. Finally, she stood on the suitcase, using one hand to pull with all her might. With a resounding bang, the suitcase burst open, scattering its contents like blossoms in the wind. A card slowly floated down from the air, equipped with a switch that emitted a voice in a male pitch, announcing, "Thank you, AAA male model wholesale Sister Tang, for your business. We welcome your next visit." "Thank you for your next visit. Visit again." This contraption continued to repeat its phrases, filling the living room with its absurdly catchy voice. Wow, what a shock. Isn't this a serious dating show? This is inappropriate. It's making everyone uneasy. What male models? Where are they? Bring them all to me. Quickly, the camera panned to the scattered contents on the floor. It was none other than the male model takeout that Yutang had ordered last night but hadn't unpacked. A collection of models with 8-pack abs, robust muscles, and well-proportioned physiques, resembling Pig Hero. Each one struck a different pose, some with one hand on their hip, others delicately covering their skirts with a raised pinky, while others struck poses reminiscent of fairy-like running, each more flamboyant than the last. Yutang was utterly dumbfounded. The term abs male model is utterly ludicrous, isn't it? Even if she utilized every conceivable promotional coupon available, the final amount would hardly suffice to warrant such treatment. A scathing review is in order. Before seeing, bring all the male models on. After seeing, take the horses away. I still find GGBOD captivating in its own right. Sister your peculiar tastes genuinely concern me. I fear for your mental state. It seems she has already undergone a mental transformation. Yutang, with a buzzing mind, crouched down to tidy up after these portly pigs. One photographer couldn't contain his laughter. "Ha ha ha," the chief director exclaimed, "Still laughing, are we? The live stream has just been suspended." The photographer replied, "Indeed, due to AAA all-fruit male model abs wholesale Tangjia and these outrageous pigs. The live stream has suffered a dire fate. The love farming live stream has been shut down, but the topic remains trending. Whether it's Yutang embracing a turtle, Yan Lanxing hugging a scarecrow, or Qi Wang Sangqing in a romantic bath, or even Jiang Ma Lu indulging in excrement, any single clip would ignite a weighty discussion. In an instant, the popularity of love farming surged, eclipsing other variety shows with a commanding lead. Meanwhile, in Country Y, the 7-star hotel shaped like a sail towered into the clouds, its presidential suite on the top floor. The lights were bright, and the circular floor-to-ceiling windows showcased a tranquil night with a splendid view. A man clad in a deep-hued, handcrafted bespoke suit entered, his long legs striding with sharp decisiveness, a trench coat elegantly draped over his shoulders. Following closely was his assistant, reporting on the agenda for the following day, including an important business dinner that evening. "Mr. Yu, there's another matter. Assistant Shi informed me that when he went to pick up the young lady for your residence, he was ensnared in a sack. By the time he returned for her, she had already taken up residence at the second young master's abode, and he couldn't even gain entry." The assistant received no response and glanced up to see Mr. Yu opening a bottle of strawberry milk, his expression stoic as he sipped through a straw. After finishing, he opened another bottle. Observers might mistake his graceful composure for that of fine wine. After consuming the strawberry milk, Yu Zhaoqing lifted his head, his elongated phoenix eyes adorned with a captivating red beauty mark, and instructed, Call Yu Buqiu and inquire if he wishes to die. If so, I shall bury him upon my return. The strawberry milk has run out. Procure more. The original brand. The assistant queried, Is it possible, sir, that I am not yet weary of living? And have you perhaps become addicted to strawberry milk? At 10 o'clock in the evening, in the Love Nest, the live stream had finally resumed, and the chief director requested the guests to don their pajamas and gather in the courtyard for a final casual chat before concluding. Sang Qingqing and Shi Wang arrived in succession. One donned a pajama set adorned with cat ears, sweet and adorable, while the other wore black silk pajamas, understated yet luxurious. The comments erupted in delight. Behind them was Wen Shaxia, clad in a large Doraemon pajama, complete with a bell-adorned nightcap, cradling a tall bear made by Zhou Yunli. Zhou Yunli chuckled, reminding her to tread carefully. The comments exploded with youthful exuberance. What sort of pajamas are these? Utterly tasteless. Jiang Hailu, who had been seated since morning, interjected with disdain. He wore pajamas emblazoned with logos of wealth, clearly anxious that others might not recognize his affluence. Why is Yutang still not down? Is it that laborious to change into pajamas? You girls truly know how to dawdle, Jiang Hailu continued to complain, though no one paid him any heed. Then came a voice. Are you so eager to see your father that you're preparing to kneel and acknowledge your ancestry? Yutang had arrived, dressed in surprisingly ordinary pajamas, blue and white striped, a two-piece set. On the back, it read Yaoguang City Psychiatric Hospital. Wait, what? Whose good person would wear psychiatric hospital attire as sleepwear? Suddenly, I feel that her wearing this outfit justifies any of her actions.
Oh, dear.
There's someone even more eccentric over there. Yan Lanxing too had arrived. As the heir to a top-tier aristocratic family, his status commanded respect, and naturally, even his pajamas were high-end custom-made. Yutang regarded him. What does yours say? Yan Lanxing tugged at his garment and recited, How to make your husband adore you for a lifetime. Chapter 16. Does he even deserve me?
Yutang?
Yan Lanxing, with a subtle smile, replied, Apologies. The designer embroidered the wrong characters. He then produced a sticky note from his pocket inscribed with a character for wife, and slapped it over the character for husband, altering it to How to Make Your Wife Adore You for a Lifetime. Beneath, there was a cartoon depicting a handsome man embracing himself in a dramatic pose, gazing sorrowfully at the heavens. It was quite an amusing sight, particularly as he stood next to Yutang, resembling a pair of psychiatric ward acquaintances. All the guests took their seats. Yutang had not arrived empty-handed. She brought along a large bag filled with drinks and snacks. She had a penchant for sugary beverages. Without them, she felt utterly unwell. When Shaxia eyed her strawberry milk with envy, Could you spare me a bottle? Yutang opened her bag, Help yourself. When Shaxia looked inside, realizing that the drinks, nutritional wool yarn, 8 bud stew, lay by, and mushi appeared to be knockoffs.
Yutang adamantly protested, Impossible.
I bought a whole box for $10. How could they be counterfeit? Just like the face masks I bought for $10 that work wonders. When Shaxia responded, Wake up. At that price, they must be knockoffs. And that strawberry milk in your hand is also fake. At that moment, the chief director raised a megaphone. Ladies and gentlemen, this segment is for audience questions. A viewer inquired of Teacher Chi, among the female guests present, Is there someone you fancy? This question was explosive. If Chi, a top-tier celebrity, dared to admit to liking someone, his fans would surely erupt. Shi Wang, with his refined charm, smiled and replied, What a direct question. I admire some, but currently, there's no one I particularly like. Did you hear that? Our brother claimed he has no one he likes. Yutang was indeed speaking nonsense. The attempt to woo my brother failed, so now they're spreading rumors about him dating Princess Sang. How shameful. When Yutang tossed your brother into the river, it was evident she wasn't chasing after him, yet you fans keep stirring the pot. Thanks to the top-tier fans and princess fans, I've become a fan of Sister Yu. The comments erupted into chaos. A voice chimed in, Huh? You don't like your girlfriend? What are you even talking about with her? Cotton candy? It was Yutang. After questioning Chi Wang, she turned to Sang Qingqing. Your boyfriend says he merely admires you, but doesn't he like you? How does that make you feel? At that moment, music began to play. Happy breakup. Wishing you joy. You'll never find better. Yan Lanxing stood by the speaker, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. Yutang turned around, giving him a thumbs up. Well played, mate. Yan Lanxing's eyes sparkled with mirth. You flatter me. Sang Qingqing's smile froze. Chi Wang clenched his teeth, admonishing Yutang, Stop spreading nonsense. Ching Ching and I are just friends. The music seamlessly transitioned. It's fine. We're just friends, occasionally sharing your burdens. Chi Wang. Sang Ching Ching took a deep breath and explained with a smile. Ting Tang, you can't project your feelings for teacher Chi onto us. We're not the kind of relationship you think. Don't say I'm lying. Life is already so difficult. Some things are better left unspoken. As this song played, the smile Sang Ching Ching had worked so hard to maintain vanished. Yutang Tang tossed a bottle of 8 buds due to Yan Lanqing as a thank you, causing a sound of impact. Some relationships are too timid to be made public. When asked, they simply claim to be friends. It's perplexing what they even discuss. Yan Lanqing concurred, asserting that if a man is unwilling to make it public, either he does not love enough or is merely a backup.
Yutang remarked.
If he can't even admit to liking you, it's time to part ways. Yan Lanqing concurred. He claims you're just friends. It's time to say goodbye. Sang Ching Ching's eyes were visibly reddened. Chi Wang was in a state of anxious turmoil, desperately wanting to berate the two individuals, yet restrained by the constraints of the live broadcast. He knew he must not act impulsively, for rashness is the devil. Are you two here performing a comedic duet? Why does Sang Ching Ching look like she's about to cry from being talked about? Are they truly in a relationship? Please do not spread rumors. There is absolutely no relationship. If you have the ability, let Yutang Tang provide evidence. Regardless, I do not believe it. My brother has said that if he were in a relationship, he would never hide it from us fans. Your brother is deceiving you. He is indeed in a relationship. The questioning had only just commenced, and hearts were already shattered. The chief director quickly intervened. The barrage is asking Yutang Tang if you cannot afford a mirror? Do you truly believe you are worthy of Chi, the top idol? In the original book, it was at this juncture that Yutang Tang publicly declared her relationship with Chi Wang. Her fans rushed from the city to Luoshui village in a frenzy, nearly tearing Yutang Tang apart. After finishing a bottle of nutritional drink, Yutang Tang elegantly wiped her mouth. And of course, she was not worthy. I possess a sensitive temperament, inherently suspicious, with moods that fluctuate unpredictably. I adore handsome men, and if I dislike someone, I wish to slap them and obliterate their lineage, never believing myself to be at fault. I am ill-suited for romance. I am meant to be an emperor. By the same token, a person who cannot even publicly acknowledge a girlfriend is worthy of me? She leaned back in her rattan chair, chin slightly raised, her expression proclaiming, I am the queen among emperors. I surprisingly find her reasoning quite compelling. The symptoms she described resonate deeply with me. Upon reflection, I am a fragile emperor. Assuming Chi Sang is indeed in a relationship, his attitude of not disclosing or clarifying hurts not only Sang but also the innocent you, which feels quite irresponsible. Chi Sang, the peach blossoms of our homeland have fallen, in a grandiose tone. Chi Wang felt a weight constricting his chest. It was a good thing that Yutang Tang was not speaking recklessly. Yet, what nonsense was she uttering that he was unworthy of her? Ridiculous. Yan Lanqing clapped in agreement. Your Majesty speaks wisely. Your insight is unparalleled. Yutang Tang raised her face, exclaiming, well said. I shall have Su Peishing summon you to the palace immediately. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chi Wang thought to himself. Two lunatics. Jiang Hailu had intended to make a cheeky remark, but upon seeing Chi Wang's ashen complexion, his instincts urged him to remain silent. Otherwise, he might find himself the fool. The chief director posed another question. The barrage inquired, Yan Lanqing, is there a special reason you are wearing this nightgown? Or have you secretly wed? Another sensational topic. A top-tier aristocrat in a clandestine marriage would send shockwaves through the community if leaked. Yan Lanqing leisurely replied, indeed, I do not wish to conceal it from everyone. I have had a wife since childhood. He suddenly produced a scarecrow from beneath his seat, gently caressing it. We have been together for 8 hours, 26 minutes. And 3 seconds. I love her dearly. Thank you, everyone. The chief director, the live broadcast room. You are a CEO, not someone who behaves as if they are ill. After the casual chat segment concluded, the guests returned to their rooms, awaiting the evening's heart-fluttering candle lighting. Tonight, it was the male guests who would light a candle with an inscription in front of their favored female guests, signifying their interest. When the female guests opened their doors, would they find a sea of candlelight, or perhaps none at all? This was certainly a moment to anticipate. Which scoundrel placed fire at my doorstep? A thunderous exclamation erupted as Yutang Tang dashed out of her room with a basin of water, splashing it onto the flaming candles. The flickering flames of love were extinguished. Hearing the commotion, when Xia Xia rushed out, what happened? A near-fire disaster. With one hand on her hip, Yutang replied, "You should extinguish your candle too, or it might catch fire."
Oh.
When Xia hurriedly blew out her candle, "Ting Tang, you received 2 candles. Who could they be from?" Yutang's expression darkened. "Do not let me find out who it is. This is attempted murder." I initially thought this segment quite romantic, but no longer. I am curious which 2 brave souls sent candles to Sister Yu. Are they not afraid of being tossed into the river by her?
Chi.
The top idol. Are you not being polite? Chapter 17. Farming, Harvesting Wheat, and Catching Pigs. The production team originally intended to create suspense by concealing the identities of the candle senders, allowing the female guests to guess. However, after nearly causing a fire, it was necessary to reveal the culprits. The result was astonishing. The candles sent to Yutang were from Jiang Hailu and Zhou Yunli. In the footage, Jiang Hailu was seen carving words in his room. "You are the emperor, and I, Qi Wang, and the Jade Emperor." What skill is there in cursing others? If you have the guts, come curse me every day. A clever diversion indeed. Jiang Hailu, who had been berated by Yutang, had finally devised such a mischievous ploy, only to find the production team would air the footage. Zhou Yunli's message was, "You are a most intriguing person. I look forward to tomorrow." Jiang Hailu, you actually managed to think. Qi, the top idol. Oh heavens, discern loyalty from treachery. Zhou Yunli sent candles to all 3 female guests. Is he not closest to Xia? It's only the first day. Multiple choices are normal. Especially since they have not yet communicated feelings. Qingqing is quite popular. 3 candles. I blindly guess 2 are from Qi, the top idol, and Zhou Yunli. The last must surely be from Yan Lansheng. Indeed, during the questioning segment, Yan Lansheng was continuously urging Qingqing to choose. Could he possibly have feelings for her?
Hee.
Soon, the production team released the remaining footage. Qi Wang, Zhou Yunli, and Jiang Hailu successively passed by Sang Qingqing's door. Notably absent was Yan Lansheng, who had not even exited his room. The princess fans fell silent for a moment before resolutely defending their idol. Setting aside Yan Lansheng, the princess still has 3 votes. Let us see what the candles inscribed. Qi Wang, the wild birds have found their sky in your eyes. I hope today's unexpected event does not trouble you, and wish you sweet dreams. Zhou Yunli, thank you for your handkerchief. I hope we can get along well in the future. Jiang Hailu, the perfume you wore today was too overpowering and unpleasant. I shall let it pass this time. But do not wear it again next time. Upon seeing this, Sang Qingqing remarked, I am laughing so hard. What fragrance did Qingqing wear that offended Jiang? The first 2 male guests were gentle and considerate, displaying gentlemanly manners, and the latter, well, he is also a character. Woo-woo. Why does our Xia only have 1 candle? She must step up her game. Dear. Where is Yan Lansheng? He has not sent a candle yet. Where is he? A pertinent inquiry, and the production team was equally curious. The staff knocked at Yan Lansheng's door for quite a while but received no response. They could only let it be. In the end, the responsibility for repairing the damaged floor at Yutang's door fell to Jiang Hailu and Zhou Yunli jointly. As Yutang tucked herself into bed, preparing for sleep, there was a sudden knock at her door. When Xia's voice came through, "Ting Tang, are you asleep? I am a bit scared. May I sleep with you tonight?" Yutang opened the door to let her in. When Xia was still holding the towel bear made by Zhou Yunli. "Look, isn't it adorable? Do you like Zhou Yunli?" Yutang asked her. When Xia's face flushed instantly. What do you mean? Do you like Zhou Yunli? Yutang pressed. I just think he is a nice person, quite considerate. Do you like Zhou Yunli? Yutang continued her inquisitive barrage, causing when Xia's face to turn crimson as she lowered her head, too shy to respond. Yutang glanced at her towel bear and began arranging the bedding. Soon, an oversized teddy bear took shape, which she secured with a strap. Here you go. Yutang pushed the blanket bear toward Wen Xia. When Xia's mouth fell open, Tang, you are so amazing. She hugged the blanket bear tightly, exclaiming, it's so big and soft, so nice to hold. Then do not like Zhou Yunli anymore. Why not? Liking a man can lead to trouble. Yutang lay back on the bed, placing her hands over her chest, sincerely closing her eyes. Liking 2 men will hurt you. However, liking 3, 4, or 5 men will be exhilarating. Do you understand? When Xia's mind was in overdrive. Master, I have attained enlightenment. Starting tomorrow, I shall endeavor to cherish 10 individuals. Stop pondering, as though you could engage in such discourse. Who among us has discerned how Yutang neatly folds her blankets? If you have, kindly share the tutorial. I have observed. She begins in one manner, transitions to another, and ultimately achieves perfection. Are you alive or not? The following morning, as the clock struck 6, the love cabin's invigorating wake-up bell rang with impeccable timing. I yearn for a life that blossoms with exuberance, just like soaring through the vast expanse of the sky, just like traversing the boundless wilderness, possessing the strength to break free from all constraints. In that moment, the guests still nestled in their beds were jolted awake, their eyelids yet to part, but instinctively folding their blankets into neat little squares. Wait a moment. It seems they have long since graduated. Who is responsible for this wretched bell? What on earth is it igniting at the break of dawn? Amidst this cacophony, the guests were compelled to rise, freshen up, and descend for breakfast. Yet, who shall prepare the morning meal? The group instinctively turned their gazes toward Yutang, who was cradling an old turtle as she made her way downstairs. With a slight smile, she thought, perhaps I shall showcase my skills once more. Please refrain from doing so. The others vehemently protested. Good morning. It was rather noisy last night. What transpired? Yan Lansheng approached with a yawn. There was an arson incident, Yutang succinctly summarized. Yan Lansheng. Setting fire to the mountains, one would rot in prison. Setting fire indoors, one would swiftly find themselves in custody. Zhang Hailu and Zhou Yunli. How did we suddenly transition from a romantic reality show to a legal segment? By the way, Teacher Yan, it seems you were the only one who didn't present candles to the female guests last night.
Song King smiled sweetly.
Noting that the staff had knocked on your door for quite some time.
Yan Lansheng, ah.
Sang Qingqing, Yutang recalled the incessant knocking from the previous night and politely inquired, were you dead yesterday? Thanks to your blessings, I am still alive. Yan Lansheng replied slowly. I thought that candle was merely decorative, and I turned off the lights to admire the dance of the little flame, only to be hypnotized. Sang Qingqing, what a ridiculous notion of being hypnotized. The thought of other male guests laboring to carve words into the candles while some had already dozed off beside the flames makes me want to laugh. How dare he spout nonsense with that dashing face of his? Attention, everyone. Zhu Jing has arrived. A thunderous announcement erupted from the loudspeaker. Yutang, puzzled as she stroked the turtle's head, wondered, who is Zhu Jing? A new guest? Quite the spectacle indeed. After a few moments of silence from the loudspeaker, the chief director bellowed, a pig has wandered in. All guests are requested to collaborate and drive these uninvited guests back to the pig pen. Each pig captured earns points that can be exchanged for ingredients. We encourage everyone to participate. Upon hearing this, Yutang opened the refrigerator. Indeed, it was completely bare. Zhang Hailu could no longer contain himself. Is this truly a romantic reality show? Farming and harvesting wheat was one thing, but now we must catch pigs. If we do not catch them, we shall go hungry. Reluctantly, the guests knew they had to comply. However, when they stepped outside, they were left in a state of shock. They had anticipated only a few pigs had entered, but the yard was teeming with them, and outside the gate, a veritable army of pigs was marching towards them, seemingly endless. Get away! A startled cry rang out nearby. Yutang let out a loud exclamation. Director, there are people publicly engaging in intimate acts with pigs in broad daylight. Chapter 18. The divine gold unworthy of love. Had Yutang not raised this alarm, the guests would have remained focused on the pigs, oblivious to the plight of Qi Wang. Yet, her shout echoed throughout the love cabin, drawing the attention of all to Qi Wang, who lay pinned beneath a pig. The collective thoughts transformed into a singular notion. He is publicly engaging in intimate acts with a pig. Shocking. The top star has a liaison with a pig. Is this the degradation of humanity, or a moral decline? Let us delve into today's love and farming. Poor Qi, the top star, toyed with by Peppa. Now it is evident, top star fans, your idol has truly been gored by a pig. The words Qi Wang carved on the candle last night seem to be as sweet nothings. Top star fans are on the verge of breaking down. Due to Yutang's earlier comments, Sang Qingqing wished to distance herself from Qi Wang. It was only with Zhou Yunli's assistance that she approached. However, the pig was too heavy, and other pigs kept interrupting. Qi Wang, unable to rise, felt his handsome face flush. Everyone, let's lend a hand. After all, we are in this together, and we should help one another in times of trouble, Zhou Yunli declared. At this moment, to ignore the situation would seem heartless. Besieged by two pigs, when Shea was near tears, I will go over immediately. Zhang Hailu, neck outstretched, attempted to feign nonchalance. As the esteemed young master of Haisheng, how could he possibly touch a pig? A cacophony of desperate cries echoed from the other side. Yan Lansheng had fallen onto the back of a pig and was being carried away. Yutang, suddenly inspired, rolled up her sleeves and declared, "I shall leave this to you. I will rescue the bride being carried away by the pig." With that, she seized a stick and leaped onto the backs of the pigs, balancing deftly as she traversed their backs. She then found a clear spot to land and dashed away. Jiang Hailu, is that even possible? When Shea struggled to break free from Peppa's grasp, rushing to assist. Now Jiang Hailu could no longer pretend to be incapacitated, otherwise he would appear less capable than when Shea. Where could he hide his face? On one side, they were desperately rescuing people from beneath the pigs, while on the other, Yutang was in pursuit of the pig bride. The pig ran ahead, and she chased behind. Could you not simply leap off its back? Must you sit upon it? Yutang questioned as she pursued. Yan Lansheng's delicate features had turned ashen, his pale lips quivering, his fox-like eyes misty. Struggling to utter a single phrase. My legs are numb. Just as the comments assumed Yutang would devise a plan to save Yan Lansheng, she abruptly halted. Yan Lansheng, bewildered, asked, "Why have you stopped chasing?" Yutang, hands on hips, declared, "My legs have run out of energy. I need a moment to rest." Yan Lansheng, due to his position atop the pig, it bobbed and jolted, causing the cries to resonate with a tremor. Once Yutang had rested sufficiently, she resumed her chase. With a swift jab of her stick, she poked Yan Lansheng beneath his waist, lifting him effortlessly by the back of his neck. Like a dried sausage skewered onto the stick, Yan Lansheng, Yutang, with decisive swiftness, withdrew the stick, finally liberating him from the pig's back. Crack. The stick emitted a sound of distress under the strain.
Yutang paused.
Yan Lansheng lowered his head. Their eyes met. In an instant, Yan Lansheng plummeted straight down.
Heading for Yutang.
This is familiar. In typical idol dramas, whenever one character falls, they inevitably land a kiss on the other. Yu, mother is so moved. Is your love finally arriving? This is the correct way to unfold a romantic reality show? The live stream comments froze momentarily, followed by an explosion of question marks. At the moment Yan Lansheng descended upon her, Yutang adeptly swung her stick, delivering a resounding crack. Much like a baseball bat, she deftly sent Yan Lansheng flying away. How far? Yan Lansheng even hung in the air for a few seconds before landing 2 meters away. Yutang planted the stick into the ground, resting her hand on her hip, wiping her brow. That was close. I nearly got crushed. I just saved you. Can you refrain from repaying kindness with malice? Yan Lansheng, why are you lying there? Are you kissing the ground? The matchmaker withdrew a red thread. I retract my earlier statement. The divine gold is unworthy of love. Let me step in to show some tenderness.
Yeah.
Could it be possible he has already met his demise? Save him. Yutang waited for a while, but seeing that Yan Lansheng remained unresponsive, she decided to drive the pigs back to their pen first, believing that once he had had enough of his indulgence, he would rise on his own. She had discerned his peculiar proclivities yesterday. While she understood them, she did not respect them. With a stick in hand, Yutang set off to round up the pigs. She identified the most obstinate of the lot, delivering a decisive blow to subdue it. Pig Dachyoung, she commanded, your task today is to usher your comrades into confinement. Standing atop one of the pigs, she placed one hand on her hip while brandishing the stick with the other, directing it towards the love shack.
Run, she urged.
Pig Dachyoung, fueled by humiliation, charged forward with a wild bellow. It sprinted swiftly while Yutang maintained her balance effortlessly, her high ponytail swaying rhythmically. What a remarkable swineherd. Did she apply glue to her feet? How else could she stand so steadfastly? Sister, you seem to be losing your humanity. If you were to consume a packet of rat poison, it would prove you're no more than a rodent. Pig Dachyoung's rallying cry proved effective, within just 5 laps. All the pigs were herded back into the pen, contingent upon Yutang's relentless stick-waving. Meanwhile, other contestants were still engaged in a battle of wits with the pigs in the yard. Qi Wang and his companions crouched to intercept the pigs' paths, while Song Qingqing and Wen Xiaxia wielded sticks to drive them outward. The pigs, however, paid them no heed, engrossed in devouring the vegetables in the garden. The situation reached an impasse. Yutang returned, stick in tow, only to be informed by the production team that the pig-herding task was not yet complete. They would need to wait until the others had driven the remaining pigs back before points could be awarded. With her stomach growling a hollow tune, Yutang exclaimed. Are you all engaged in a silent melodrama with the pigs? Why stand idly by and wait for the sun to set? Qi Wang gritted his teeth. Could you refrain from such rudeness? Must we not adopt a gentler approach to drive the pigs away? Song Qingqing interjected. These pigs are easily startled. We cannot force them, or they will scatter and ruin the vegetable patch. Jiang Heilu, visibly exasperated, replied, It's easy for you to say. Do you think these pigs will simply obey your commands? Yet, Tingtong was right. Remaining idle was not a viable solution, when Xiaxia murmured. You Tingtong, stick planted into the ground, scoffed. Is herding pigs truly so difficult? Watch closely. She, famished and overheated, finally lost her patience and stepped forward to demonstrate the proper method of pig herding.
Get out. Get out, do you hear me?
I've given you grace. If you don't move, I shall bite your behinds one by one. With a furious leap, she charged towards the group of pigs as if she truly intended to nip at their rears. The pigs, startled, squealed and scattered. You Tingtong, invigorated by their panic, surged forward with renewed vigor as if she were moving at 4 times the speed. I shall bite. I shall bite. I'll gnaw at you. The pigs emitted distressed grunts and squeals. Is this a scene from a surreal comedy? You Tingtong, are you experiencing a famine? Peppa. Though, I may not be human. You are undoubtedly a dog. Sister, I kneel and beseech you to cease. The pigs may perish from fright. In the yard, the Peppa scattered in sheer panic. Yet, You Tingtong remained relentless, accelerating her pursuit. Qi Wang and the others, caught in the chaos, were also terrified, running about aimlessly like the pigs. Jiang Heilu hastily clung to a tree trunk, only to feel a pig nip at his backside. Ouch, my rear! He howled in agony. Song Qingqing's skirt was caught by a pig, leaving her pale with fright, prompting Qi Wang to shield her protectively. Everyone, step back. He commanded sternly. Song Qingqing looked up at him, her heart racing unexpectedly. The production team stood agape, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, a staff member shouted, Director Wang. You Tingtong has rounded up all the pigs. The chief director, in a fluster, exclaimed, Aw, You Tingtong, hurry and disperse them. Don't let them bite my rear. Amidst the ensuing chaos, shrieks echoed as if a tornado had swept through. After a strenuous effort, the pigs were finally herded out of the love shack, leaving You Tingtong collapsed from hunger. As she heard someone approaching, she seized the person's trousers. Before she could utter her demand for food, the fabric tore with a rip. Gazing at the torn material in her hands, she looked up to find Yan Lanqing staring at his half-exposed leg. Silence enveloped them. Starved and delirious, You Tingtong mumbled. It was intentional. Yan Lanqing bit his lip, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. Teacher Yu, I told you that cannot be broadcast. You Tingtong retorted. Matter exists in 6 forms: solid, liquid, gas, plasma, Bose-Einstein condensate, and fermionic condensate. Do you know which form you embody?
Which?
A pervert. Alright. The entire yard has been decimated. You Tingtong, you are a natural-born troublemaker. With such a mental state, it is no wonder she seems quite at ease. You Tingtong clearly knows how to herd pigs. This act must stem from her frustration at unrequited affection. Are the faces of you top-tier fans size 38? If so, I would have stuffed them in my shoes. With the pig herding task concluded, both contestants and the production team bore significant psychological scars. Jiang Heilu lay sprawled on the sofa, his gaze vacant as he muttered, My exquisite posterior, never before touched, has been nibbled by pigs.
It seemed he had lost his sanity.
Qi Wang, with an ice pack on his forehead, reclined on the opposite side, looking unwell. Zhou Yunli had fainted entirely. Song Qingqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. In my entire life, I've never been gored by a pig. When Xiaxia, unsure how to console her, suddenly had a bright idea. Well, now that you have been, you will have experience if it happens again. Song Qingqing? The chief director surveyed the room, his lips twitching. Where are You Tingtong and Yan Lanqing? The assistant director replied, Director Wang. You Tingtong is in the dining hall devouring 5 bowls of seafood noodles prepared by the chef. Yan Lanqing is over by the river, soaking his head. The chief director exclaimed, What is going on? He mentioned he feels somewhat suicidal. The chief director clutched his chest, suddenly yearning for a quick-acting heart remedy. He began to doubt whether his heart would withstand the completion of this dating reality show. At noon, the chief director proposed a reorganization of the contestants. He firmly believed that You Tingtong's erratic behavior was a consequence of that old turtle's influence. Had there been a sane individual nearby to provide a few words of guidance, She could have restrained herself. The chief director announced, "This game is called Animal Sounds. Each round, 2 contestants will face off. And the winning pair will compete against other victorious pairs until a final ranking is established, allowing them to choose their preferred partners in order. Note that the winning pair's choice cannot be rejected by the losing pair. But it must be human. Human. Human." The final proclamation was clearly directed towards Yutang and Yanlanqing, lest they conjure yet another non-human object of affection. Following yesterday's live broadcast, friends had called the chief director, questioning the nature of the dating show he was filming, as it seemed exceedingly avant-garde with its themes of human-turtle romance. The chief director felt his reputation was on the line. Yutang was burdened with a heavy heart, unable to fathom why in this day and age there were still those who engaged in biological discrimination. What was wrong with her turtle? Yanlanqing, in a low voice, asked her, "Do you know why 1 fish can work for an hour while 2 fish only require half an hour?"
Why?
"Because teamwork makes the fish swift." Yanlanqing's fox-like eyes glimmered with mischief. Yutang retorted, "Did you just return from the Arctic?" Yanlanqing coughed lightly into his hand. "Shall we collaborate? It would be beneficial to have another mind to devise solutions in case of any issues." "No, I have my own set of cunning methods." Yanlanqing is once again yearning to plunge into the river, particularly frequently today. With the director's command, the game commences. The first pair to battle is Yutang and Zhang Hailu. Zhang Hailu limps over, wielding an inflatable hammer, although his rear end has not been bitten. The humiliation lingers in his memory. He seeks vengeance. He yearns to strike Yutang's face with great force. He wants her to kneel and call him master. Zhang Hailu bellows, "How does an animal sound?"
And
with that, he attempts to bring the hammer down upon Yutang's forehead. Yutang snickers coldly. XPay has just credited 1,000 yuan. Zhang Hailu pauses, confused. "What does that have to do with ants? Just tell me if this thing is an ant or not." Zhang Hailu glances at the director, who merely smiles in silence. Suddenly, Yutang brings the hammer crashing down onto his head, and his vision is instantly filled with stars. She retracts the hammer and grins mischievously. "How does an animal sound?" Zhangmala? Chapter 20. Zero frame, jumping directly into the river. Zhang Hailu's face twists with rage as he asks, "Director, isn't that a mistake?" Yutang smiles slightly. "Can you honestly say that humans are not animals?" The director replies, "Not a mistake." The game continues. Zhang Hailu, fuming, retorts, "Then make her tell me how Zhangmala sounds. Isn't that simple?" Yutang retorts, her voice dropping an octave. "This young master has consumed all sorts of delicacies in his life. Birdship bro. Haha, when Sister Yu opens her mouth, even Malo wants to jump off a building. I don't understand, can this game be played like this?" Of course it can. I played it like this with friends yesterday, and the experience was delightful. Just that the hospital signal is rather poor. Zhang Hailu grips the hammer tightly, determined to retaliate. "How does an animal sound?"
Fox.
He doubts she knows how a fox sounds. He aims to redeem himself. "I'm the champion of this dating show, understand?" Yutang responds at lightning speed. As she speaks, she breathes into her palm, raising the hammer and leaping to bring it down on Zhang Hailu's head.
Bang!
The hammer's head flies off. Zhang Hailu collapses with a thud, unconscious. The other guests witnessing this are struck with terror and hurriedly retreat. This game might actually be lethal.
Now.
This truly feels like a life-or-death situation. Even through the screen, I can feel Mala's headache. The hit must have been severe. Sister Yu, you're truly a master of reduction, stunning with a touch of flair. I adore it. Shi Wang, observing the scene, furrows his brow disapprovingly. Yutang, was that a bit too harsh? Was it really necessary to knock him out? Yutang, brandishing the hammer with an air of arrogance, replies, "If he can't handle it, blame my hammer for being too hard. You lot are just a bunch of sandbags." Shi Wang blinks, puzzled by her words, and when he comprehends, his face turns pale. Sang Qingqing smiles lightly. "Tingtang, Teacher Qi is concerned you might be criticized by netizens. Your temper is a bit too fiery, which can easily offend others. It would be better if you apologize to Zhang later. Is the person next to you dead? Do you throw a tantrum when you see me? Am I your father or your grandfather, that you're so concerned about me?" Both are momentarily speechless. Has her mouth been poisoned to be this sharp-tongued? The first match concludes with Yutang's victory. Next up are Qi Wang and Yanlanqing, with Yutang's wild example preceding them. It is destined that this game will not remain ordinary. Qi Wang, how does an animal sound?
Scorpion.
Yanlanqing suddenly raises her voice. "I am not some delicate queen. I possess both strength and cunning. Yutang, ha ha ha, goose 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 goose. Yan Lanqing clinks her hammer down onto Qi Wang's head, ringing his ears. Qi Wang grits his teeth. Is Yan Lanqing's desire to win excessively strong? Does she need to exert such force? Yan Lanqing shakes the hammer and continues. How does an animal sound? Dragonfly. Qi Wang. Dragonflies cannot speak.
Who says?
Yan Lanqing chuckles. Dragonflies can articulate the first, never acting impulsively. Second, never overlooking any wrongdoing. Third, before she can finish, her hammer unexpectedly strikes down again. Qi Wang staggers before steadying himself, his handsome face turning ashen, wrathfully declaring, how does an animal sound?
Dog.
Unable to win against Yan Lanqing, he intends to annoy her instead. To his surprise, Yan Lanqing responds, are you there? What are you doing? Are you sleeping? Are you eating? I'm sending you takeout. Don't stay up too late and sleep early. I'll buy breakfast for you and your boyfriend tomorrow. Good night. The last word falls, and the hammer of Thor descends upon Qi Wang's head. Qi Wang nearly spits out a mouthful of blood. Teacher Qi, are you alright? Sang Qingqing inquires with concern, then turns to Yan Lanqing. Teacher Yan. It's just a game. The most important thing is to have fun. Are you being too serious? Yan Lanqing pauses, then weakly clutches her chest. Is that so? Have I been too serious? Alright, it's all my fault. I apologize to everyone. I'm sorry to the whole world. I will now take my leave. After saying this, Yan Lanqing drops the hammer and strides towards the nearby river. Then, with a mighty leap, he plunges in. Splash. He sinks beneath the surface. All on the shore nearly faint from shock. Zero frame. Jumping directly into the river? Medic. My beautiful Yan. I'll watch a 30-second ad to revive you. Is Sang Qingqing being a bit too much? Before Qi Wang could say anything, she was already feeling sorry and blaming beautiful Yan. If Qi Wang can't handle it, who can he blame? Does he expect others to accommodate him in a game? Why hadn't I noticed before that Sang Qingqing is so T? Qi and Sang are indeed in a relationship. Originally, only a small number of people suspected Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing were dating. After all, there was no substantial evidence, and teasing was all in good fun. However, with Yan Lanqing's leap, the nuances of their relationship were magnified. Fans of top-tier idols and princesses remained silent. The fans of Yi Wangqing's deep CP also dared not speak. Fans are not foolish. They are more aware than anyone whether the leads are dating. They simply do not wish to accept it. The production team hurriedly rushed to the river to fish him out. Soon, a staff member emerged, loudly declaring, Director Wang. Teacher, Yan says his psyche has suffered a severe blow. He wishes to remain in the river quietly and refuses to come up. The director exclaims, Heavenly Lord. Sang Qingqing's mind is in a whirl, bewildered by how things escalated to this point. How could someone go mad enough to jump into a river over a disagreement? The director continues to urge her. Sang, quickly go apologize to Teacher Yan. We might have a serious incident. Sang Qingqing's beautiful eyes redden. Her feelings of grievance hard to conceal. What did she say wrong? Qi Wang steps in to intervene. Director, this cannot be blamed on Qingqing, can it? But Teacher Yan jumped into the river because she said something she shouldn't have. The director is on the verge of a breakdown. Do you all wish to bear the weight of a life? Qi Wang. Sang Qingqing. Under pressure, Sang Qingqing approaches the riverbank to apologize to the still submerged Yan Lanqing. Teacher Yan, I was wrong earlier. I was concerned that Jiang might pass out again, which could lead to safety issues, affecting your reputation and delaying everyone's filming schedule. I failed to consider your sensitive feelings and I apologize. Please forgive me. She articulates her words well, effortlessly shifting the heavy responsibility off her shoulders. Her tearful expression eliciting sympathy from fans. Yutang scoffs, you might as well jump in too and treat the whole village to high-grade Longjing tea. Sang Qingqing chokes on her words. At that moment, a staff member shouts, Director, Teacher Yan is even angrier after hearing that. He has almost sunk to the bottom of the river. The director exclaims. Now, Sang Qingqing dares not conceal her words anymore, bowing repeatedly towards the river to apologize. Fearing that he might perish inside, she knows her reputation would be utterly ruined. Nevertheless, Yan Lanqing still refuses to surface. Chapter 21. Truly, not a single stone to be found. It's the first time I've seen a living time bomb in my life. Did Yan Lanqing and Yutang come from the same mental hospital? The similarity of this affliction is striking. Could it be that he is deliberately staying submerged to prolong his time in the water? I have an uneasy feeling about Sang Qingqing. Her demeanor seems inconsistent. Our princess has already apologized. What more do you desire? The chief director, nearly bald from worry, suddenly noticed Yu Tingtang beside him, watching the spectacle. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. He recalled that Yu Tingtang had once saved Yan Lanqing from peril while he was on the back of a pig. With this thought, the chief director slid over and clutched Yu Tingtang's ankle. Teacher Yu, you are now the only one who can save Teacher Yan. I implore you, lend us your aid. Yu Tingtang. She attempted to extricate her leg, but to her astonishment, it was in vain. The chief director's grip was surprisingly strong. Director Wang. Yu Tingtang said with a smile, you don't think I've forgotten how you denied me the chance to exchange ingredients this morning, do you? The chief director retorted. You bear grudges quite well. Teacher Yu, it's all a misunderstanding. I'm flexible. Just tell me what you want, and I shall deliver. Yu Tingtang stroked her chin thoughtfully. The strawberry milk you confiscated yesterday. Return it to me. A maximum of 2 bottles. As she began to walk away, the chief director anxiously shouted, I'll return it. All of it. Now satisfied, Yu Tingtang replied, then I shall consider it. The chief director, grumbling internally, nodded and bowed as he escorted her to the riverbank. Upon arrival, Yu Tingtang casually tossed a ball into the water and, standing at the edge, began to recite in a monotone voice, my ball has fallen into the water. I wonder if any benevolent water ghost would be willing to retrieve it for me. Are you cosplaying as the frog prince here? How could Yan Marin be a water ghost? She should at least be a river deity. Hearing this, Yan Lanqing held his breath, waiting for her to retract her statement. Sang Qingqing smirked, Tingtang, this is futile. He won't come up using such tactics. Just as her words left her lips, the water splashed, and a drenched head surfaced. His fox-like eyes fixated on Yu Tingtang as he nudged the ball to the shore. Then awaited praise. Sang Qingqing, Yu Tingtang felt a sense of fulfillment. You finally surfaced. I was just about to inform you that Jiang Malo washed pigeon droppings in this river. Do you grasp my meaning? Yan Lanqing. In less than a second, Yan Lanqing emerged, water cascading off him, accepting a towel from the staff and wrapping it around himself, shivering uncontrollably. He looked as if he wished to perish on the spot. Yu Tingtang stood, tossing the ball and quipping, just kidding. Jiang Malo went to another river. Yan Lanqing's eyes reddened, his voice hoarse. Is that true? Indeed. The chief director approached, rubbing his hands together. Teacher Yan, let's communicate properly from now on. Please refrain from jumping into the river at the slightest provocation. My heart can't endure another incident like this. Yan Lanqing pressed his forehead weakly, confessing, to be candid, our family possesses a hereditary glass heart. Any minor stimulation renders me uncontrollable. I sincerely wish everyone has purchased insurance. Others chimed in, we've heard of ancestral antique jade and gold, but a hereditary glass heart? That's a first. And you have no intention of restraining yourself, do you? Sisters, everyone stand up. It seems our goldfish's love has finally awakened. Goldfish refers to Yu Tingtang? Why call her that? A fish that can turn into a golden god at any moment, hence the nickname. While others bow and apologize to no avail. Sister Yu simply utters a word and reels him in. How can you not ship this? What else would you be shipping sunflower seeds? If you ask me, they should be called tangy bombs. One is the most eccentric, named candy coating, while the other, prone to jumping into rivers, is called bomb. Amidst a series of unexpected incidents, the animal sounds game finally concluded. The winning trio comprised Yu Tingtang, Yan Lanqing, and Wenxia. During her match against Sang Qingqing, Wenxia had a lightbulb moment regarding how Yu Tingtang might sound. Sang Qingqing had no clue how Yu Tingtang might call out. Her mouth was far too chatty. Thus, she lost the match. Ultimately, Wenxia triumphed again in a duel against the isolated Zhou Yunli. The selection process encountered yet another hiccup, as Yu Tingtang unexpectedly chose Zhou Yunli. Wenxia's eyes widened in shock, confusion, and disbelief. How could Tingtang choose Teacher Zhou? Yan Lanqing, standing beside Zhou Yunli, slowly scanned him, and then the ground. It's quite smooth today. Zhou Yunli? Yan Lanqing chuckled lightly, not a single pebble in sight. Zhou Yunli. Teacher Yan, please select your preferred guest, the chief director prompted. Without hesitation, Yan Lanqing pointed to his left, this one. Sang Qingqing, astonished, pointed at herself. Me? At your feet. Sang Qingqing looked down to discover Jiang Hailu unconscious on the ground. The chief director exclaimed, Teacher Yan, this is slightly beyond the scope. Isn't it said that the selection rights belong to the victors, and the defeated cannot refuse? Yan Lanxing replied lazily. Moreover, the selected have voiced no objections. Why the rush? The chief director countered, but Jiang Hailu must be able to object right now. Since you refuse to choose me, I shall select Malu to frustrate myself. Tangy bomb is a bit sweet, sisters. Must it be called tangy bomb? Wound drowning fish, falling swallows sound better? Are you fans overly self-absorbed? When has Yan Lanxing ever shown signs of liking your main character? Even a blind matchmaker has standards. Indeed. Saying Yan Lanxing prefers our Qingqing is far more plausible than him liking you Tingdang. His standards are evidently quite high. When Shea, inspired once more, pointed at Sang Qingqing and declared loudly, then I choose her.
Song King King?
The isolated Chiwang. Is this game aimed at them? Regardless. The team formation was thus confirmed. The chief director announced, now, please proceed to the water field for the second round of romantic date tasks. My young master will harvest rice now. The top 2 will enjoy a candlelit dinner, while others will receive a minimalist white meal. Please hurry. Zhou Yunli turned to Yu Tingtang, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. This task should be quite challenging, but there's no need to worry. I will do my utmost to share the burden. Yu Tingtang replied, Big brother. The way you phrase it makes it sound as if all the responsibility rests on my shoulders.
Just don't hinder me.
Zhou Yunli choked back a laugh. You are the most genuine girl I have ever met. Your words exhibit quite the personality. You probably don't often indulge in coquettishness, do you? I can certainly be assertive. Isn't that impressive? Yu Tingtang gave herself a thumbs up. Chapter 22 Malo, I am disappointed in you. This day was utterly unproductive. Haha, fish fans come and see. This is your main character's love awakening. She seems to be experiencing a love-induced slumber. But what about Shea? Yu Tingtang is well aware of Wen's feelings for Zhou, yet chooses him deliberately. What a repulsive act of stealing a friend's crush. When Shea indeed felt a twinge of disappointment over the team selection and quietly asked Yu Tingtang, Tangning, do you like teacher Zhou? Yu Tingtang. She gazed at the naive girl with difficulty articulating her thoughts. Do you trust me? Absolutely. Zhou Yunli is a man of many emotions. He has had more girlfriends than an elderly person has consumed salt, and none of those relationships ended well. It's best to keep your distance for safety. To say they ended poorly is a euphemism. Every girl who dated Zhou Yunli was treated as a resource, ultimately finding herself in another's bed. In the original narrative, when Shea was captivated by his gentleness and caring nature, only to become one of those withering flowers. Yet now she still flourishes. Really? I remember Zhou saying he has been single since birth and has never dated. Sister, do you believe that, or do you believe I am the Jade Emperor? Yu Tingtang is outright slandering. If you have the evidence, present it. Don't take my brother away without a date. Let us not speak too soon. Perhaps Yu Tingtang truly possesses some knowledge of physiognomy and fortune-telling, otherwise, those 2 villagers would not have shown her such deference. When Sonia opened her mouth slightly, attempting to argue, but having many exes isn't really a significant flaw. Yu Tingtang decided to drop a bombshell. He undermines your career prospects. I will keep my distance from him. When Sonia's face turned ashen. Love may be expendable, but her career must not falter in the slightest. However, Tang, where did you hear all this? Yu Tingtang replied, from his face. After all, she had spent many years delivering takeout. She had encountered all sorts of people. From benevolent to malevolent. To her, a person's face is akin to the most detailed record of their life. Every virtue and vice is laid bare. It would be difficult not to perceive it. When Sonia muttered quietly, but there are no inscriptions on his face, etc. If you team up with him, won't you also be affected? No, Yu Tingtang reassured her. I have a robust fate, specifically designed to counter all who defy me. When Sonia. After a brief respite, all the guests began to make their way towards the rice paddy, and Jiang Hailu finally regained consciousness. He immediately spotted Yan Lanxing squatting nearby, his face radiating a benevolent glow reminiscent of his father's as he gazed at him. He opened his mouth Maloa. Jiang Hailu. The team formation is complete. You and I have formed a father-son duo. Are you not delighted? Yan Lanxing inquired kindly. Jiang Hailu. He tilted his head and fainted once more. Before them lay an endless expanse of rice paddies, where the guests gathered. The chief director announced the rules. These 7 rice paddies, graciously provided by the village elder, will each be assigned to a group of guests. They are to learn the correct method of planting rice from the villagers and complete the task before dusk. The villagers hired by the production team were none other than old Li and his son. Without further ado, they rushed to Yutang's designated plot. Fishy. We will teach you first. Make sure you learn quickly to secure the first place. The chief director from behind remarked, there's no need for both to teach together. Old Li and his son, of course, harbored ulterior motives. Pretending to instruct Yutang, they instead busied themselves with the labor. After planting a dozen seedlings, they would rise only to teach her a single line before resuming their work. This cycle continued until they were discovered by the chief director and sent off to assist the other guests. Once their teaching concluded, the guests enthusiastically began to plant the rice. If not for my love of farming, I would never witness the sight of my own homegrown rice being planted. Poor thing. With such sweltering heat, I bet the sweat clings uncomfortably to your skin, right? If it's unbearable, just take off your clothes. Don't be a stranger to us. This is the comment section, not a wilderness. Planting rice is no easy task. Before long, the guests began to feel the strain in their backs and waists. Utterly exhausted, Zhou Yunli paused for a moment, resting, and said to Yutang, Ting, if you're tired, you can take a break first. I can manage alone. Before he could finish, he fell silent. He noticed that the section of the field Yutang was responsible for was perfectly filled with seedlings, while his own section appeared sparse and desolate. Yutang brushed the mud off her hands as she approached him. Oh, you've only planted this little? There is some impurity in your work. Zhou Yunli, what? It needs refining. Zhou Yunli displayed a wounded expression. Did I do something wrong? I seem to have the impression that you harbor some discontent towards me. You've misunderstood. Yutang shook her head. It turns out I was mistaken. My discontent towards you is not an illusion. Zhou Yunli? Honestly, if the male guest I was paired with were this inept, I would be incensed as well. It seems Zhou Yunli has a lot of pretense. When it comes to actual work, he reveals his flaws. Our brother has a knee injury. That he has managed to persevere until now is already commendable. Why is no one blaming the production team for imposing such tasks? It's simply targeting our brother. Yutang, can you stop? First, you slander my brother, and now you mock him here. It's truly impolite. While Zhou Yunli was still refining his work, Zhang Hailu was on the verge of collapse. His planting technique was improper, prompting Yan Lanqing to quip, you could go act in a movie. Have you heard of up? You'd play the first two words. Zhang Hailu. The seedlings he planted were uneven and haphazard, Yan Lanqing remarked. Do you know what inhaling smoke and exhaling it is called? Waste mist. Zhang Hailu. Yan Lanqing. Malo, I am quite disappointed in you. Zhang Hailu. What have I done to offend this powerhouse of the Yan family? Constantly bombarded with mental attacks.
Malo felt frustrated, perplexed,
and dared not express his anger. The atmosphere here was harmonious, while when Sonia and Sang Qingqing exchanged, not a word throughout. Qi Wang squatted alone at the field's edge, observing the pairs beside him and questioning his existence. For some reason, he felt that the tone of this dating reality show should not be like this. If not for Yutang's madness. Could it be that she didn't want to see him paired with Qingqing, deliberately causing the situation? She indeed still harbored delusions about him. Qi Wang's expression darkened. The outcome of the rice planting task was without suspense. Yutang's group secured the first place. Sang Qingqing had intended to utilize her privilege to alter the results once more to ensure victory for their group. However, with a significant portion of their field still incomplete, it was far too obvious. Moreover, the opportunities to alter results were precious and must be earned through completing tasks. She was reluctant to waste them on trivial matters. If she were to use them, it would be better spent on the main plot, making it more worthwhile. Chapter 23. They are indeed Sang Qingqing's own flesh and blood. The chief director announced, congratulations to Yutang's group and Yan Lanqing's group for winning the candlelight dinner reward. Please return to freshen up. A special vehicle will arrive at 7 to take you to the outdoor restaurant. The other guests need not lose heart, although the Caucasian meal may not be palatable. At least it is difficult to consume. The other guests, do you even want this blessing? Upon returning to the love cabin, Yutang first washed her face. The remnants of the fluorescent mask were nearly gone. With a rub and a rinse, her face was instantly cleansed. Shaking off the water from her face, the bangs on her forehead became damp, causing droplets to cascade down to her slightly rounded peach blossom eyes below. She uncomfortably rubbed her nose, her petal-like lips naturally curling upwards, accentuating the two dimples on her cheeks. Yutang touched the scabbed wound on her forehead, gazing at the mirror with a suddenly solemn expression. Her face truly resembled a piggy bank. Beauty, who are you? Logically, peach blossom eyes shouldn't at least should not, be found on a silly girl's face. It's all that damned green mask that has sealed my wife's beauty. Dear. Listen to me, throw them away. You must stop this madness. Yutang slapped on a mask with a resounding paw. It was the familiar green laser. The comments spiraled into chaos. Then, defying the odds, she got up to search for the same product. They were determined to see just how effective this mask truly was. She would use it until her face glowed. In the Black Swan Villa, Butler Bay entered carrying a package, a towering stack of boxes obscuring his vision. The living room was filled with Yuchijo's delivery parcels, rendering it nearly impossible to find a place to step. Young master, why have you suddenly taken to online shopping?
Butler Bay inquired, puzzled.
Recovery, one must keep oneself occupied. Yuchijo tore open a package with his bare hands, revealing a new set of pajamas. A blue striped ensemble with Yaoguang City Psychiatric Hospital exclusive written on the back. He opened another, this time a box of nutritional yarn drinks. Yet another contained almost entirely items that matched Yutang's from the dating show. Yuchijo began to grumble. That OP strawberry milk and the silly pig model are sold out. I couldn't snag a single one.
Unklar bei.
Could you contact the headquarters of these two companies tomorrow to see if we can leverage some connections to procure a few? Butler Bay disapproved. Young master. How can you refer to Miss S. Pig model as silly pig? You should respectfully call them muscle model. Yuchijo, you've definitely got some issues. At that moment, in the live streaming room of the television show Love for Farming, Yutang was applying a facial mask as she descended the stairs to use the restroom. She brushed past Sang Ching Ching at the bottom of the stairs. The comments on the screen were overwhelmed with the real princess has arrived. Imposters, be gone. Yuchijo frowned in confusion. What was going on? The butler, Bay, interjected. Young master, you might not be aware, but the madam has expelled the eldest daughter from the household register. On what grounds? It seemed the expulsion was due to the eldest daughter referring to Miss Sang as an adopted child during the live stream. Yuchijo was filled with questions. Had she said something incorrect? Wasn't Sang Ching Ching merely an adopted child? Were they truly supporting an adopted daughter to the extent of ousting their biological daughter from the family tree? This was akin to when I was kidnapped as a child. They cared nothing for me while picking up Sang Ching Ching from school. Perhaps they truly consider her their own flesh and blood, given their devotion to her. The butler cleared his throat, feigning ignorance. Yuchijo, unable to contain his indignation, did not harbor affection for Yutang, yet she was still his biological sister. He could disdain her, but what right did these people have? He logged into an account he hadn't touched in ages and drafted a post. At 7 o'clock, the vehicle arranged by the production team arrived punctually. Zhou Yunli had dressed with care, opting for an eclectic yet tasteful ensemble. Clutching a bouquet of rapeseed flowers wrapped in paper. There were no flower shops in the village, only fields of rapeseed. By contrast, Yan Lansheng and Jiang Hai Lu had taken a much simpler approach. Yan Lansheng emerged in his pajamas, while Jiang Hai Lu sported an expression akin to one mourning a death. Clearly, they would not have ventured out if not for this meal. I'm here, declared Yutang as she exited the courtyard. Zhou Yunli turned, flower in hand, and managed a gentle smile, which froze upon seeing Yutang's appearance. How could you possibly be dressed like that? Yutang ignored him, plopped down onto the ox cart, and commanded, let us go. Zhou Yunli hesitated but followed, forgetting to present the flowers. Jiang Hai Lu pointed at Yutang, bursting into laughter. What on earth is she wearing? Doesn't she own anything normal? Who would dare step outside in such attire?
Ha ha ha.
Yan Lansheng interjected kindly, if you cannot grasp how to respect a young lady's freedom of dress. I possess some knowledge of rap education myself. Care to test me? Jiang Hai Lu retorted, if he weren't the head of the Yan family, I would have kicked him by now. I have always sided with the girls and seldom with the boys, yet Yujia, you're making me a bit uneasy. She could wear a mental health outfit and it would be fine. Even wear clothes would suffice. But what is she trying to do? Stab someone with that durian? Haha, I'm truly amazed. Where on earth did she buy such bizarre clothes? Have you noticed? Yen Meirin seldom maintains a sarcastic tone with anyone unless that person has insulted you, Jia?
Just ponder that.
Here we go again. Are you insinuating that you're not getting the sweet treats because of Yutang, this pretentious sister? Even dogs would find it unlucky to be associated with her. Indeed, Yutang's durian dress was quite prickly. It resembled a giant durian enveloping her, with the limited space at the back of the ox cart. When they sat side by side, any slight movement from Zhou Yunli resulted in him being pricked by the spikes on her dress. He awkwardly shifted away, saying, your outfit is rather unique. Yutang replied, $10 for the set, no link available. Zhou Yunli's eyes flickered with disdain as he subtly moved further away. Upon arrival at the outdoor restaurant, the night sky adorned with the moon shone over the melon fields, where 2 sets of tables and chairs awaited, white candles flickering brightly. The silence among the guests was deafening. Jiang Hai Lu incredulously pointed at the setup. This is called an outdoor restaurant. The chief director affirmed, indeed. This vast expanse of melon fields belongs to you tonight. And this picturesque moonlight is a privilege only you can enjoy. Is it not romantic? Yutang remained impassive, muttering romantic my foot. The chief director continued, personal attacks on the director are strictly prohibited. Surely, no candlelit dinner is complete without music and dance. I ask both groups of guests to draw lots to choose between dancing or playing music as a prelude to warm up for romance. All 4 of them groaned. What a bother. Yan Lanxing scoffed, no work, no food. Yutang chuckled, and once you do work, you'll only face hardship. The chief director quipped. You 2 are the only ones with mouths to speak. Chapter 24, Laser, Illuminate My Beauty. While the 2 were grumbling, Zhou Yunli and Jiang Hai Lu had already begun competing to draw lots. Neither wished to dance. The outcome revealed Jiang Hai Lu striking a pose in the air,
exclaiming, ah.
I have never lost in luck. Zhou Yunli asked, can you waltz? Yan Lanxing looked towards Yutang, with her face raised. Yutang confidently declared, piece of cake, I'm an expert at dancing. Yan Lanxing appeared contemplative. Once the music commenced, the waltz began. Yan Lanxing passionately played the arrow, while Jiang Hai Lu was forced to blow the suona, dramatically intending to send Yutang and Zhou Yunli to the afterlife. To the rhythm, Yutang began to dance.
Zhou Yunli,
in an effort to match her, found himself caught in her movements, resulting in exclamations of awe,
ouch, oi, oi,
as he narrowly avoided being pricked by the spikes on her dress. In my lifetime, I never expected to hear a version of the waltz played on the eru and suona, nor witness a waltz infused with folk dance. The dance here is a disgrace, while the music there is a cacophony. After this dance, Zhou Laoshe returned to drink a bottle of water, and guess what? He turned into a sprinkler. Once the dance concluded, the production team retreated, leaving only the cameraman at a distance with a sniper lens. After seating themselves, Zhou Yunli forced a smile as he handed the rapeseed bouquet to Yutang. This bouquet complements your attire beautifully. Yutang glanced at it, unimpressed. Is this enough to stir a dish? Zhou Yunli's expression nearly faltered, unprepared for her response. Oh, you like it that much? Next time I'll pick more. Before he could finish, a hair darted past his leg. Zhou Yunli jumped up, only to sit back down once the hair had passed. Another hair raced by,
prompting him to stand again.
He began performing squats in his seat, somewhat exasperated. Why are there so many hairs? Yutang, enjoying her countryside candlelit dinner, casually remarked, of course, it's because I can smell the melons on you. You certainly have a knack for humor. Zhou Yunli was about to shift the topic when suddenly an elderly man's voice rang out, filled with fury. At last, I've found you, you little scoundrels. Sneaking into my field to steal rapeseed flowers during the day, without a word. And you call yourselves city folk. How shameless. Those rapeseed flowers belong to me. The old man charged at Zhou Yunli, wielding a hoe. Zhou Yunli, startled, bolted away.
Yutang gleefully taunted Sir Laoshi.
This is where you went wrong. How could you steal someone else's flowers? She handed the bouquet back to the old man. Sir, don't let him off easily. If he dares to pick your flowers today, tomorrow he might even set fire to your fields. Hurry and chase him down. I'll be here cheering you on. At 80 years old, you're in your prime. The old man took the bouquet, grumbling as he pursued Zhou Yunli. Meanwhile, Jiang Hai Lu panicked. I only picked a few, and I already left the money on the ground. The old man paid no heed, angrily pursuing them. Under the moonlight, the 2 were chased across the melon fields by the old man, resembling hares more than hares themselves. Ha ha, while others are hunting hares under the moonlight, you 2 are being chased by an old man. Ha ha ha. Why steal from someone else? You had to steal the fruits of a farmer's labor. You deserve to be punished. Listen to me, your main task now is to find the cabbage and vermicelli. Ultimately, the candlelit dinner left only Yutang and Yan Lanxing satiated. Zhou Yunli and Jiang Hai Lu were left with a deficit of several thousand calories. Yutang picked a melon from the vine and asked Yan Lanxing, who had come over to share a seat, want some? I just picked it. You can tell by the sound that it's thin-skinned and juicy. Yan Lanxing blinked. Did you pay for it? No one noticed. It's a zero-cost purchase. And if someone finds out, then let's take a shovel to them, Yutang said nonchalantly. Yan Lanxing harbored reasonable doubts, suspecting she might be attempting to drag him down with her. Sharing the spoils with an accomplice was less burdensome than facing the consequences alone. Resolutely, he extended his hand. Let me cut it. No need, Yutang replied, swiftly slicing the melon in two, effortlessly prying apart the smaller half to offer it to him. Having divided the melon, they prepared to return to the small cottage, where not far off, Zhang Hailu and Zhou Yunli were still racing under the moonlight. The path grew darker as they ventured deeper into the village. Yan Lanxing walked tensely behind Yutang, absently touching the melon in his arms. Seeking conversation. Do you know what materials Nua used to mend the sky? Without turning her head, Yutang replied, what? A forcibly twisted melon.
Yutang.
Glancing at an elderly man on the subway checking his phone, quipped, don't tell me it was because of the forcibly twisted melon that she mended the sky. Exactly. Yan Lanxing affirmed. Let me tell you another joke. One day, a little tomato asked a big tomato, Mom, are we fruits or vegetables? Can you guess what the big tomato said? What did it say? The big tomato exclaimed, goodness, a tomato can talk. Yutang was momentarily taken aback by the chill of the joke. Taking a while to register the low tremor of Yan Lanxing's voice behind her, I'm a bit afraid of the dark. Could I lean a little closer to you? If you were afraid of the dark, you should have said so earlier, Yutang replied. Yan Lanxing's fox-like eyes brightened as he took a couple of steps towards her. Suddenly, Yutang turned her face towards him. Do I look bright to you? Are you still afraid of the dark? Yan Lanxing was taken by surprise at her face, illuminated with a radiant green mask, resembling a floating laser mask in the night. Instantly brightening his view. Bright, he exclaimed. I've never seen anything so luminous in my life.
Yutang, satisfied, remarked.
I knew the production team wouldn't provide us with flashlights, and candles are immovable. Thankfully, my face mask serves a dual purpose, beauty and illumination. $10, truly a bargain. She felt a surge of delight. Yan Lanxing gazed at her glowing face, realizing she had applied the mask specifically to help him see. She had even considered the production team's peculiar antics. She was truly kind. Feeling his ears warm slightly, Yan Lanxing turned his head away awkwardly. Thank you for your concern.
Concern?
For what? Thanks for what?
Yutang replied.
Oh no, I'm quite taken with this face mask. When faced with a handsome guy and afraid of the dark, a normal person would say, shall I hold your hand? Don't be afraid, I'm here. Goldfish. Illumination relies not on bulbs, but on my own radiance. Laser. Illuminating my beauty. Haha, Tangy's heart is about to burst. Sister. You might want to wear that mask a bit longer. Don't really fall for him. In the love shack, Yutang and Yan Lanxing returned, still without a sight of Zhang Hailu and Zhou Yunli. When Xia, munching on the watermelon Yutang had brought back, expressed her concern. Why haven't teacher Zhou and young master Zhang returned? Could something have happened? Just as she spoke, the two, who had just endured a moonlit chase, returned, their faces pale and clothes smeared with shoe prints, looking rather peculiar. Zhou Yunli, usually cheerful, appeared dark and somewhat neurotic, while Zhang Hailu was even stranger. Entering with a flamboyant dance, hands raised high, twisting his rigid waist, and spinning in circles. Ha! Ha! Who brought me to your side? Zhang Hailu sang and danced, occasionally striking poses that revealed an unexpected charm. A mutated gorilla seaweed hybrid? Malu, are you being held captive? If so, blink once. Indeed, the times have progressed. We can now witness a wealthy young master performing a dance in the sand. Help! Did someone pour chilly water into my eyeballs? The room fell silent as everyone stared in disbelief. When Xia could hardly believe her eyes, young Master Zhang, are you feeling unwell? Zhang Hailu rolled his eyes dramatically. Pouting, silence. Do not call me the coarse name young Master Zhang. Call me beautiful sheep. Suddenly, Zhou Yunli flipped the table. I told you I'm busy with work and can't accompany you. Can you stop throwing a tantrum and making it difficult for me? He softened his tone. I was too loud just now, darling. By the way, how about I take you to a dinner gathering tonight? What? You slept with him? You make me sick. Introducing you to my friends was not meant for you to give me a green hat. Zhou Yunli slapped himself a few times. If he forces you, can't you just refuse? You're just making excuses. I want to listen. We're breaking up. He slapped himself harder and harder. Brother, please stop slapping yourself. It scares me. What on earth is he rambling about? Is this a script? Zhou Yunli acting out alone might be scripted. But everyone knows Jiang Heile's temperament. How could he possibly cooperate? So, what Yu Ting said this morning was true. Zhou Yunli has indeed been in a relationship? Yu Ting propped her chin on her hand, whistling. Oh dear, a werewolf self-destructing. When Xiaxia, frightened, retreated behind her. Tang. Are they having a mental breakdown? No, Yu Ting reassured her. They are merely possessed by spirits.
Is that so?
You scared me. I thought they were. When Xiaxia paled instantly, Qi Wang frowned. Yu Ting, don't speak recklessly. How do you know? They might just be under too much pressure lately. Venting their emotions. Yu Ting retorted, spreading falsehoods deserves death. Yan Lansheng responded automatically, as you command, Your Majesty. At that moment, the cameraman following Zhou Yunli and Jiang Hailu turned pale. I just remembered, they didn't pay attention on their way back. They ran past the graveyard. After that, they started acting strangely, one dancing prettily and the other rambling incessantly. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Is there such an unscientific explanation? Jiang Hailu grasped his neck tightly, shouting, I and beautiful sheep. Who has taken my happy sheep? Where is happy sheep? Zhou Yunli slapped himself again. Chi, if you want me to forgive you. It's not impossible. Since you've slept with someone else, you're worthless. If you sleep with Mr. Zheng once, I'll forgive you. Jiang Hailu laughed. Ha ha. I'm coming, happy sheep. Zhou Yunli retorted. Su, you've slept with Mr. Fang. What difference does it make if you sleep a few more times?
Sin.
You're unwilling? On what grounds? Don't you feel pain? My heart is aflame every day. Jiang Hailu exclaimed. Fei Yang, you're so rude. Can't you learn to be more cultured like happy sheep? What the heck is going on with my phone lately? It's like it's possessed. What am I supposed to do with this? Is this a children's channel or a multi-relationship channel? They've all gone mad. If this ISNT possession, I can't explain it. Zhou Yunli is just listing names? Changing girlfriends with every sentence. I don't change clothes that frequently. The production team was alerted, bringing in doctors from the clinic. After examining the pair, they found nothing physically wrong. Yet one was searching for happy sheep, while the other rambled about Chi, Su, Xian, and Shi, love and pain. It was clear they were quite unwell. Yu Ting, happily munching on the melon, was approached by Yan Lansheng, who leaned in with a curious expression. Will they die like this? Yes, Yu Ting replied, spitting out a seed with a cheerful smile. They'll be done for. In a flustered panic, the production team sought the village chief's assistance, only for him to exclaim upon seeing Yu Ting. With a master like her here, why do you need me? The village chief was Yu Ting's relative, the one who had spoken to her grandfather on the phone that day. If it weren't for fearing to interrupt Yu Ting, he would come over every day just to bask in her presence. The production team was puzzled. When did Yu Ting become a master? We hadn't heard anything about it. Qi Wang raised an eyebrow. Oh, so Yu Ting is a master? This is indeed quite peculiar. How come I was unaware of this fact? Before Yu Ting could utter a word, the village chief became instantly displeased. You lad, maybe narrow-minded, but how dare you speak to a master in such a manner? A man of your limited perspective will only deter the young women of our village from seeking your company. Does this person not realize the magnitude of his fan base? How dare he speak so brazenly? Qi Dinglu thought to himself. I am the most beautiful flower of Yang village, am I not? Jiang Hailu briefly regained his senses, looking around in terror, questioning his very existence. In less than 2 seconds, the enchanting Mei Yang was about to make an appearance again. Jiang Hailu, his face flushed, suddenly spotted a radiant figure in the crowd and crawled towards them as if he had found a savior. He clutched the person's leg tightly.
Yang.
Save me. The other person remained as steady as a mountain, looking down with a casual, Maluo, ah. It is your destiny. You should just accept it. Upon hearing Yu Ting's voice, Jiang Hailu nearly spat blood, cold sweat accumulating on his forehead, as he observed the familiar gesture of a delicate hand forming a graceful pose. A flash of inspiration struck him. Your Majesty, save this humble servant's life. But let us not forget, it is fate that binds us, Yu Ting mused, stroking her chin. Jiang Hailu's eyes brimmed with tears. What sort of fate? Your Majesty? 25,000 yuan. I shall pay. Yu Ting immediately rose, declaring, You are all my subjects. How could I be the sort to stand idly by in the face of danger? Rest assured, She exhaled into her palm and then delivered a sharp slap across Jiang Hailu's face. Smack. The sound resonated sharply. Jiang Hailu let out a pained cry, his body convulsing before he collapsed to the ground, his delicate hand releasing its grip. Yutang shook her hand and calmly remarked, "All is well now."
May Yang has departed.
Chapter 26. Ma Luo and the defense are not priced equally. The chief director's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean to tell me that no talismans, no special papers, no water splashed on his face, and no bloodshed is necessary? Is her palm perhaps enchanted? Yutang placed her hands behind her back, exuding an air of profundity. Have you just emerged from the earth this year? What age do you live in? The era of technological prowess. How can you still believe in such superstitions? There are always those who harbor misconceptions, thinking that one must wield peachwood swords and yellow paper talismans to ward off evil. It's laughable. We no longer rely on peachwood swords, as they are rather impractical to carry. After descending the mountain, Yutang had been using a kitchen knife. Even talismans are now electronic, smokeless, and pollution-free, remarkably eco-friendly. I'm starting to question my existence. Some people profess to believe in science, yet a single slap from Yutang banished Jiang Hailu's spirit. Truly, you and I were never fated to meet. It was all contingent upon 25,000 yuan. If Jiang Shao had but a dime to his name, tonight would have been his undoing. Sister Yu, don't slap that Ma Luo. Come slap my backside instead. The chief director.
No.
You just slapped Jiang Hailu back to normal. So, who is the real superstitious one here? The crew members were unfazed. They only knew that Yutang's slap was effective. Thus, dragging Zhou Yunli by the head, they shouted, "Teacher Yu, over here. Quickly, give him a slap." Yutang remained composed. "I will require additional payment. How much do you wish to offer?" 35,000 yuan, plus 10 cartons of strawberry milk. How is that 1,000 yuan more expensive than Jiang Shao? Yutang replied, "He charges for Ma Luo, while Zhou Yunli charges for the defense. Naturally, the prices differ." The crew members. The chief director's mouth twitched. While others face legal consequences for a slap, she earns thousands from a single blow. Truly, her income is remarkably easy to acquire. Soon, the chief director wrote an IOU to Yutang and instructed the return of all the previously confiscated strawberry milk. Zhou Yunli was still struggling desperately. "Qing, Director Du is quite fond of you. Please do not be ungrateful." Yutang delivered another slap, and he rolled his eyes back, fainting on the spot. Yan Lansheng promptly presented a wet tissue, "Your Majesty, to wipe your hands." Yutang accepted it. "Little Swallow, you have captured my favor." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Before long, Jiang Hailu and Zhou Yunli regained consciousness, bewildered as they sat on the ground, embodying the essence of utter devastation. They distinctly recalled their recent actions. "Meiyang, come and catch me." And Chi, Su, Qing, go accompany Mr. X to sleep. One felt as though he had faced social death, while the other wished for nothing more than to perish. Rolling their eyes, they felt their blood rush again, collapsing once more. The chief director emitted a sharp yelp. "What has happened now? Teacher Yu, please give them a few more slaps." Yutang replied, "Her slaps also come at a cost, you know. They merely fainted. Throwing 2 buckets of water on them will awaken them. And what of the spirits upon them? Those are spiritual entities." Yutang calmly replied, "At your age, still speaking of spirits, can't you mature a little?" Having been educated repeatedly throughout the night, the chief director, when Sha Xia quietly asked, Tang, why did those 2 spirits attach themselves to teacher Zhou and Jiang Shao? Yutang explained, "It is merely their misfortune. One spirit was engrossed in Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf and was excitedly trampled several times. The other, having been heartbroken after his parents disapproved of his romance, could not bear to see scoundrels. In normal circumstances, they would not attach themselves to people unless provoked. Even if they did attach, they pose no threat to life, merely social demise. After all, times have progressed. Spirits that demand lives have long been optimized out of society." When Sha Xia gazed at her with admiration, Tang, you know so much. Yutang felt a hint of pride, "Of course. My senior brother used to praise me for having a head full of peculiar theories, though I hardly did anything." When Sha Xia, "Wait, that doesn't sound like a compliment?" "Haha, this script is quite convincing, I almost believed it. I still don't believe that such things exist. If they did, capitalists would have captured them long ago, making them work tirelessly 365 days a year without pay. Generally, things not in circulation are either too scarce or ineffective. Exactly. If you have the capability to realize a household of spirits, prove it, otherwise, I shan't believe it. I can't tell if you're playing with abstraction or genuinely abstract. In the live stream, viewers were joyously speculating that this was all scripted. The trending search terms exploded with phrases like "Mom, save me,"
There are spirits.
and "Where to buy effective peace talismans." Curiosity about the unknown is profoundly human. The more one fears, the more they wish to see. The less capable, the more they love to play. This wave of intrigue brought a surge of traffic to the agricultural live stream, pushing the viewership beyond 50 million. In the live stream, Yutang had lost interest in spiritual entities. There were far too many intriguing things within the temple. Spirits were merely the most mundane of them all. Delivering takeout would be far more invigorating. When Xia, perhaps rattled by the events of the night, clung to her.
Tang tang, for daiten.
Her face was drawn, as if she felt Mei Yang as spirit still swirling around her. Yutang opened a bottle of strawberry milk. Fear not. It has long since returned home to watch Pleasant Goat. Will I be haunted as well? Not likely. If you were, could you please slap me lightly when the time comes? I will try my best. Yutang, exhausted by her inquiries, instructed her to take out her phone and open the Notes app, where she drew a haphazard pattern. Though crooked, it vaguely resembled a chubby fish. When Xia exclaimed in delight, "Is this a peace talisman? Can it ward off evil?" "It cannot ward off evil."
What?
Yutang smiled, "But it can make you keep quiet." When Xia, QAQ, silently puts down her phone to take a screenshot. Hara, poor Xia, almost fell for Yutang's ghostly nonsense. What is happening? The fans of Zhou Yunli are currently investigating every girl named Chi, Su, and so forth, along with bosses named Zheng, Du, and Fong. Report. The investigation has revealed that Su clandestinely met Zhou Yunli at a hotel during Christmas 2 years ago, a piece of information that was subsequently suppressed by the company. Wasn't Zhou Yunli just spouting nonsense? I can't believe there's actually something amiss. Zhou Yunli had recently secured the Best New Actor award, marking a peak in his career, garnering a significant fanbase. This led to a thorough excavation of his past, yielding substantial results. Regardless of the chaos outside, the love nest remained tranquil. Qi Wang observed the entire spectacle and lowered his voice to inquire, "Qing, do you know what Yutang was studying at the temple before? When did she acquire such capabilities?" Qing pondered for a moment, recalling how her parents often mentioned that she merely farmed at the temple, playing in the mud daily. There was no mention of her ever learning any Muden art. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Qi Wang nodded in acknowledgement. Qing's gaze turned towards Yutang, her expression somewhat complex. She had considered utilizing her modification privileges to assist Zhang Hailu and Zhou Yunli, aiming to garner their favor. However, after much contemplation, she deemed it unwise. It was far more prudent to reserve her modification privileges for crucial moments. For instance, in Chapter 27, did you bury explosives beneath the floor? Many years ago, Qing had just arrived at the Yu household. The narrative had progressed to the point where Yu Zhaoqing and Yu Buqiu missed Yutang, fearing she might be bored during her recovery. They decided to take extended leave from school to spend more time with her at the temple. That was the first occasion Qing employed her 2-character modification privilege, exhausting all her admiration points and luck tokens. She altered mist to forgotten. Coincidentally, they did take leave but encountered a car accident on their way home, resulting in a 2-week hospital stay. Thereafter, they indeed forgot about Yutang. Yutang turned her head and noticed that green bubbles were once again emerging atop Qing's head. Qing system. When can I modify 2 characters at once? Novel correction system. The host currently lacks sufficient admiration points and luck tokens to unlock this privilege. Please be patient. Qing. Alright, let me access the daily task interface and seek some inspiration.
Yutang blinked, bewildered.
Did Qing once modify 2 characters in a single narrative? That seemed a bit excessive. No wonder it resembled a cliché Mary Sue novel. The protagonist wielding such a system would be virtually invincible. For instance, altering "I earned 1,000 today" to "I earned 1,000,000,000 today" would lead to instant wealth. Yet, if she could do that, she surely would have by now, indicating that this system must possess certain limitations. Individuals like Yutang who delve into the metaphysical
don't fear the scientific.
They confront challenges head-on, or resort to something mystical to intimidate others. How amusing. The following morning, the alarm rang punctually, albeit with a different tune. The new melody narrated a wedding between two families from Rome, where a man suddenly burst into the chapel, shouting at the bride, "I will not allow you to marry another man while carrying my child." The groom was taken aback, while the bride, with tear-filled eyes, implored him, "There's no possibility for us. Please let go. You are my brother." The groom's face turned pale as the bride's family stood up to reveal, "We have been concealing a truth from you. In fact, you were adopted." The alarm's narrative had not concluded. The balcony of the small house was crowded with heads. Aside from Yutang, the other guests stood there, brushing their teeth while eagerly listening to the gossip, more engaged than during mealtime. What happened next? Keep playing. Honestly, if the school played such gossip every day, I could wake up at 6 every morning just to hear it. The essence of humanity is to gossip, which means, in essence, we are all just spectators. Until breakfast, when Xia continued to discuss the bride marrying the groom while carrying a child, whose father was her brother, and that she and her brother were not biologically related. The director, looking for clarity, turned to Yutang. "You proposed this idea. The story is only half told." Yutang yawned. "The rest will be revealed tomorrow, lest you all oversleep and delay my breakfast." When Xia, QAQ. The families of Luo and Ma in Lushui village were set to hold a wedding the next day. How fortuitous. The Ma family, after hearing this, continued to negotiate wedding arrangements, oblivious to the uneasy expressions on both the bride's and family's faces. In the love nest, Jiang Hailu and Zhou Yunli remained reluctant to exit their room. It was only when the director announced the morning's tasks that they were compelled to make an appearance. Yutang brushed her scallop headband, preparing to step outside when suddenly, someone assisted her arm. She looked up to see Jiang Hailu bowing before her. "Your Majesty. Please this way, watch your step." Yutang swiftly withdrew her arm. "Alert, did you bury explosives beneath the floor?" "Your Majesty, I did not." "Then what's the fuss about?" Jiang Hailu felt quite embarrassed, but recalled the terror of last night's encounter with Mei Yangyang. Such embarrassment was trivial in comparison. If that Mei Yangyang returned, who besides Yutang could save him? Thus he endured. Jiang Hailu, insincerely, stated, "To express my gratitude for your rescue last night. I vow to follow your lead during this filming period. Wherever you go, I shall not stray." His intended gratitude had morphed into a declaration akin to a gang oath. "I merely woke up a bit late, and now someone seeks to usurp my position." A languid voice drifted from the second-floor railing. Yan Lansheng leaned against it, her fox-like eyes twinkling with amusement. "Your Majesty, I was personally carried into the palace by Su Peisheng. You wouldn't have forgotten, would you? It said that coveted positions are the best." Jiang Hailu felt a surge of insecurity. "Your Majesty, a servant is far more useful than anyone else. How would you know I am inferior?"
Gian Lan Sheng Zito, yêu vei ten dung.
"Your Majesty," Jiang Hailu exclaimed, "I possess wealth to honor you. I also have strength. I can handle all the menial tasks." "You've eaten dung," she repeated. "Damn it," Jiang Hailu thought, "this person from the Yen family is truly vicious." He wasn't even being pursued by Mei Yangyang. Yutang's capacity for acceptance was remarkably strong. She promptly declared, "Are you all aware of the palace rules?" Jiang Hailu queried, "What rules?" "From now on, when outside, do not disclose my identity. You are to refer to me as Yutang, the composed and eloquent Udasha." With that, she strode out. Jiang Hailu. Yan Lansheng. Snickers, am I the only one losing my mind, laughing like I've never seen a person before? Considering Jiang's previous critique of Sister Yu, it's a wonder he has not been executed for his audacity, yet he still wishes for a title? That's a bit harsh. Jiang's merely a bit crude, lacking wisdom. He could manage as a rough servant at least. Why does Zhou Yunli seem so distracted? He appears rather guilty. In the courtyard, the director finally remembered this was a dating reality show and ceased to send the guests off to farm or tend to pigs, instead keeping activities confined to the small house. The upcoming romantic interaction would be a try-not-to-laugh challenge. 2 guests would be randomly selected to compete. Whoever laughed first would lose. The winner would get to choose the next daily task. Now, let the drawing commence. Guests who draw balls of the same color will compete. As the game rules were announced, the guests finished drawing their lots. Yutang drew a yellow ball, and while inspecting it, another yellow ball bumped into hers. "Teacher Yu, have mercy," Yan Lansheng chuckled, holding up his ball. Yutang tossed her ball playfully. "All right, you can vex me all you wish."
Gian Lan Sheng.
The first pair to compete was Wen Xia and Jiang Hailu. Wen Xia prepared thoroughly. However, Jiang Hailu, with a sudden burst of audacity, declared, "Where are you, Meongyang?" When Sha Xia burst into laughter, haha, instantly defeated. Last night, Jiang Hailu's antics while dancing to Sha Liwa and calling himself Meongyang had been edited into a viral video, accumulating millions of views online, amusing countless people. Due to this, the number of individuals criticizing him in the live broadcast today has significantly diminished. The outcome is already determined, and the next round features Yutang and Yan Lansheng. Both display stoic expressions, revealing an unwavering determination to win at all costs. Chapter 28. One master of unique skills, one mistress of technique. Yutang takes the initiative to launch an attack, gripping the hem of her coat as she bends forward and presents Yan Lansheng with a flamboyant banana salute. Yan Lansheng nearly falters but quickly regains composure to retaliate. He performs a handstand at the edge of a bucket, bobbing his head in and out of the water with the flair of a crispy tripe being cooked in a hot pot. Yutang, who would have thought this fellow had such hidden depths? While splashing in the bucket, Yan Lansheng casually remarks, "Teacher Yu. Susher was quite fond of beef and even penned an essay in its honor. Do you know which one it is?"
Yutang, maintaining her imbecile demeanor, inquires.
"Which one?"
Yan Lansheng, eating bet.
Yutang retorts coolly, "And do you know what the regulations are?"
What?
"The backside of a turtle." Yan Lansheng's lips twitch slightly. "Can you guess why the physique of an eye person is better? Because eye people have strong immunity." Yutang shifts her strategy, abandoning the banana salute, and dons a plastic bag over her head, turning her back. Yan Lansheng rises, sweeping his damp black hair back with both hands, raising an eyebrow as he awaits her next move. In the next moment, Yutang spins around. What faces Yan Lansheng is not merely her visage, but a distorted rendition of Edvard Munch's iconic Painting the Scream beneath the plastic bag. Yan Lansheng bites his lower lip, conjuring every sorrowful thought he has ever experienced to suppress a laugh at the sight of her screaming face. He manages to hold it in, while the observers, including guests and the production team, are shaking with suppressed laughter, their faces twitching. Ha ha, someone call the museum. The scream has escaped to join a dating show.
I'm dying.
How desperately does she want to win, sacrificing all semblance of dignity? Yan Beauty can restrain himself from laughing at this. Has he ever been through withdrawal? Of course. Yan Lansheng would not concede defeat so easily. Facing Yutang's screaming face, he suddenly raises both hands, sweeping his arms beneath his chin, and begins to sway his body, performing a version of the Maluo dance, with a series of movements that he has mastered flawlessly, even surpassing his teacher. When Sha Xia cannot bear to watch and squats down in fits of laughter. Meanwhile, Jiang Hailu, who is enjoying the spectacle, is unexpectedly kicked and exclaims, "What? Why does his dance seem so familiar?" As the battle intensifies, Yutang and Yan Lansheng exchange blows, each steadfastly defending their ground despite any sudden mishaps. Yan Lansheng decides to unleash a special move. "It seems conventional tactics are ineffective against Teacher Yu, so I shall showcase a unique skill." Yutang shows no signs of fear. Whether he intends to dunk his head in the bucket or dance like Maluo, she is determined not to lose. Little did she know. Yan Lansheng stretches his head into the adjacent wooden fence, exclaiming with flair, "Teacher Yu, watch closely. I can emerge within 3 seconds, without any obstruction." With that declaration, he begins to pull his head back. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Yan Lansheng grips the railing on either side, squatting there as if frozen, exuding an eerie silence. "Surely you aren't stuck?" Yutang observes for a moment, nearly breaking her composure. Yan Lansheng's thin lips move. "Help me." Ha 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 ha. Yutang manages to hold it together, but the others cannot contain themselves, bursting into uproarious laughter. Yutang steps forward, squatting before the railing. "Teacher Yan, your unique skill is lacking in substance. Besides, if your head is stuck, you can't just use brute force to pull it out. You must employ technique." With a swift motion, she smoothly slips her head through the railing. "Now watch closely and learn from me." Yan Lansheng gazes at her with eager anticipation.
All right.
Yutang begins to twist her head. Nothing happens. She twists again. 2 minutes pass, and a faint blush becomes evident on her green laser-like face. "Teacher Yu? Don't speak. You're disrupting my performance." The spectators erupt with laughter. "Ha ha, you two are insane. When Yan Beauty's head got stuck, I held back. But now that it's you sister's turn, I can't contain myself. Help." A master of unique skills and a mistress of technique, both stuck in the railing. What a sight. "Why are you taking screenshots?" Just laugh. In the entire entertainment industry, which couple has ever shared the experience of both having their heads stuck in a railing? This is a ship worth sailing. Is it possible that other CPs wouldn't want such an experience? The production team and guests laughed at the two entrapped in the railing for a full 5 minutes before finally straightening up to seek assistance.
Yutang,
questioning her life choices, recalls how she used to get stuck in the railings at home as a child, always scaring her two older brothers. Each time she escaped easily.
Why had she stumbled this time?
As she ponders, she glances at Yan Lansheng, who happens to be looking back. He observes as the scallop headband atop her head slowly opens, revealing a miniature, adorable middle finger. Yan Lansheng utterly loses it. Pfft. Yutang immediately points at him and declares to the director, he is lost. The director replies, your head is stuck and you're still thinking about the game? Very well, I declare teacher you the winner of this round. Yutang's eyes sparkle with delight, the scallop atop her head clapping twice in approval. The miniature middle finger extends and retracts, drawing attention. Yan Lansheng chuckles, his shoulders shaking. Shut that off. I can't take it anymore.
Yutang smirks.
Do you know what type of person you are?
What?
You're not quite up to par. In an instant, the entire courtyard is filled with Yan Lansheng's laughter. I haven't seen the young master smile so joyfully in ages. Oh, the strawberry milk, the psychiatric hospital pajamas, the flamboyant pig model, the durian skirt. And now the middle finger headband. How does your sister possess so many bizarre items? Who are you calling you sister? Please refer to her as AAA Quirky Goods Wholesale Tang Jia. Qi Wang stands to the side, his brows slightly furrowed. When did Yutang and Yan Lansheng become so familiar? Or is she merely performing for his benefit? Before long, the village chief is called over. Upon witnessing the master stuck in the railing, he refrains from laughing, vowing to dedicate his life's merits to rescue them. Master, I have come to liberate you from this plight. Yutang urges, please act swiftly. With tools in hand, the village chief efficiently pries open the wooden railing, placing a thick towel around Yutang's neck to prevent injury from any splinters. For Yan Lansheng, the process is far simpler. A pull and a tug, and the wood is removed without any fuss. The treatment is hardly comparable. Yutang finally regains her freedom, rising to stretch her limbs. Master, are you unhurt? How could this program lack even the most basic safety measures, subjecting you to such a crisis? The village chief chastises the production team. The production team? They are more wronged than Do-e. Chapter 29. Man, is this how you wish to capture my attention? Yutang waves her hand, thanking the village chief. Oh, why be so polite? Will you join me for dinner at my home today? I shall personally prepare a feast for you. I'll come. The village chief leaves with satisfaction, tools in hand. While the production team is distracted, when Xia Xia slyly hands a strawberry milk to Yutang.
Tang.
You just endured quite an ordeal. Drink this, I'll keep watch. Xia Xia. Good person, safe travels. Yutang gratefully accepts the strawberry milk and takes a hearty sip. This is just the taste. At that moment, Sang Ching chuckles. Tang has such a good rapport with the villagers. It's unlike us, who struggle to get along with them.
Qi Wang glances at Yutang.
A hint of disdain surfacing in his gaze. Indeed. Having grown up farming at the temple, Yutang naturally connects better with these villagers. No wonder the Yu family would prefer to adopt Ching rather than her. The aristocracy places utmost importance on face. This is hardly surprising. Zhang Hailu, with a rather brazen demeanor and an apparent lack of subtlety, remarked, since she is more likable than you, why not take a leaf out of her book? Qi Wang and Sang Ching retorted, do you not comprehend the nuances of conversation? Suddenly Mao Luo spoke, which struck me as quite unusual. A mere beauty has frightened him into behaving like a dog for Yutang. How utterly pathetic. Unlike me, who has been a loyal dog to Sister Yu from the very beginning. Sang Ching's words dripped with sarcasm. Is Yu's amicable rapport with the villagers a thorn in her side? She engaged in a clandestine romance with Qi, only to be publicly exposed by Yutang. Could she not harbor some resentment? If things were amicable, why the incessant rumors? As the game concluded, Zhang Hailu was the first to select a daily task, opting for the simplest, window cleaning. When it was Yutang's turn, among tasks such as sweeping, mopping, weeding, laying a stone path, and repairing the fish pond, she chose the most arduous, repairing the fish pond. Meanwhile, the perpetually inconspicuous Zhou Yunli chose weeding. Once the guests dispersed to attend to their tasks, the production team discreetly slipped notes into their hands, containing secret missions. Standing beside the old fish pond, Yutang unfolded her note, which read, "Engage in an intimate encounter with Chi Wang and utter the line, 'Man, is this how you wish to capture my attention?' The catch is, you must not let him realize it is a task, otherwise, it will be deemed a failure. The guest who fails will only be served boiled eggs for lunch." Yutang mused, is the production team trying to stir up trouble? Indeed, they were. Thus far in the live broadcast, aside from her inherent knack for attracting negativity, Yutang had generated considerable buzz. Her rumored affair with Chi Wang was a topic of great public interest, and the production team could not afford to squander such a prime opportunity for drama, knowing only Yutang would bear the brunt of it. Yet, she was not troubled. In fact, she diligently cleared the soil from the old fish pond. Given its dilapidated state, she intended to renovate it into something superior, envisioning a place to rear fish that she could catch and roast whenever hunger struck. The ornamental catfish her senior brother raised at the temple were under strict watch, leaving her with scant opportunity to indulge. Now, with her own fish to tend, she could relish them at will. With newfound vigor, Yutang wielded her hoe like a magic wand, working with fervor. Chi Wang happened upon the scene and frowned at the state of the courtyard. Yutang, this courtyard is communal. Everyone must use it. Is your excessive alteration not a bit much? If you're itching to garden, do it in the fields outside, not here. Yutang, resting her hands on the hoe, retorted defiantly, "What is it to you? Come, and stop me if you dare." Chi Wang's jaw tightened, declaring, "You are becoming increasingly unreasonable. I only engage with rational individuals," Yutang replied with a smile. Chi Wang's expression turned icy. "I am kindly advising you. Whether you heed it or not is your choice. There is no need to show me disdain. Furthermore, I suggest you refrain from those unnecessary antics. They appear excessively contrived." His words carried an implicit warning, leaving her perplexed. In response, Yutang hurled the hoe at him, prompting Chi Wang to dodge. However, as he turned, a dustpan of refuse landed squarely on his head. He looked up in astonishment. Yan Lansheng, holding the dustpan, appeared nonchalant. "Goodness, is that not Teacher Chi? What a fortuitous coincidence, akin to fate, that you should stand precisely where I intended to dispose of this trash. I did not bring my magnifying glass today. I mistook you for a wooden post. Ha ha ha, Yan Marin, how delightfully theatrical you are. Was that deliberate or merely serendipitous? Chi Wang, residing by the sea, has no business meddling. Are you to Shui can till the soil as she pleases? Who are you to interfere?" Yan Lansheng's lackadaisical yet flamboyant tone sent Chi Wang's temper soaring. How could he confuse such a towering figure with a mere post? In his moment of outrage, Chi Wang recalled that this was a live broadcast, and the man before him was notorious for his impulsive actions. With a nearby lake, a leap could spell disaster. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile. "Yan teacher, it would be prudent to exercise caution next time. I am merely magnanimous, unperturbed by your trashing my attire. Were it someone less forgiving, you might find yourself tossed into the river." His words simultaneously mocked both Yan Lansheng for his carelessness and Yutang for her pettiness. Yan Lansheng scoffed, about to retort, when a forceful slap descended upon Chi Wang's head. The resounding crack was startling, eliciting a reaction akin to that of a startled cat. "Ah!" Chi Wang instinctively shielded his head, adopting the expression of a cartoon character. Yan Lansheng exclaimed, "Wow." Yutang, hands on her hips, remarked, "Teacher Chi, with your intellect. If I were to call you a fool, even a pencil would take offense. You wake each day contemplating how to annoy me, do you? Well then, I declare you have succeeded. How does it feel? Exhilarating?" Yan Lansheng raised his hand, suggesting, "I advise against rewarding him." Chi Wang nearly choked on his indignation. Had Yutang been possessed? What nonsense was she spouting? It was she who had consistently sought his attention, and now she was flipping the narrative. "Yutang, you are quite remarkable." Chi Wang's expression darkened as he muttered and hastily departed. Yutang scoffed, feeling quite satisfied. A mere hidden task, and she had effortlessly navigated it. Understood. In the future, when encountering men with a patronizing tone, I shall retaliate thusly, employing magic to vanquish magic. Wang Zai's well-meaning advice to Yutang, and she repays him with violence. What a lack of decorum. Everyone, check the trending topics. A prominent figure has exposed screenshots of Yutang's messages to Wang Zai, as well as evidence of her pilfering Princess Sang's bag and jewelry to masquerade as a lady. What a delightful turn of events. This hapless fish has finally floundered. Chapter 30. This is my sister, my only sister. A scandal regarding Yutang's alleged advances towards the top influencer surged to the forefront of trending topics. An insider disclosed that Yutang's intentions toward Chi Wang were ulterior, hinting at an imminent public announcement of their relationship during the live broadcast, solidifying the rumors surrounding them. This revelation ignited a firestorm among the top influencer's fanbase. Soon after, a second scandal emerged, accusing Yutang of surreptitiously using Princess Zhang's jewelry and designer bags, which coincidentally matched those she showcased on the day of the live broadcast. Investigators uncovered that the items were indeed identical, given that Princess Zhang's apparel was custom-made. With accessories meticulously curated by designers, it was improbable that the items could be merely coincidental. The implication was clear. Yutang had pilfered from her. As these two scandals broke, the frustrations of both the top influencer's fans and the princess's followers found an outlet, leading to a torrent of vitriolic comments on Yutang's Weibo. Accusations of being a clingy woman, a pretender, and other unflattering remarks flooded in. In the past, such backlash would have left Yutang facing widespread ridicule. However, the tides had shifted. Following the broadcast of Loving to Till the Land, her unpredictable demeanor and unorthodox approach to confrontation had garnered her a dedicated following of fervent supporters. These fans, day in and day out, reveled in the chaos she stirred, occasionally even matching wits with the top influencer's loyalists. Furthermore, it was evident to anyone with discerning eyes that there was no romantic spark between her and Chi Wang. Rather, their interactions resembled a bitter rivalry. Yet, Yutang's alleged theft of Princess Zhang's belongings left her own fans baffled. Before long, another wave of controversy erupted when fans of Yutang impersonated her under a pseudonym, claiming she was the true biological child of the Yu family, attempting to salvage her reputation. This only incited further laughter from her detractors. Who was Yu Qizhou? He was the youngest and most promising rising star in the entertainment industry. Having directed a microfilm at the tender age of 17 that shed light on campus bullying, thereby raising societal awareness and garnering him widespread acclaim. In the following year, the dominion of Dream Eater culminated in a spectacular triumph, garnering 7 accolades at the Qingyan Awards, including Best Director and Best Screenplay. Rising to fame at a tender age, he was adorned with accolades, basking in the adulation of countless fans. Even his own sister, Sang Qingqing, dared not ride on his coattails. Yet now, someone was audaciously impersonating him, coming to the defense of Yutang? Was this not an invitation for scorn? Yu Qizhou, who accidentally logged into the wrong account, exclaimed, "He is impersonating himself? Are these fools out of their minds?" He sifted through his 88 accounts to locate his main one and promptly tagged a notorious gossip account. Yu Qizhou v. A century's farce. I can't even recognize my own sister, and yet some gossipers presume to instruct me on my affairs? Yu Qizhou v. Allow me to introduce. This is my sister, my only sister, the pure-hearted femme fatale on the run from Waguishan, Yutang.
Furthermore,
The innocent maiden Zhu Ganglai is my alter ego. Any objections? His 3 bombshell statements left fans in a frenzy, shaking the very foundations of the entertainment industry. Brother, I can read all these words, but why can't I comprehend them when they are strung together? So our golden fish isn't impersonating the young lady. She is indeed the legitimate heiress of the Yu family. My heavens, these marketing accounts have truly hit a dead end. Yu Qizhou, who rarely posts except for film promotions, is incensed enough to clarify thrice. But why are the Yu couple denying Yutang's identity? Isn't that contradictory? Yu Qizhou, get your facts straight. Yutang is your sister. What does that make our Qingqing? To this comment, Yu Qizhou replied separately, "She is fortunate. She was adopted by my family." This single remark ignited a maelstrom. Sang Qingqing was the adopted one, while Yutang was the biological child. How could this be possible? The royal fans were loath to accept this reality, commenting once more, "What about the time Yutang stole Qingqing's belongings?" Yu Qizhou, as if equipped with radar, swiftly addressed the issue. "Thanks for the invitation. Who knows how my sister's belongings ended up in your Qingqing's possession? Yutang was merely away from home, not deceased. When she left, their parents intended to give her room to Sang Qingqing, but Yu Zhaoqing and Yu Buqiu vehemently opposed. Thwarting that plan, her wardrobe was frequently updated, with such variety that even a missing item would go unnoticed." The royal fans perked up. Oh my! How can the noble princess steal our Yu's clothes? Who's truly pretending to be the elder sister? Sang Qingqing is fully aware that she is the adopted daughter, yet Yutang has endured insults and ridicule for so long. She neither clarified nor stopped playing the victim, misleading everyone into a suffocating dread.
Ah.
What does Yu Chijo's acknowledgement of Yu Tingtang matter? The Yu couple doesn't recognize her. What standing does she have at home? Indeed. What does it matter if she is biological? She still falls short of my brother's affection. You top-tier fans are like the sheep, unable to find your mother across 3,000 episodes. Ryu has the qualifications to inherit. Do you think your Ching does? Top-tier fans and royal fans, utterly exasperated. Yu Chijo was reveling in his triumph. He pranced about the living room like a proud pup, eagerly awaiting the moment Yu Tingtang would learn that the so-called wild servants outside were no match for a true-born master like him. This trifling internet battle was child's play. While he was honing his skills, they were still sucking on pacifiers. Be quick, Uncle Bay, turn on the television. I must supervise those wild servants, not to learn, but to denounce their unscrupulous behavior. Butler Bay, with a furrowed brow, responded, Third young master. Is it the old servantess failures that compel you to seek to usurp his position? Those are your own words. Yu Chijo, in the live broadcast room. The number of real-time viewers soared to new heights. As soon as Yu Tingtang appeared on screen, the barrage of comments flooded in. Let me introduce. This is my sister. The one and only Yu Tingtang, whose vehicle not only remained upright but also sent the haters flying. It was my family's. Well, then all is well. Why are the royal fans silent? Are they truly in tears? The royal fans adeptly feigned death. Unbeknownst to Yu Tingtang, a fierce battle was raging outside. She deftly hooked a hoe from the ground and turned to Yan Lansheng, remarking how accurate he had been with his garbage disposal. Flattery accepted. Yan Lansheng, with his fox-like eyes sparkling, appeared both relaxed and self-satisfied. Yu Tingtang, however, allow me to remind you, all that rubbish has been dumped here. Clear it away quickly. Do not impede my work on the fish pond. Yan Lansheng, begrudgingly compliant, bent down to sweep away the litter. While Yu Tingtang shoveled soil, he continued clearing debris. As she split bamboo to create a water conduit, he remained steadfast in his task. When she drilled holes in the wall to channel lake water into the fish pond, he still swept away the refuse. Chapter 31. Wait here for a moment. I need to deliver some takeout.
Can you not sweep any faster?
Yu Tingtang queried, a question mark hovering above her head. Upon hearing this, Yan Lansheng raised his long, exquisite hands, as flawless as a piece of art, with fingertips tinged red and dust-laden. The rubbish is excessively abundant. It's somewhat painful. He looked at her with innocent eyes. Close your eyes, and it won't hurt. Yan Lansheng. This is quite the tea, let us spill it. Sister, your pants just fell on my head. I suspect he is deliberately dawdling, trying to bide his time. This sort of man is cunning and surely aims to trick Ryu into doing his bidding. Yu Tingtang, reflect on how your fans mirror your own character. Yu Tingtang scrutinized Yan Lansheng's leisurely demeanor and suddenly spoke. Teacher Yan. Yes. Have we met somewhere before? Yan Lansheng lifted his chin, his fox-like eyes glinting with a fleeting, elusive light. Yu Tingtang, with utmost seriousness, queried, Did we perhaps engage in a scuffle? Yan Lansheng. What makes you think so? Teacher Yu? He inquired with a smile. Your manner of dunking your head in a bucket during a challenge seems oddly familiar. Yu Tingtang mused, stroking her chin. I used to do that. In her past altercations, winning meant dunking the opponent's head in water as a celebration, while losing meant finding ways to reciprocate the humiliation. Yan Lansheng's lips curled upward. Is that so? With whom? With the dog we keep at home. Yan Lansheng's smile vanished, his lips pressing into a straight line. He turned away, muttering, I dislike dogs. Big shot. Jiang Hailu, witnessing the scene from the third floor, rushed down, declaring, Let me help you. I can do anything. He had carelessly overlooked letting that Yen fellow gain an advantage. While he was upstairs cleaning windows, the big shot was busy working to curry favor.
Pah!
Fox spirit. Yu Tingtang felt her pockets grow heavy, reaching in to discover a thick stack of cash. As Jiang Hailu stuffed money into her pockets, he chattered. This is all for you, big shot. Not for any other reason, just to help you. What use was it for that Yen fellow to gain an advantage? He had the financial means. His mother had stated that girls could hardly resist when someone insisted on stuffing money into their pockets. One handful wasn't enough. He had an entire box. Yu Tingtang felt her pockets growing increasingly heavy. Glancing to her right, she saw Yan Lansheng, who had inexplicably approached, tossing pearls into her pockets without uttering a word, as if engaged in a silent competition. Yu Tingtang, touching the coin slot on her forehead, suddenly realized, As long as one perceives oneself as something, abundance will follow. She envisioned herself as a piggy bank, and thus her pockets overflowed with wealth. Is there such a delightful occurrence in the world? Why do I never encounter mysterious benefactors stuffing money into my pockets? That wretched girl is so fortunate. Let me go up and act for a couple of episodes. I've seen people spend money to have tasks done, but never to pay others to do their own work. Enough. What does it mean to target only sister you? If you have the capability, come at me instead. Pay for services rendered, commanded Yutang without a hint of hesitation, instructing, go fetch some aesthetically pleasing stones and catch a few fish from the river. Jiang Hai Lu, pointing to himself, exclaimed, me? Catch fish? But I don't know how. Yan Lansheng, having just finished cleaning up the trash, stood up and chuckled, just head to the vegetable market. Jiang Hai Lu retorted, what do I buy there? Yan Lansheng lazily shot him a glance. I meant you should walk there, my dear brother. Determined to prove his capabilities, Jiang Hai Lu took a bucket and ventured out to find stones and catch fish. Yan Lansheng, however, was even more audacious. To celebrate the completion of the new fish pond, he resolved to go steal some vegetables. Teacher Yu, is your phone about to explode? It's been beeping and flashing red since earlier. The assistant director rushed into the courtyard, holding up his phone. Upon seeing the screen, Yutang noted that the chaotic characters were vibrating with intensity. A food delivery order has arrived. Yutang glanced at the order information and noted that the delivery address was nearby. No need to worry, it's just a common fever. By the way, can I borrow that tricycle outside? The assistant director, puzzled, replied, you can, but what do you intend to do with it?
Yutang stretched lazily.
Just delivering a meal, I'll be right back. You must be joking. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed as Yutang sped off on the decrepit tricycle. The assistant director snapped back to reality and hurried after her. Wait. Teacher Yu, you can't leave. You need to clean the courtyard first. We have a special guest arriving tonight, cough cough. All that remained was a trail of exhaust fumes. The assistant director rushed to find the chief director, Director Wang. Teacher Yu just drove off. The chief director, unfazed, calmly instructed, send a drone to follow her and see where she goes. Staff member replied, Director Wang, we sent it. But the drone can't keep up with Teacher Yu's tricycle. It just lost her. The chief director exclaimed, are you kidding me? A drone can't catch up to a worn-out tricycle? Chase her. Even if it means following her out of the country. Staff member muttered. Every day in this hair salon. Meanwhile, on a hillside, a frail figure struggled to rise and seek help but fell back down, exhausted, leaving multiple scratches on his body. Blood oozing profusely. His ankle was bruised, with 2 tiny wounds oozing dark blood. Clutching his phone tightly, he dialed for assistance, but all he received was the cold, unyielding no-signal tone. Pain shot through his legs, rendering them nearly numb, and his limbs grew cold and immobile. The man squinted up at the dappled sky filtered through tree branches, a bitter smile gracing his lips. With such a beautiful view, perhaps death was not so terrifying after all.
So be it.
He closed his eyes. Suddenly, the screech of tires jolted him awake. He opened his eyes to see a mud-splattered tricycle come to a halt, and a girl leapt down from it, with a blade of grass clenched in her mouth. A straw hat perched atop her head, sunglasses shielding her eyes, and one hand on her hip. She approached him, stepping over the wild grass. Is this the delivery you ordered? She asked. The man's dark pupils widened in shock as he struggled to respond. I didn't order any takeout. Yutang tapped her phone. It shows here that there's an order in your name. You can check it on your phone. The man, perplexed, took out his phone, and to his astonishment, a bold character appeared on the previously signal-less screen, followed by a confirmation button indicating that the order had been delivered. What is this? Yutang glanced at his bleeding ankle. You've been bitten by a 5-step snake. Haven to you? How far did you walk? 4 steps. He croaked, his voice hoarse and weak. Am I going to die? Of course not, Yutang reassured him. Just wait here. I'll fetch a 7-step snake to give you a few bites and help you out of here. Chapter 32. Shouldn't be a problem. The man was taken aback. Was she trying to assist him out of this predicament or hastening his demise? Unsure, he lowered his head in silence. Before long, Yutang returned with a rope and a bottle of water. She had replaced the grass in her mouth with a lollipop, munching on it while tending to his wounds. First, she tied the rope above his injury to prevent the toxins from spreading further, then cleansed the wound with water. Yutang pulled a medicinal herb from her pocket, kneaded it a bit, and squeezed out the juice to apply to his injury. Is this an antidote? He mustered the courage to ask softly. Yutang continued her work, casually replying, "Do you think this is a novel? Antidotes are guaranteed to be within 10 steps of a venomous snake?" That's wishful thinking. If it were that simple, those bitten by snakes wouldn't need to go to the hospital. They could just munch on grass instead. This remedy can detoxify and alleviate pain, slowing the spread of the toxins in your body, but it won't save your life. Mind you. He fell silent. Can I hold on until I reach the hospital? Yutang pondered. Shouldn't be a problem. The man was puzzled. Strangely enough, the medicinal herb applied to his wound felt cool and seemed to alleviate some pain. Yutang brushed off the remnants of the herb from her hands, saying, "I already called an ambulance. It will arrive shortly. Make sure to confirm the order and remember to give a 5-star review." In a daze, he picked up his phone and tapped the button confirming the order was delivered, which immediately brought up the review interface. Summoning his strength, he typed out a 30-character 5-star review. Ding dong. Congratulations to Diane Lima for receiving the second 5-star review. Personal moral rating increased by 0.000001. Please continue the good work. Yutang paid no mind. She had no concept of morality. Delivering the meal intact to the customer was already her highest moral achievement. After completing the delivery, Yutang prepared to leave. However, suddenly, a cold hand gently tugged at the hem of her pants. The man, beads of cold sweat on his forehead, mustered the courage to ask, "May I know your name?" Yutang replied without hesitation, "Digga Ultraman." In her line of work, the most crucial rule was to never reveal one's true name to customers, nor to involve oneself with them, as it could lead to complaints. The man was taken aback. "Huh?" Clearing his throat, he softly said, "My name is..." Just as he began to speak, Yutang had already hopped onto the tricycle, revving the engine and rumbling off into the distance. The man thought, this person's inability to listen is quite reminiscent of that rumored little junior sister. Yutang returned to the love nest, where the assistant director nearly wept. "Teacher you're finally back. You mustn't run off like that again. We've been searching for you everywhere. What's the matter? Can the earth not turn without me?" Yutang quipped, reversing the tricycle. "Whether the earth can turn without you is uncertain, but the courtyard truly cannot do without you." The assistant director lamented, "You should quickly clean this place up. We have 2 special guests arriving soon." "Special guests? They certainly deserve a proper welcome," Yutang mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. "Shall we add some dishes for lunch?" The assistant director replied, "Sure. Once my 2 disciples return, the courtyard will be cleaned. You can step down now."
All right.
"Where did sister you go just now? Is there something we VIPs shouldn't know? Haven't I already mentioned it? Just went out to deliver takeout." Could it be she went to find Yan Marin? He hasn't returned since he went out to steal vegetables. He hasn't been caught, has he? Yutang just went out to slack off. And now she's returned still slacking. Truly the young lady, relying on others to do everything for her. Oh, after all, UUISNT like some people who have to do everything themselves. She even has someone eager to pay her to do her job. How exhausting. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the rooftop. When Xia had just finished laying waterproof cloth on the leaking roof and was about to descend when she slipped and fell from the ladder. The cameraman trembled, the unexpected scene nearly causing everyone in the live stream to have a heart attack. In the next moment, Yutang, still standing outside the door, blinked into the scene where when Xia was plummeting through the air. It was as if she had effortlessly caught her, akin to receiving a bouquet of flowers. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, so swiftly that no one had a chance to react. The crisis was averted before it could even register. Not even the camera captured how Yutang had arrived. Only a blurred afterimage remained on the screen. Oh my heavens, what just flashed by? Am I seeing things? Wasn't Yutang outside the little house? You're not mistaken. She was just reversing, and suddenly appeared inside to catch her. Can you believe that? Stop making it sound so fantastical. She must have been in the yard all along, and the camera just didn't catch it. Go check the replay if you don't believe me. Fine, I'll watch it right now. Yutang switched the lollipop to the other side of her mouth and remarked, "You seem to have quite the leisure, playing free fall on the rooftop?" When Xia's face turned pale, her eyes reddened, and upon hearing this, she let out a giggle. She wanted to come down, but grimaced, "Tang. My leg feels a bit uncomfortable." After pondering for a moment, Yutang replied, "I could help you by breaking your leg, then it wouldn't hurt anymore." In an instant, all fear vanished from when Xia's mind, and she laughed uncontrollably. "Teacher 1, are you alright?" Zhou Yunli hurried into the yard. Concern etched on his face. "I just saw you fall from the window. It startled me." Teacher Zhou, didn't you say you would hold the ladder for me? Why did you suddenly leave? When Xia was perplexed. The ladder had been rather unstable, and she had asked for his help out of concern for her safety. Zhou Yunli, feeling guilty, explained, I suddenly felt a bit unwell and went to the restroom. I never expected such a thing would happen. I truly apologize. Just then, a black object struck his face. Yutang calmly interjected, You deserve that. Jiang Hailu, returning with a pile of black stones, wore an expression of discontent. Boss. I worked hard to find these stones. Why are you aiding that scoundrel? Zhou Yunli. Yutang dismissed him. Zhou Yunli grimaced in pain, covering his mouth as he questioned, Teacher Yu, what do you mean by that? Nothing much, Yutang replied with a smile. I simply act upon my whims. Right now, I find you displeasing. She then seized a stone from Jiang Hailu's arms, preparing to launch it. Zhou Yunli's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly fled the scene. The stone still struck him on the back of the head, the sound of impact crisp and clear. Boss. My precious stone. Jiang Hailu wailed, I searched for so long. Yutang turned to him. Where did you find these stones? Chapter 33. Emphasizing unbiased chaos, Jiang Hailu replied proudly. They were lying on the ground by the fields nearby. I thought no one wanted them, so I brought them back. That's not true. Yutang smiled slightly. Those were left out to dry by others. Huh? What are those stones for drying? Yutang kindly explained, these stones have a scientific name, cow dung cakes, used for fuel and fertilizer.
Sudan li weekend, the An Hailu.
Clutching a pile of cow dung cakes, exclaimed, Huh? Why do you enjoy messing around with dung so much? Is your elemental balance lacking it? His lips trembled, and his vision blurred. Zhou Yunli, having just been struck by the cow dung cakes, wore a blank expression. In the next moment, both men erupted in screams. One dropped the cow dung cakes and stumbled towards the shower room, while the other dashed to the nearest faucet, frantically rinsing his mouth. The sound of rushing water could not drown out their chorus of, I'm contaminated.
Gao Zong, ha ha, Gao Zong.
Damn it. Thank you. The comical predicament of Jiang Hailu and Zhou Yunli successfully distracted Wen Xia from her earlier fear of falling, and she tugged at Yutang's sleeve, asking, Tang, aren't you afraid of being criticized by their fans? For what? Well, they might say your actions lack decorum. Yutang displayed an unbothered expression. What does one need decorum for in life? Those with decorum are easily bound by morals, while the unrefined sweep through the world. Instead of self-inflicted turmoil, one should embrace madness daily. With that, she shoved her hands into her pockets and strolled outside, ready to engage in a battle of wits as the tricycle reversed into the garage. Laughing my head off, how could anyone bring cow dung cakes back as treasures? This is a young master from a wealthy family. This is a grand fool, isn't it? After Jiang Hailu's fiasco with dung, Zhou Yunli has also fallen victim. Zhou Yunli didn't eat it. He just got it on his mouth. When Xia had guessed correctly, Zhou Yunli's fans indeed unleashed their wrath upon Yutang. However, they were no match for the fans of Yutang, who dared to stand up to even the top-tier stars. They were also outmatched by the fans of Yu Qizhou, who rushed in to defend their sister. Furious, they declared they would unfollow Zhou Yunli if he continued to assist Wen Xia. Fan of Xia, how impressive, you're all so amazing. Your brother has dated over 10 girlfriends outside. Loyal fans, surviving in the cracks. The Yun Yutian Xia CP fans, Yutang attempted to reverse the tricycle for the 38th time, but still couldn't get it inside. Frustrated, she crushed the candy in her mouth and rapidly reversed. Crash. The rear of the tricycle collided with a nearby haystack. The haystack toppled, revealing two individuals seated within, Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing, both looking astonished as they locked eyes with Yutang on the tricycle. Qi Wang.
Sang Qingqing.
Their expressions shifted dramatically. Yutang whistled, hiding your romance so secretively, one might think you're meeting clandestinely. Oh my. Top-tier fans and princess fans, come see your brother and sister holding hands. Weren't they just friends? Didn't they claim their relationship was pure? If they dare to hold hands before marriage, what will happen after they tie the knot? I seriously suspect that the rumors about him and Yutang are merely a smokescreen to cover their true relationship. Wang Zai is just completing a secret mission, okay? Their hands merely brushed. Wang Zai and Qingqing are so sweet, it's undeniably sweet. Sweet my foot, CP fans get lost. The top-tier fans shattered their defenses on the spot. In an instant, heartbreak and tears flooded social media, with countless unfollowing posts. They even engaged in a fierce battle with the princess fans. According to the original plot, Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing's relationship was to be revealed at a time when fans would welcome it. However, the timing was not right, and revealing it now would lead to disaster. When the relationship between Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing was exposed, it led to a flurry of trending topics: Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing holding hands, Yutang, the CP enthusiast, resulting in Qi Wang being silenced on Weibo for a lifetime, losing 500,000 fans within an hour. The high-end endorsements his agency was negotiating fell through, including several luxury brand collaborations. The backlash came too swiftly, catching Qi Wang's management entirely off guard, as if unseen hands were propelling their downfall. In Country Y, at the corporate headquarters, Yu Zhaoqing finished the last bottle of strawberry milk, tossed it into the trash, and pressed his fingers to his temples. Is everything handled? Yes. Word has been released that any company brands collaborating with our group will no longer use Qi Wang as their spokesperson, the assistant replied. Yu Zhaoqing calmly lowered his gaze. Very well, proceed.
Yes.
Has the strawberry milk not arrived yet? Mr. Yu, the production quantity of this brand's strawberry milk is too low. We've expedited the order, but we'll have to wait a bit longer. The assistant privately questioned if there was something added to this milk, as Mr. Yu consumed 3 bottles a day and still seemed unsatisfied. Is it really that delicious? Yu Zhaoqing closed his eyes, concealing the growing weariness in his gaze. Indeed. The office returned to silence. Unbeknownst to Yutang, her reckless reversing had exposed the secrets of Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing. She had gathered a pile of stones nearby and built a small artificial hill by the fish pond, filling the crevices with moss and transplanting a few plump, verdant succulents. Finally, she placed an old turtle into the fish pond, finally feeling satisfied with her handiwork. Yutang clapped her hands and turned to see Yanlonqing entering from outside. Have you just returned from stealing vegetables in QQ Farm? Where are your crops? Here, Yanlonqing replied, forcefully pulling something into the room. Well done. It's a plump little pig. Yutang pointed at the pig. Is this your crop? Yanlonqing nodded slightly. This is the pig that carried me yesterday. It looks strong and sturdy, with firm meat, capable of yielding many dishes. Yutang posed a profound question. Can you butcher it? After a moment of silence, Yanlonqing admitted, no. So, you brought it back to raise it until it dies of old age? I'll send it back. Yanlonqing's eyes drooped slightly, appearing quite dejected at the thought of not being able to slaughter the pig. He had expected Yutang to be pleased, considering she had mentioned wanting to eat barbecue pork skewers last night. Frustrated, Yanlonqing kicked the pig's rear. Provoked, the pig snorted and dug its hind legs into the ground, charging at him. Yanlonqing gasped, Teacher, you help. It's quite lively today, Yutang remarked. As noon approached, the love cabin had been thoroughly cleaned, and all daily tasks were completed. However, the hidden tasks had nearly all failed, with only Yutang managing to accomplish hers. The chief director stated, logically, aside from Teacher Yu, the others should only have boiled eggs for lunch today. However, due to the impending arrival of 2 temporary guests, today's punishment will be postponed. Your task is to warmly welcome the 2 guests and make them feel at home. Now, let us welcome our new guest. The assistant director hurriedly approached. Director, one of the guests encountered an accident on the way and is in the hospital. We're unsure if they can make it. Just then, footsteps echoed from the entrance, growing closer. The figure that soon appeared was a slender man clad in a black hoodie, exuding a cool demeanor. Upon meeting the gazes of those present, he hesitated for a moment before removing his hood, revealing a face that rivaled all male celebrities in the entertainment industry with its stunning beauty. I am Xie Shifeng. Chapter 34. The lucky little princess of the wealthy family, whether due to physical discomfort or his innate disposition, Xie Shifeng stood in the shadow, emanating an almost sickly pallor. His pitch-black pupils gazed steadily ahead, resembling a deep, undisturbed pool of water, impenetrable by light and reflecting nothing within. He seemed less human and more like a beautiful doll devoid of life. Yutang, clutching an old turtle, discreetly drank a couple of sips of strawberry milk before glancing over. Goodness. ISNT, this my second 5-star review? With that storm cloud expression. It looks like he won tea last long. Sensing her gaze, Xie Shifeng looked up at her. Within 2 seconds, he coldly averted his eyes, as though he had never seen her. Is the handsome guy dating? If you date me, I'll throw in a stainless steel basin. Date me first. I'm the Emperor of Desire from the Quark Empire. I'm serious. Don't tempt me. I'm at that age where I can't resist any allure. What a sight to behold. The cursed star of the Xie family is here for a dating show. Isn't that dangerous? The chief director announced. Welcome Xie Shifeng to our love cabin. Now let us invite the second mysterious guest. I'm here. Don't block the way, move aside. A vibrant girl in a striking red dress strode in, dragging a suitcase and rudely instructing Xie Shifeng to step aside. He stood there with his head bowed, unmoving. The girl rolled her eyes, bypassed him, and rushed to embrace Song Qingqing. Qingqing, I've arrived. Xue how did you come? Song Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. Of course. It's for you. After greeting her, Wan Xue introduced herself. Hello everyone, I'm Wan Xue, Qingqing's close friend. I fell into a lake when I was young, and it was Qingqing who saved me. She is my savior. So, if anyone bullies her, I won't let them off easily. Wan Xue's gaze lingered on Yutang, carrying a hint of warning. With those words, it was clear she had come to support Song Qingqing. I've heard about this. Wan Xue was nearly lost, and it was all thanks to Qingqing. Not just Miss Wan. Many in the wealthy circle have publicly declared Qingqing as their lucky goddess. Do you think the lucky little princess of the wealthy family is just for show? This is a truly fulfilling life. Qingqing doesn't need any identity to shine, effortlessly surpassing some. Is a foster daughter also considered a wealthy princess? Is dating a top star while remaining secretive also a fulfilling life? Yutang, oblivious to Wan Xue's hostility, finished her bottle of strawberry milk and contentedly burped. Delicious. This flavor of technology and intensity is unrivaled. If it were any more natural, it wouldn't taste this good. Yan Lanqing felt his jacket hood grow heavier and, without looking back, remarked, Teacher Yu, my hood is filled with your empty strawberry milk bottle, lollipop sticks, candy wrappers. And your boyfriend's face towel. His eyes sparkled playfully, nearly overwhelmed. Yutang paused her motion of unwrapping the lollipop. Should I just toss it in your hand then? Yan Lanqing replied, Can't you just toss it in my pocket? That works, she said. Wan Xue immediately felt as if she had slapped a cotton ball. Huffing and turning away, Song Qingqing smiled helplessly. I'm not a child anymore. In my eyes, you will always be the little sister I need to protect. Wan Xue stated, but suddenly felt something off beneath her feet. Looking down, she realized her high heels had stepped on something dark and foul. What is this? Jiang Heilu perked up immediately, eagerly explaining. This is called cow dung cake. It's a specialty made from cow dung.
Romancenovel.
She screamed and retreated several steps. Why on earth would you put this in the yard? Jiang Heilu replied indignantly. What do you mean by this? I worked hard to bring it back. Wan Xue's face turned pale, and she decided to endure this indignity only because he was the young master of Haixing. However, she would never wear those high heels again. Didn't rumors say that Wan Real Estate and Haixing Group were eyeing a marriage alliance? Ma Lo finally found a CP, no longer paired with the likes of excrement. Wan Xue must have come for Teacher Yu. She liked dozens of posts about Teacher Yu's scandals on Weibo, subtly hinting that Teacher Yu is just a title without any family support. Just look at Yu Qizhou, that protective brother. Does it seem like he doesn't care for Teacher Yu? The program team prepared a lavish lunch. Yutang's eyes sparkled as she readied herself to eat. What dishes are these? Wan Xue expressed dissatisfaction. I only eat beef that has been freshly delivered from the ranch. That's the only way it's fresh and healthy. Fish too. I only eat ocean fish. How can river fish be on the table? And the fruits, I only eat fresh ones airlifted from abroad every day. Oh my, is this all pig food? The program team, just as they were about to begin their meal, the regular guests exclaimed. Yutang scooped a generous spoonful of corn stir-fried with meat, chewing. You might as well chase a cow in the field and gnaw on it. That would be the freshest. As for your fish, you could just pick out the bones for it. Who can surpass your expertise? With your eloquence, should we award you a prize? The Nobel should be discussing it. Wan Xue choked, replying coldly, Of course, someone like Miss Yu, raised in the wild, doesn't he understand our refined tastes in food? Yutang nodded, understanding, after all. A mountain pig can't eat fine grains, especially one that hasn't matured yet and has been raised on spring bamboo. Jiang Heilu chuckled. Teacher, you probably can't take planes or high-speed trains. Yan Lanqing's eyes curved with laughter. You certainly have a way with words. When Xia, who had been awkwardly holding fruits, sat down and began to eat directly, Song Qingqing stepped in to smooth things over. Xue didn't he mean any harm? She's just a bit particular at home and hasn't he adjusted yet. Some individuals are so cruel, They seem unafraid of a short life. Qi Wang furrowed his brow in displeasure. Tang remarked, with such a sharp tongue, it's surprising you haven't met an early demise. Qi Wang responded. Wan Shuer initially aimed to unsettle Tang and help her recognize her true self. Instead, she ended up seething with anger, her face turning green with envy. An idea struck her, and she retrieved several gift boxes from her suitcase. Ching, these are from Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu, who asked me to bring them for you before I arrived. They said to enjoy yourself on the show and not to take certain individuals too seriously. Your 2 older brothers have been thinking of you as well, constantly inquiring when you'll return. Wan Shuer raised her voice, deliberately for Tang's ears.
Song King.
Her face alight with joy, exclaimed, My parents and brothers are so concerned. I'm merely recording a show, not abandoning home. You are the little princess of the Yu family. Who else would they worry about? Sang Ching's cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with delight. Chapter 35. If you can, just don't live. Though Sang Ching is a foster child, the Yu family genuinely cherishes her. Why do the Yu couple neglect their biological daughter and treat their foster daughter like treasure? Have they lost their minds? Need I even ask? Our Ching is simply more endearing. Wan Shuer, eager to provoke Tang further, continued, Sometimes I wonder if you and Tang were swapped at birth. Otherwise, why do your parents and brothers only dote on you? Sang Ching's expression shifted slightly, unaware of the events unfolding online due to her confiscated phone.
She sought to halt Wan Shuer's words.
Tang swallowed a piece of shrimp and turned, delivering a bombshell. Isn't that simple? Sang Ching is the daughter of Yu Jiwen's first love, while Sang Yao believes Sang Ching is the child of her deceased first love. How could they not cherish her? The names Yu Jiwen and Sang Yao refer to the Yu couple. Her words nearly fried everyone's brain in the room. What on earth? Sang Ching's face paled, tears welling in her eyes. Tang, why would you slander my parents? What benefit do you gain from this? As she began to cry, Qi Wang and Wan Shuer felt their hearts ache.
Yutang, silence yourself.
Qi Wang reprimanded sharply. What do you know to make such baseless accusations? Wan Shuer added, Stop trying to sow discord between Ching and her uncle and aunt. How can someone so malicious exist? Wow, when Tang gets serious. Even her own biological parents' relationship is at stake. I always wondered why the Yu couple treated their foster daughter so indulgently. Now it's clear. They say the Yu couple is renowned in high society for their affectionate bond, inseparable, but it seems the rumors are exaggerated. Fearing Tang would continue, Sang Ching hastily summoned the system. System, I wish to amend the script. The system complied, presenting her with the editable scene. Sang Ching focused on one line and declared, This one. Change that word. The system responded, The change has been enacted. Tang insulted Qi Wang has been altered to Tang kissed Qi Wang. Observing their conversation being broadcast, Tang reacted with confusion. The next moment, her body involuntarily stood and moved towards Qi Wang. Seeing this, Sang Ching felt a sense of relief. The best way to bury this incident was to create an even more sensational headline. What could be more explosive than Tang passionately kissing a top star? However, she trusted Qi Wang. He would not allow Tang to act recklessly. Yet, if Tang proceeded, it would be catastrophic. Tang approached Qi Wang, placing her hands on his shoulders. Qi Wang, startled, instinctively braced himself. Tang, what are you doing? Tang's face was devoid of expression, a flicker of fire burning in her eyes. Her body was completely unresponsive to her commands, and she could only follow the script. Just as she descended from the mountain, she unconsciously tread the path predetermined by the narrative. Was this the fate of a character within a book? No, this was not her destiny. Her fate was hers to determine. Tang bit her tongue, speaking with difficulty, embraced the unity of purpose, with a heart free of distractions. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Damn the script. Damn the system. Damn the male and female leads. If they dared to control her, they should all perish. In an instant, Tang broke free from the invisible shackles, raising her arm and delivering a resounding slap across Qi Wang's face. The sound echoed, as if it had also struck Sang Ching and the system. Sang Ching sprang up, exclaiming, How could this happen?
Yutang.
Who gave you the audacity to strike someone? Qi Wang clutched his left cheek, incredulous. This was live-streamed. Had she lost her mind? Wan Shuer screamed, You were the one spouting nonsense first, and now you dare to hit someone out of embarrassment? Your parents would be furious to have such a daughter. Yutang regained control of her body, rubbing her wrist, her inner fire intensifying. Hearing this, she sneered. Yu Jiwen hides the photo of his first love behind their wedding portrait, gazing at it every night before bed, while Sang Yao believes he is utterly devoted to her. Sang Yao has even kept a part of her first love's ashes in a necklace, wearing it daily as if they were still together. Both believed they owed the other, feigning affection for most of their lives, unaware that the love they cherished was not for one another. Sang Qingqing felt her blood rush, her vision darkening. Not to mention,
Yutang pointed ahead.
You flaunt your connection to the first love in front of Yu Jiwen and parade your ties to the initial love in front of Sang Yao. How clear can this dealer make it? Sang Qingqing's small face turned pale. She dared not imagine how her parents would react upon discovering this. What impact would this have on her standing within the Yu household? Yutang continued her verbal assault. Qi Wang and you've been dating for a year and a half, and during that time, your fans were completely unaware. Paparazzi nearly exposed you, and Qi Wang had no choice but to use me as a shield. You meet at Xingyue Hotel, room 5001 on the 5th of each month. At My Pair Lakeside Pavilion on the 15th, and at Donghu on the 25th. Quite the comprehensive record, isn't it? So, is dating while stepping on me as a stepping stone that delightful? Qi Wang's handsome face darkened. Yutang, I've had enough.
Yutang retorted.
Is it your turn to bark? Qi Wang fell back into his chair, his ears ringing. Wan Shuer gritted her teeth. Are you insane? Just as she began, the artillery of Yutang erupted. Did you think I forgot you? Your father has 13 mistresses outside, and your mother, whenever she travels,
has a party of 14 at least.
Oh, and currently, she asks at Golden Splendor Hotel, room 5309, stirring up trouble. Wan Shuer gasped. What? You're lying. My parents are very much in love. She trembled with rage, lunging at Yutang. Yutang, like a bull, shoved her aside and then scampered atop the refrigerator like a monkey, unleashing her tirade. Such love. So devoted that your father plans to take your mother on a seaside vacation, only to push her overboard. They happily live together with 14 others. Ah, shut up. I can't believe Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing have been dating for a year and a half, and the fans just found out. How does Yutang know all this? Is there proof? If not, she's just slandering. I'm at Golden Splendor Hotel and saw a mature woman with wavy hair drag a pair of unclothed lovers out of room 5309, followed by a string of others without clothes. A string? What kind of language is that? Jiang Hailu shook his head, saying to Wan Shuer, I never would have guessed your father was like this. The two families have a good relationship, occasionally interacting. The idea of a union is not unfounded. Yutang added, your father isn't much better. He has 3 illegitimate children outside, the youngest of whom is about your age. He favors that one most. And it won't be long before he brings him home. Jiang Hailu's eyes widened in shock. What did you just say? Chapter 36. This definitely cannot be broadcasted. Realizing the situation was dire, Zhou Yunli quietly retreated. Yutang locked her gaze on him. Teacher Zhou, what are you hiding from? Rest assured, aside from treating his former girlfriends as gifts to bestow upon others, apart from becoming a ladybug upon reaching adulthood, aside from administering poison to a fellow cast member to silence his voice last month, aside from Zhou Yunli's breakdown, stop talking. Please, someone, gag her. Yan Lansheng, who had been observing the unfolding drama, stepped forward lazily, blocking the way. Shall we give it a try? The staff member, who was about to intervene, immediately halted. Yutang perched atop the refrigerator, her incessant chatter filling the air. Qi Wang doesn't wash his feet before bed. Sang Qingqing steals shower gel during live streams. Zhou Yunli wears his underwear inside out for an entire week. Jiang Hailu is a double. And then there's Yan Lansheng, who enjoys performing the heart-wrenching male supporting character from campus dramas under the showerhead, mockingly tousling his hair. No matter what I do, I can't compare to him, can I? Yan Lansheng? He abruptly turned his head. Teacher Yu, this absolutely cannot be aired. Goodness. These are all fresh scandals I've never encountered before. My mouth is quite busy. Sister Yu slapped Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing, while others unleashed a flurry of strikes. I'm dying of laughter. Yan Beauty, what drama are you staging in the bathroom? Be bold. Step out and perform. The entire scene was chaotic, marked by numerous casualties. Apart from Wenxia and the early escaping Xie Shifeng, no guest could evade the revelations. The trending topics erupted, delivering a double blow to both the entertainment and aristocratic circles. Qi Sang's romance dominated the headlines for a year and a half. Mrs. Ruan's hotel infidelity ranked second. A video of Mrs. Jiang tearing apart a love child surfaced. Zhou Yunli attracted the attention of relevant authorities for investigation. One incident after another. It was more lively than the New Year celebrations. The only story that faded into the background was that of the Yu couple. While the Yu group's influence is considerable, such personal matters pale in comparison to those above. Nonetheless, it sparked a tempest within the Yu family. In the Yu villa, the second floor echoed with the sounds of items crashing down. The servants on the first floor were filled with worry. It was their first time witnessing a quarrel between the master and mistress after so many years. You should have seen it. The wedding photos were taken down and thrown around. It was terrifying. Why smash that? If only they smashed some skincare products, I could have salvaged something. Isn't that the truth? Outside, the uproar was deafening, yet Yutang remained oblivious. She was like a venomous circle, with no one daring to approach. Fearing that if she spoke, their reputations would be ruined. Didn't you see Wan Shui, or just went out to make a call, and is now crying outside? And Zhang Hailu has retreated into a corner, isolating himself. As for Zhou Yunli, he was even worse off, locked in the restroom. The chief director, trembling, suggested, "Teacher Yu, considering the time, I presume you must be hungry. How about we eat first?" Yutang replied, "Bring the food." Understood. Regardless of the circumstances, they needed to placate her. Xie Shifeng, who had been keeping his distance from the hot spot, returned, his hair still damp from a recent wash. Initially thought Xie Shifeng was clever to hide, until a bird flew over his head. I'm dying of laughter. How can he be this unlucky? I suggest he seek out Sister Yu for a spell. After that afternoon's explosion, I reasonably suspect Sister Yu might possess magical abilities. She could even call the deceased grandfather of the village head. Perhaps she has a position in the underworld unbeknownst to us? Ha ha ha, you really dare to dream. Now, aside from Yutang, who had an appetite, the others couldn't eat at all. Yan Lanxing sat nearby, skillfully peeling shrimp and placing the meat into Yutang's bowl. Teacher Yu, in light of this shrimp, could you perhaps give me a little face in the future? Yutang chewed on corn kernels. With just the shrimp, it's quite challenging for me to assist you. Yan Lanxing pushed a plate of peeled shrimp toward her. What about this? Approved. Yutang had just caused a ruckus to clarify one thing. If she ruined the plot, would the system execute her on the spot? Clearly, it lacked such capability. Even if it could modify the narrative, as long as Yutang acted contrarily, it would amount to a futile alteration. The real concern was that Sang Qingqing might meddle with other storylines. Yutang remained unfazed, contentedly eating her meal. The relaxation of others stemmed from the confidence of their struggles. Hers arose from the mindset of having nothing to lose. Your surname is Yu? Xie Shifeng, since his arrival, finally spoke his second sentence. What of it? Yutang inquired. Xie Shifeng lowered his eyes. It's nothing. Just reminded of what my senior once said about his little junior sister he had never met, also named Yu. His senior described her as gentle and demure, fond of nurturing fish and flowers, clearly an elegant lady. It was hard to believe such a girl could be the same one who had just climbed atop the refrigerator in a flash. However, she had saved him earlier. And Xie Shifeng felt grateful. The only way to repay her was to keep his distance. Just then, a staff member burst in. Stop eating. There's poison in the food. The chef had just checked the ingredients and discovered 2 blue-ringed octopuses. Yutang. Poisonous mushrooms were mixed in with the mushrooms. Yan Lanxing. It seems the ginger used to neutralize the flavor might have rotted, and also. Suddenly, Xie Shifeng picked up a piece of stir-fried squid from his bowl. Is this blue-ringed octopus? The staff member confirmed. Yes. That's it. Absolutely, do not eat it. The corner of Xie Shifeng's mouth twitched. He had known it all along. Wan Shui, having finished crying, entered, and upon hearing that the food was inedible, pointed at Xie Shifeng, scolding. To think a simple meal could harbor so many toxins. This is all your fault. You jinx. Why can't you just stay at home and not harm others? She was aware of some internal matters regarding the Xie family and already held trepidation towards Xie Shifeng. Unable to provoke Yutang further, she could only unleash her wrath on him. Xie Shifeng's expression turned cold, remaining silent. These words had echoed in his ears countless times, and he had long since grown accustomed to them. Wan Shui stormed out, fuming as she cursed the jinx. Yutang, deep in thought, suddenly brightened. She turned to Xie Shifeng. Why don't you try picking some dishes? Xie Shifeng looked at her, puzzled. In acknowledgement of her earlier assistance, He casually picked up a pair of chopsticks and selected some stir-fried pork with green beans and other dishes. Yutang promptly discarded everything he had touched. Then, she picked up her bowl again. Now it's edible. Xie Yan Lanxing gently clapped. Teacher Yu. Your process of elimination is quite effective. Given Xie Shifeng's evident misfortune, the dishes he had touched must surely be toxic, while those he hadn't indicated safety. Following this logic, simply removing the poisonous dishes would suffice. Ha, I'm truly in awe of her. How did she think of this? This method may feel a bit hellish for Xie Shifeng, but it's just right for you. Xie Shifeng, is no one going to speak up for me? It was the first time Xie Shifeng realized he had such a utility. Yutang continued to munch on her meal, her mouth still busy as she asked him, Are you naturally this unlucky? Chapter 37. Sister, you will cast her spells. Xie Shifeng replied, Since I was 10, my luck has been rather poor. Whether intentionally or not, those who approached him would suffer harm due to his presence. He himself had long been plagued by a string of misfortunes, which was quite bothersome. His family had sent him to this variety show to unwind, hoping he would enjoy the pastoral scenery and alleviate his worries. However, on the way there, he encountered a flat tire, took a wrong turn, had a car accident, and faced continuous mishaps. Just arriving here was an ordeal. And even a leisurely stroll could result in a snake bite. The only stroke of luck he could claim was that the snake venom was expelled, leaving his body unaffected. What special thing did you do that year? Yutang asked, picking up a piece of cumin ribs. Xie Shifeng thought for a moment and replied, Nothing. That's strange. You must have ancestral blessings. While not everything goes smoothly, you shouldn't be short-lived, Yutang remarked. The fact that he hadn't kicked the bucket after so many years of bad luck indicated the strength of his ancestral fortune. Unless, of course, his luck had been borrowed away. Xie Shifeng's gaze remained indifferent. No need to comfort me. I'm well aware of the reasons. Yutang, curious, asked what reasons. Xie Shifeng lowered his gaze, despondently declaring, I once was the gallant and imposing general of the curtain, but due to a mishap at the Jade Emperor's banquet, where I accidentally shattered 99 glass lamps, I was relegated to this realm, reduced to a mere broom. I am not a human. I am, in essence, a broom. A question mark materialized above Yutang's head. She nearly burst into laughter, yet Xie Shifeng seemed genuinely convinced of his broom identity. With a suppressed smile, Yutang inquired, Who told you that? My senior brother, Xie Shifeng replied. Yutang mused that his senior brother was indeed quite the character, rivaling her own. As a child, she often coughed up blood, questioning her senior brother why everyone else remained unaffected while she suffered daily. He gently explained, You are, in fact, a plump fish from the depths of the ocean, who, upon discovering a drowning prince one day, inadvertently awakened him with a punch while attempting to save him.
Consequently,
the prince, having trained in boxing, felt challenged and engaged you in a fierce battle lasting 800 rounds, leaving him half dead and you with a chronic tendency to cough up blood. This tale imparted a lesson. One should refrain from indiscriminately rescuing men by the seaside. Yutang held this story in firm belief until the day she earned her elementary school diploma. As Sang Qingqing entered the dining hall and beheld the scene, she bit her lip. System, wasn't Xie Shifeng supposed to be in a coma, awaiting my rescue? And this table full of dishes. Shouldn't I have discovered the food was tainted and warned everyone not to eat, thereby saving them? Why has everything changed? Both of these plot points were supposed to be Sang Qingqing's shining moments. When the toxic food incident occurred, she became the most popular guest in the small house, garnering not only the favor of the other guests, but also skyrocketing her popularity to rival Qi Wang's. This laid a solid foundation for her subsequent romance with Qi Wang, culminating in a happily ever after ending that everyone delighted in. Yet now, Yutang's unexpected revelations had thrown all the storylines into disarray, leaving Sang Qingqing utterly unprepared. It's all in chaos, she lamented. Host, from the moment the plot modification took effect, subsequent storylines will be influenced and consequently altered, the system informed. It is akin to the butterfly effect. However, this particular plot had not yet taken effect. Yutang had even slapped Wang. The mere thought pained Sang Qingqing. Host, it is possible that the female antagonist has awakened self-awareness, rendering plot control ineffective upon her. Sang Qingqing was taken aback.
What?
Yutang has awakened self-awareness? By what right? The host must rectify these distorted plots and endeavor to steer the narrative back on course. In due time, even if the female antagonist awakens, the plot can be amended. At this juncture, The system presented a chart detailing the awakening levels of characters. Yutang topped the list with a terrifying full mark. Following her were Yu Zhaoqing and Yu Buqiu. System: why do both of them have 49? Sang Qingqing was perplexed. Host: it is irrelevant. A self-awareness threshold of over 80 is required for characters to gain consciousness. Instantly reassured, she shut the system interface. Failing to notice Yu Zhaoqing and Yu Buqiu's progress bar, which had abruptly surged to 85, only to revert to 49 in the blink of an eye. In the dining hall, Yutang rested her chin on her hand, observing Sang Qingqing's conversation with the system projected on the screen. Still attempting to correct her? Let us see who ultimately ends up being corrected. As night fell, due to a lack of available rooms, the production team intended to arrange for Wan Shuer and Sang Qingqing to share a room, thus preventing Xie Shifeng from having to sleep on the sofa. However, Wan Shuer adamantly refused, insisting on taking the last available room. In the dead of night, a loud crash erupted from an unknown room as a bed frame broke. Water began leaking from the bathroom, and the chandelier on the ceiling swayed ominously. Suddenly, a thunderous noise resonated overhead, prompting Yutang to open her eyes and instinctively begin calculating. In the next moment, she donned her jacket and bolted outside. Everyone, wake up. The house is collapsing. During the day, guests experienced a house collapse. At night, the small house faced a disaster. Who in this romantic reality show could survive? This seems more akin to an earthquake. How can Sister Yu be so certain the house will collapse? After the afternoon's events, even if she claimed the earth would explode, I would believe her. Hearing the commotion, Yan Lanqing emerged, knocking on the doors of the second-floor rooms one by one. Soon, everyone was roused and fled outside to seek refuge. Wan Shuer, awakened from her slumber, wore a grim expression. Can't a person get a decent sleep around here? Is this ever going to end? Just because she says the house will collapse, does it mean it will? Does the house bear her surname? Sang Qingqing attempted to soothe her. Don't be angry. Then, noticing Qi Wang sweating profusely and holding his lower back, she anxiously asked, Teacher Qi, are you alright? Qi Wang grimaced in pain, explaining that the sudden collapse of the bed had caused him to injure his back. We need to get you to the hospital right away. It's fine. Don't worry, he reassured her. It's cold at night, and you're not dressed warmly enough. Don't catch a chill. With a bashful nod, Sang Qingqing acquiesced.
Suddenly, Yutang interjected.
You express concern over whether he is cold, but failed to offer him your jacket. Disgraceful. Yan Lanqing nodded in agreement. Such verbal concern is akin to scattered diamonds. Generally, they hold little value. The two of them stood behind, seemingly waiting to critique. Fuming in just a short-sleeved shirt, Qi Wang was exasperated. Are these two ever going to stop? He removed his short-sleeved shirt and handed it to Sang Qingqing. Qingqing, you wear this for now. I'll see if I can grab a jacket. As Sang Qingqing reached out to accept it, Yutang chimed in. He dares to give you clothes that have already absorbed his sweat. He is trying to suffocate you. Wearing a short-sleeved shirt like that is quite undignified. Does he wish to tarnish your image? Yan Lanqing added. Qi Wang. Sang Qingqing. Why don't a bolt of lightning strike them dead? Thunder rumbled ominously. The romantic small house shook violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Yutang popped a mint candy to invigorate herself, glancing around at the others before suddenly asking, Where is Xie Shifeng? Chapter 38. Even stupidity can be creative. Upon uttering these words, the production team instantly panicked. Has anyone seen Teacher Xie? I checked the living room and the bathroom. He's nowhere to be found. Perhaps he left earlier, without us noticing?
Wan Shuer sneered.
Why are we still concerned about that broom star? I believe the house's impending collapse is his doing. Wherever he is, misfortune follows. Sang Qingqing, contemplating Xie Shifeng's predetermined fate, chose to remain silent. If the plot were to change, he, who should have been struggling for his life in the hospital, might very well perish in the collapsing house. Although it was unfortunate, she could not establish connections with the Xie family through him. His stroke of luck was still quite useful. Sang Qingqing sighed in regret. Teacher Yu. Don't go in there. Has she lost her mind? Running in there to die? Voices of surprise and anger rippled through the crowd. Yutang dashed toward the precarious romantic small house, kicked the door open, and rushed inside. What is Yutang thinking? Is she tired of living? Didn't anyone notice someone was missing? Of course, she's rushing in to save someone. Xie Shifeng isn't even inside. Is she going in to save thin air? Does she think she's in a superhero movie? How ridiculous. I admit she possesses some divination skills, but that doesn't mean everything she does is right. If she wants to save someone, she must have that capability. Otherwise, it's futile. Agreed. She seems reckless. Almost brainless. I see you two are like the city's property prices, not only failing to drop but actually rising. Upon entering the small house, Yutang immediately sprinted toward the fish pond, feeling around in the dark until she retrieved the old turtle sleeping by the rockery. My dear, I almost forgot about you. That's inexcusable. The old turtle, bewildered, tucked its head into its shell, remaining motionless. Just as Yutang was about to leave with the old turtle, she noticed a few cardboard boxes toppled by the staircase through the window, with a person pinned beneath them. Shortstory lay unconscious on the ground, a large bump on his forehead, clearly struck by something. His misfortune was unparalleled. Ducking under the falling chandelier, Yutang maneuvered through the corridor and approached Shortstory, effortlessly hoisting him onto her shoulder. With one hand cradling the turtle and the other hoisting a person, she dashed out of the house. The frequency of the tremors intensified, causing the plaster to crumble from the walls. Yutang quickened her pace, making a final sprint to the door. Catch this, she exclaimed, forcefully tossing the turtle towards Yanlansheng. Then, with a motion akin to hurling a bowling ball, she sent Shortstory sprawling onto the grass, rolling deftly away.
Bang!
Almost in the instant she rolled away, the love shack collapsed entirely. The ground quaked violently, enveloped in a cloud of dust. The deafening noise persisted for an extended period before finally subsiding. The love shack had been reduced to mere ruins. Witnessing the scene, the guests and production crew standing in the safety zone were left utterly speechless. They had just seen Yutang accomplish the remarkable feat of rescuing both a person and a turtle, emerging unscathed herself. The level of shock was palpable.
Wow.
Jiang Hailu almost knelt before Yutang. What a legend. Who just claimed Shortstory had already escaped. Do you have any idea how close he came to death? Still dawdling? Hurry and check if they're injured. Director Wang. Teacher Yan seems to have fainted. The scene descended into chaos. Yujie is amazing. Yujie is incredible. Critics, come on. Give your old man a shout. If it weren't for Yujie rushing in, Shortstory would have been buried alive by now. Every day they lament the low birth rate. I think there are plenty of births happening in this live stream. You disregard a human life, yet you dare to vilify Yujie? You must be truly shameless. The critics who had been the loudest in the live stream suddenly fell silent, not daring to utter a word. The fervor of Yu supporters was palpable, and no argument could sway them. On the grass, Yutang brushed off the grass clippings from her clothes and stood up, glancing around. Tang, are you alright? When Xiaoxiao approached with a coat to wrap around Yutang, you scare me to death just now. You nearly got buried in there. Are you looking for Teacher Xia? He just, before she could finish, Yutang inquired, perplexed, where's my turtle?
Huh.
When we ran out, I entrusted the turtle to Yanlansheng. Where did he take it? Where is he? This was indeed a pertinent question. Yanlansheng was, unfortunately, incapacitated, crushed by her turtle. Yutang crouched beside the unconscious Yanlansheng, holding the old turtle, utterly bewildered. How could someone faint just from a gentle bump? When Xiaoxiao found herself feeling a tinge of sympathy for Yanlansheng, that turtle was so heavy. How could he not faint? It was a miracle he wasn't dead. Jiang Hailu chuckled. You've raised quite the turtle. It can serve as a pet in ordinary times. And in moments of danger, it can also act as a weight to strike down foes, sending them off to their demise. A two-in-one marvel. Yutang retorted. Your father has 3 illegitimate children. The sharp jab left Jiang Hailu with a defeated expression, instantly silencing him. At that moment, Shortstory regained consciousness. Sitting on the ground with his hand pressed against his forehead, he appeared to be contemplating how he ended up there. It's all your fault, you jinx. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be without a place to sleep tonight. Wan Shuer, unable to contain her anger, erupted, her frustration mingling with the fury she felt upon learning of her father's scandal. You know you're a jinx, yet you still come out here to harm others. What's the point of your existence in this world? Shortstory raised his gaze, ice glinting in his eyes as he spoke with a chilling tone. You are rather talented. Wan Shuer mistakenly believed he was complimenting her.
What?
Shortstory continued. Even your foolishness is so creative. Wan Shuer's face flushed red, then turned pale. What right do you have to mock me? You've squandered so many years of good fortune. Being mocked is your just deserts. Yutang squatted there, resting her chin on her hands, watching the spectacle unfold. Sang Qingqing suddenly looked up at her. What does this have to do with you? Wan Shuer shot Yutang a look of disdain. You've got quite the mouth, always spewing nonsense. If it weren't for Yutang, I wouldn't have lost face in the live stream. People in the circle must be laughing at me. Yutang popped a candy into her mouth, though. Desperate times call for desperate measures. You remember that time you fell into the lake when you were 10 and almost didn't make it? Fortunately, you were saved, right? Do you know where your good fortune comes from? She pointed at Shortstory. It's borrowed from him. Shortstory was taken aback. Sang Qingqing's complexion turned ashen.
Indeed.
It was she who had saved Wan Shuer back then, and it was her own luck that had facilitated that rescue. Wan Shuer burst into laughter. Haha, you're hilarious. Yutang, you've lost your mind. What nonsense are you spouting? Borrowing luck? You think this is a TV show? She was unaware of where Yutang had gleaned her gossip, but she was certain that it was Qingqing who had saved her from drowning. Yutang intended to sow discord between the two. Dream on. Chapter 39. Wipe away the tears. Leave the rest to me. Yutang shifted the candy from one side of her mouth to the other. If you don't believe me, then I might just have to slap you. Wan Shuer asked, what are you talking about? Yutang pulled out a brush from her pocket, expertly breathed onto the tip, and said to Shortstory, now, fill this with your blood. She produced a bottle cap. Shortstory, though confused, complied. After doing so, he began to question his life choices. Why was he so inclined to follow her instructions? Yutang took the bottle cap filled with blood and splashed it towards Wan Shuer, the brush sweeping through the air. Heaven's decree, 3 to 5 unite. The sun and moon bring me fortune while you face calamity. Retreat. As the final word was uttered, a sharp crack resounded in the air, as though something intangible had shattered. A line of blood suddenly appeared on Wan Shuer's body, oozing from her heart until it vanished completely. Simultaneously, the dark aura surrounding Shortstory dissipated, as if the clouds had parted to reveal a clear sky, leaving him feeling renewed. Although his appearance remained unchanged, he sensed a distinct difference. Is Ultraman shooting a light wave? Ha ha ha. Yutang jumped up to knock your head. Wait, I thought you were just joking about her having magical powers, but she actually did something real. So when she called the village chief's deceased grandfather, that was real too? You all are blowing this out of proportion. What does it prove? Magic? More like a sleight of hand. The critics seized the opportunity to find fault. The next moment, Wan Shuer stumbled and fell face first into the dirt, her face covered in mud. Sang Qingqing rushed to help her, but upon seeing a frog leap onto Wan Shuer's head, she recoiled in fright. Ah! Wan Shuer screamed, get it away. Hurry! The staff rushed to assist, but in their haste, one accidentally stepped on her shoe, causing her to slip and tumble down the embankment. Wan Shuer fell silent. Everyone turned to Yutang, recalling her earlier mention of borrowing luck, sending chills down their spines. If Wan Shuer had merely tripped, it wouldn't have been a significant issue. Yet, the string of misfortunes seemed relentless, almost as if a jinx had possessed her. Yutang felt a pang of regret. She had hoped to witness a confrontation between Wan Shuer and Shortstory. Quarreling with mere words was lackluster. It was the clash of blades that excited her. Alas. What did you just do? Shortstory asked hesitantly. Yutang sighed, oh, nothing much. Just cut the straw connected to the luck you share with her. Perhaps she was drawing a little too heavily from it, and it choked her. Shortstory was bewildered. Your explanation is quite straightforward and refreshingly candid. But why would I be affected by her borrowing luck when I've never even met her? He pondered. Yutang sighed again. Some borrowing of luck can occur without the person's consent, but it comes with greater side effects. Few understand this method. Sang Qingqing's system is quite adept at it. Shortstory was momentarily stunned, feeling that such a notion was utterly absurd. Could such things truly exist? Because of the bad luck that clung to him, he had been unable to connect with his parents, had no friends, and had lived in isolation for over a decade. If this was simply his fate, he would have accepted it. However, to inform him now that it is human-made is utterly absurd. But why have you been sighing since just now? Is there something unusual about me? Shortstory looked at Yutang with a perplexed gaze. Yutang sighed, her heart heavy. Oh, just the thought that you have been used by others for your fortune all these years, and now that it has finally been lifted, I cannot help but feel a pang of discomfort. It would have been better to wait a little longer, at least until they finish their fight. I haven't even watched the performance. Shortstory was taken aback. He never expected Yutang to care for him so deeply. She had selflessly saved him just this morning, and now she was saddened by his plight. This was only their second meeting. Rarely did Shortstory feel so flustered, his voice stuttering. Since the matter is resolved, I am not too concerned. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Please, do not be too upset. Yutang stared at him in confusion. Huh?
What is he talking about?
Xie Shifeng's ears flushed crimson. He stood up, supporting himself on his knees, but overlooked the sloped ground beneath him. In the past, he would have tumbled down into the ditch, perhaps earning himself a broken bone. This time, however, he merely tilted slightly and regained his balance. A trace of astonishment flickered in Xie Shifeng's eyes. No amount of words could compare to personal experience in terms of persuasion. It seemed his streak of bad luck had truly dissipated. Thank you, he said earnestly, expressing his gratitude to Yutang once more. Xie Shifeng's ears are so red. What secret conversation did he just have with Sister Yu? Hee. A light flirtation with Ting. Am I the only one who noticed that Xie Shifeng didn't fall into the ditch? He is the kind of unfortunate fellow who trips just walking normally. The plot is so mundane, isn't it? Yutang waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was unnecessary. Originally, Xie Shifeng's misfortune had nothing to do with her.
Yet,
because she had carried him out of that small room, she had unwittingly entangled herself in his fate. Thus, she could perceive the secrets obscured by the system. The threads of fortune intertwined among Xie Shifeng, Wan Shuer, and Sang Qingqing. To illustrate, Xie Shifeng was like a bottle of strawberry milk. While Sang Qingqing drank from him with a straw, she also shared it with Wan Shuer. Now that the straw was broken, both of them would suffer the backlash. However, Sang Qingqing was protected by the system and was connected to many other straws, so this minor backlash would not affect her. Wan Shuer, on the other hand, was not so fortunate. Yutang crunched the candy in her mouth, clicking her tongue. It made her thirsty just thinking about it. She stood up, intending to fetch a bottle of strawberry milk to soothe her wounded spirit from missing the performance. However, after squatting for too long, her legs went numb, causing her to lose control and sit back down. She found herself once again beside the unconscious Yan Lanqing. Yan Lanqing finally awoke, slowly opening his eyes, only to be met with an overwhelming weight that nearly took his breath away. Teacher Yu, with her red-rimmed eyes, presented a delicate flower-like appearance, softly gasping. I feel my time is drawing near, so my black card password is. Yutang immediately disregarded her numb legs, leaning in to listen intently to the voice of the god of wealth. Yan Lanqing succumbed to unconsciousness again. Wait, finish speaking before you pass out. What about her? The assistant director hurriedly rushed over. Teacher Wen, your family has contacted our program team, saying that your grandmother has just passed away. You need to call them back immediately. What? When Shea's eyes widened, tears spilling from the corners. She hurriedly ran to make the call. The incident was sudden, and it was late. The program team had no vehicles left, and she would have to wait until tomorrow to be taken down the mountain. When Shea cried so hard, gasping for breath, unable to heed anyone's words. In the corner, Zhou Yunli cast a dark gaze in her direction. His initial target had been her, but he was unsure where he had gone wrong. She had suddenly turned her back on him. The woman he coveted yet could not possess was always one he would seek to destroy. If he could not destroy her, seeing her weep uncontrollably would still bring him inexplicable satisfaction. Just like at this moment. Stop crying. A tissue was handed to Wenxia. Yutang, rubbing her numb legs, half squatted down, gazing into Wenxia's eyes. Do you wish to bid farewell to your grandmother one last time? Wenxia looked up at her, her eyes red. But she is already gone. I will never see her again, nor hear her voice. Wipe your tears. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 40. Biological cousins. Yutang took out a small brush again, blowing gently on the tip before drawing a talisman in her palm. As the pristine brush tip touched her hand, ink marks automatically materialized. From the beginning to the end, the strokes flowed smoothly, culminating in a faint glimmer of golden light upon completion. Once finished, Yutang tucked the brush under her arm and pulled out her phone to make a call. Hello? 111, customer service. Please tell me your grandmother's name. Yutang had only just remembered to ask Wenxia. Wenxia was momentarily stunned, instinctively replying, Cheng Xiolo. Yutang reported the name, and after a brief pause, she handed the phone to Wenxia. You answer. I will fetch something to drink. She calculated in her mind. Splendid. This month's underworld call task progress is 2 out of 10. Complete 8 more orders, and the blood loss indicator for this month will be eliminated. Truly remarkable. Wenxia hesitated before putting the phone to her ear. Hello? Xia. The familiar voice reached her ears. And the tears she had barely managed to hold back cascaded once more. Grandma. The moment she uttered grandma, the live stream room froze for several seconds. Subsequently, The barrage of comments exploded. GIF effects filled the screen, the image flickered, and finally, the live stream blacked out. The trending searches erupted once again. Who on earth is Yutang? The young master of the Xie family has been borrowed for luck. Yutang called the underworld's customer service. When Xia's grandmother has passed away, a farewell through a phone call. Onlookers? What is this? It's all in Chinese, yet I can't comprehend it. Who believes in such superstitions as borrowing luck and contacting the underworld? I keep seeing Yutang trending. Who is she? What capital is backing her? Daring to promote such an absurd persona? My sister Yu is fierce and wild. Fans 7 and 8 are no match for her. Come join us and enjoy the daily gossip. Now, new fans get a special discount. If you support Yu, you'll receive a belly full of grievances from the opposing side. Limited gifts, first come, first served. As the doubts from casual viewers and detractors began to rise, Yu's fans interjected humorously, diverting the conversation. This matter not only captured the attention of the entertainment industry, but also elicited some interest from the affluent circles. The scandals surrounding the Jiang and Wan families had already become common knowledge. The news of the Yu family's quarrels had also spread. The old foxes in the wealthy circles pondered deeply. Rather than believing that Yutang had the ability to read fortunes, it seemed more plausible that the Yu family had hired a detective to gather scandalous gossip, deliberately allowing her to leak it during the live stream to create hype. The idea of contacting the underworld was even more laughable. It was likely scripted. Given the Yu family's background, they could certainly pull it off. The only puzzling aspect was the matter of the young master of the Xie family being borrowed for luck. This could not possibly be fabricated. The Xie family had been in politics for many years, their background intertwined with unspeakable matters. They could not possibly collaborate with others for theatrics. The Xie family was difficult to approach, so those eager to investigate turned their attention to the Yu family, reaching out to the secretary of Yu Zhaojing. The response was succinct. Our President Yu is not very familiar with the young lady. You have the wrong person. A certain wealthy family. Brother and sister are not familiar? Are you telling me they are biological cousins? In the live stream room, when Xia, with red eyes, bowed deeply to Yutang, expressing her gratitude for allowing her to bid farewell to her grandmother in person. No need, I am allergic to this kind of formality. Yutang interrupted her. If you truly wish to thank me, bring me some snacks. She possesses little in the way of altruistic virtues, were it not for her alarming health indicators. She would prefer to remain a plump, helpless fish, waiting for someone to assist her in turning over. After all, the underworld is overcrowded with spirits, increasingly congested, necessitating their release from earthly ties to be reincarnated. Otherwise, this phone call would remain unmade. When Xia, through her tears, managed to smile, offering, "Here, take it all. I can give you everything." The collapse of the love shack left the guests without a place to rest, forcing them to seek refuge in the homes of villagers. The subsequent filming schedule was also adversely affected. This predicament was not insurmountable. However, before dawn, the families of Luo and Ma, preoccupied with wedding arrangements, suddenly erupted into conflict. The Luo family berated the Ma family's son, accusing him of being unworthy, while threatening the bride with private photographs to coerce her into marriage. The Ma family retaliated, claiming the Luo daughter lacked propriety and insinuating that they wished their son to take on the role of a suitor. As the quarrel escalated, neither side could claim victory, leading to an outright brawl. At that moment, a head popped up over the Luo family's wall. Yutang clung to the wall, stretching her neck to peer inside. Inside, the bride's brother shielded her, shouting, "Enough. This wedding is off." The groom, his face turning pale, pointed a finger at him, cursing, "What right do you have to stop our marriage? Even if she was adopted by your family, she has called you brother for years. How dare you lay a hand on her?" The bride's brother retorted, "I have no shame, but you, knowing she does not love you, still resort to such despicable methods to force her. Are you not the one without face?" The two men grappled with each other.
Yutang gasped.
Her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, yes. Just like that, fight. Put some strength into it. Strike the face. What's the point of just arguing? It has to escalate into a brawl for it to be thrilling. At this late hour, Teacher Yu, unable to sleep, had taken to the wall to enjoy the spectacle. Nearby, a melodious and charming voice interrupted her thoughts. Yan Lansheng, resting his chin on his hand, watched with a smile in his fox-like eyes. Yutang found she could not tear her gaze away from him. Yan Lansheng, too, was not yet asleep. Not at all, he chuckled. Thanks to Teacher Yu, I have only just awakened. First I was knocked out by an old turtle, and then I was dazed by you. Yan Lansheng had never experienced such a luxurious sleep. Once his eyes closed, he knew nothing at all. Yutang feigned deafness, intent on the unfolding drama. Inside, the bride, having cried enough, finally stood up and shouted, "Stop fighting. Everyone, cease. I am not pregnant. I was only deceiving you." With those words, both the groom and her brother halted, turning to gaze at her. The bride looked tearfully at her brother. "I just wanted you to acknowledge your true feelings." The brother's expression softened, while the groom's face darkened with anger. The chaos reignited, waking Wan Shui'er, who was temporarily residing with the Luo family. With a cold expression, she stepped outside and admonished, "Can you all keep it down? Don't you know there are guests sleeping?" Before she could finish, a bench was hurled from the chaotic crowd, knocking her unconscious. Yet, no one paid her any heed. The conflict escalated further. The entire village was roused from slumber to witness the commotion. Following the incident with Wan Shui'er, the production team, fearing further complications, had no choice but to conclude the current filming session early and escort all guests down the mountain at noon. Yutang and Yan Lansheng were assigned to the same vehicle, both yawning from fatigue after a night spent indulging in the drama. They had not slept a wink. Yan Lansheng casually asked, "I've heard teacher you grew up in a Taoist temple and has not seen her family for many years. How is it now?" "Half familiar," she replied. "Are they treating you poorly?" Yutang leaned languidly against her seat. "It's fine for now. In the future, perhaps not." How did she end up in a mental institution in the original story? It was none other than her own elder brother who had sent her there. The reason was simple. She was obstructing Sang Qingqing's path. Her second brother was even more ruthless. They had not laid a hand on her yet, merely because she had not yet caused enough trouble to exhaust their patience entirely. When that day came, they would not hesitate to abandon her, their own sister. For Sang Qingqing, after awakening to her self-awareness, Yutang had never contemplated trusting anyone from the Yu family again. Chapter 41. Young Miss. Come home with me. Not even the two brothers who had once cherished her as if she were a precious jewel. People do change. The only constant is the kitchen knife in her hand. One comes, and she will strike. She is ready to confront them head-on. At the foot of the mountain, the atmosphere was lively. Zhou Yunli had just arrived when he was pulled from the car, adorned with a custom silver bracelet, and taken for tea. The Wan family's bodyguards lifted the unconscious Wan Shui'er into their vehicle, and not 5 meters down the road, the car suddenly had a flat tire. Upon the appearance of Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing, media reporters hidden in the trees surged forward, ready to capture fresh news. This scene was nothing short of an epic spectacle of gossip. Yutang, cradling the old turtle, watched with great delight. Indeed, she had taken the old turtle with her. Before leaving, the village chief had commented on their fateful connection, encouraging her to take it. He had his own motives, partly to foster good relations, and partly for his grandfather, who remained locked away in a dark room. Regardless, Yutang felt quite pleased. "Turtle, when we get home, I'll buy you a big bow to wear on your head. You'll surely love it." The old turtle remained in a daze. Just then, a silver Rolls-Royce pulled up beside the crowd of reporters, from which 2 bodyguards in black emerged. They parted the throng and approached Sang Qingqing, saying, "Miss, President Yu has sent us to escort you home." Sang Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, a sweet smile spreading across her face. "Thank you, big brother. I'm sorry, everyone. I will address these questions another day. Please allow me to return home first." The reporters, wary of Yu Zhaoqing's formidable reputation, parted to let her pass. Qi Wang protected Sang Qingqing as they made their way to the car. As they passed Yutang, Sang Qingqing suddenly halted and remarked, "Oh, didn't my brother say to bring Ting back with us?" The bodyguard replied honestly, "President Yu did not instruct us to do so." A smirk flickered in Qi Wang's eyes. He had anticipated this outcome. Yu Zhaoqing and Yu Buqiu had always been exceedingly fond of their sister, Qingqing. Even though Yutang shared blood ties with them, she could not eclipse Qingqing in their affections. "Is that so?" Sang Qingqing looked at Yutang with a hint of regret.
Ting-tong, I'm sorry.
"There isn't enough space in the car for too many people. I'll tell my brother when I get back, and then they can come to fetch you." Once she spoke those words, the reporters would swiftly disseminate this news online, solidifying the fact that Yutang, the Yu family's eldest daughter, was not favored by her family. Suddenly, a black Bugatti sped toward Yutang and parked at an angle beside her. The window rolled down, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful man. With long black hair cascading over his shoulders and silver-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, his sharp features exuded a charming yet roguish allure. Leaning casually against the steering wheel, he turned his gaze toward Yutang, his voice languid. "Young miss, come home with me." Yutang blinked, momentarily taken aback. Was he speaking to her? The crowd held its breath. Yu Zhaoqing. He had actually come personally. Sang Qingqing's heart leapt with joy upon seeing Yu Zhaoqing, and she stepped forward to inquire, "Big brother, are you here to pick me up?" Yutang couldn't contain her laughter.
What are you laughing at?
Qi Wang glared at her. Yutang looked at the man in the car. "Why don't you ask him if he is Yu Zhaoqing?" The man in the driver's seat smirked, seemingly amused. "I am Yu Buqiu." The reporters gasped in shock once more. Yu Buqiu, the second young master of the Yu family. His methods were as ruthless and decisive as his elder brother's. Yet he carried an air of nonchalance and playfulness. If Yu Zhaoqing represented the peak of an icy mountain, then Yu Buqiu was the dangerous, silent undercurrent at the depths of the ocean. Both bore similar appearances, but possessed entirely divergent personalities. Both were equally formidable. The reporters silently adjusted their cameras, wary of inadvertently capturing the scene with Yu Buqiu, for fear of being relentlessly pursued by his formidable attorney. Upon hearing Yu Buqiu speak, Sang Qingqing's countenance transformed into one of embarrassment. Throughout her life, she had always struggled to distinguish between her two brothers. As they matured, it became somewhat easier to differentiate them by their fashion choices and hairstyles, yet in their youth, their identical appearances were utterly confounding. How, then, could Yutang, who spent so little time with her brothers, possibly discern between them? "Get in the car, miss." Yu Buqiu disregarded Sang Qingqing's discomfort, reiterating his request to Yutang. Yutang, undeterred, stowed her suitcase in the back seat before seating herself in the passenger side. After completing these tasks, she glanced at Sang Qingqing outside the vehicle and remarked, "I apologize for the inconvenience." Sang Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond, when Yutang continued, "This car cannot accommodate non-humans. I will speak to the slaughterhouse upon my return and see if they can send someone to fetch you." With that, Yutang shrugged, her cheeky expression inciting a desire to rush into the car and confront her. "Humph." Yu Buqiu chuckled softly, the corners of his eyes relaxing behind his glasses. Sang Qingqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, unable to believe that her second brother would abandon her for Yutang. Even their eldest brother had the decency to send someone to retrieve her. Clearly, the rumors were unfounded. Who had ever claimed that Yutang was not valued by the family? The reporters whispered among themselves, noting that Yu Buqiu had personally come to collect her. Initially, they thought it was quite impressive that Yu Zhaoqing had sent bodyguards for her, only to realize that the treatment of a foster daughter and a biological child was, indeed, different. Qi Wang cast a cold glance at the group of reporters, offering consolation to Sang Qingqing. "Do not be disheartened. Your second brother has always been eccentric, and no one can predict his thoughts. Your eldest brother truly cares for you." Sang Qingqing nodded, her eyes still moist. "I understand. As long as my eldest brother is on my side, I have no reason to worry." Inside the car, Yutang pondered the strange behavior of Yu Buqiu, who had inexplicably left Sang Qingqing behind to come for her. In the novels, he was often portrayed as capricious and peculiar, a person capable of engaging in friendly banter one moment and delivering a brutal blow the next. His actions defied conventional logic. However, it would be foolish not to take advantage of a free ride. Yutang calmly tucked her hands into her pockets. "Yu Qijo asked me to come collect you." Yu Buqiu broke the silence. "You seem to have a good relationship with him. This is the first time he has requested my assistance." Yutang displayed little reaction, merely replying with a nonchalant, "Oh, are you accustomed to staying at eldest brother's house?" Yu Buqiu inquired again. "I am," she replied. "You've been away from home for so many years. Many things have changed. If you have any uncertainties, feel free to ask Yu Qijo." Yu Buqiu's phoenix eyes turned toward her, a smirk playing on his lips. "It seems you harbor quite an opinion of me." "Indeed," Yutang said slowly, unwrapping a lollipop. "I dislike you." Yu Buqiu appeared taken aback by her candor, pausing for a moment before laughing. "Well, that is fortunate, for I do not like you either." "Then you truly lack discernment." "Likewise," Yu Buqiu replied coolly. "You dislike me. Does that mean you also harbor disdain for eldest brother?" Chapter 42. Return home to meet the parents. Yutang contemplated seriously. "It's all just chocolate, after all. Why differentiate between them?" Yu Buqiu added, "Besides, wasn't I previously living at your house?" Yutang regarded him with a look of incredulity. That was you masquerading as Qi, coming to fetch me. Yu Buqiu paused slightly. How did you know it was me? His disguise skills were typically exceptional, rarely being seen through. Yet, in their first meeting after many years, Yutang had seen through him twice. Interesting, Yutang rested her chin on her hand. I initially had no idea, but your earlier remark, miss, carried a distinct personal touch. The way you elongated the syllable, casual yet aloof, was unmistakably that of a prodigy. She continued, Mr. Yu, your skills in disguise could use some refinement. Hearing this, Yu Buqiu turned to scrutinize her. By the order of seniority, you ought to address me as second brother. Yutang's face was a portrait of resistance. This topic is rather dull. How about we discuss something more thrilling? Such as? Are you not steering the wheel because you intend to crash us through the railing and ascend to the heavens with me? Yu Buqiu glanced back. Realizing the car was perilously close to colliding with the guardrail at the bend, he calmly maneuvered the steering wheel, slowing down and drifting past the obstacle at the last moment.
How was that?
Impressive, wasn't it? He grinned. Yutang closed her eyes. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Yu Buqiu raised an eyebrow. Why should I heed your command? With that, he pressed down on the accelerator. Another vehicle trailed closely behind them along the mountain road. In the next instant, rocks tumbled down from the mountainside, blocking the path of the car behind. Upon witnessing this through the rearview mirror, Yu Buqiu's expression shifted. How did you know there would be falling rocks? Had I not accelerated just now, the consequences would have been dire. Yutang replied, would you prefer to hear a falsehood or a lie? Do you have no truth to offer? None for you. In the vehicle trailing them sat Xie Shifeng and his bodyguard. Sir, the master and madam have requested that you invite Miss Yu to dinner at home to thank her for alleviating your misfortunes. Why are you driving so fast? The bodyguard lamented. Xie Shifeng rubbed his forehead, uncertain how to respond. Isn't that simple? The bodyguard questioned. What do you know? Xie Shifeng lowered his gaze. After knowing a girl for such a short time, asking her to come home to meet my parents, do you think she would accept or call the police? Sir. Isn't a dinner invitation different from meeting the parents? What difference does it make? Aren't both occasions about meeting my family? Xie Shifeng's ears began to redden. Sir, the bodyguard exclaimed, you have been plagued by misfortune for too long. Always solitary. You've missed so many opportunities. How can you be so naive in courting a girl? You must take the initiative. Xie Shifeng appeared hesitant. Take the initiative? The bodyguard nodded emphatically. Exactly. For instance, Xie Shifeng straightened his posture, attentively listening to the bodyguard's advice. For example, you could send 12 or 20 agile bodyguards to capture Miss Yu and confine her in a small dark room, deliberately ignoring her to protect her from enemies. Just when Miss Yu reveals her vulnerable side due to fear of darkness, you arrive in the nick of time to rescue her. Xie Shifeng interjected, what nonsense is this? Where did you glean such experience? The bodyguard patted his chest, reminiscing. I believe it was from a literary masterpiece titled Dancing with Wolves, The Gentle CEO. It's quite well written. Xie Shifeng felt a headache coming on. If you're unwell, go get treated. Don't seek remedies from such books. Be quiet, or I'll have you thrown out. Understood, sir, the bodyguard replied, feeling wronged. At the Black Swan Villa, just as Yu Buqiu parked the car, Yu Jiwen and Sang Yao rushed over. Yutang, I demand to know what you meant in your live stream. Do you harbor such hatred toward me and your mother, speaking recklessly in public and bringing disgrace upon us? Yu Jiwen banged on the car window, shouting angrily, get out. Kneel and apologize to me and your mother. Unfilial daughter. How did we end up with such a disobedient child? Yutang scoffed, then produced a large loudspeaker from her bag, which she had snatched from the director before her departure. Open the sunroof, she instructed Yu Buqiu. Yu Buqiu squinted lazily, and what if I refuse? Do you wish to experience the sensation of being knocked unconscious by a loudspeaker? Yu Buqiu was unfazed by her threat, his phoenix eyes glimmering. Are you as fierce with Yu Zhaoqing? Despite his words, he still opened the sunroof. Yutang stood up, brandishing the loudspeaker, and shouted at the couple. You've become quite bold. Haven to you? Are you afraid of what I might say? It was Yu Jiwen who had instigated Sang Qingqing to falsely claim she was the daughter of Sang Yao's first love. Fearful of offending her, you deliberately taught her how to manipulate Sang Yao. Am I mistaken? Dare you swear before the image of the god of wealth that you have never committed such an act? If you are bold enough to do so, I shall take your surname, Yu Buqiu. Could it be that her surname is not actually Yu? Yu Jiwen's arm trembled with anger. Just as she was about to pull Yutang out, she was seized by Sang Yao. Is she speaking the truth? Did you instruct Qingqing to deceive me, leading me astray for all these years?
Sang Yao question incredulity.
Yu Jiwen, momentarily forgetting about Yutang, hurriedly explained, Darling, do not listen to her nonsense. Yutang interjected. Oh. Sang Yao takes Sang Qingqing to pay tribute to her first love every year, telling her that he is her father. And if he were still alive, the three of you would be very happy together. Yu Jiwen's explanation caught in her throat, fury erupting. Is this how you teach children? What are you implying, that I am hindering your family reunion? I was just momentarily confused. Momentarily confused? Have you been wearing that ashes necklace for all these years, and it's all a ruse? What about you? You helped Qingqing deceive me for all these years. And you think you are justified? The couple had only just reconciled that morning, coming together to confront Yutang. Yet, a few words from her plunged them back into a crisis of trust, even causing them to shout the word divorce, completely disregarding Yutang. Yutang raised a megaphone to provide dramatic accompaniment. You did not lie, why would she need to lie? Who is really lying? Oh, Yu Jiwen's heart sank. Rushing over to confront her. Seeing this, Yu Buqiu began to retreat, circling the statue and the fountain in a frenzy. Yu Jiwen angrily pursued her. Consequently, the entire villa resonated with Yutang's heart-wrenching song. Uninformed bystanders might have thought a beloved goose had faced heartbreak. Chapter 43. Who truly holds dominion over this household? Yu Jiwen and Sang Yao were driven away by Yutang's ire. It seemed they would not trouble her for some time. Yutang tossed aside the megaphone and hoisted her suitcase from the car. The butler, Bei, hurriedly approached. Miss, allow me to assist you. Such labor is not fit for one of your stature. Please, let me handle it. He unceremoniously seized Yutang's suitcase, not even sparing the strawberry milk she held. Thank you, Uncle Bei, Yutang said, stretching lazily. Yu Buqiu passed her suitcase. Let me carry it inside. The butler paused, hesitating to ask, Second young master, has your hand been injured? Yu Buqiu, what do you mean? Who truly holds dominion over this household? He had only been gone for a few days. And Yutang had already taken control? As Yutang was about to walk away, Yu Buqiu called out to her. There is a charity gala tonight. You must attend with Qizhou. After pause, he added in a neutral tone, dress well, so they can see who the legitimate eldest daughter of the Yu family truly is. Yutang looked at him, puzzled. This development fell off, for in the book, this plot unfolded differently. Yu Buqiu had warned her against attending the gala, fearing she would embarrass the Yu family. Yet she still went, ultimately making a fool of herself against the backdrop of Sang Qingqing acquiring a genuine treasure at a high price. At that time, an event transpired that further solidified Sang Qingqing's absolute status within the Yu family, while she, the legitimate eldest daughter, became a mere facade.
But now,
Yu Buqiu was actively encouraging her to attend. Was this the daylight manifestation of a ghost? What, do you not wish to go? Misinterpreting her silence, Yu Buqiu continued. If you do not go, Yutang's eyes sparkled. I never said I wouldn't go. However, I have no money. I cannot attend a charity gala, and buy nothing. Yu Buqiu replied, I will give you my supplementary card shortly. Yutang nearly laughed with delight. All right, then I shall go. With the card in hand, she felt triumphant. After all, Yu Buqiu would eventually confront her. Why not take the opportunity to extract a little more from him before he acted? By spending a bit more now, she would ensure Sang Qingqing would spend less later. In any case, she stood to gain. With a cheerful stride, Yutang walked toward the villa. Yu Buqiu frowned, questioning the butler. Why does she look so mischievously delighted? Is she scheming to create trouble for me? The butler chuckled. Second young master, not at all. The eldest daughter is simply moved by your thoughtful gesture, rendered speechless. Yu Buqiu paused, taken aback. Is that so? Absolutely. Just think, the eldest daughter returns home, unloved by her father and neglected by her mother, with no pocket money. You suddenly give her a supplementary card. What a radiant warmth it must bring her. The butler spoke with such emotion that he nearly shed tears. Yu Buqiu pressed his lips together, feeling a twinge of discomfort. No wonder Yutang spoke to him with such sarcasm. Was she disappointed in them? Surely, she must feel somewhat disheartened as well. Just then, a thunderous shout erupted from the villa. Which scoundrel has stolen my face masks? They cost $10 each. How is there only one box left? Where is Yu Qizhou? Have him come out and apologize for cutting me with my face masks. Yu Buqiu, the butler, amen. That evening, at the charity gala venue, Yu Qizhou, sporting a swollen forehead, walked with Yu Tingtang into the banquet hall, his demeanor subdued. As they walked, he grumbled, "It was just a few of your face masks, and they were laser treatment masks, meant to be discarded anyway. Is it worth getting so upset over?" Yu Tingtang scoffed coldly. "What do you know? Those were an extravagant purchase of mine, hydrating and illuminating, and a limited edition at that. Where did you buy them?" "I can go get some to replace them for you," he retorted.
From a roadside stall, she shot back.
Yu Qizhou felt defeated. How could she possibly be so careless? Using products from a roadside stall that were of questionable quality. How unrefined could her standards be? Yu Tingtang's gaze lingered on Yu Qizhou's face for a moment. Then she inquired, "Where have you been these past few days? You look rather worn." Just as Yu Qizhou was about to respond, his temper flared, and he huffed. "Why should I inform you where I've been? I can go wherever I please without needing to report to you." Yu Tingtang nodded. "Do as you wish. But go fetch me some cake, drinks, and fruits." "Why should I?" "Return my face masks." Yu Qizhou stormed off in a huff. If it weren't for his brother, he would have left long ago. As soon as he departed, Yu Tingtang casually found a seat, surveying the banquet hall. What a lively gathering. A veritable menagerie of people bustling about. It felt as if she had stepped into a haunted house, and yet it was quite cool. After waiting for a while without seeing Yu Qizhou return, she stood up to head to the restroom. Upon exiting, she overheard a conversation behind a potted plant.
Awang.
"I think I just saw Tingtang. She's at this gala too." It was Sang Qingqing's voice. Qi Wang frowned upon hearing this. She had the audacity to show her face here after slandering us in her live stream? If it weren't for Yu Tingtang, my plans for our relationship's public announcement could have proceeded smoothly. Now that it's exposed, it damages both our reputations and careers.
Chinking, I'm sorry.
"I've dragged you into this mess." Qi Wang expressed regret. Sang Qingqing was taken aback. "Why do you say that?" "Because Yu Tingtang's actions were all to draw my attention, indicating she still has feelings for me." "So that's the case," Sang Qingqing said, a cloud of concern settling on her brow. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have told you that Tingtang liked you. You wouldn't have felt the need to protect me by pretending to date her." Qi Wang grasped her hand. "You cannot blame yourself. It was my choice to act that way. If anyone is to be blamed, it is me." Suddenly, the overhead lights flickered off. "Oh dear. Even the lights can't bear your nonsense." Yu Tingtang clapped her hands in mock applause. Qi Wang nearly choked in disbelief. Sang Qingqing's expression turned to shock. Tingtang? When did you get here?" Yu Tingtang smiled sweetly. "Oh, I have been here since the moment you began your little charade." She had long been curious. She was neither foolish nor blind. How could Sang Qingqing be infatuated with Qi Wang, loving him to the point of distraction? How amusing.
"Oh,
what a tangled web we weave," Sang Qingqing exclaimed, as her life unraveled at the seams. Yu Tingtang seized the water bucket left by the cleaning staff and promptly doused Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing with it. With her hands on her hips, she scolded. "I reckon when you two were young and burning with fever, it was your mother who held you above her head to shield you from the rain while rushing you to the hospital. And you still dared to chirp behind my back. As for my lingering feelings for you, Qi, if you're unwell, seek a veterinarian. And stop indulging in daydreams of your demise. And you, Sang, which family doesn't he have a leash? What gives you the audacity to run rampant and bite anyone? Are you awake now? If not, head to the restroom and take a good look at yourself." Chapter 44. I could be your father. Soaked from head to toe, Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing felt the discomfort of their dresses clinging to their skin, and upon hearing Yu Tingtang's words, their anger flared even more.
Yu Tingtang.
"Are you seeking death? Call out, call your father." Yu Tingtang hurled the bucket at his head.
Clang.
The bucket snugly encased Qi Wang's head, echoing loudly. Sang Qingqing turned pale, standing behind him, too intimidated to speak. Since realizing her revised character setting had no effect on Yu Tingtang, she had developed a certain wariness toward her. She was a volatile time bomb, particularly with a burgeoning self-awareness. Who knew what madness she might unleash? Yu Tingtang retrieved the rolling bucket and placed it aside, letting out a cold snort before turning to leave. Anger aside, she felt somewhat relieved to clarify that her aesthetic sensibilities were indeed intact. It was only natural for her to appreciate beauty. Yu Tingtang pulled out her phone and casually updated her Weibo, feeling emo, yearning to collapse in the embrace of a handsome guy standing at 6 feet tall. With six-pack abs, long legs, fair skin, good looks, and a melodious voice that can charm anyone. Fish fans flocked to her post. Does it have to be a handsome guy? What about a mature woman? I just got out of jail. Isn't that description spot on for Yen Marin? Wait for me. Sister Yu, I'm sneaking into the Yen household to rescue Yen Marin for you. Where is Yen Marin? Hurry and come serve the emperor fish. Where's Yen Marin? The time has come when you need my backside. How ridiculous. The one in power at the Yen family has no time to engage with you in shipping fantasies. Even moon landing scams should have some bottom line, or do not fear being laughed at. Isn't it enough to abandon the charlatan persona? Now they're gearing up to bind Mr. Yen to further stir the pot? Haven't you noticed he doesn't even want to acknowledge you? Finding you an Aloman? Top-tier fans and princess fans, cloaked in anonymity, leaped around in the comments. They were irate at the main character's romance, but had not forgotten that Yutang was the true culprit. She was even more cursed. They seized their keyboards to continue mocking, when suddenly a comment refreshed and swiftly climbed to the top of the hot comments. Yen Lansheng. Is His Majesty's statement meant solely for me, or do other brothers get a share? Yu's fans flooded the comments. Haha, Your Majesty. You took too long to reply. He doesn't want you anymore. Disguised black sheep? ISN, the head of your entire family too busy to surf the internet? They were so infuriated they nearly toppled backwards, smashing their keyboards in frustration. Yutang had not seen Yen Lansheng's comment before shutting off her phone. Suddenly, the lights in the banquet hall went out, and the surrounding air felt even chillier than before. The waiters rushed around with candles, lighting up the venue.
Yutang.
Why are you running around? Come here quickly. Yu Chizhou called out from nearby, balancing a plate of food. Yutang glanced over, but the next moment, chaos ensued. A waiter bumped into Yu Chizhou, causing him to stumble back several steps. A guest, wielding a knife while cutting cake, turned just then. Yu Chizhou, mistakenly thinking there was a table behind him, reached out to brace himself, only to find the sharp blade aimed directly at him, turning his face ashen. In a split-second swoosh. With that sound, Yutang, holding a rose, glided over on a food cart and caught Yu Chizhou just before he collided with a knife. Then, with a swift motion, she raised him high above her head. She sat elegantly with one leg crossed, while Yu Chizhou was left upside down. As if she were lifting weights, the former remained calm, while the latter was utterly bewildered. Onlookers erupted into applause. Well caught. Well caught indeed. This girl has incredible strength. She can lift an adult man while sitting there, far superior to my son, who only knows how to eat. The speed was remarkable, like a whirlwind. That pose is rather abstract, though. Yutang spat out the rose she had been holding and gently addressed Yu Chizhou. You're surprisingly solid. You weigh a ton. Suspended in midair, Yu Chizhou curled up, looking dazed. Could you please let me down? I'm not feeling so great. Yutang released her grip, allowing him to land on his backside. Ouch, ouch, Yutang, what are you doing? Weren't you the one who wanted to come down? Now that I've let you, you're unhappy. Yu Chizhou ground his teeth. Is this how you behave as an older sister? Yutang casually popped a piece of cookie into her mouth. I could also be your father. Fish Xiao, are you alright? A few of Yu Chizhou's friends rushed over to help him up. That was really close. You nearly got stabbed. Yu Chizhou waved his hand. I'm lucky. I won die. Before we arrived, Lu Ren's car almost got hit by a truck, and you nearly got stabbed. You two are really having a streak of bad luck. Don't tell me the misfortune of the young master of the Xie family has transferred to you. My mother mentioned that the young master of the Xie family encountered someone extraordinary, and his misfortunes have been dispelled. I wonder if that is true. Who is this stunning beauty? One of Yu Chizhou's friends inquired. Is she your girlfriend? This group of wealthy young men, uninterested in dating shows or gossip, failed to recognize Yutang. Yu Chizhou's face darkened. That's my sister. What nonsense are you spouting? A few young men quickly apologized. Oh, my bad. We didn't realize she was your sister. Have you been having a rough time lately? Yutang asked Yu Chizhou, while nibbling on a small cake. Yu Chizhou huffed. Just a bit, nothing serious. You're not just having occasional bad luck. Yutang chuckled. Your fate is hanging by a thread. A boy in a white suit raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Yu Chizhou, skeptical, asked. Are you trying to scare me in retaliation for the face mask? Yutang replied, you fool. Your celestial palace is dark, and the house of your land is showing hues of blue and green, indicating you've been haunted by malevolent spirits, and they've even invaded your home, disrupting your aura. Lately, have you been plagued by nightmares and restless sleep, waking up in cold sweats? Yu Chizhou felt a chill run down his spine. Crap. That is spot on. He had been following Yutang's live stream until the end, but like everyone else, thought it was all scripted.
Now,
hearing her speak with such logic, and recalling her upbringing in a Taoist temple. What do you think is haunting me? Yu Qizhou feigned calmness. Yu Tingtang patted his head. Have you been anywhere unusual or encountered anything strange? Yu Qizhou replied, I rarely go out. The only time was when I went racing with them. My phone fell midway, but I found it later and didn't think much of it. However, ever since then, every night at 12, my alarm goes off, playing a piece of hypnotic music that I can't turn off, and the more I listen, the sleepier I feel. At this, Yu Qizhou chuckled. It's just a piece of music. How could it be related to a haunting? It's not like it's a talisman or wooden charm. Several young men nodded in agreement.
Yutang smiled enigmatically.
Yu Qizhou's smile faded. His voice turned soft. Don't scare me. Yu Tingtang smiled slightly. In this day and age, who still uses such things to curse others? That's outdated and easily raises suspicions. Nowadays, they prefer to use phishing links, shady web pages, or winning text messages as more convenient methods. The hypnotic music you mentioned is one of those. Most people would only think their phone is broken or infected, never considering it might be something sinister. Initially, you may find it captivating, then become obsessed, and eventually, you'll be so disoriented that you won't even know what day it is, drifting off into a deep sleep. Chapter 45. Have you painted your lips red? Yu Qizhou still held onto a sliver of hope. Is it really that serious? Isn't this thing supposed to be less powerful than a talisman or a wooden charm? Yu Tingtang picked up a piece of melon and popped it into her mouth. Chewing thoughtfully, talisman and wooden charms are merely vessels, much like your phone. Moreover, these things aren't necessarily carried around. Can you actually avoid using your phone? Yu Qizhou, no wonder I feel increasingly fatigued and drowsy as I play. Wait, haven't we all heard that piece of music? Is it over? Just as Yu Tingtang was about to respond, a boy in a white suit scoffed. I can't believe you Shao, would fall for such childish tricks. Using a phone to cast a curse through messages? That's utterly absurd. I've never heard such a ridiculous joke. A hint of derision flickered in his eyes, directed solely at Yu Tingtang. She looked at him. If you're so knowledgeable, how did you almost get hit by a car? The boy in the white suit was Lu Ran, who had played a game of truck bumper cars when he arrived. Lu Ran smirked. It was just an accident. It doesn't mean anything. Are you suggesting that I'm cursed, and that's why I'm so unlucky? What kind of master do you think you are? Sensing the palpable hostility in his words, Yu Qizhou's gaze turned frosty. Lu Ran, mind your tongue. Yu Shao. I'm just looking out for you, Lu Ran retorted. I've heard your sister grew up in the mountains and is new to high society, so, naturally, she's eager to impress. But if she truly possesses such abilities, she should demonstrate them by breaking that so-called curse on the spot instead of rambling on. Just as Yu Qizhou was about to explode with anger, Yu Tingtang chuckled. Have you studied economics? Your reasoning is a classic case of stagflation. Akin to a hairless brush, your intellect is scant, and all your nourishment is merely verbal. I suspect the waters from Jingwei's efforts to fill the sea have run through your brain. What business is it of yours when I speak with my brother? If you want to die, that's none of my concern. Yu Zhou, call the aquarium now, and tell them their animals have escaped. There's a shark here. The fury that Yu Qizhou was on the verge of unleashing faltered as he pointed at himself in confusion. Yu Zhou? Who? Me? How could she possibly call him that when he is the epitome of charm and allure, the most dashing and captivating gentleman in the universe? Lu Ran was so infuriated that he turned to leave, the hem of his coat making a sound as he did. The other young gentlemen exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. They too doubted Yu Tingtang's claims, though none were as blunt as Lu Ran. The notion that he wouldn't survive 3 days was a lie she seemed unafraid of being proven wrong about. Yu Tingtang was indifferent to whether they believed her or were on the verge of demise themselves. If it weren't for Yu Qizhou defending her online, she wouldn't bother expending breath on them. She was a lazy fish, not a saint, and wouldn't rush to help anyone she met. It was merely divine intervention that she didn't topple this world. Yu Qizhou pulled Yu Tingtang aside and whispered, You were too definitive. What if Lu Ran isn't dead in 3 days? Won't that be embarrassing for you? No, he's undoubtedly doomed. Are you so certain?
Yu Tingtang nodded.
If he's alive in 3 days, I will personally send him on his way. It's that straightforward. Yu Qizhou lamented. It's all Lu Ran's fault. Why provoke her? Yu Zhou. Yu Tingtang felt a bit parched. Yu Qizhou immediately complained. Could you refrain from calling me Yu Zhou? It's quite embarrassing.
Fine.
6903. Fetch me a glass of orange juice. Yu Qizhou processed this, his mouth twitching. Could you not use my phone number like that? It makes it sound like I'm in prison. If you keep talking nonsense, I might just send you to jail right now. Yu Qizhou grimaced, reluctantly bringing her the orange juice, and asked, "Will you help me lift the curse on my phone?" Yutang Tang replied nonchalantly, "Of course not. Why not? Do you know how much I charge for my services? You think you can get a free ride?" Yu Qizhou, with a haughty lift of his chin, retorted, "I have plenty of money. Name your price." 1 billion.
Impossible.
Ultimately, they settled with Yu Qizhou conceding 100,000 as pocket money for Yutang Tang, finalizing this agreement. Such mobile hypnosis curses, like the authentic ones of yore, cannot simply be destroyed or discarded, lest they bring about more trouble. The method of breaking a curse is not easy and demands considerable skill and depth of knowledge from the executor. Of course, this does not apply to certain deviants. Yutang Tang produced a retractable kitchen knife from her designer handbag. Yu Qizhou exclaimed. She placed his phone on the table and aimed the knife at it. She assumed a dramatic pose and then brought the knife down with a swift motion. This custom-made phone, adorned with edges of gold and diamond fragments, was both low luxury and of exceptional quality. It cracked open. Yu Qizhou. Onlookers gasped. This cake is incredibly realistic. It looks just like a real phone. Haha, even the internal components are so intricately detailed. Whoa, it's smoking. The guests surrounding Yutang Tang immediately felt a chill run down their spines and swiftly retreated several steps. Yu Qizhou's eyes widened, beginning to doubt whether Yutang Tang was scamming him. Was there any skill involved in that cut? It's worth $1 million? I could do that. Yutang Tang brushed the crumbs off the knife with a casual air, placing it back into her bag with a light tap. Under the fearful gazes of those around them, Yu Qizhou quietly asked her, "Why on earth did you bring a kitchen knife to a banquet? Isn't that obvious? It's for self-defense. And now it's others defending themselves against you. Aren't you afraid of being reported and arrested?" "Not at all," Yutang Tang replied confidently. "As long as I say I was rushing home to cook, there won't be any issues." Yu Qizhou, you sound rather experienced. At that moment, the lights in the banquet hall finally illuminated, and the servers came to inform everyone that the charity auction on the second floor had begun. Yutang Tang and Yu Qizhou moved forward, while the surrounding guests seemed to deliberately distance themselves from them, forming a vacuum around them. Yutang Tang found their politeness amusing. Their seats provided a splendid view, allowing them to see the items being auctioned clearly. Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing had changed into new outfits and were seated diagonally across from them. According to the narrative, Sang Qingqing would soon steal the limelight, earning herself a good reputation. When the first auction item was presented, Yutang Tang was taken aback. Upon seeing the second, third, and fourth items, she began to question her existence. She couldn't comprehend it. Were these items meant for burial? Chapter 46. Perhaps the chrysanthemums have bloomed. No wonder the air conditioning here is so strong. It seems spirits are floating around, having come to exact revenge after their lair was disturbed. Yutang Tang rested her chin on her hand, observing the ordinary spirits drifting around the burial items. Perhaps due to recent poor sustenance, some spirits had begun to regress, resembling ghosts. They were round and plump, wielding pitchforks, either floating around in confusion or glaring angrily as they prepared to attack the auctioneer. Unable to contain herself, Yutang Tang burst into laughter. Yu Qizhou, alarmed, turned to her. "What are you laughing at? What have I done to deserve this?" Yutang Tang sipped her juice. "I just saw something amusing. These fellows may not be very lethal, but if they kept poking the same spot with their pitchforks every day, who knows what might happen? Perhaps the chrysanthemums have wilted. Perhaps they long to bloom. Yet the parties involved will only feel that they are burning up." Upon hearing this, Yu Qizhou cast a disdainful glance at the stage. What is amusing about this? All these auction items are rather mundane, not even half as impressive as what my brother has in his collection. Just mind your own business.
Sang Qingqing.
Growing impatient waiting for Yutang Tang to bid, anxiously queried the system. Why hasn't Yutang Tang made her move yet? The system. Detecting the emotional state of the character, Yutang Tang is currently exhibiting 3 parts mockery, 5 parts amusement, and 2 parts indifference, rendering her emotions somewhat ambiguous. Sang Qingqing furrowed her brows slightly, questioning, what does it matter how she feels? If she's not bidding, how can I alter the text? The system, no modifications. Without alterations, how can the segment of the plot progress? Change it. Sang Qingqing, this is her moment to shine. Must she merely sit idly? Suddenly, Yutang Tang's position lit up for bidding. Sang Qingqing felt a surge of joy. Preparing to amend, Yutang Tang wins a rare treasure. To Yutang Tang wins a rare counterfeit. However, The system indicated that this text could not be altered. Sang Ching pressed the confirmation button twice with force, yet to no avail, and couldn't help but tap the table in frustration. Inadvertently, she activated the bidding button. At that moment, Yutang's voice resonated. I have a stomachache and need to go to the office to submit some materials. Is it alright if I leave now? Sang Ching replied, Of course, please do. The auctioneer, smiling, turned to Sang Ching, inquiring, Miss Sang, do you also need to submit materials at the office? Laughter erupted from the side. Sang Ching maintained a smile on her face, forcing herself to say, No. I intend to bid. The auctioneer, Very well, Miss Sang bids 15,300,000 for the first time. Is there a higher offer? Sang Ching's heart bled. While this sum was not exorbitant, it was still significant, especially since she could have avoided such unnecessary expenditure. It was all Yutang's fault for lighting up her position and leaving for the restroom. Upon returning after submitting her materials, Yutang learned from Yuchizhou that Sang Ching had won the 6th auction item. True to the original storyline, she had indeed acquired a rare treasure, a bridal makeup box hand-carved by a prince of an ancient dynasty for his wife, inscribed with the words Return in the spring. Long for you in death. Tragically, the bride had perished on the eve of their wedding, yet the prince insisted on holding the ceremony. And they were buried together in the end. This was one of the items placed in the tomb. Without the revelation of Yutang acquiring a counterfeit for comparison, Sang Ching could not steal the spotlight. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just been contacted by a mysterious gentleman who is willing to contribute further to tonight's charitable auction, announced the excited auctioneer. Let us present tonight's final item, the Song of the Mermaid Under the Moon. What was brought forth was an exquisite crystal statue of a mermaid, with its tail adorned with intricately set blue and purple gradient gemstones, and pearls arranged artfully along the edges. The most striking feature was the mermaid's pupils, which held exceptionally beautiful and rare deep blue diamonds. Yutang felt a sense of familiarity. It seemed she had played with something like this before. The auctioneer continued. The history of this item dates back to the last century, having passed through royal nobles and influential figures before disappearing, now shining once more. It has witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties, and its worth and collectible value cannot be measured in monetary terms. The starting bid is 80 million. The crystal statue nearly captured the hearts of all the ladies present. Upon hearing the starting price, many immediately extinguished their interest. Sang Ching gazed at the crystal statue, her beautiful eyes reflecting desire. It was truly magnificent. Qi Wang's heart stirred. If you like it, I will bid for you. However, it was too extravagant. Only such a unique treasure is worthy of someone as beautiful as you. Qi Wang's gaze was filled with affection. Sang Ching's cheeks flushed, akin to a flower poised to bloom. Qi Wang joined the bidding, and the auction price had already escalated to 95 million. Not for any other reason. But Yuchizhou had also entered the fray. Qi Wang raised the bid by 1 million at a time, while he followed suit with 5 million increments. Yutang couldn't comprehend his reasoning. Why spend so much on something that cannot be consumed or utilized? I simply cannot stand him. Is it not permissible to give him a taste of his own medicine? Yuchizhou scoffed. Don't defend him. Yutang. Whom am I defending? Yuchizhou. Humph. Her infatuation with Qi Wang was no secret. One could easily find out. Yet, she feigned ignorance. Ultimately, only Yuchizhou and Qi Wang remained in the bidding war, as the others had surrendered. Qi Wang found the bidding increasingly arduous. 200 million was already his limit. At that moment, the auctioneer received news once more, his face lighting up with joy. Ladies and gentlemen, one of our esteemed guests who could not attend has just placed a bid of 500 million. Is there anyone willing to match? Yuchizhou was immediately incensed. Which fool raises the bid from 200 million to 500 million? What a ridiculous purchase. What does he intend to do with such a useless item? In the next moment, the auctioneer proclaimed, Let's congratulate President Yu of the Yu Group for winning this unparalleled treasure. Yuchizhou.
Yutang misled.
Delighting in his misfortune. The fool is your older brother. Yuchizhou retorted. But is he so wealthy that he has nowhere else to spend it? Surely, he is not buying it as a gift? The auctioneer confirmed his suspicion, stating that the item was purchased for President Yu's sister, a heartwarming display of sibling affection. Let us applaud once more. The applause in the hall was thunderous. Sang Ching was filled with surprise. Was it a gift from her brother? You are his most cherished sister. Of course, it is for you. Qi Wang gazed at her tenderly, his eyes brimming with adoration. It certainly could not be for Yutang. Sang Qing's heart soared. Just to be safe, she decided to alter a word, to prevent any embarrassment in case the gift was not intended for her. Suddenly, the door of the auction hall was pushed open. A distressed server rushed in. This is bad. The water level outside has surged unexpectedly. The situation is unclear. The management requests that everyone evacuate the Jiangshan Club promptly to avoid being trapped on the submerged pier. The esteemed guests in the auction hall rose leisurely, unhurried. It was the rainy season. Rising water levels were quite normal and would recede shortly. It was unlikely to flood the interior. Otherwise, wouldn't the club's waterproof measures be a laughingstock? Chapter 47. The third party is the female lead's brother. Yutang sensed something amiss and glanced at Sang Qing. If things went as expected, an incident was about to unfold. At the entrance of the club, witnessing the garden already submerged by the river, the previously calm guests finally changed their expressions. What is happening? Our vehicles are still outside. They can't all be flooded, can they? It hasn't even rained today. Why has the water level risen so suddenly? What the hell? The pier is submerged. How do we get back? The water level continued to rise. Everyone, we must head upstairs. Those who had reached the first floor were forced to turn back. Within mere minutes, the banquet hall on the first floor was also flooded. The club stood only 6 stories tall. Given the current rate of the river's rise, no one could predict when it would be completely submerged. Noticing Yutang's silence as she stared out the window, Yu Qizhou assumed she was frightened, saying, "I just inquired. The club is already in contact with someone, dispatching boats to rescue us. It shouldn't take long." Yutang lazily stretched. "Do you believe they can get in touch?" Yu Qizhou laughed. "How could that be? Unless there's no signal." Just then, someone nearby exclaimed in panic, "I have no signal on my phone." "What about you all?" "Me neither." "What kind of nonsense is this?" Yu Qizhou's lips twitched, continuing to reassure her. "It's fine. Someone will surely come to rescue us." Yutang unwrapped a lollipop and placed it in her mouth. "It's futile." "What do you mean?" "This place is turned into an island. Those inside cannot leave, and those outside cannot enter. The rescue boats won't find this location. We can only wait for our demise." She observed the angry and aggrieved spirits below, blowing gently to disperse the strands of hair that had fallen across her face. These spirits were not only capable of causing mischief. Some had disturbed their master's grave and laundered their master's burial goods. Even the most honest and upright ghost could have its limits. Yu Qizhou, bewildered, craned his neck to look out the window. "You see a rescue boat coming?" "Where?" He could see nothing but water. Yutang could not be bothered to respond. Guests ahead were already starting to cause a commotion. "Why has the rescue ship not yet arrived? Have you truly contacted the outside world, or are you deceiving us? My daughter suffers from a heart condition, and she has been feeling unwell since just now. I must take her to the hospital at once. Please remain calm. The ship will arrive shortly." The server persisted in his attempts to reassure them. Before long, the water level had risen to the 6th floor. Everyone was compelled to flee to the rooftop. Standing there as the river water encroached, a suffocating sense of dread enveloping them. In this life and death moment, a collective urgency prompted everyone to retrieve their phones. They began to draft wills, compose farewell letters, and erase all chat and browser histories. The father, clutching his daughter with a heart ailment, wore a face of desperation as he gazed out at the river. A newlywed couple was embroiled in a fierce argument, with the husband being accused of marrying for deception and infidelity. The most outrageous part was that the mistress was the woman's brother. Yutang perked up her ears and squatted nearby. "How scandalous. Is that mustard stimulating?" Yu Qizhou was utterly astounded by her. Even at such a critical moment, she still had the leisure to indulge in gossip. He pulled Yutang towards the small rooftop terrace, insisting that they might soon lose their lives. "What is there to fear?" Yutang remained unfazed, asserting that if the sky were to fall, there would still be others to hold it up. With a female protagonist present, she could not believe that the world would allow her demise here. Unfortunately, as they arrived, they saw Qi Wang and Sang Qing also present. Sang Qing had just concluded a communication with the system, her face slightly pale. Yutang caught a glimpse of their chat bubbles, and her expression froze. Sang Qing. This segment differs from the novel's plot. And why am I unable to alter any text? System. Host, this is an emergency situation, outside the scope of text alteration permissions. Please gather your spirit to overcome this crisis.
Sang King?
Do you see me as someone who swims or flies? System. You are the female protagonist. A true leading lady must not fear adversity, but forge ahead. Sang Ching Ching. Upon reading this, Yutang felt a chill. This inept system had been so capable of controlling her, yet when faced with real peril, it could only spout empty words. She did not notice that Sang Ching Ching's pupils had widened the moment she caught sight of Yu Qizhou. Qizhou. Haven't you turned into a vegetable? The topic of Yu Qizhou's clarification had been 2 days prior. Sang Ching Ching was troubled by the exposure of her romantic relationship, oblivious to the truth. Seeing Yu Qizhou standing there in good health was a shock beyond imagination, for he was not a significant character in the book, and his fate had merely been summarized as a vegetative state. Sang Ching Ching had never considered him significant enough to waste a stroke of fortune to save someone who had never shown her kindness. Yu Qizhou furrowed his brow.
Ignoring Sang King King.
She quickly composed herself, forcing a smile. What a coincidence. Did you all come together for the banquet? When did you and Yutang become so close? No one acknowledged her. Qi Wang, unable to bear Sang Ching Ching's neglect, shot Yu Qizhou a cold glance. Your sister is speaking to you. Are you deaf? You just spoke to me? Yu Qizhou turned to Yutang. Yutang's little face was blank. When? Qi Wang. Sang Ching Ching was about to say something when the sound of the river battering the rooftop railing interrupted them. The chilling river water was nearing its crest. Those who had been elsewhere rushed toward the terrace. The number of children and women on the rooftop was increasing. In a decisive moment, Yu Qizhou lifted Yutang by the waist and placed her at the very edge, successfully seizing the last available spot. He instructed her, "This is the highest point. Sit still and do not move." Yutang regained her senses and asked, "What about you?" "I bet the river will recede shortly." Yu Qizhou raised his chin, exuding confidence. However, the water had already submerged his calves. Those below began to panic, recklessly trying to pull up the children and women above, desperate to save themselves. The scene was chaotic, shouts echoing around them. As Yu Qizhou rolled up his pant legs, he noticed someone trying to pull Yutang down. He stepped forward with a punch. "Stay away from her." The others were cowed by his fierce determination, unwilling to pursue Yutang any further, and sought other targets instead. Yutang was somewhat taken aback. She observed Yu Qizhou standing protectively in front of her, resembling a fierce little wolf cub, and then glanced at the increasingly furious, vengeful spirits in the distance. Unless the true culprits were drowned, these spirits would not relent. Recalling what her senior brother had said, Yutang bit down on the candy in her mouth. Let it be embarrassing. It was no great matter. Yutang stood up, brushing aside the obstructive hem of her skirt. Yu Qizhou was splashed with water from her skirt and blinked, about to say something, when he was suddenly taken aback by the scene before him. Chapter 48. You dance, and I shall be your guardian. Yutang casually tore off her skirt, reducing its length to just above her ankles, hanging unevenly. She tossed the fabric off the terrace and said to Yu Qizhou, "I bet you won't lose." Yu Qizhou was momentarily stunned. What is she doing? Others stood in disbelief. Someone hesitantly inquired, "What is she doing? Did the water electrify her? She seems a bit unhinged." "I have studied dance. It looks like she is performing a blend of breakdancing, robot dance, and a hint of square dancing's unique charm." As Yutang danced, she was clearly executing a shamanistic dance, the most classical form of dance, combining divinity and mystique. In ancient times, shamans communicated with the heavens through dance. Presently, Yutang's public performance was met with mockery. Her limbs moved as if newly affixed, refusing to cooperate. And with a misstep, they could easily clash. Those who recognized her dance claimed she was performing. Those who did not might think the floor was biting at her feet. Yet, in such circumstances, no one had the heart to ponder the nature of her dance. They only wished to secure a position on the rooftop to save themselves. Qi Wang coldly remarked, even in such a dire moment, still seeking attention. "Do you wish to die even faster? Do you not see these people are already frantic?" Sang Ching Ching remained silent, inwardly questioning the system. Has she gone mad with fear? System. Host, this is a type of shaman dance. This supporting character is quite extraordinary. Sang Ching Ching was skeptical. Is there such a dance? System. You should read more. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves and, amidst the chaos, attempted to pull Yutang down. Yu Qizhou's expression turned cold, his hand reaching to his lower back to retrieve an object, pointing it at the man's forehead. The dark muzzle of a gun aimed squarely at him. The man froze, his pupils dilating as he raised his hands in surrender, apologizing profusely. Yu Qizhou took a half step back, firmly positioning himself beneath Yutang, his gaze sharp as that of a wolf dog. Everyone back away. I dare anyone to approach her. The few men surrounding them were filled with fear and reluctantly retreated.
Yutang.
Yu Qizhou lifted the gun towards the front, directing his words at the dancing Yutang, his tone casual. You dance, and I shall be your guardian. Whether she was acting on a whim in her final moments or simply seeking amusement, she was free to dance. He would remain there, steadfast. Yu Qizhou assumed that Yutang was merely indulging a fleeting fancy, unaware of the power her dance could wield. Suddenly, someone noticed something amiss with the river.
Look.
Is the water level dropping? I remember, it was just up to my waist. Now it's only at my backside. Is it raining?
Indeed.
It was raining. Yutang's rehabilitation exercise continued, stiffly hopping back and forth amidst the rain. The more she danced, the louder the rain fell. The more she danced, the faster the river receded. Waves splashed against the surrounding venue, rising in tumultuous layers, as if making a final struggle, until, ultimately calmed, it began to recede gently. Everyone present suddenly realized something, holding their breath as they gazed at the girl dancing on the terrace. The coincidence was so striking that it was impossible not to connect the dots. Whispers floated through the crowd, commenting on her peculiar movement, likening it to stepping on a live wire, yet finding it rather captivating, was it not? Indeed, I felt the same way just moments ago. Who dares to compare it to a square dance? There exists such artistic elegance in her performance. As a dancer who has graced the grand stage in solo performances, I can attest that this young lady is a prodigy of dance. Fish Qizhou remarked, this is his own sister, and he wouldn't even utter such outrageous nonsense. Yet, Fish Tingtang took it to heart, her spirit soaring with delight as she reveled in the notion of her dancing talent, even with her senior teasing her about dancing, as if it were a matter of life and death. Luckily, she did not take it too seriously. In a grand finale, Fish Tingtang raised her leg high, twirling her skirt as she squatted down. The tumultuous river visibly receded from the third floor, then the first, with the submerged boardwalk gradually coming into view. Suddenly, the rain ceased. A helicopter approached from the distance, capturing the scene atop the building. The pilot, astonished, murmured, "The magnetic signal has returned?" He maneuvered closer, landing atop the building. Fish Tingtang remained in her squatting position on the rooftop. It was unclear who began the applause, but soon it resounded. What a magnificent performance! I have never witnessed such a breathtaking and heart-stirring dance. This young lady's astonishing grace has left me utterly awestruck. I shall enroll my daughter in piano lessons henceforth. They remarked how she seemed to summon the rain with her dance, and when she stopped, the rain ceased as well. One might exaggerate and say she could control the elements. You've gone too far in your praise. She is no thunder god, merely fortunate, someone retorted. Regardless, gratitude was expressed. At least, my daughter could make it to the hospital. Amidst the murmurs of those present, Fish Qizhou exhaled deeply, noticing Fish Tingtang still posing. He approached her, advising, "Stop posing. The floor is slippery, come down quickly." Fish Tingtang, her eyes vacant, replied, "Support me. I've strained my back." Fish Qizhou chuckled. Given her robotic style of dancing, it's a wonder she hasn't injured herself sooner. He holstered his gun and effortlessly lifted Fish Tingtang down. Although he was 2 years her junior, his height far exceeded hers, making it a simple task. Upon descending, Fish Tingtang was immediately surrounded. They inquired about the dance she had performed, questioning its benefits beyond merely draining water, perhaps longevity or beauty-enhancing properties. Fish Tingtang, supporting her waist, remained expressionless. Fish Qizhou feigned reaching for his gun again, prompting the crowd to retreat. Just then, a man clad in a black pilot's uniform and sunglasses approached, producing a photograph and inquiring, "We have been sent by Mr. Yu Zhaoqing to retrieve someone. Might I ask, who is Miss Sang Qingqing?" Instantly, the envious gazes of those present shifted towards Sang Qingqing. While the parking lot lay submerged, they would have to traverse the boardwalk to leave, whereas Sang Qingqing had a helicopter dispatched for her. Such disparate treatment was enough to evoke envy. Feeling the weight of the surrounding stares, Sang Qingqing smiled slightly, taking Qi Wang's arm as she stepped forward. "It is I." As she spoke, the man in sunglasses gestured for Fish Tingtang. "Miss Sang, please." Fish Tingtang, bewildered, questioned what? Sang Qingqing interjected, "You appear to be mistaken. I am indeed Sang Qingqing." Fearing that Fish Tingtang might overshadow her, she hastily clarified, The man glanced at the photograph, asserting, "There is no mistake. You match the description perfectly. This is the Miss Sang we are here to retrieve." He pointed at Fish Tingtang. Fish Tingtang, equally confused, pointed to herself. "Me? Yes, indeed you," he confirmed with a nod. "Please board the helicopter. We have little time." Chapter 49. Cold Swanling loves eating pears. Fish Chijo couldn't he help but point himself as well. "What about me?" The man responded, "Mr. Yu's instructions only mentioned retrieving Sang Chingching, no one else." Fish Chijo was taken aback. Fish Tingtang laughed, thinking it amusing that Yu Xiaoqing could misidentify which sister to collect, so she felt no guilt in seizing the opportunity. A free helicopter ride was too good to pass up. "Wait, I am Sang Chingching. You truly have made a mistake." Sang Chingching insisted. "You can call my brother. He can verify my identity." Qi Wang protectively shielded her, declaring, "I can also vouch for her. She is indeed Sang Chingching. This person is Fish Tingtang, not who you seek." The man remained impassive, stating, "We only acknowledge Mr. Yu's instructions and the photograph. Please do not waste our time." Fish Tingtang and Fish Chijo exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, "Yes, indeed, I am Sang Chingching. Yes, indeed, I am also Sang Chingching." For the sake of the helicopter, they were willing to play along. Sang Chingching bit her lip, nearly brought to tears by their antics. The man in sunglasses ushered Fish Tingtang and Fish Chijo onto the helicopter. "Boss, we have an extra person claiming to be Sang Chingching," he reported into his earpiece. A moment of silence ensued before a voice, as clear and melodious as water striking jade, resonated. "Proceed." "Understood, boss." The pilot, seated at the controls, slightly averted his gaze, his sunglasses obscuring his deep, dark eyes, which held an unruffled calm. His lips, perfectly shaped, remained pressed together, exuding an air of cool detachment. Before taking off, he scanned the rooftop, his gaze lingering for a few seconds before retracting. In the back seat, the siblings were far more animated, their similar features pressed against the window, laughing mischievously. "Goodbye. We want to see you off," they taunted, making faces at Qi Wang and Sang Chingching. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Sang Chingching turned and flung herself into Qi Wang's arms, sobbing in distress. Qi Wang felt a pang in his heart, silently noting it down in his mind to remember Fish Tingtang. Before long, the helicopter descended onto a clearing near the riverbank. Fish Tingtang and Fish Chijo disembarked, stretching in unison. "Miss Sang, please wait a moment," the earlier man in sunglasses called out to Fish Tingtang. Fish Tingtang, with a friendly demeanor, remarked, "You may not believe this, but Sang Chingching is merely my English name. You may refer to me by my birth name, Cold Swanling, a lover of pears." The man's expression turned blank. "Cold what?" Fish Chijo's eyes darted, struggling to recall her previous words. Cold. Something. "This is what our boss instructed you." The man handed her a black, uniform-style trench coat. "This is unworn." Fish Tingtang declined. "Who is your boss?" The man pointed towards the pilot seat. "That person is my boss." Fish Tingtang glanced over, catching only a glimpse of a sharply defined, cold visage, his attention entirely elsewhere. "Whoever he may be, you should put on the coat," Fish Chijo insisted, swiftly taking it and wrapping it around Fish Tingtang. "If you're not worried about catching a chill, I certainly am." He suddenly recalled how Fish Tingtang had been frail as a child, often coughing blood, leading her to leave home for many years. What if you catch a draft and start coughing blood again? Fish Tingtang was left bewildered, her head buzzing. "Fish Juju. Let go. Do you wish to suffocate me? The wind is strong here. We should return home. Do you wish to perish outdoors?" Fish Chijo, frightened by his own imagination, nervously urged her to leave. Fish Tingtang questioned, "Has he lost his mind?" The man returned to the helicopter, the earpiece crackling with his boss's voice again. "What is her real name?" The man racked his brain. "Boss, she said her name sounds like Cold Swanling. A lover of pears?" The boss responded. The sibling duo had hardly arrived home when they discovered trending news featuring Qi Wang and Sang Chingching. Qi, the top-tier star, and Sang, the sweet girl, become embroiled in a scandal after their relationship is exposed, leading to their involvement in an illegal artifact auction and subsequent arrest. Reports indicated that the charity auction was filled with illegally unearthed antiques, save for the final legitimate item, the Song of the Moonlit Merfolk. Guests participating in the auction were taken in for questioning, including Qi Wang and Sang Chingching, who had unwittingly received 2 burial items. Once again, a romantic relationship has been exposed, and yet another arrest has occurred. This couple seems to be experiencing a streak of misfortune. They deserve it. Given that he clearly has a girlfriend, yet still indulges in scandalous rumors with Miss Yu. Is he not using her as a mere shield? A lawyer's warning has been issued. Our brother has not even made an official announcement. So how did he suddenly become a couple with Sang Ching? Must we not spread rumors? The fans of top-tier stars have been quiet for 3 days, yet their tongues remain sharp. Yu Qizhou, upon seeing the news, couldn't help but chuckle. Who was the hero that reported it? Impressive. Leaning on the sofa while indulging in watermelon, Yutang remarked, "Of course, it was the enthusiastic citizen. A certain you. You reported it? When?" "It was just when I went to the restroom. While washing my hands, a drop of water accidentally splashed onto my phone screen. And lo and behold, it opened the call app and dialed the emergency hotline." Yutang waved his hand dismissively. "That was purely an accident. Can you really blame me?" Yu Qizhou, of course, retorted. "Well done." However, his amusement was short-lived as he spotted another trending topic that wiped the smile off his face. "What is this?" Yutang observed. Yu Qizhou is overwhelmed with jealousy over a top-tier romance and furiously joins a tomb raiding group, battling Zhongzi in a video that is leaked. Below that was a video of Yutang performing rehabilitation exercises. The fans on both sides were left bewildered. What on earth? How come the title for Qi Wang and Sang Ching is so normal, yet it's pure chaos for our Yu Emperor? You should question whether your Yu Emperor learned her dance moves from a telephone pole. Even my grandmother's twist would outshine hers. It's laughable. No one is allowed to laugh. In this dire situation at the water-overflowing pavilion, our Miss Yu is risking her dignity just to bring a smile to everyone's faces. Such is the spirit of self-sacrifice. One comment suggested that after Miss Yu finished her dance, she withdrew, leading many to suspect it was due to her terrifying performance. This is already better than last time, when our Zhou was rumored to have defecated in public with glow-in-the-dark tissues. He merely squatted down to tie his shoelaces. "Did I just notice that you have spent 5 billion on a crystal statue? By all that is holy, that is 5 billion. Didn't you say I was the luckiest person?" "Indeed, but isn't there's still one more cut to go?" Simultaneously, the sibling duo observed the trending topic. Yutang looked at Yu Qizhou. "Did you really use glow-in-the-dark tissues?" Yu Qizhou, with a stoic expression, replied, "You believe those marketing accounts? I was holding my phone at the time." "You used your phone to wipe?" "I already told you. I was tying my shoelaces." Yu Qizhou snapped back at her. "They claimed you were tomb raiding. Are you actually doing it?" Yutang immediately denied it. "How could that be? There are so many traps down there." "What traps?" "The police traps." The siblings exchanged silent glances, their expressions falling flat. Yutang popped a piece of watermelon into her mouth. "It seems our household might be lively soon. Just giving you a heads up." "What? Are you bringing friends over?" "Not quite," Yutang replied, chewing. "I brought back some ghosts." Chapter 50. A single dose guarantees efficacy. Yu Qizhou nodded. "Oh, then feel free to entertain yourselves. The house is spacious." After a moment, he suddenly stood up, his eyes wide with shock. "What did you just say you brought back?" Yutang sipped her strawberry milk. "Ghosts, why? You brought ghosts home, and still ask me why. Have you considered that your brother just suffered a curse, and is in a vulnerable state of mind?" Yutang had not anticipated such a strong reaction from him. "Don't worry, they are not like those cursed spirits. They are quite pure." Yu Qizhou was skeptical. What if they harbor ill intentions, or develop improper thoughts towards me? A handsome young man? They aren't blind. Seeing him so frightened, Yutang couldn't comprehend. "You dare carry a gun with you, yet you fear these invisible entities?" Yu Qizhou retrieved a gun from the back of his waist and placed it on the table. "This is a high-quality replica. I keep it for self-defense and to scare people." "I knew it. You aren't worried about that gun going off and ruining your backside. Could you speak more elegantly? Would it be fine if I ruined your back garden?" Yu Qizhou struggled to maintain his composure. "I don't care. If you don't drive those ghosts out today, I will die in front of you." He yanked a rope from the drawer and prepared to hang himself. "Miss, young master, the ginger soup is ready." Butler Bay entered with steaming ginger soup. "You should drink it to avoid catching a cold." "Young master, what are you doing?" Yu Qizhou had already placed his head in the noose when Yutang answered for him. "Uncle Bay, he's cosplaying a sunny doll." Yu Qizhou.
Butler Bay chuckled.
"Young master is quite creative. However, I believe it would be better if you moved over a bit. You're obstructing the young lady's view of the television." Yu Qizhou. "Miss, please drink the ginger soup. I also baked some small cakes for you, which I will serve shortly." "Thank you, Uncle Bay." Yutang lifted the ginger soup. "I'll drink first. You take your time." And with that, She boldly tilted her head back and finished it. Ignored. Yuchijo silently withdrew his head, feeling a bit ticklish on his neck, deciding to postpone his death for the day. Uncle Bei, where's my second brother? I haven't seen him all night. Yuchijo feigned nonchalance as he sat down. Butler Bei replied, second young master went to investigate a crime scene. He won't be returning tonight. Yutang inquired curiously, is he a criminal investigator? Miss, the second young master is currently a forensic doctor. Currently? The second young master has a wide array of interests and pursues whichever he feels like at the moment. Yuchijo interjected to explain, in any case, the family has our elder brother to support us. He doesn't bear the pressure of being an heir and has been interested in numerous things since childhood. At this point, he suddenly recalled something significant. Haven't you met our elder brother since you came down the mountain? Yutang nodded. Isn't he on a business trip? Yes. He'll probably return next month. When you meet him, remember one thing, Yuchijo said earnestly, do not offend him, and certainly do not provoke him. If you do, what will happen? Yutang asked lazily. Yuchijo frowned. The real power in our family lies with the elder brother. Both I and the second young master are somewhat intimidated by him, and you should tread carefully too. Otherwise, your position in the family will only become more precarious. Their parents are oblivious. The elder brother is overly protective of Sangqingqing, and the second young master is the same. If a conflict arises between you and her, I don't need to guess who they will side with. At that point, your situation will become dangerous. An indescribable feeling stirred within Yuchijo. A vague sense of foreboding. Country Y, on the top floor of a hotel. Yu Zhaoqing, dressed in shirt and trousers, sat on the sofa as a video interface popped up on the computer screen. The man opposite had just disembarked from a helicopter, removing his hat, his black hair tousled, obscuring the edges of his sunglasses. I met that sister you mentioned before. He initiated the conversation. Yu Zhaoqing propped her head with one hand. How does she look? Was she frightened? Unclear. She appeared quite bold, dancing disco right at the edge of the river. The man recalled the scene on the rooftop, raising his hand to adjust his sunglasses. You didn't offer me any words of comfort? That's not within my duty to assist. Yu Zhaoqing smiled lightly. You remain the same as ever. The man did not deny it, glancing at his watch. I have training. I'll contact you when I have time. By the way, what is your sister's real name? Yu Zhaoqing felt a lump in her throat. The name was right on the tip of her tongue. Yet after a prolonged moment of recollection, all that remained was blankness. He pressed his fingers against his mildly aching brow, pondering for a while. Then his thin lips uttered 3 words, Sangqingqing? The man replied, I'm hanging up, take care. After the video call ended, Yu Zhaoqing remained deep in thought, instinctively reaching for the strawberry milk that was always on the table, only to find her hand grasping at air. The following morning, Yutang yawned as she descended the stairs for breakfast, startled to see Yuchijo across the table. Did you go pig stealing last night? Those dark circles are intense. Yuchijo appeared dazed, staring blankly at her. I was up all night. Yutang took a sip of milk, impressive. I really didn't sleep at all. Yutang pondered for a moment, then gave him a thumbs up. Then you're truly impressive. Yuchijo ground his teeth, pondering why he found himself unable to sleep. Last night, the moment he closed his eyes, he felt an overwhelming sense of claustrophobia in his room, as if phantoms lurked behind him with every turn, leaving him too frightened to extend his feet beyond the bed. He nearly fainted from sheer terror, remaining wide awake until dawn. Yutang, with a gentle inquiry, asked him how long this vivid imagination had persisted. If it became unbearable, she offered to prescribe some medication to alleviate his distress. Yuchijo hesitated. You can prescribe medicine? What kind? Pesticide, she replied with a mischievous grin. 1 dose and your troubles will vanish. Yuchijo, expressionless, nibbled on a bun. I was only unable to sleep due to fear of ghosts. What about you? What kept you up? Yutang sighed. I was busy all night. Busy with what? Sharpening kitchen knives. The thought of Yu Zhaoqing returning from his business trip made her realize that her admission to a mental institution was fast approaching, prompting her to take action. She sharpened the knives to perfection, ready to send Yu Zhaoqing off at the opportune moment. As she fondled the knife tucked under her arm, she felt a surge of ambition, unaware that Yuchijo was quietly distancing himself. After breakfast, Butler Bei presented an invitation from the CF family to Yutang. She was uninterested and lethargic. Butler Bei remarked, the desserts from the CF family as chef are exquisite. I wish I could steal some culinary secrets. Yutang suddenly sat upright. Butler Bei, arrange a car for me. I'm going right now. Her motivation was not for pastries, but for profit. She resolved to visit the Xie family to secure a substantial sum, accumulating funds for a potential escape. Very well, Mississippi Chapter 51. Brothers digging underfoot an hour later. At the Xie family estate, the entrance was heavily guarded, with sentinels stationed every few steps and security personnel in black uniforms patrolling solemnly. Upon entering the innermost courtyard, the atmosphere lightened somewhat. As the car halted, Xie Shifeng approached to open the door, shielding Yutang from the vehicle's top. Welcome, Yutang. His gaze met that of a turtle seated in the back seat. The old turtle crawled forward at a leisurely pace. Xie Shifeng froze momentarily. Why are you two gazing at each other so affectionately? A voice called from above. Have you found your match? Xie Shifeng looked up to see Yutang perched atop the car, enjoying ice cream. Why are you up there? It was too stuffy inside. So I thought I'd come up for some fresh air, she replied, holding a wooden spoon. The view is splendid from up here, and the breeze is delightful. I turned heads all the way here. Even the traffic police were in pursuit. Upon entering, the security guards had been fixated on her, murmuring in envy. Xie Shifeng chuckled. Is it possible they mistook you for an intruder? Fortunately, I had warned them beforehand. Otherwise, they might have opened fire. Please come down. It's dangerous up there. Xie Shifeng extended his hand. Yutang, one hand clutching her ice cream bucket, leaped down, retrieving the old turtle from the car. Xie Shifeng, your home is quite expansive. He smiled faintly. It's a bit large for just family. Follow me. He led the way, only to be halted by a sudden grip on his arm. He paused as a potted plant crashed down at his feet. Yutang set the old turtle down. You brought me here for this, didn't you? Your bad luck may have dissipated outside, but it still lingers at home, doesn't it? However, this has nothing to do with your misfortune. It's your house that has issues. Xie Shifeng hesitated. What kind of issues? Show me around. All right. After wandering for half an hour, Yutang felt warm and casually found a wicker chair to rest. Xie Shifeng took the empty ice cream bucket from her hand. Shall I dispose of this for you? By the way, do you drink cold beverages? Yes, I want a large strawberry bubble milkshake. Understood. Xie Shifeng noted her fondness for strawberry-flavored items, recalling how she always drank them during their reality show. He paused, pondering why he was making such notes. Once Xie Shifeng left, Yutang looked around, puzzled. Where did my turtle go? She stood up to search. How amusing, she thought. How could she dare return after such outrageous behavior? Wasn't it enough that Xie Shifeng had suffered because of her? Her audacity was remarkable. Approaching the lakeside, she overheard a conversation. Upon closer inspection, she recognized a familiar face. Wan Shuer was cornered by several boys and girls, her eyes reddened with anger. It was clearly Xie Shifeng who harmed me. When I was 10, he pushed me into the lake and ran away without saving me. Even if I used his luck, so what? He owes me. Wan Shuer's father was acquainted with Madame Xie, and their families frequently mingled. Ever since her childhood incident, she had harbored a deep resentment towards Xie Shifeng, believing he was responsible for her misfortune. Yutang detected the ripe scent of gossip and crouched down to observe. One boy, exasperated, said, We were there the day you fell into the lake. You lost your balance and fell in, dragging Shifeng down with you. He never held it against you. And all these years, he has been lenient out of respect for your father. How dare you spout such nonsense? Wan Shuer widened her eyes. What are you saying? That's impossible. Believe it or not, you're not welcome here. Leave at once. Wan Shuer's complexion drained of color. She had always believed Xie Shifeng used his family's influence to push her into the water without consequence, fueling her resentment. Now, she learned she was the one at fault. Wan Shuer swayed unsteadily, twisting her ankle as she stumbled backward. Yutang's eyes widened as she noticed the black object at Wan Shuer's feet, her turtle. With a splash, Wan Shuer fell into the lake. Before anyone could react, a lithe figure dove in after her. Yutang shot forward like a cannonball, creating a 2-meter spray of water, drenching those on the shore. As she swam, she frantically searched for her beloved turtle. Wan Shuer, unable to swim, instinctively grasped Yutang when she sensed someone nearby. Don't pull me. I need to find my turtle. Yutang retaliated with an elbow strike. Wan Shuer clung to her desperately. Onlookers were left speechless, quickly snapping back to reality and diving in to assist. Soon, Wan Shuer was pulled to safety. Yutang had yet to resurface. Wan Shuer coughed up water, blinking as she searched for Yutang. Wasn't she the one who had exerted herself to save her? Yet, she seemed to be fading away. A girl nearby shook her head. She seems to be running out of strength. She is sinking. Wan Shuer's pupils dilated in alarm.
What? Why?
She had always treated Yutang poorly, hurling insults at her, yet here was someone willing to risk their life for her sake. With a splash, the lake rippled as Yutang emerged, cradling her recovered turtle. Oh, my dear, you scared me to death. I thought I'd lost you. Yutang held her turtle tightly. The old turtle flailed its short, stubby limbs, looking bewildered. What on earth happened? Xia Shifeng arrived with cold drinks, taken aback by Yutang's drenched appearance. He promptly stripped off his jacket and approached her. Pardon my intrusion. He draped the jacket over her shoulders, wear this to avoid catching a chill. I'll take you upstairs to change. Yutang nodded, just as someone grasped her calf. Looking down, she saw Wan Shuer, her eyes red-rimmed. Thank you. And I'm sorry. If I had known you were such a good person, I would never have opposed you. Yutang stared in bewilderment, confused by her sudden change of heart. Yet, she indeed owed an apology, had it not been for her. Wan Shuer's turtle wouldn't have ended up in the water. In the lounge on the third floor, Xia Shifeng led Yutang inside, placing a bag of clothes on the table. You change first, I'll stand guard outside. As Yutang was about to nod, she suddenly heard the voices of a man and a woman approaching the entrance. Her gossip radar perked up, and she decisively pulled Xia Shifeng into hiding. Caught off guard, Xia Shifeng found himself in a cramped compartment, staring at the back of her head, which was uncomfortably close, and he froze for a moment. His mind gradually emptied, and the tips of his ears began to flush. Why was it so confined here? Outside, the sound of high heels grew increasingly distinct.
Nonsense.
You mustn't mention this again. I shall pretend I never heard it today. Xia Shifeng was taken aback. Was that his mother? Yunsheng. A gentle male voice followed. I am a good brother with Xia Hong. I lack nothing that he possesses, and I can certainly surpass him in every endeavor. Why can't you consider me? Yutang whispered. Wow. Is this a live scene of a brother stealing another's love interest? Chapter 52. He became enchanted by the magical girl. Madame Xia's voice was laced with resistance. I do not need you to be better. There is no possibility between us. You would do well to extinguish such thoughts. The male voice suddenly grew fervent. Why can he and not I? I've known you longer. What is it that I lack compared to him? Yunsheng, I would sacrifice everything for you. My family, my reputation, even my life. Overhearing this, Yutang couldn't help but mutter to Xia Shifeng, that's clearly a lie. If he truly wanted to give, why not say, I'll give you all my money? What are his reputation and life worth? He's just trying to gamble small for big returns. She then feigned seriousness. Greedy and cunning, this scoundrel must not be allowed to remain. Xia Shifeng felt a mix of discomfort, as it was his mother being pursued. After hearing Yutang's remarks, he was left speechless, torn between laughter and tears. He wanted to say something, but when she turned her head, her damp ponytail brushed against his arm, causing a ticklish sensation. His throat felt suddenly constricted. Outside, the male voice became more aggressive. Xia Hong is already a cripple. He cannot bring you happiness. Only I can. The doctors have said he has only days left to live. Why must you? Before he could finish, a sharp slap resounded. Madame Xia angrily exclaimed, Enough, Xia Nans. Even if you harbor such vile thoughts towards your sister-in-law, how dare you curse your elder brother? Yutang gasped. Goodness. Is that your uncle? She quietly asked Xia Shifeng.
He closed his eyes briefly, yes.
Yutang was stunned, thinking, my goodness, what a phenomenal brother I have. And it turns out he is related by blood. Yunsheng, my elder brother is old. The man fervently protested. Now you must leave. Madame Xia could no longer tolerate it. Yutang, engrossed in the drama, suddenly panicked. He couldn't leave. If he left now, he would surely take with him the evidence buried in the southeastern corner of the garden that implicated your husband. Xia Shifeng came to his senses, his dark eyes wide with shock. What did you say? 20 minutes later, beneath the locust tree in the southeastern corner of the garden, a baby's skeletal remains were unearthed. Wrapped in a blood-stained cloth inscribed with Xia Hong's birth date, the remains were placed into a locust wood box, nailed shut with a soul-restraining nail, and buried deep underground. Yutang was awestruck. With such malicious intent, how could he not succeed? Even if we assume the worst, couldn't he have gone to the factory to deist the dragon fruit instead? He truly must be bored out of his mind. To curse my father. He even exhumed the stillborn child of his ex-wife. Standing behind Yutang, Xia Shifeng spoke softly. The deceased is innocent. Is there anything we can do for these remains? After some thought, Yutang reasoned that since it had been nailed with a soul-restraining nail, it might not pass the political scrutiny to resurface. However, according to the Underworld's laws regarding minors, those under 8 years old who have not committed subjective wrongdoing can take a green channel to return. Xia Shifeng was momentarily taken aback. The Underworld is so advanced now. Indeed, Yutang replied. It is said that soon there will be a policy where major offenders must serve 300 years in prison before being reincarnated as animals. If you have friends who are eager to leave this world, you might want to advise them to prepare early. Otherwise, they will face complications with the new policy. All right. Xia Shifeng replied, momentarily bewildered. He quickly studied his perspective and redirected the conversation. So, can these remains still resurface? Yutang nodded, retrieving a small brush. Allow me to perform a minor spell. I assure you it will surface immediately. Xia Shifeng's expression turned serious, bracing himself. Yutang held the small brush with both hands and cleared her throat. I am the one who guides souls from the spirit realm. Heed my call and open the gates of hell. Xia Shifeng questioned. Wait. There's something off about this incantation? In the next moment, an intricately patterned black hole appeared on the ground, and the blood-stained cloth and remains transformed into specks of light, swirling into the void before vanishing completely. Yutang scratched her cheek with the brush. Done. Is that all it takes? Xia Shifeng, whose previously steady perspective nearly shattered, was incredulous. Yes, otherwise what do you expect? But the exorcism incantation you recited was like this? Yutang sighed. You can blame my senior brother. When I was learning exorcism, he became infatuated with magical girls and insisted on dragging me into cosplay every day. I never could return to normal after that. Your senior brother has quite the feminine side, Xia Shifeng remarked, suddenly relieved that his senior brother was gentle and composed, never indulging in such frivolities. Soon after, the police arrived. Following their investigation, Xian'an's was escorted away in a special police vehicle, adorned with a rose gold bracelet. Before leaving, he slammed his fists against the car window in a frenzy. I was so discreet. It shouldn't have been discovered. It's impossible to be found. He was subsequently subdued by officers. Xia Shifeng felt a whirlwind of emotions. His mother had always trusted him, and he never expected him to be such a person. Yutang comforted him. It's all right. If you're upset, just go to the kitchen, cut a lemon, and squeeze the juice into your mother's eyes. While it may not help much, you'll receive a thorough beating. After that, your mother's anger will be mostly released. Xia Shifeng blinked. What? Yutang's words struck a chord. Madame Xia approached with a smile and took Yutang's hand. You've said exactly what I needed to hear. Hello, sister. Yutang sweetly greeted. Madame Xia covered her mouth in laughter. I'm Shifeng's mother. You should call me aunt. Yutang exclaimed. What? You look so young. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought you were Xia Fengfeng's sister. Xia Fengfeng. Madame Xia laughed heartily, pulling out a checkbook and swiftly writing. Yutang counted. Goodness, the zeros on this are even more than those on certain other checks. Calling her sister was worth it. Madame Xia handed her the check. I invited you to my home to thank you for your previous help with my little foam. I never anticipated you would encounter such troublesome matters. My apologies. Yutang opened her mouth to offer a series of polite refusals. Oh, sister, that is too much. I couldn't possibly accept. Why be so formal? I even brought you other gifts. Shall we go see? All right, sister. Xia Shifeng was left behind, feeling the cool breeze alone, questioning for a moment who truly was the biological child of Ms. Lin. After lunch, Yutang accompanied Madame Xia to visit Mr. Xia. He had been bedridden for years, teetering on the brink of death, with doctors issuing critical condition notices. With Xian'an's schemes unraveled, his condition began to improve. He awakened. Yutang, feeling the weight of the red envelopes and checks in her pocket, sketched an electronic calming talisman, setting it as her phone wallpaper for 49 days. The negative energy surrounding him would dissipate, allowing him to gradually recover. Xia Shifeng solemnly accepted it. Thank you. Yutang waved her hand. No need for thanks. What kind of relationship do I have with your mother? You're being too formal. Xia Shifeng suddenly paused. Chapter 53. Does she think this is a buffet? Taking advantage of Yutang stepping out to answer a call, Xia Shifeng quietly said to his mother, Mom, the age gap between you and Yutang is quite significant. Isn't it inappropriate to consider her a sister? Madame Xia raised an eyebrow at the remark. Why would that be inappropriate? Is it really so inappropriate for you to hide in the changing room, whispering secrets with a little girl? She mockingly retorted. Xia Shifeng exclaimed, how do you know? With a large turtle at the entrance. I'm not blind, you know. Instantly, Xia Shifeng's handsome face flushed crimson as he turned to leave, his retreating figure hinting at a sense of hasty escape. What's wrong with Xiaofeng? Mr. Xia inquired with difficulty. Mrs. Xia chuckled. Ignore him, silly goose. Yutang received a takeout order, declining the dinner invitation from the Xia family, and returned home laden with gifts and desserts. Upon arriving, she set down the turtle, hopped onto her yellow electric scooter, and sped off. Yu Qizhou dashed out of the villa, calling, Where are you going, Yutang? I need to tell you that Ergo is in trouble. Leave 1 bottle of Pepsi for me. I'll drink it when I return. Yutang shouted back from a distance, veering around the fountain and bursting through the front gate. Yu Qizhou halted, turning to Butler Bay, with concern. Did she say she's going to find Ergo? Is that even possible? The police haven't given any updates yet. Meanwhile, within a decrepit building slated for demolition, a group of burly men in black gathered inside, searching every corner before regrouping on the ground floor to take a break. This is absurd. I clearly saw him enter this building, yet he remains elusive. No wonder he is a forensic expert, so cunning and cautious. Could he have already slipped away? The leader of the men bit into a roasted corn cob. If that were the case, the police would have arrived by now. Keep searching. We must obtain that chip from him and destroy it. Exactly. If he hands that chip to the police, we'll never savor this delicious roasted corn again. A plump man said fearfully. Suddenly, the sound of an accelerating engine echoed, startling the men into alertness. The police are here. Before they could react, a yellow electric scooter burst into the building's corridor, a delivery box strapped to the back. Their eyes widened in disbelief as the scooter zoomed past, and the girl riding it reached out, snatching the untouched roasted corn from their hands. Yutang took a bite, giving a thumbs up. Wow. This roasted corn is indeed delightful. With that, she dashed up the stairs, disappearing around a corner. The plump man chuckled. Boss, see how good this roasted corn is? Even the delivery rider said it's fragrant. The leader's face turned pale. Their men outside were supposed to be vigilant, yet they let a rider slip in? Why aren't you chasing her? If she calls the police, we'll all end up in jail. Yes, boss. Yutang maneuvered the electric scooter with one hand while munching on a cob of corn with the other. She hadn't eaten much for lunch and initially intended to save room for dessert, but now the corn was a perfect substitute. The scooter glided through the building effortlessly, drawing nearer to the delivery location while the group of men chased her, nearly out of breath. She turned into the innermost room on that floor, glancing around but finding no one. Is anyone here? Your takeout has arrived. Please come out to sign. Hello? Yutang bit into the delicious corn, circling the room. Strange, where is everyone? Right here. A hoarse, deep voice called from above. Yutang looked up, startled to see a section of the ceiling shift. A head peeked out from inside. Why are you here? Yutang was bewildered to find it was Yu Buqiu, her customer for this order. Yu Buqiu paused, contemplating that perhaps he should be the one asking her that question. This place is perilous. If you can run, you should leave immediately and not linger. Initially, he suspected she might be a bait set by the men, intending to lure him out. He had planned to stay hidden, but somehow he found himself exposed. What a bother. Yutang inserted the corn into the scooter's storage, then climbed onto the table, signaling for him to come down. Yu Buqiu hesitated, refraining from uttering the usual pleas for her to leave. Instead, he grasped her outstretched hand. Yutang effortlessly lifted him down, tossing him onto the scooter like a sack of cement. Yu Buqiu grunted. Could you be a bit gentler? Gentleness is not in my vocabulary, Yutang scoffed. I'm not in a good mood right now, so don't speak to me.
Yu Buqi.
What had he done to annoy her? As Yutang rode the scooter out of the room, they encountered the group of pursuing men. The leader spat and laughed mockingly. Harun. Let us see where you can escape to. Yutang remained expressionless, revving the scooter with a buzz and barreling forward. With a crash, 2 burly men were sent flying, causing the others to scramble for safety. As she descended, she continued munching on the corn, effortlessly evading another wave of men that had arrived to block her.
Stop.
If you keep running, we'll shoot. A voice barked from behind.
Yutang.
Chewing on kernels sneered. Do you think this is a crime movie? If I don't run, will you not shoot? Such pointless chatter. Just as she finished speaking, a bullet struck the stone pillar beside her. Rubbish. Can't you aim better? The shooter gritted his teeth. What kind of training do today as riders undergo? They can dodge my bullets just by glancing in the rearview mirror. Fuming, he fired again. Yutang bent down to evade, feeling a slight constriction in her throat, and turned the scooter to ascend. As she knocked two burly men aside, she bent down to grab an unopened juice bottle from the ground. "Help me open this." She handed it to Yubuchio in the backseat.
Yubuki.
He was momentarily baffled by her incredible composure, or perhaps her lack of common sense. Even while escaping, she thought to indulge in corn and juice, as if they were in a buffet. Yutang accepted the open drink, took a couple of sips, and burped contentedly. "Stop eating," Yubuchio said sternly. "This building is crawling with their men, armed with guns. We need to find a place to hide and wait for the police."
Yutang instantaneously frownet.
"I can't wait. The desserts at home will spoil if left too long. So you'd better hold onto my clothes tightly. If you fall off during any unexpected turn, I want to take responsibility."
Yubuki.
Though he didn't understand, he complied. Yutang accelerated to the rooftop, shutting the door behind her without looking back, urging the scooter forward. Yubuchio squinted, adrenaline surging as he asked, "What are you planning to do?" "When I came here, I calculated the distance between the two buildings, the wind resistance, and the thrust needed to leap across. Finally concluding that the probability of success is," Yubuchio instinctively interjected, 100?
Yutang smiled, 0.
"You're not serious?" His voice was drowned out by the rushing wind as the scooter launched from one rooftop to the other, like an arrow released from a bow. In the eyes of the group of burly men, Yutang's actions were akin to suicide. However, with a thud, the front tire of the scooter landed on the edge of the opposite rooftop, and Yutang swiftly maneuvered, driving the vehicle over with ease. She landed safely, even spinning around and raising her hand to the astonished men, performing a mock curtain call. "Thank you all for watching this performance. May we meet again." Their eyes widened in disbelief, anger boiling over as they cursed. The plump man clasped his face, stomping his feet in delight. "This is the thrilling motorcycle scene of my dreams. Boss, what do we do? I want to marry her." His leader smacked him upside the head. "Marry? Are you out of your mind? You're the one sent over to disrupt my peace of mind." Another man raised his hand. "Boss, it should be to disrupt our morale." "Shut your mouth," the leader scolded, raising his gun to aim at the back of Yutang's head. Yubuchio noticed and instinctively raised his hand to shield her head. With a bang, blood sprayed. His face turned ashen in an instant. Yutang turned around, astonished. "Wait, did you just catch a bullet with your bare hands?" Yubuchio's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he gritted his teeth. "I can catch a missile with my bare hands too. Would you like to see?" Yes. Where do I sign up?" Yubuchio was simultaneously amused and exasperated, the pain from his wound momentarily forgotten. "You're truly insane." Yutang lifted her chin and remarked, "In this world, who is not a little mad? Some individuals may appear emotionally stable on the surface, yet they are nearly driven to madness beneath. I, however, am different. I tend to lose my composure outright, lashing out at anyone I encounter." Yubuchio chuckled, coughing intermittently with amusement. Yutang warned, "Stop laughing. If I end up splattered with blood, you shall be responsible for cleaning it off my electric scooter." Yubuchio replied, "Following you," as Yutang accelerated, skillfully dodging a few bullets that whizzed past from behind, riding her little electric scooter down the stairs with a series of duong sounds. Yubuchio's insides felt as though they were being jolted from the ride. Suddenly, Yutang's phone emitted an alarm, declaring, "Your user order is about to expire. Please deliver promptly." She abruptly slammed on the brakes and turned to ask, "Where's your phone?" "You need to confirm the receipt for me." "It's out of battery," Yubuchio replied, his face paling as he produced his phone. The black screen flickered to reveal a button indicating the order had been delivered. His eyes widened in surprise as he pressed it, immediately bringing up a rating interface. Yutang spotted this and boldly declared, "I saved your life. Surely a 5-star rating along with a 200-word review is not too much to ask?" Yubuchio questioned. "What is this? Is this your side job?" "In the world of Jianghu, it's best not to inquire too much," she retorted. Yubuchio was puzzled, but proceeded to type out a review with one hand. She had suddenly appeared in that sealed-off building, which was already peculiar enough. The fact that she was delivering takeout made it even more bizarre. Upon this thought, Yubuchio furrowed his brow. Song Qingqing had never even touched a dirty dish in her life. The notion that Yutang, having exited a dating show, was now delivering food struck him with an uncomfortable sensation. He wanted to voice his thoughts but froze in place, asking, "What are you doing?" Yutang tore open a packet of medicinal powder and sprinkled it over his hand with a flourish, akin to a chef seasoning a dish, applying a thick layer over his wound. Once she was satisfied, she tore off a lengthy strip of bandage and wrapped it around his hand tightly, securing it like a zongzi. As a forensic pathologist, Yubuchio felt a twitch in his brow. Her method of wrapping was incorrect. Disinfection should precede bandaging. Yutang finished tying a neat bow and remarked, "Even the pigs on the mountain are not as delicate as you. This is how it should be done." Yubuchio felt a bit breathless. He resigned himself to the situation, thankful that it was his left hand that was injured, allowing him to still perform surgery on himself with his right. Downstairs, the police Yutang had contacted arrived. The group of burly men in black could not escape. One after another, they were apprehended. Yubuchio informed the police of the chip's hiding place before heading to the hospital for a full-body examination. Simultaneously, a sensational topic exploded onto the trending searches. The most powerful delivery rider emerges. The accompanying video, filmed from a trash can's perspective, depicted a delivery rider on a yellow electric scooter racing through the building, dodging bullets, snatching drinks, and munching on corn while fleeing. Everywhere, burly men clad in black brandished firearms, yet none could halt her. Have the delivery riders evolved to this extent? One could only wonder. Riding little scooters, soaring over rooftops? This is a true delivery heroine. Before clicking in, one might think, do riders need to be coached now? But after clicking in, they exclaimed, "Good heavens. Am I merely here to make up the numbers?" She's even a girl. While bullets were flying, she still had the leisure to munch on corn. Who is this gluttonous girl? Who is this fierce rider? Why is it that the riders of a certain delivery service are either watching couples argue or suddenly reminiscing about their exes while delivering my food in the opposite direction? The excitement was palpable, prompting a collective decision not to use discounts and to order takeout at full price that night. In no time, the entire internet was on the hunt for this extraordinary delivery rider. Meanwhile, the rider herself was facing a fine for her reckless driving, having violated traffic regulations while racing through the building, incurring a 50 yuan penalty. However, due to being a first-time offender and having assisted the police in capturing the criminal gang, the fine was waived in favor of a verbal reprimand, directed primarily at Yubuchio. When a sister errs, it is only natural for the brother to bear the brunt of the criticism. There was little to be done. Yutang's appearance was deceptively innocent, making it difficult for Yubuchio's colleagues to refrain from expressing their concern for him. "You are the most outstanding forensic pathologist and criminal investigation consultant in the department. How can you not comprehend that professional matters should not involve family? Your sister appears so fragile and timid, yet you can bear to," before he could finish. A gurgling sound interrupted. Both Yubuchio and his colleague turned to see Yutang lifting a water cooler sitting on the floor, directly blowing into it. After drinking more than half a bucket, she let out a satisfied burp, claiming, "After devouring so much corn, I easily get thirsty." Yubuchio's lips twitched as he glanced at his colleague, whose jaw had dropped in disbelief. "Yes, she appears quite delicate." And then, his colleague muttered, "I underestimated her." After completing his full-body examination, Yubuchio took Yutang to a restaurant for dinner, simultaneously calling home to reassure them of their safety. Having consumed half a bucket of water, Yutang was already ravenous and eagerly ordered several hearty dishes. The food arrived promptly, and just as she was about to dig in, she noticed Yubuchio's plate. Puzzled, "You're only having salad?" Yubuchio nodded with a hint of pride. "To keep my mind sharp, I generally eat only vegetarian meals in the evening." Yutang took a bite of lamb chops and retorted, "Aren't you afraid of starving? Only eating grass? I could say a few words, and they'd be more substantial than this meat." Yubuchio asked, "Who taught her to speak this way?" After so many events of the day, Yubuchio had little appetite, but seeing Yutang relishing her lamb chops with such satisfaction, he suddenly found the notion of eating this grass appealing. Yubuchio glanced down at the bandage on his left hand and asked suddenly, "You once said you disliked me. Why then did you save me?" Chapter 55. For those with money, they support with money. For those without, they rob the bank. Yutang did not lift her head. "Did you not also save me?" "That is different," Yubuchio replied. "In what way is it different?" Yubuchio pursed his lips, unable to articulate an answer to her question. When the bullet had been fired at Yutang, a voice in his mind had urged him to remain a detached observer. Yet she was his sister. No matter the estrangement, he could not idly stand by her safety. His hand had reached out instinctively. He rephrased his question. "So, why do you dislike me?" Yutang sipped her juice, stating, "That is your concern. You should reflect on what you have done wrong and how to amend it, rather than asking me." Yubuchio responded, "Your reasoning is quite convoluted." "Second brother, Tingtan?" A sweet voice laced with surprise called from behind. Song Qingqing. Dressed in a charming off-shoulder pink dress, her makeup both exquisite and innocent, approached with Qi Wang's arm linked with hers. Upon seeing her, Yutang was not surprised. With a character modification system in place, even if Song Qingqing were to be arrested, she would soon find her way out. What a coincidence. Are you also here to dine? Song Qingqing playfully pouted at Yubuchio. Second brother is biased. He brought Yutang to eat without me. With the eldest brother on a business trip, Song Qingqing presumed that only the second brother could be present. Yubuchio, appearing nonchalant, replied flatly, I do not have the habit of taking dogs along when I go out. Song Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. The next moment, Yutang noticed a flurry of green bubbles bouncing above Song Qingqing's head. Song Qingqing queried system, is there something amiss with his attitude towards me? The system responded, host. Yubuchio's favorability rating towards you is only 20. Please strive to improve this. Transform him from a workaholic into a doting brother. Song Qingqing's smile faltered. And how much favor does he hold for Yutang? The system replied, detection results indicate a favorability rating fluctuating between 90 and 99, with the detection function seemingly malfunctioning and rebooting. Upon successfully rebooting, the system revealed, Yubuchio's favorability rating towards Yutang fluctuates around 99999. A twinge of distortion appeared on Song Qingqing's sweet face. Are you joking with me? The first time I extracted Yubuchio's favorability towards Yutang, it was only 95. The system confirmed, indeed, host. Therefore, please complete the task of exceeding 30 million fans promptly to extract Yubuchio's favorability once more, preventing character deviation. Song Qingqing could only respond with, what? Yutang, however, found the notion fascinating, wondering how favorability could even be extracted, and that it pertained to Yubuchio's feelings toward her. What is it with Song Qingqing and this wretched system, constantly trying to exploit her? Furthermore, the system's detection results are clearly flawed. Yubuchio's fondness for her does not seem to be as high as indicated. She should test it herself. Yutang picked up her chopsticks and placed a chicken leg into Yubuchio's bowl, urging, eat up, don't starve. If Yubuchio scolded her, it would signify a fondness value of 0. If she returned the gesture, it would imply a fondness value of around 20.
Ting-tang.
You've just returned home, and yet you're unfamiliar with the fact that my second brother usually eats vegetarian at night, Song Qingqing gently reminded. You're putting him in a difficult position. Qi Wang scoffed, if you don't even understand your own brother's habits, perhaps you should refrain from being overly attentive. Before Yutang could respond, Yubuchio let out a dismissive snort and took a bite of the chicken leg. Who was truly out of touch. How well do you think you know me? Who gave you the right to speak on behalf of my sister? Is that contraption around your neck meant to elevate your stature? His expression was cold yet strikingly handsome, his words sharp and piercing, delivering each one with precision. Song Qingqing's heart sank in surprise. She couldn't comprehend how Yubuchio could be so protective of Yutang, especially when the plot indicated he found her insufferable. Her eyes turned red, and she choked out, I'm sorry, second brother, I was merely concerned that Yutang might inadvertently offend you. Qingqing, it's not your fault. Qi Wang softly reassured her. Your intentions were good. It's just that some people lack gratitude. Yutang chuckled, oh. It's you who puts on a show of affection. Zhou Shiluan wrote 3 new singles after hearing your words. Your combined intellect is akin to the temperature at the South Pole. Together, you're quite the nuisance. If you're unwell, seek treatment. Surely you have the 10 yuan for a consultation? Qi Wang's face darkened at her retort. Yutang, can you please stop speaking as if you're passing gas? What's wrong? Am I mistaken? You two aren't in a relationship, are you? Just partners? The concealed romance on the dating show had already been a source of distress for Song Qingqing, and now, provoked by Yutang, Qi Wang blurted, we are dating. So what? Are you jealous? Song Qingqing looked at him, her face filled with emotion. Wang. Oh, family, come and see. Yutang broadcasting the top-tier celebrity revealing his relationship live, she exclaimed, raising her phone. Those who are wealthy support with your funds. Those who aren't, perhaps rob a bank. Every cent counts. Qi Wang felt an ominous premonition. Yutang, what are you doing? With a cheeky smile, Yutang replied, I'm just being a good Samaritan, helping you with your romance. She flipped her phone around, revealing a live stream interface. Unbeknownst to her, the viewer count had skyrocketed beyond 5 million. The barrage of comments exploded. Fans, who had previously consoled themselves with the notion that Qi Wang's silence was merely a ploy to appear on the dating show, now faced the shocking truth as Yutang boldly confronted them live. Qi Wang had publicly acknowledged his relationship with Sang Qingqing, whose house collapsed. Oh, it's mine, haha. I can't bear to open my eyes. I hope this is just a figment of my imagination. Sang Qingqing, you're truly soaring high. Just this morning you claimed you would focus on your career and avoid romance, yet here you are, hand in hand at a candlelight dinner? It's all lies. Sisters don't believe it. Wang said his greatest love is us. If you're not careful, you might want to check your reflection. Your nose seems to be turning red. Two liars. May you both be sealed in your deception. Witnessing the comments flood past, Sang Qingqing's face turned pale. Suddenly realizing something, she pulled out her phone. In just a few minutes, she lost over 100,000 followers. The progress bar for her nearly completed task shrank drastically. At that moment, Sang Qingqing felt as if she were about to crumble. Qi Wang studied her, furiously glaring at Yutang. Look what you've done. Yutang rolled her eyes. You realize I've done you a favor, don't you? You should be grateful. Qi Wang was about to retort when an icy chill crept down his spine. Unbeknownst to him, Yubuchio had removed his glasses, his piercing eyes fixated on him, as if daring him to utter any disrespectful word towards Yutang, lest he face unforeseen consequences. Qi Wang swallowed his words and took Sang Qingqing away from the scene. System, I want to revise the script. Sang Qingqing seethed inwardly. Change, Yutang eats roasted duck slices, to Yutang eats roasted duck knife slices. Chapter 56. Limited cognition. Infinite infatuation. Sang Qingqing believed she had never wronged Yutang nor targeted her overtly. Yet, Yutang resorted to such extreme measures to tarnish her reputation. Sang Qingqing could no longer tolerate it. The system reminded her, Host, this falls under plot modification, and changes cannot take effect. Calmly, Sang Qingqing thought. Then change it to Yutang eats roasted duck knife. It's essentially the same. The system paused for a few seconds. Understood. Generating plot. Please confirm, host. Just as Sang Qingqing confirmed, her body was suddenly lifted into the air. Qi Wang, beside her, was also not spared. Yutang, propelled by a whirlwind, sent them both flying 2 meters away, landing them in the garbage bin outside the restaurant. With a thunderous crash, the refuse poured over them like a deluge. Qi Wang was about to unleash a tirade when a knife suddenly embedded itself between his legs. His pupils contracted, and he felt a tightening sensation. Every curse lodged in his throat. This knife is quite nice. Consider it a gift, Yutang remarked lightly as she returned to the restaurant. Sang Qingqing sat amidst the refuse, her complexion pale, feeling nauseous and utterly bewildered. System, what just happened? She didn't eat the roasted duck knife. The system replied. Host, is it possible that she possesses eyesight? No individual could possibly bite down on such a large knife. I am a text modification system, not a fate alteration system. A knife slice and a knife are fundamentally different concepts.
Sang Qingqing clenched her fists.
Therefore, she had squandered a chance to modify the text without inflicting any consequences upon Yutang. The system added, Host need not worry, although your understanding may be limited. Your admirers are boundless. It better to send them to deal with the female antagonist? Suddenly, Sang Qingqing felt enlightened. At last, you've offered a useful suggestion. Indeed. With so many admirers, why should she expend her own energy? After dinner, Yutang rode her scooter, taking Yubuchio home. Young Master Yu had likely never experienced such a humble mode of transportation. His long legs awkwardly dangled off the side, feeling quite uncomfortable. As they reached a red light, he delicately suggested, if you insist on delivering takeout, I have dozens of luxury cars in my garage for you to choose from. Upon hearing this, Yutang turned her head. Can I race them in the building?
No.
Then I don't want them. Yubuchio was perplexed. What obsession did she have with racing? Oh, isn't this the young lady of Yu family? What's the matter? Unable to make money through deceit, and now resorting to delivering takeout? A red sports car pulled up, and Lu Ran leaned out of the driver's seat, a mocking grin on his face. It seems you've earned a bit after all. You've even ordered a male model. Yubuchio. Yutang shot him a glance. What's wrong? Are you envious? There's a duck restaurant ahead. Someone like you would only qualify as a doorman. Lu Ran sneered. You're not even worthy to offer me your shoes, yet you dare to speak so boldly. I truly don't understand why the Yu family brought you back. Do they not feel ashamed? I advise you to recognize your own limitations and return to where you belong, lest you find yourself expelled from the Yu family. Even more humiliated. The boy in the back seat grinned. Lu Xiao, you truly are infatuated with Miss Sang. As soon as you heard she was being bullied, you rushed to her defense. Unfortunately, she has already taken. Lu Rant's expression darkened. I'm merely stating the truth. What does she have to do with this? The boy ignored him and whistled at Yutang. Miss, you're quite a beauty. Rather than wasting your time with this male model, why not come play with us? A pale, slender hand shot out, grasping the boy by the collar and yanking him out of the car window. With a thud, he landed outside. The boy fell to the ground like a sandbag. Yutang blinked and turned to look at Yu Buqiu. He held his helmet with one hand, his long hair disheveled and cascading over his shoulders, accentuating the expressionless, bewitching face that seemed even colder and more chilling. Which family are you from? What is your name? Upon seeing his face clearly, the boy's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. Yu Buqiu lifted his leg and pressed it against the boy's face, grinding it down forcefully. I ask you, what is your name? The boy cried out in pain, struggling desperately but unable to rise. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Inside the car, Lu Ran and the others were utterly silent, afraid to make a sound. They could not discern which of the fish family's twin offspring this was. Regardless of who it was, they were not someone they could provoke. Yu Buqiu curled his lips into a smirk, his eyes filled with a frosty hue. Very well, if you choose not to speak. Then let your entire family pay for your foolishness. The boy gasped in fright, but before he could respond, Yutang revved the engine and drove away. After a short distance, she curiously asked, where did you learn that line? It has quite the domineering flair.
Yubuki repliet lazili.
Uncle Bei said it during his last role as a butler. Yutang exclaimed, so Uncle Bei really was hired from the comic convention?
Indeed.
His portrayal of the butler was so convincing, I almost mistook him for a professional in the field. Yutang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon returning home, as soon as her car came to a halt, Fish Chi Zhou rushed over with a wild hairstyle. Yutang, hurry inside and take a look. Those ghosts you brought back are causing a ruckus. Who knows how he managed to survive the day? His heart must be extraordinarily strong. As Yu Buqiu removed his helmet, he asked, what on earth did you bring back? Upon entering the living room, Yutang saw the chandelier swaying violently, the television flickering erratically, pillows and decorations flying about, and a broom sweeping the floor autonomously. Meanwhile, the butler Bei lay stiffly on the carpet, lifeless.
Hey.
Where do you think you're running off to, you fiends? Leave this estate at once. Otherwise, I shall see you slain by my sword.
Oh.
And there was someone in a yellow Taoist robe performing a ritual. He waved a peachwood sword around, spraying water after finishing. Begone all evil spirits. Afterward, he sheathed the sword, turning his head with an air of inscrutability. The ghosts had all been banished, and there was no need to fear. Turning around, he saw the expressionless Yutang standing there. Yutang calmly inquired, may I ask who taught you how to exorcise spirits? The other party's gaze wandered. I have a friend. Before he could finish, a sharp knock landed on his head, knocking off his white beard and revealing a stunningly beautiful face that was impossible to look away from. His fox-like eyes slightly lifted, exuding an air of innocence. And he spoke in a deep, enticing tone, Your Majesty, you are quite fierce. It is necessary, lest you tarnish our reputation. Yutang said, clapping her hands. With a loud clap, everything in the living room returned to normal. Fish Chi Zhou looked bewildered. Yutang, isn't this Taoist your friend? He said he knew you and could exorcise spirits, so I let him in. Yutang turned to Yan Lansheng.
Zan Lansheng so mai ladili.
How could the palace of your majesty allow such spirits to trample upon it? Is this not a provocation against your majesty's authority? Chapter 57. Disliking anything more yellow than myself, Yutang found this statement quite reasonable. Considering your willingness to put thought into this for me, I shall be lenient. Then how shall your majesty deal with me? Yan Lansheng inquired with a playful smile. By scrubbing the toilets. Yan Lansheng looked momentarily bewildered.
Yutang.
Now in high spirits, added, change out of that Taoist robe. I dislike having anything more yellow than myself in my home. Yan Lansheng replied in confusion. Isn't this nice? He mumbled before heading to the restroom. Soon after, the chandelier began to flicker once more. Fish Chi Zhou ducked behind Yutang, nervously exclaiming, I told you to get rid of them. Look at what is happening now. They've all gone mad.
Calm down.
Yutang switched on the television, projecting the talismans from her phone onto the screen. With a crackle, the chandelier regained its brightness. Along with the light came floating, plump spirits. They were dressed in ancient eunuch and palace-made attire, diligently wielding their triangular forks to clean the living room, sweeping, mopping, dusting the vases and chandeliers with commendable diligence. Truly exemplary work ethic. Fish Chizhou was dumbfounded. These are ghosts? They're so plump. Indeed. Yutang accepted a fruit platter from one of the spirits and explained they felt uneasy about staying here for free, so they're helping with the cleaning. They mean no harm. The plump spirits nodded in a pitiful manner. Initially frightened, Fish Chizhou soon lost his fear upon seeing their round bellies bursting from their clothing. Forget it. Why should I argue with a bunch of plump beings? Oddly, these spirits seemed to have released their grievances. Yutang looked around, noticing that the spirits appeared much clearer than they had the previous day. Grievances? What purpose do they serve? None whatsoever, but they can cause discomfort. So I applied purification talismans. Within 3 days, their grievances will dissipate. Then they can return to where they came from. When did my home become this lively? The chilling voice of Yu Buqiu echoed from behind. Yutang and Fish Chizhou froze, exchanging glances. Oh no. We almost forgot about the true master of this house. It was Fish Zhu who said the house was big enough for her to bring friends over to play. Yutang, determined to sacrifice her brother, took the lead. Fish Chizhou widened his eyes. Hey, that's my sister. He refused to back down. I advised my sister to drive them away, but she wouldn't listen. Yutang retorted. It's all because Fish Zhu didn't express herself clearly. Fish Chizhou shot back. It's all Fish Tang's fault for acting on her own. The siblings tossed blame at each other until Yu Buqiu's brow twitched. Alright, you two. Just as he was about to suggest banishing the spirits. Both siblings turned to him expectantly. Can't we keep them? The plump spirits lined up, eyes wide with anticipation. Yu Buqiu suddenly felt a pang of conscience at the prospect of saying no. He closed his eyes. Just don't let them into my room. The rest is fine. Oh yeah. Yutang and Fish Chizhou high-fived. By the way, that friend of yours. Yu Buqiu glanced toward the restroom, frowning slightly. What's his name? Yutang puffed up with pride, a capable subordinate of mine, Yan Lansheng. Isn't that the one who recorded that dating show with you? Fish Chizhou suddenly recalled, becoming alert. That guy is delicate and weak. One punch from me, and he'd probably pass out immediately.
Don't let him fool you.
You're overthinking it. No one in this world can take advantage of me. Yutang dismissed his concerns. Fish Chizhou protested. Is that really what he meant? In the restroom, Yan Lansheng stood before the mirror, pinching a plump spirit between his distinctly knuckled fingers, molding it like a toy. He lowered his eyelids, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, form a line. Take your time. You all carry heavy negative energy. Heal up and leave promptly, so as not to disturb the sanctity of my majesty. Saying this, he gently tapped the head of one plump spirit, his gaze deepening. Otherwise, I shall send you to the frontier. Do you understand? The plump spirits nodded blankly before scuttling away. Help! There's a ghost trader here. The next day, Yutang awoke to find that all the plump spirits had vacated. On the carpet in her room lay a small mountain of gold and silver treasures, left as a token of gratitude for their brief stay. Yutang pondered for a moment before dividing the pile into 3 equal portions. After a moment's thought, she split them again into 3 smaller portions. She took out the 2 smallest portions and headed out to give them to Fish Chizhou, Yu Buqiu, and Butler Bay, considering them as compensation for their mental distress. After spending another 2 days at home, the recording of the 2nd episode of Love is Not As Good As Farming has commenced. The chief director, having learned from the failures of the 1st episode, decided to change the filming location to ensure safety. The structural integrity of the houses in Luoshui village is questionable. Another collapse would spell disaster for the show. The specific location for the recording remains a secret, and all guests are blindfolded as they board the production team's vehicle. Which vehicle is the Fish Emperor in? Give us a close-up. The guest list is confidential this time. Could there be new faces? It's hard to say for others, but the Chisang CP definitely won't dare to show up after last time's uproar. The fans were furious. Farmers are becoming quite popular too. I've heard several artists and wealthy heirs are eager to participate. Wacky Frog, are we starting with duo teams right off the bat? On the grassy bank by the lake, 4 heart-shaped stools of different colors are arranged, facing away from the shore, with all the female guests seated upon them. Meanwhile, the meticulously dressed male guests, wearing masks, stand opposite them. The chief director clears his throat. Now, each guest will have one opportunity to ask a question. And based on the responses, they will identify their preferred partner. Mutual selection will complete the team. All microphones have been altered to disguise voices. Your identities remain strictly confidential. Now, let the first male guest pose his question. The first male guest on the far right ponders for a moment before asking the red-hearted female guest, "What are your thoughts on the philosophy of not marrying?" The red-hearted female guest replies nonchalantly, "I follow a philosophy of living. If I can live, I will. If not, I shall perish." After her response, she counter-questions the first male guest, "If I were to decide to die right now, would you accompany me?" He responds, "Of course. I would willingly sacrifice my life for beauty." Next, the second male guest poses a question to the yellow-hearted female guest, "What is your favorite color?" The yellow-hearted female guest answers, "Pastel shades, as I find them fresh and clean, reflecting how one should live." The third guest inquires of the black-hearted female guest, "If your boyfriend tells you he is cold, and your best friend also claims to feel cold, what would you do?" With confidence, the black-hearted female guest replies, "That's an easy question. If my friend is cold, she can come into my embrace. My warmth is a steady 37 degrees. As for the cold man, he can go play on the giant swing. Being engulfed in flames at 360 degrees is no issue." Chapter 58. An exchange of ailments. The black-hearted female guest's confident speech leaves the third male guest utterly bewildered. What further stuns him is her ensuing question. Your crush posts on social media that she saw a puppy on her way to the hospital. How do you respond? The third guest contemplates cautiously and replies, "I would ask her if she is feeling unwell and if she needs my company. That puppy is truly adorable." The fourth male guest raises his hand, declaring, "I believe this question deserves a more thoughtful response. There are two traps here. 1. The puppy obscures the main focus of the question. 2. Just because she is going to the hospital doesn't necessarily mean she is ill. Perhaps she is visiting someone. We should preemptively offer her genuine concern." Thus, the best reply would be, "Silly dog, are you sick or is someone in your family unwell?" As soon as he finishes, the black-hearted female guest lights up. Full marks for that answer. What the hell? Full marks. Did you two conspire beforehand? What a thorough analysis. How about that, silly dog? Are you unwell? This feels like solving a math problem where all the steps are correct, but the final answer is ex dear lihua. Utterly absurd. Just admit it, is she your crush or just rubbish? These two don't seem to be here for romance. They appear to be exchanging ailments instead. Finally, the fourth male guest inquires of the pink-hearted female guest, "If your husband, father, son, and grandson all fell into the water simultaneously, whom would you save first?" Even with her back to the camera, the audience can sense the pink-hearted female guest's distress. Why are all her family members so eager to jump into the water? After a moment of silence, she responds, "I'm not a strong swimmer, so I would ask for help." The chief director raises a newly purchased megaphone. The questioning segment has concluded. It is now time for the heart selection. All guests, please place your hands on the light-up device. Should two individuals choose each other simultaneously, the heart connection will be successfully established. As for those who do not mutually select, the audience will vote to determine the teams. 3, 2, 1, please light up for love. As soon as the words leave his lips, the heart connection red line begins to glow, extending from the feet of the female guests to those of the male guests. The red-hearted female guest selects the third male guest, and their red lines connect successfully. The heart-shaped stool turns towards the male guests, and the girl seated on it beams with a gentle smile. "Hello, I am Yen Shu." The third guest removes his mask, revealing a handsome and refined smile. "I am He Lin. It is a pleasure to meet you. Shu Shu, you're stunning. I wish I could swing on your eyelashes." He, the film emperor. Oh my goodness, a mature and composed gentleman. My ideal type. No way, just one successful mutual selection? Why didn't he, the black-hearted guest, and the fourth male guest choose each other? Two problematic individuals together? Are you trying to ruin the show for everyone else? The chief director, taken aback by the singular successful selection, announces the results of the audience voting for team formations. The yellow-hearted female guest teams up with the fourth male guest. The black-hearted female guest pairs with the second male guest. The pink-hearted female guest teams with the first male guest. The audience, with a sense of humor, votes almost randomly. However, the pairing of the black-hearted and the fourth male guest is deemed absolutely unacceptable. Otherwise, how could this show still be called a dating program? It might as well be renamed Iron Man's Romance. As the female guests turn, all male guests remove their masks. "Good morning, everyone. I hope you have a delightful day." The yellow-hearted female guest is revealed to be Sang Ching. The male guest facing her looks quite familiar. "I am Lu Ran," he says, gazing at Sang Ching with a hint of something deeper in his eyes. Wait, the Chi-Sang CP didn't he withdraw from the recording? How stubborn. The pink-hearted guest is actually the supermodel Ning Jeru. Her legs are so fair and long. I can't help but drool. Let me clean them up for you. What is the young master of the Liu family doing in a dating show? Isn't there still one stool that hasn't turned around? Who is the black-hearted guest? The chief director urges, black-hearted female guest, please turn around. The black-hearted female guest replies, Director, let me wake my partner guest. The second male guest, Chi Wang, adopts a gentlemanly pose and speaks up. The chief director turns away, and he approaches the guest from behind. Hello. Could you please turn around? The black-hearted female guest responds, Chi Wang is a bit awkward, but he presses on. I am Chi Wang, could you turn around for me? The black-hearted female guest. Chi Wang's eyes flash with displeasure. Is she deliberately toying with him? She should be grateful he is her partner. It seems this female guest is not interested in Chi Laosher at all. Yan Lanxing lazily interjects, shall I give it a try? Please, Yan Laosher. Chi Wang smirks inwardly. He can't entice her, so he doubts Yan Lanxing can. This woman is clearly doing it on purpose. Yan Lanxing strides to the black-hearted guest's back, rolling up her sleeves and gripping both sides of the heart-shaped stool. With a swift motion, she uproots the stool from the ground. Is this the same delicate Yen Marin who was afraid of the dark while walking alone last episode? She can hold her breath underwater for over 8 minutes. She can't be that fragile. Yan Lanxing turns the black heart-shaped stool to face the front and repositions it firmly into the ground. There lies Yutang, half reclining against the backrest, her head tilted back, donning a mask adorned with 2 eye designs. She is soundly asleep. All present are baffled. How on earth is she able to sleep in this setting? Yan Lanxing raises her hand to shield Yutang from the sunlight. Smiling as she speaks, a transfer of 5 million yuan has just arrived. Yutang suddenly opens her eyes, springing up in confusion. Her head colliding straight into Yan Lanxing's chin, sending him flying. Who just transferred me money? She mutters groggily, reaching for her phone only to find emptiness. Almost forgot. Her phone had been confiscated by the production team prior to her arrival. She slowly awakened, yawning softly. Teacher, you had been sleeping quite soundly. Chi Wang forced a smile, remarking, I've called you several times, yet you remained oblivious. The moment Yan Lanxing called her name, she sprang to alertness, as if fearing he might not discern her deliberate act. Finally recalling the recording session, Yutang waved languidly at the camera, exclaiming, Oh, look, we've caught a monkey. Little ones, pay your respects to the Fish Empress. Long live the Fish Empress. You scared me. I thought this episode wouldn't feature my sister you, which would be akin to having kanji without pickled vegetables or browsing the internet without Wi-Fi. A devoted fan would willingly exchange their ex-boyfriend's dog-ass life for Yutang to continue her delightful antics in the entertainment industry. Heaven forbid that only my house collapses. Are you suggesting the entire entertainment industry should accompany you to your doom? What happened to your chin? Yutang inquired upon noticing Yan Lanxing sitting upright, cradling his chin, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. It hurts, he replied in a low, melodious voice that tugged at the heartstrings. Yutang gasped in response, offering him comfort. Pain is a good sign. It indicates you are still alive. Yan Lanxing retorted. And what else would it indicate? Chapter 59. The true challenge awaits. As their conversation blossomed, the chief director re-emerged to cue the next segment. Now, I ask everyone to proceed to the pier and board the yacht for our destination. This episode introduces a fresh and unique approach to romance. The production team will no longer follow you around, yet cameras will be omnipresent. Your current task is to reach the love cabin and share sweet moments together. Please depart immediately. Guests who successfully pair up may take a vehicle to the pier, while those who fail must ride bicycles. The distance was approximately 3 kilometers. And with a female companion in tow, it would test the male contestant's stamina and endurance. Yutang's partner was Chi Wang, and to ease his burden a bit, she resolutely strapped on a 30 kilograms combat backpack and hopped onto the back of the bicycle, declaring, Let us go, driver. I'm in a hurry to get to the pier. She treated him as though he were merely a roadside taxi. Chi Wang, caught off guard by the weight, nearly lost his balance and fell off the bicycle. Her words only served to infuriate him further. Swallowing his pride, he clenched his teeth and replied, Fine. From here to the pier, Chi, the top star, would gain 8 new abdominal muscles, while others are lightly equipped. What on earth has the Fish Empress packed in her combat bag that makes it so burdensome for Chi to pedal? Lu Ran and Ning Jiran's pairing has a delightful vibe, reminiscent of innocent campus romance. It's hilarious. Yan Lanxing swept Sang Qingqing off her feet with a leg sweep as he boarded the bicycle. Haha. Sang Qingqing, having endured Yan Lanxing's sweeping kick, dared not let him ride. She grit her teeth and mounted the bicycle herself, hoping to elicit his sympathy and affection, which would be beneficial for future tasks. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at the pier. Except for Yen Shu and He Lin, who came by car, the other male contestants were panting heavily, their appearances in disarray. Oh, and there was Yen Lansheng, who had been comfortably seated on the back of the bicycle, wearing a sun hat, looking utterly relaxed while Sang Qingqing pedaled furiously in front of him. Upon disembarking, Sang Qingqing felt tears welling up. She had expected that after riding a distance, Yen Lansheng might politely offer to switch places with her, yet he remained silent throughout the journey. When she attempted to initiate conversation, all she received was, "Did you skip breakfast this morning?" Feeling utterly aggrieved, she yearned to confide in Qi Wang, but upon turning around, she witnessed him tumble off the bicycle with a loud thud. Yutang, having jumped off with her combat backpack, patted her chest in relief. "With your skills, you dare to offer rides? I wouldn't pay a single cent for this fare. I'm doing you a favor by not asking for damages. You nearly caused me to fall several times." Clearly, he was a man molded from dough, appealing to the eye but lacking substance. Qi Wang, already exhausted, felt as though he might have a heart attack upon hearing her words. Just as Sang Qingqing considered approaching him, she remembered their prior agreement to maintain distance during the show. Their romance had already drawn the ire of fans, resulting in a significant drop in followers and an outpouring of criticism. Publicly flaunting their affection now would be tantamount to courting disaster. They needed to remain low-key. Besides, as long as they performed well in this romantic variety show, they would naturally attract a new wave of CP fans, gradually shifting public opinion. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed past Sang Qingqing. Turning, she observed Yen Lansheng striding towards Yutang, eagerly assisting her with her bag. Sang Qingqing bit her lip, feeling wronged. Before long, the production team's yacht arrived. Once they set sail, the weary contestants reveled in the soothing sea breeze, drifting off to sleep. However, when they opened their eyes, the world had transformed. The yacht had docked at a small island with a modest beach, and dense trees loomed ahead, concealing what appeared to be a structure at the center. Two men clad in black uniforms stood at the water's edge and addressed them, "Novices, welcome to hell." The bizarre words sent chills down their spines. He Lin stepped forward, inquiring, "Excuse me, where are we?" "We're here to film a show." The other man interrupted him. "This is a secret training base located at the maritime boundary. From now on, you will follow our orders, regardless of who you were before. Here you are known by only one name, Rookie Novice. Now, immediately gather your belongings and enter the base to commence today's training." What is happening? Is the production team playing a prank? Is this a dating show or a survival challenge? Before boarding the yacht, a romantic island getaway. After disembarking, a military training base for novices. Wait, you all should see, the production team's yacht just arrived at the pier? What on earth? We came here for a dating show, not to endure some sort of torturous training. Ning Jiran protested. "I want to go back. If this is the case, I'd rather not film." Yen Shu nodded in agreement. "Me too. Why waste time talking? Let us leave." Lu Ran took the lead and attempted to head back to the yacht.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out, freezing them all in place. The uniformed man wore a cold expression. "Do you not understand human language? If you do not cooperate, I will not hesitate to treat you harshly." Lu Ran stood rigid, afraid to move any further. Meanwhile, Yutang perched at the edge of the yacht, resting her chin on her hand as she yawned. "When will we have lunch?" Yen Lansheng, mirroring her posture beside her, felt seasick and drowsy, murmuring, "I want some water." The uniformed man remained impassive, stating, "You will only eat after the training is complete. Failure to train means you will go hungry." He wondered why the personnel dispatched this time were so subpar. They probably wouldn't even pass rookie training and would be sent back. Yutang stretched lazily. "All right, let us get moving then." As she brushed past the uniformed man, she suddenly elbowed him in the chest while swiftly and decisively snatching the gun from his hand. The other man, attempting to react, was met with a swift kick to his wrist, causing the weapon to clatter to the ground. Yutang picked up both guns, whistling, "Oh, these are quite cool. Your audacious sense of security, Fish Empress, has me utterly entranced." I thought she was about to capitulate, but it seems she intends to get serious. "Who are these people? They seem rather intimidating. Has the production team yet to send a boat to retrieve anyone? Do you dare to lay hands on the base instructors here? Do you understand the consequences?" The uniformed man chastised coldly.
Yutang shrugged.
"And do you know the consequences of unlawfully detaining a law-abiding citizen like me?" "Oh, I'm all ears." A chilling, deep voice, as melodious as a mountain stream flowing through a snowy forest, approached from the distance. A man clad in a black military uniform, wearing black leather gloves, strode towards them with an air of authority, ultimately positioning himself directly in front of Yutang. He wore sunglasses, and the lower half of his face boasted sharp, flowing lines, with a prominent nose adorned by a small black mole. Through the thin lenses, his gaze was firmly fixed upon Yutang. You are the sister of Yu Zhaoqing. Chapter 60. I shall not allow other men to touch my girlfriend. Standing beside Yutang, Sang Qingqing promptly stepped forward. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her smile sweet as she inquired, Yes, Yu Zhaoqing is my elder brother. May I ask if you are his friend? The man turned his gaze toward her, and Sang Qingqing felt her cheeks flush slightly. However, the man's eyes swiftly bypassed her, settling upon Yutang's face as he stated, I am referring to Yu Zhaoqing's biological sister. A flicker of indignation surfaced in Sang Qingqing's eyes as she pressed her lips together, retreating a half-step. What of being a biological sister? Yutang's standing in their elder brother's heart was no greater than hers. Did this man not comprehend the nuances of familial closeness? Yutang twirled the gun in her hands, exuding an air of calmness devoid of any anxiety from being scrutinized, and declared, in truth, I am Yu Zhaoqing's father. I shall convey this message to him, without fail. The man's expression remained indifferent as he extended his hand, commanding, hand over the gun. That is my badge of honor in battle. Yutang did not comply, for the sudden gunfire had startled her fragile heart, and only by holding the weapon could she feel a semblance of security. Upon hearing this, the man cast a glance at the two uniformed men, questioning, What is the meaning of this? Boss, they arrived on a newcomer yacht. We presumed they were sent here for selection, the rookie uniformed men replied awkwardly. Return and accept your punishment. The man wasted no words, issuing a direct order. The uniforms turned pale, bowing their heads, Yes, boss. The man then redirected his attention to Yutang. You mistakenly boarded the yacht designated for new arrivals. That is your predicament. However, in consideration of Yu Zhaoqing, I can arrange for your departure from this place. Qi Wang immediately interjected. What about us? Swim back on your own. Are you jesting? The man ignored him, striding towards the black yacht anchored nearby. Qi Wang furrowed his brow, his expression turning sour, and then directed his frustration at Yutang. Yutang, you wouldn't just abandon all of us, would you? Lu Ran scoffed. That man is your elder brother's friend. Why not plead with him to take us along? One must not be excessively selfish. Surely a yacht can accommodate all of us. It would be best if we all left together. Ning Jiaran chimed in softly. Indeed. If this were to leak out, it would reflect poorly on you, Helin nodded. They endeavored to morally manipulate Yutang, hoping she would include them in her departure. None wished to remain in this unfamiliar and perilous locale. Furthermore, they were weary and famished, their bodies sticky and longing for a refreshing bath in the love nest. Yutang perched at the edge of the yacht, her slender legs swinging idly as she remarked, Each must bear their own fate. I shall not play the saint to indulge you. You are, of course, responsible for your own well-being. I never anticipated you to be such a selfish individual, Qi Wang retorted coldly. To call me selfish merely stems from your inability to gain an advantage from me, and thus you grow agitated. Are you not concerned that once we leave here, we might expose this matter online? Qi Wang's tone hinted at a veiled threat. In response, the sound of a bullet being chambered echoed. Yutang aimed her gun at him, challenging, Go on, bark one more time, and see what happens. Qi Wang glared at her in fury. Do they think they are not live streaming right now? Demanding assistance so brazenly, do I, Yu Huang, owe them anything? While I empathize with their desire to leave, threatening Sister Yu instead of pleading with that man is rather unreasonable. Come on, Wang, you're not wrong. Yutang knows that man, so why not ask him for help to take all of us back? Isn't that just a matter of opening one's mouth? She wouldn't fear fall into the sea alone. Selfish individuals rarely meet with favorable outcomes. Did you come into this world with your brain severed from your umbilical cord? The significance of this statement continues to rise in the eyes of the fans. The live stream chat became a cacophony of noise. The atmosphere on site gradually descended into an icy tension. Yan Lansheng, regaining his composure, leaned back on his hands and drawled. You all truly have broadened my horizons. Even Dostoevsky could not have penned your audacity. The man has already provided a solution. Your ineptitude is not to be blamed on anyone else. Qi Wang scoffed. Mr. Yen, clarify, we are not the only ones abandoned here. You are too. How can you support her? It's merely a few hundred nautical miles. Swimming back is all it takes. Yan Lansheng remained unfazed. Do you not discern the difference between nautical miles and centimeters? How could one swim back from such a distance? Yan Lansheng turned innocently to Yutang. Your Majesty, what do you think? Yutang, sucking on a lollipop, replied, if one cannot manage, do not blame the road. For one as inept as you, it's best to await your demise at home. Your Majesty's words are indeed melodious and delightful. Kind words are to be rewarded. Yutang lifted her chin. Just then, the man piloting the black yacht approached and said to her, come aboard. Before Yutang could respond, Sang Ching stepped forward. Sir. Ting said she wishes to take us with her. She feels frightened alone. Lu Ran nodded. Indeed, if we do not leave, she will not leave either. You would do well to silence yourself. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning against you mercilessly. Qi Wang gripped Yutang's arm, lowering his voice in warning. Yutang offered him a slight smile. Qi Wang was momentarily stunned. Yutang had often smiled at him before, but it was always a hollow smile, reminiscent of a wooden beauty. Since her sudden bout of madness, this was the first time she had genuinely smiled at him.
Bang!
A handgun was thrust against Qi Wang's face, leaving a vivid red mark and 2 streams of blood trickling from his nose. Qi Wang's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the beach.
Ah!
Ting, what are you doing? Sang Ching exclaimed, rushing to assist him. Yutang lightly nudged the barrel of her gun against her temple, complaining, on such a hot day, tempers flare easily, and listening to others is even more aggravating. Lu Ran's expression darkened as he approached her. A bullet struck the ground at his feet, halting his advance instantly. I forgot to remind you, the man said. One hand in his pocket, his tone flat. You have entered the sniper's firing range. If you do not wish for your heads to bloom, behave yourselves. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your ability to leave here alive. Upon hearing this, the others instantly felt a chill run down their spines, refraining from any further movement. Buddy, let us make a deal. Yutang waved the gun in her hand. I will trade these 2 for another spot on the yacht. She beckoned, and Yan Lansheng stepped forward. That one to do. The man's eyes behind his sunglasses were devoid of warmth, coolly stating, I do not permit other men to touch my girlfriend. Yutang glanced at the yacht, contemplating that his girlfriend must be quite a formidable individual. After a moment's thought, she declared, no worries, I have a plan. Little Yen, you shall endure a bit. Yan Lansheng's eyes sparkled with amusement. As long as your Majesty remembers me, I have no grievances. Chapter 61. You may also call me Yu De Zhuang on the sea. A black modified yacht sped through the waves like a rocket. Attached to the yacht's rear were several ropes tied to a swim ring. Yan Lansheng sat in the center of the swim ring, arms draped over the sides, his head tilted in what appeared to be a state of near death. Yutang perched on the mast, waving at him. Little Yan, hang in there. We will arrive shortly. Yan Lansheng, devoid of hope, opened his mouth. Your Majesty. Gurgle, perhaps I should just gurgle swim over myself. Gurgle. Hearing this commotion, Yutang could not help but ask, is the seawater delicious? I see you've been gulping it down. Yan Lansheng responded. Did he wish to drink it? Suddenly, Yutang looked ahead, spotting something in pursuit. As her words fell, a voice blared from a loudspeaker over the water. Attention, the black yacht ahead. You have exceeded the speed limit. Immediately come to a halt. Yutang hooked her legs around the mast, leaning over the porthole, knocking gently. Buddy, someone is chasing your girlfriend. In the control room, a man tilted his head, a thin, unlit cigarette perched between his lips, as he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel with one hand. He acknowledged the words with a casual hum. After pausing for a few seconds to scrutinize the porthole, he inquired, Where are you sitting? On the mast came the reply from Yutang, whose face pressed against the window like a plump gecko, enjoying the high vantage point. The man pondered. Was there a misunderstanding between Yu Zhaoqing and his sister? Was this what they called being timid and shy, easily frightened by a gust of wind? Just as he was about to retort, he caught sight of something approaching from the left and quickly turned. Suddenly, the yacht shook violently. Yutang straightened up to glance at the sea, then swiftly turned back. Dude, you just nearly had an accident. There's a whale over there trying to cause trouble. The man covered his right wrist, his chiseled face beneath the sunglasses growing increasingly stern. I can feel that. This is the price of daydreaming. He looked at Yutang. You're responsible for this indirect accident. Yutang tilted her head. Me? Do I know how to operate a yacht? After a moment's thought, She confidently nodded. You might not believe it, but I grew up driving yachts since I was in my mother's womb. The man raised an eyebrow, initially thinking she was just rambling. However, what began as a yacht moving at rocket speed suddenly accelerated to missile speed, propelling the patrol boat behind them hundreds of meters away. Yan Lansheng, seated in the back, remarked, Gulyalu. The man crossed his arms and leaned against the side, observing Yutang's adept handling of the yacht. A hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Had Yu Zhaoqing taught her? No, he wouldn't know how to do this. So she had indeed inherited the lack of road awareness from her family? Get out of the way, you lot. Just because you're all bulk doesn't mean you have any sense. Can't you see a vessel coming through? You're floundering about in the sea. If you don't move aside, I'll run into you. I have insurance anyway. As she navigated, she vented her frustrations, cursing the sea breeze, the waves, and even the seafood, blaming the uneven surface of the water for her performance. The man rubbed his temples, uncertain if Yu Zhaoqing had taught her this. As her invective grew louder, their speed increased. The sirens of the patrol boat blared sharply across the water. Yu Tingting steered the yacht toward the island where the love nest was located, and barely had she come to a stop when the patrol boat caught up. Everyone get down. Do you know that racing on the sea is illegal? This area has a speed limit, and you have severely exceeded it. Get down immediately for an investigation. Yu Tingting turned to the man, feigning innocence. You told me to drive. The man retorted. But I didn't tell you to drive like this. He usually sped on the water but never at her pace, nor did he ever curse while steering. Let alone argue with passing seagulls. The patrol boat's officials continued to urge them. Did you hear? Get down now. This is your final warning. The man stepped out of the control room. It's me. The officials were taken aback. Mr. Wen, why is it always you? Had I known you were speeding on the yacht, a simple phone call would have sufficed, and we wouldn't have had to chase you for nothing. This gentleman had spent at least 32 days out of 31 in a month racing on the water. He was unstoppable. Today was particularly outrageous. The yacht almost took off. The man stood there with arms crossed, his expression calm. I will give you a call next time. The official was bewildered. Shouldn't it be that next time you don't speed? He dared not say more, offering a few polite reminders before departing on the patrol boat. Dude, you've got quite the background, Yu Tingting exclaimed as she jumped off the yacht, casually slipping a lollipop into the man's uniform pocket. Here's your fare. He glanced down, acknowledging with a faint hum. As he turned to head back to the control room, he paused, recalling something. Are you Yu Tingting? You can also call me Yu Dazhuang. Yu Tingting felt faint from the heat and took a few sips of strawberry milk to revive herself. It's so hot here. Could you spare me a bucket of ice from your yacht? The man bent down to retrieve the ice, noticing her eyes widen in surprise. What's wrong? Yu Tingting covered her eyes and spread her fingers. Your collar is open, your chest is a bit prominent, hee. The man raised an eyebrow. What are you giggling about? Never mind, he said, turning away and hastily making his way back to the control room. While chewing on ice, Yu Tingting casually asked, by the way, what's your name? She glanced around to see if the original text mentioned this character. There was no response from the yacht for a while, until the man's voice drifted over the sea breeze. Wen Yuhan. The yacht swiftly departed from the coast, leaving only a white trail on the water. Wen Yuhan continued to steer with one hand, twisting his aching right wrist a few times, his gaze lingering on his chest. He took out the lollipop from his pocket, falling into silence. Super new product, cilantro flavor. He detested cilantro. Plop. On the shore, Yu Tingting dropped the ice she was holding, her eyes widening in shock. Wasn't he that the character who later became the greatest antagonist, turning against Yu Zhaoqing and forcing the lead couple, Sang Qingqing and Shi Wang, into a corner, nearly leading to their demise? Wasn't his timing of appearance rather off? Yu Tingting stroked her chin. Realizing the original text didn't elaborate on the reasons for Wen Yuhan's falling out with Yu Zhaoqing, however based solely on his dealings with the leads. One thing was clear. He was a good person. Yu Tingting tossed an ice cube into her mouth and joyfully headed toward the island. Suddenly, she recalled something crucial. Yan Lansheng, where are you? Yu Tingting whirled around to scan the sea, exclaiming, oh no. Little Swallow. Chapter 62. What does one have to do to rule the world? Your Majesty, you still remember me. Suddenly, a commotion erupted by the sea, and a wet head emerged, beautiful fox-like eyes fixed intently on Yu Tingting, glimmering with a dark light. It's fine if your Majesty doesn't remember me. I still remember you. Yan Lansheng's voice was haunting. I'll remember how your Majesty happily chatted with that officer one and forgot about me. I'll also remember how your Majesty gave that officer one a lollipop. The candy you never gave me was meant for someone else. He resembled a secretly darkening shark, partially revealing his sharp teeth to Yutang, yet posing no real threat. In the next moment, a lollipop was shoved into his incessantly chattering mouth. His beautiful eyes, which were filled with dark currents, suddenly went blank. Enough with the melodrama. Hurry up and come up, it's sweltering. Yutang withdrew her hand. Yan Lansheng was taken aback for a few seconds, his handsome face twisting in discomfort. Cilantro flavor? Didn't you say you hated cilantro? I thought it was lemon flavor by the packaging. I accidentally bought the wrong one, Yutang asserted confidently. Having something to eat is better than being picky. So, the candy you gave to someone else was also cilantro flavor? Yan Lansheng visibly brightened, shaking off the water droplets from his hair as he stepped onto the shore. Today, he wore a white shirt. When wet, it clung just right to his well-defined chest muscles, hinting at the contours of his abs beneath the fabric, a tantalizing allure, partially obscured. Your Majesty, Yan Lansheng said, biting into the lollipop, wringing out his shirt while lifting his gaze to Yutang. Suddenly, he added, my chest is also quite impressive. Yutang stared for a moment before nodding. Indeed. Your Majesty can rule the world. You're a good man, Mom. Feeling unbearably hot, Yutang grabbed her combat backpack in one hand and fanned herself with the other. Let us go inside the little house to cool off. It's so hot. Give me the bag. Yan Lansheng quickened his pace to keep up. And the ice bucket too. All right. As they set foot on the island, the scene was broadcast live through the island's ubiquitous cameras. The esteemed guests were adorned with portable cameras, albeit their battery life was limited and did not last long. Meanwhile, the production team announced that they had successfully received the rest of the participants, who would arrive at the Heartbeat Island by nightfall at the latest. Soon, the live broadcast resumed. I can't stop laughing. In the distance, Yen Marin was being dragged along on a swimming ring. If I'm not mistaken, it took Fish Emperor only an hour and a half to reach the island, yet others wouldn't arrive until evening? ISN Tidiachi S sitting on actually an airship? Why does that talisman Lu Ren showed to Sang Qingqing look so familiar? It resembles the chubby fish that Sister Yu drew before. Don't attribute everything to Sister Yu's artistry. Didn't T. Lu Xiao mention spending hundreds of thousands to procure it from a master? I wouldn't dare spend so extravagantly even in a game of Do Diju with joy beans. Coincidentally, several second-generation wealthy heirs in the elite circle have recently been afflicted with misfortune, with hospitalizations and car accidents. Is this a recent wave of bad luck targeting the affluent? By the time Sang Qingqing and her companions set foot on the island, it was already 7 in the evening. They appeared as if their vitality had been drained, makeup running and faces pale, as if they had lost half their lives. In stark contrast, Yutang and Yan Lansheng were comfortably seated inside a small house, enjoying air conditioning and hot pot. They even had fruit smoothies prepared, alongside refreshing drinks with ice. How outrageous! While we are exhausted and barely hanging on, they are here leisurely enjoying themselves. Yan Shu's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction as she spoke with a smile. Would you mind if we joined you for a bite? He Lin stepped forward, only to find the hot pot reduced to mere broth, his lips twitching. You all have quite the appetite. Lu Ran harbored the most resentment, exclaiming, if it weren't for you all, we wouldn't have lingered on that island for so long. And still haven tea at dinner? If you had any decency, you would have prepared dinner for us in advance as compensation. The others remained silent, clearly sharing the same sentiment.
To them,
Yutang could have easily had everyone leave together, ensuring mutual well-being. Yet she chose to be selfish. Thus, their impression of her plummeted to the lowest depths. As Yutang savored her fruit smoothie, she coldly retorted, what a splendid evening. Upon seeing you all, I can't help but feel inspired. The east wind is weak, and the flowers have withered. Are you all not foolish? Plummeting straight down 3,000 feet, who could be more shameless than you? The heavens are vast, the wilderness boundless. A group of fools preparing to leap off a wall. With her trio of verses, the others turned a shade darker. Yan Lansheng clapped enthusiastically, Your Majesty. Your poetic talent is exceptional and your literary flair is truly captivating. Yutang raised her cup, exuding confidence. Fill it to the brim. I can continue composing. As you wish, Your Majesty. Yan Lansheng poured her a full glass of iced strawberry milk. He Lin, still conscious of appearances, could endure. However, Lu Ran was furious. His eyes reddening. Were it not for Ning Jiren holding him back, he would have lunged at the table. Sang Qingqing felt a mocking smile arise within her. This was a collective variety show, and Yutang dared to offend everyone without fear of retribution. Let us wait and see how long she can bask in her pride. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Yutang carried her strawberry milk upstairs. Spotting a piece of paper on the floor, she casually picked it up. Isn't this the talisman she had previously used for practice? Just as she pondered, Lu Ran snatched it from her hands, fuming. Don't touch my precious talisman with your filthy hands. Can you afford to dirty it? Yutang regarded him. Your talisman? No wonder this fool hasn't kicked the bucket after 3 days. It turned out to be her beginner talisman shielding him from calamity. Yutang was momentarily at a loss for expression. If it's not mine, it could only belong to you? Lu Ran sneered. This was procured by my uncle for hundreds of thousands from a master. It's not something a charlatan like you could possibly compare to. Yutang initially intended to curse at him, but upon seeing his devout expression while holding her talisman, she suddenly felt it was pointless to argue with a fool. This beginner talisman could only ward off 3 calamities. She had briefly glanced at it and realized it had already been used twice. After 3 uses, it must be replaced immediately to continue ensuring safety. Otherwise, the next day the alarm in the small house rang incessantly, and Yutang finally dragged herself out of bed, burdened with resentment, and made her way downstairs. Upon entering the dining area, she sensed an unusual atmosphere. The others seemed to subtly isolate her, falling silent and turning away with cold expressions upon her arrival. As Yutang approached the sink, Ningjiaran, who was drinking water, immediately distanced herself, wrinkling her nose in disdain. Sang Qingqing couldn't help but scoff. I'm sorry, Tingtang, I wasn't laughing at you. I just wanted to ask if you mind that we've already finished breakfast? After all, you did finish everyone's dinner last night, didn't you? Chapter 63. Truly the ideal candidate for the female lead, Heilin smiled faintly. It's not a big deal if a girl has a large appetite. Missing 1 meal is inconsequential. Consider it intermittent fasting. Yes, like me, who only eats twice a day, Yan Shu nodded in agreement. Qi Wang elegantly lifted his coffee cup. I recall she used to have late-night snacks. As a celebrity, it's quite irresponsible to become as round as a pig for her fans. They exchanged barbs, both overtly and covertly settling scores with Yutang for the previous day. Initially feeling a bit drowsy, Yutang became even more fatigued upon hearing their remarks. She resolved to wash her face. With a splash, she accidentally blocked the faucet with her hand, causing water to jet towards the dining table, drenching the chatty group. Qi Wang, caught off guard while sipping his coffee, was splashed in the face, leaping up in surprise. Coffee spilled onto his chest, burning him and prompting an impromptu dance. Heilin was struck by the water, making a sharp turn and tumbling off his chair to the ground. Sang Qingqing and Yan Shu, sitting nearby, were tripped by the fallen Heilin, tumbling down and getting thoroughly soaked. Are you all right? Ning Jiaran inquired, but just as she did, a stream of water accurately splashed into her mouth, washing her from top to bottom. She squealed and dodged, only to accidentally step on the coffee-stained floor, falling onto Heilin, who was attempting to rise. Heilin felt his waist snap with a painful crack, gasping for breath. What a farce! Is this a dating show or a comedy skit? One moment, I'm thinking those who create body anxiety should be condemned. The next moment, I'm enjoying this delightful chaos. In schools and workplaces, small cliques isolate individuals like this. Someone with thinner skin would have stormed off by now. Thankfully, I'm the bold and outspoken fish emperor. Yutang can't blame anyone for being unlikable if all the guests despise her. Shouldn't she reflect on herself? The fish emperor, never reflect on myself. I only aim to take down others. Roses, roses. After washing my face, I finally feel more awake. Yutang leisurely rinsed her hands and stretched, grinning at the motley crew of clowns in the dining area. Your opinions of me are inconsequential, but it's best to keep them to yourselves, lest I hear them. Otherwise, if I hear even once, I'll retaliate. My stomach is my domain. Dare to point fingers, and you'll find yourselves buried in the ground. I'm not a straw boat. If you shoot arrows at me, I'll return your fire. The diners were already numb from the pain, too preoccupied to retort. Yan Lanxing approached upon hearing the commotion. Teacher Yu, good morning. Have you eaten? Not yet. Yutang replied, drying her hands. All the breakfast has been polished off by these pigs.
Well.
Yan Lanxing raised his hand to open the upper cabinet and retrieved a large bag of ingredients. I anticipated this, so I hid some away last night. Yutang exclaimed in delight, giving a thumbs up. Teacher Yan, well done. Yan Lanxing rolled up his sleeves and donned an apron. What would your majesty like to eat? It's early, and I'm not too hungry. Let us start with 2 bowls of beef noodles.
All right.
Qi Wang, carrying the injured Sang Qingqing. Passed by the sink and overheard their conversation, his expression turning cold. Yutang, you truly deserve to be cursed. Yet Yutang remained unperturbed, still asking Yan Lanqing, can you cook? Yan Lanqing smiled, his lips curving upward. I have a basic understanding. Please wait a moment. With a cold expression, Qi Wang exited the dining hall, only to pause and glance back, confirming that Yutang had not even cast a fleeting glance in his direction, prompting him to furrow his brow. According to the narrative's premise, Yutang should have erupted in fury at the sight of him being intimate with Sang Qingqing. However, after a series of recent tests, her negative emotional fluctuations had inexplicably remained at zero. What could possibly be amiss? Ah Wang, please set me down. Your fans will berate you for carrying me. Sang Qingqing murmured weakly from his embrace. Qi Wang snapped back to reality, a wave of profound concern and urgency washing over him. Qingqing, your health is of utmost importance. I must take you to the hospital immediately. Do not be afraid. Sang Qingqing gazed at him with teary eyes. Please do not blame Ting Tang. It was likely not intentional. Qi Wang narrowed his eyes and sighed. Upon reflection, we did indeed speak too harshly just now. Once we return, we should apologize to her. Sang Qingqing raised her hand, her nails digging into her palm, and nodded silently. Qi Wang absorbed the swift rise in her negative emotions, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Excellent. Truly, she was his prime candidate for the lead heroine. System, assign her a task, he commanded. Affirmative, host. A mechanical voice replied respectfully. Meanwhile, at the wash basin, Yutang turned, puzzled. What was that sound just now? Half an hour later, Yan Lanqing prepared 3 bowls of hand-pulled beef noodles, 2 large bowls for Yutang, and a smaller one for himself. By the time Yutang finished her 2 large bowls, he was still leisurely picking up a strand of noodles, gently blowing on it before finally consuming it. As he lowered his head, 2 buttons of his collar came undone, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of his sharply defined collarbone, inexplicably alluring. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Yan Marin, what are you doing? He probably thinks that from Yu Huang's perspective, it looks quite normal, but he doesn't realize we have a god's eye view, seeing through all his little schemes. I don't understand. Who provoked him? How can someone be born to be a husband? Hi, my 9th internet husband. At that moment, Yutang set down her bowl and finally noticed something amiss with Yan Lanqing. Do you have a crick in your neck from sleeping awkwardly last night? Your neck is stretching out like my family's tortoise, taking forever to extend. Yan Lanqing, having miscalculated again, silently shielded his forehead with his hand and glanced down at the notebook he held in the other. On How to Serve the Emperor, 36 Strategies. The first strategy, an emperor loves beauty, effectively showcasing your charm can significantly enhance your appeal. He expressionlessly crossed this line out. All charlatans. Not long after they finished breakfast, Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing returned. Ting Tang, we were in the wrong earlier. We should not have targeted you like that. You won't hold it against us, will you? Sang Qingqing softly inquired as she settled onto the sofa. Qi Wang nodded. We calmed down and reflected, and we believe we should apologize to you. My apologies. Yutang held a slice of watermelon, scrutinizing the 2 before her. Had these 2 been possessed? Your Majesty. Were there abnormality? There's a demon, Yan Lanqing remarked while peeling an apple, the breeze blowing past his ears. Yutang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. Qi Wang's lips twitched. We simply came to apologize. Whether you accept it is your own affair. That is all. Qingqing, let us depart.
All right.
Qi Wang casually glanced at Yutang, confirming once more that she remained utterly unresponsive, finally realizing a crucial fact. This soon-to-be-replaced lead heroine seemed to be slipping from his grasp. Chapter 64. The super criminal, the top insane offender. However, it mattered not. He had encountered many orthodox heroines like Yutang, flailing desperately. In the end, they would all transform into the nourishment he required. Qi Wang concealed his emotions entirely as he lifted the incapacitated Sang Qingqing from the living room, resembling a male protagonist from a novel. Consumed by love and disregarding everything else, the top-tier fans in the live broadcast room were once again driven to madness. Yutang wore an expression of disbelief. Did he truly think that speaking with a voice as if a motorcycle was lodged in his throat while princess carrying her resembled a dramatic, cliché romance? She spat out several watermelon seeds. Like a machine. Yan Lanqing sliced the apple. With acting skills like his, he should consider a different career. Just as he was about to exit the living room, Qi Wang stumbled, his face paling. Could these two go a single day without being insufferable? Yu Huang and Yan Marin are practically my live mouthpieces. Caught up in love, once the fans are gone, they'll behave. What he needs to do now is uninstall the potato novel app. Teacher Chi, I just signed you up for the strongest brain competition. Let us see you shock them with your love-stricken brain. Afternoon, a voice crackled from the small house's broadcast. Hello everyone. I am your love consultant and relationship security, Yu Chizhou. During your stay in the cabin, I will be assigning tasks and providing love psychology counseling for guests in need. Hearing Yu Chizhou's voice, Yutang couldn't help but interject. Have you ever been in a relationship to be giving advice here? There was a brief pause on the broadcast before Yu Chizhou loudly replied. It is a well-known rule that strategists do not participate in the battlefield. Guests should not question my professional capabilities. Furthermore, since all of you are stranded on this island without a penny to your name, how will you survive the coming days? The other guests wore serious expressions, not anticipating the production team would dig a pitfall like this. Yutang responded, Isn't that simple? Just steal or rob. We can't rely on earning money, can we? Yu Chizhou retorted, You will rely on earning. Now, head to the notice board at the entrance. Choose the jobs you wish to undertake, and earn your wages with a partner. Good luck. After announcing the task details, Yu Chizhou was quite satisfied. Talk about love? Let them farm instead. Especially that group with Yutang. He hoped Chi Wang would tire himself out in the fields. Yan Shu pointed to the notice board. Teacher He, how about we dig potatoes together? The hourly wage is 20. He Lin smiled gently. I'm fine with that. It's up to you. Yan Shu's face flushed slightly as she concealed her embarrassment by reaching for the task card. Lu Xiao, let us go pick up trash by the sea. It sounds easy. Ning Jiran proposed. Lu Ran remained sullen and silent, his gaze fixed on Sang Qingqing. Ning Jiran felt a bit awkward, clutching her task card without uttering another word. Stealing glances in He Lin's direction. Soon, all the simpler task cards were claimed. When it came to Yutang, only the task of harvesting corn remained, offering the highest wage of 25 per hour. It was the most laborious task, yet upon arriving at the cornfield, Chi Wang casually remarked, You're strong as an ox. You can manage alone. Qingqing needs me more. With that, he decisively walked away. Chi Wang had expected this would undoubtedly provoke Yutang's negative emotions. But to his surprise, she found a shady spot in the field, laid her jacket on the ground, and promptly began taking a nap. Huff. Chi Wang was taken aback. Was she genuinely under the impression that she was a salted fish? With a darkening expression, Chi Wang strode toward Sang Qingqing's task direction, only to encounter Yan Lanqing approaching. Oh, Teacher Chi. Yan Lanqing adjusted his sun hat, his fox-like eyes lazily squinting. Where are you off to? Chi Wang halted. I ought to be asking you, Teacher Yan, is it appropriate to leave Qingqing, a girl, all alone? Look who's talking. You left Teacher Yu behind as well. How does she resemble a woman in any aspect? Yan Lanqing pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, Teacher Yu does not resemble a woman. She resembles your father. As he spoke, he brushed past Chi Wang. Ugh, the weather has been strange lately. It hasn't he rained? Chi Wang thought to himself. This little brat, Yan Marin, is a breath of fresh air. Her words are so satisfying. Chi Wang truly is a master of double standards. Qingqing's task is to pick bananas. She was pampered since childhood and has never done such laborious work. What's wrong with Chi, the top tier, helping her? Yan Lanqing truly lacks gentlemanly demeanor, doesn't he? The conditions under which your beloved Qingqing was raised were granted by the fish royal family, yet we have not seen her toil like a beast of burden for them. A treacherous wolf, indeed. In the cornfield, Yan Lanqing surveyed his surroundings, utilizing the sunlight and wind speed to accurately locate Fish Tingtang, who was blissfully napping on the ground. He remained silent, folding his legs beside her, allowing the sun hat in his hand to naturally fan her with a gentle breeze. It was a scene imbued with warmth. Until Fish Tingtang, with her eyes tightly shut, remarked, Even if you stood before me in the nude, I wouldn't lay a finger on you. The breeze from Yan Lanqing's fanning suddenly ceased, his fox-like eyes widening in surprise. Fish Tingtang added, I could never bring myself to harm you. Yan Lanqing? Fish Tingtang, it is better for us to maintain some distance. Yan Lanqing shifted closer, intending to cover her mouth to prevent any further indiscretions from being broadcasted. Fish Tingtang suddenly erupted in anger. Curse that calculus function theorem. You may possess my body, but you shall never have my heart. Depart. Teacher Fish, wake up. Yan Lanqing gently nudged her. In the next moment, Fish Tingtang opened her eyes, sitting up with a dazed expression. Teacher Fish, did you have a nightmare? Fish Ting donned a mask of distress. I dreamt I was in an examination room, and just as I was about to submit my paper, I realized I hadn't finished the last question. Did you just say you dreamt of an exam? How could a person turn pale at the mere thought of unfinished exams? One of the top 10 nightmares is dreaming of incomplete exams. How does one strip while solving math problems? I seek a tutorial. After a refreshing nap, Fish Ting donned her sun hat and gloves, gesturing emphatically at the cornfield. I have arrived, I have arrived. This time, the corn that belongs to me shall all be harvested. Yan Lansheng, wielding a sickle, declared, Your Majesty, our mission is to conquer the cornfield. Indeed. Let us shout our team's motto. Fish Ting raised her right hand. At any time, in any place. Yan Lansheng lifted his left hand. Super criminals, the top offenders. After shouting their motto, the duo launched their assault on the cornfield. Fish Ting initially assumed that Yan Lansheng, being delicate and fragile, would tire after harvesting just a few ears of corn. However, his speed was not at all inferior to hers, igniting her competitive spirit. Teacher Yan, let us compete to see who finishes first. The winner must grant the loser a favor. Chapter 65. The Monkey's Mischief. Yan Lansheng chuckled softly, happy to oblige. Some tasks are far more enjoyable when there is a race involved. Fish Ting reached the finish line first and began to carry the harvested corn back. Suddenly, she noticed Yan Lansheng was nowhere to be found. Little Swallow? She called, but received no response. Clutching the corn, she turned to search for him. He had nearly finished his share as well, and following the trail was simple. To her surprise, she found him lying flat on the ground. His porcelain-like face was unnaturally flushed, his lips pale, and his chest rose and fell irregularly, breaths turning ragged. Oh no, you've overheated. Fish Ting prodded him with an ear of corn. Yan Lansheng's eyes glistened with mist. I am so thirsty. Fish Ting glanced around. The bottled water was all gone. Where could she find water for him now? However, given their newly formed partnership, she rolled up her sleeves and hoisted him up in a princess carry. At a height of nearly 6 feet, Yan Lansheng found himself cradled in her arms, evoking a rather endearing image. Yan Lansheng, struggling to speak, managed, Your Majesty, could we perhaps use my back? Fish Ting flicked her sun hat off her head, perfectly landing it on his face. At this point, why bother? Just wait. I shall take you to drink water.
Yan Lansheng.
Look at the princess carry of Qi Dinglu. I am utterly numb. When the fish emperor carries Yan Marin, I laugh until I convulse, causing my neighbors to wonder if I am raising chickens at home. Sisters, let us hype up the Tangi cannonball. This girl is truly strong. Yan Marin, let me lie in the embrace of the fish emperor for a while. Fish Ting dashed through the orchard, cradling Yan Lansheng. Coincidentally passing by the fruit trees where Qi Sang and his beloved were sweetly engaged in conversation, blissfully unaware of the unfolding chaos. Qi Wang gently tucked a strand of hair behind Sang Qingqing's ear, his gaze tender. I know these days have been tough on you. Just wait for me. Once my abilities reach a certain level, I shall protect you from the scrutiny of public opinion. He needed more luck to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. What he desired was not simply to be someone's leading man. A Wang. Sang Qingqing replied, her beautiful eyes shimmering, cheeks flushed. I believe in you. She knew that her male lead would certainly achieve greatness. For he would one day be recognized by the Qi family in the capital, his worth rising to unprecedented heights. Incomparable to anything before. As the heroine of this tale, she would naturally be worthy of such a prominent figure. Sang Qingqing's smile grew ever more sweet and enchanting as they exchanged lingering glances. Meanwhile, a hard-working monkey laboring in the trees to pick bananas muttered to itself. What are these two bipedal creatures up to? With a flurry of chattering, the monkey hurled the bananas in their direction. Thud, thud. Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing were suddenly bombarded, ducking for cover beneath the fruit trees. Ah! What is that monkey doing? Get away! The romantic atmosphere was shattered, turning into a scene of chaos. Observing Qi Wang slip on a banana peel, the monkey, infuriated, jumped down and slapped him. Ah! The cries echoed throughout the orchard. Goodness! A monkey's mischief. This orchard is so extravagant, employing monkeys to pick bananas. Did you see? The sourness of some people's love lives even repulses monkeys. Are there fans of the Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing pairing? Still shipping them? If not, consider yourselves warned. Fish Ting witnessed the entire spectacle and, performing a good deed anonymously, discarded the stone she had been holding. She dashed past the orchard. cradling Yan Lansheng as she sprinted toward the seaside, and without a moment's pause, tossed him into the water. Yan Lansheng, your majesty, blub blub blub. Fish Tingdang placed her hands on her hips, wiping the sweat from her forehead. That was close. I finally caught up. Is this water sufficient? Take your time drinking. Don't rush. Yan Lansheng. Haraha, I truly admire her. I'm even more impressed by those who ship tangy cannonballs, not fearing any consequences. You may not care, but I have 24K pure titanium alloy teeth, she retorted, her stubbornness reminiscent of a delicate white flower, soaked in seawater. The abnormal flush on Yan Lansheng's face gradually faded, and his condition improved. Fish Tingtang returned to the cornfield to settle their earnings, then purchased a bottle of mineral water, which she poured over his head. Yan Lansheng opened his mouth to catch the water as it dripped down his chin, neck, and eventually to his graceful collarbone. You're like a fish, Fish Tingtang remarked, handing him the remaining half bottle. Drink it quickly. Are you planning to lay eggs in the sea? Yan Lansheng, with his captivating fox-like eyes, gazed at her. My mouth hurts a bit. Is it from the seawater? Your Majesty's fishing hook caught me, he added. Fish Tingtang beamed. So, does that mean I have a knack for fishing? My previous attempts yielded nothing. Except once when I caught a suitcase filled with human-sized items. Yan Lansheng? Suddenly feeling a chill creep down his spine. The corn-picking venture netted Fish Tingtang $50.
A substantial sum.
Yet, with 2 mouths to feed, $50 was evidently insufficient. What to do in such a predicament? Fish Tingtang, with her experience, proposed Teacher Yan. Let us rob a bank. You go in to steal, and I will keep watch outside. Yan Lansheng. And when the police arrive, your Majesty will just abandon me and flee? How could you say that? If I don't run, who will bring you meals in prison? Speaking of prison, your Majesty, it is a fine place that provides food and shelter. Yan Lansheng pondered. We could commit a minor offense, get caught, and enjoy a few days of prison food. Just in time for the show to wrap up. Fish Tingtang's eyes sparkled. I believe this plan holds great promise.
Indeed.
It seems to resonate with the saying of the Fish Emperor. With wealth, one can indulge in a wealth of opportunities. Without it, one may resort to robbing a bank, while other guests toil under the sweltering 39-degree heat to earn their keep. You two are contemplating a leisurely respite within the confines of a prison for a mere meal. Is this not a form of mutual pursuit? Grandmother, the couple you ship has finally shared their sweetness. Just a bystander, I am reporting this. The grand scheme devised by Yu Tingtang and Yan Lansheng was ruthlessly shattered by Yu Qizhou, who was vigilantly monitoring the live broadcast. He conferred with the chief director and resolved to offer the guests an additional opportunity, lest some of them fall into despair and truly find themselves imprisoned. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the guests, having settled their wages, gathered by the seaside. Except for Qi Wang and Sang Qing, the others had managed to earn some money. They were driven away from the orchard by monkeys, damaging the bananas, and now owed the orchard owner several hundred yuan in compensation. Should they fail to earn more, they would have to subsist on the bleak winds of the northwest that evening. Yu Qizhou announced, the production team will provide fishing gear. Let each of you showcase your skills and contribute to your evening meal. Qi Wang's expression brightened slightly. Fishing was a simple enough task. Sang Qing's attention was fixated on He Lin and Yan Shu, as the system had assigned her the task that morning, to help He Lin and Yan Shu become a couple, enhancing her connections within the entertainment industry. She needed to devise a plan to bring them together. As Yu Tingtang approached, she voiced, Are you matchmaking everyone? Are you the heroine or the matchmaker? Chapter 66. Have they cast a spell upon the sea? Sang Qing inquired system. Do you have any good suggestions? The system replied, Host. You can enhance their mutual affection by creating opportunities for them to be alone together and facilitating some intimate interactions. Sang Qing responded, Your advice is rather vague. Can you suggest something more specific and effective? The system proposed, a hero saving a damsel? Sang Qing immediately grasped the concept. Yu Tingtang, observing their chat bubbles, could not suppress a yawn. It was indeed a tedious affair, managing the cosmos while also orchestrating others' romantic endeavors. Teacher Yu, I have found a spot for you. Yan Lansheng called from the rocks. Let us fish here. Yu Tingtang gathered her fishing gear and settled onto the small stool he had just set up. Do you know how to fish? No. Yan Lansheng shook his head. I shall teach you, Yu Tingtang proclaimed. I have an ingenious idea. Together, we shall be unstoppable. Teacher Yu, that seems rather inappropriate, Qi Wang interjected, casting a shadow on their excitement. If I recall correctly, we are supposed to be a team? Sang Qing regarded him with surprise, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Yutang turned to him. Oh, aren't you the one who got thrashed by a monkey over a banana? It seems you have regained your footing. Upon saying this, she felt something was amiss. Given the monkey's speed and ferocity, it was miraculous he hadn't ended up in the hospital. How could he stand there as if nothing had happened? Could it be that this dog had some sort of cheat system as well? On shore, Chi Wang's face darkened. The shadow of embarrassment returned to him. Whatever you say. Chi Wang retorted coldly, since we are a team, it seems rather out of line for you to collaborate with someone else. Yan Lansheng, arms crossed, remarked, Teacher Chi. Are you not concerned about your girlfriend's feelings? Chi Wang replied, this is a task assigned by the production team. Qing Qing wouldn't mind. Sang Qing Qing gritted her teeth, but forced a smile. Indeed, what is the issue? Yen teacher, do not forget that we are a team. As my partner, you are obligated to comply with my fishing methods throughout. Can you manage that?
Yutang replied languidly.
Chi Wang scoffed inwardly. If they were a team, cooperation was expected. As anticipated, after his words, Sang Qing Qing's negative emotions surged anew. Yet, she was not the quintessential heroine, and her negative emotional value was limited. He needed a way to provoke Yutang. This was not difficult. All he needed to do was accidentally knock over her bucket after she caught a fish. Anyone would be furious. Chi Wang had calculated every step meticulously. However, Yutang neither handed him a net nor requested his assistance in fishing. Today's rod felt unusually heavy, and the bait was ineffective. No fish were biting. Yutang sat there, lazily propping her chin up, awaiting a catch. The other guests fishing on nearby rocks were bewildered and terrified, unable to voice their frustrations. Chi Wang's face flushed with anger, and he turned to shout, of course. No fish will bite. Do you take me for bait hanging on your fishing rod? Do I resemble bait to you? Fish sister, mind your business. The fish emperor has his own strategies for fishing. What strategies? The strategies of the desolate plains? He seems akin to a sausage hung out to dry on a rod. What brand of fishing rod boasts such quality, able to suspend a grown man without breaking? Is there a link? This was merely the beginning. Yutang wiggled the fishing rod, swaying it this way and that, causing Chi Wang to feel dizzy and nauseous. He could no longer endure it and made a forceful attempt to shake himself off the rod. A school of fish happened to swim by, and at the moment he touched the water, they quickly darted away. Yutang exclaimed, Wow, Chi Wang, do you have foot odor? Those fish fled from your stench. Chi Wang. He nearly blacked out. It was evident that today's trending topic would undoubtedly feature Chi Wang's foot odor. Was this Yutang specifically targeting him? Can you please focus on being bait and not obstruct my fishing? Yutang expressed her impatience. If you can't even fulfill the role of bait, what use are you? Just then, another school of fish approached, and as they neared Chi Wang's feet, they swam away as if they had encountered a shark. This occurred 3 times in succession, and things began to feel suspicious. The other guests fishing nearby started to wonder, had Chi Wang not washed his feet in days? Was that why the fish reacted so strongly? Just as Chi Wang had hoped, his foot odor trended online. The already precarious fanbase was thrown into further turmoil. Who remembers the last episode where Fish Sister spilled the beans, stating Chi Wang doesn't wash his feet before bed? I can't believe Sang Qing Qing can tolerate him. I'm switching sides. I can handle you having a girlfriend. I can handle you participating in a dating show with her, but I cannot tolerate your unwashed feet. Your reaction is too slow. Chi Wang's loyal fans have already fled to ship Tang Yi. Ha ha ha. Chi Wang returns from the dating show only to find his phone in shambles. Feeling the scrutinizing gazes of others, Chi Wang felt a wave of suffocation. He had intended to explain that he did not have foot odor. But the more one emphasizes such matters, the more others tend to doubt. It was better to pretend as if nothing had occurred. Chi Wang clenched his teeth, intending to swallow this humiliation and continue being bait to showcase his efforts. However, Yutang, repulsed by his smell, discarded him as bait. Indeed, she threw him. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed both him and the rod into the sea, declaring, I refuse to keep a fishing rod that has been tainted by such foulness. As Chi Wang plummeted in a parabolic arc into the sea. Your Highness, would you care to join me here? Yan Lansheng waved from another rock. The air here is fresh and clean, without any unpleasant odors.
Yutang,
carrying her bucket and small stool, made her way over. Chi Wang, surfacing from the water, nearly erupted in curses. So he had been played the fool all along. Merely a pawn in her game. How many have you caught? Yutang leaned closer to Yan Lansheng's bucket. Very well, none at all. It was not just her who was empty-handed, and she felt somewhat reassured. Perhaps luck was simply lacking. Yan Lansheng crouched at the edge of the rocks and slapped the surface of the sea. Perhaps the arrival of your highness will bring me some good fortune. Tang's confidence surged. Indeed, my dragon spirit shall protect you. No sooner had she spoken than she felt a tug on her line. A school of fish swam over, vying to snatch the bait from her hook. Little swallow, prepare the net. Understood. Initially, they coordinated well, one reeling in while the other prepared the net to catch the fish. However, as the fish multiplied, they simply scooped them up with the net. The other guests, who had been fishing for ages without a single sight of fish, were left dumbfounded. While it might be acceptable to catch bass, ribbonfish, and grouper here, how on earth did cod, pomfret, tuna, and king crab come to be caught? Did they cast a spell on the sea? Can someone explain what bait they used and where the coordinates are? I'm ready to fly over right now. Chapter 67. The battle-hardened Granny Tang Taigong Fishes. And the Willing Shall Hang. A fisherman's final fantasies before death. Chi Wang's foot odor. Trending topics abound, and the love for farming once again breaks the mold. Despite the rather peculiar manner in which it garnered attention, the fervor it generated was undeniably palpable. As the fishing event concluded, it was time to tally the results. All three groups of guests ended up with nothing. The fish in the sea seemed to possess their own navigational system, avoiding their vicinity entirely. This disheartened the fishermen who had been eager to depart for the island, prompting them to quietly retreat. Yet the final group boasted a bounty so plentiful that it threatened to spill from their buckets with every step, inciting envy and frustration among onlookers. Fish Listening Tang strode down the reef with great confidence, while Yan Lansheng cheerfully followed, bucket in hand. Though unspoken, the pride radiating from their expressions was unmistakable. This incensed Sang Qingqing, compelling her to resort to the edit function out of frustration. As Fish Listening Tang passed by Ning Jiren, her foot unexpectedly slipped, sending her crashing into the sea. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, reaching out to grasp Ning Jiren's waist, pulling her back to safety. Ning Jiren fell into her embrace, her heart racing with fright. The nearby rocks posed a grave danger. Had she fallen, the consequences could have been dire. Thank you, Ning Jiren stammered, surprised that Fish Listening Tang had come to her aid. Fish Listening Tang dismissed her gratitude and continued on her way, but as she passed by Sang Qingqing, she inadvertently shoved her aside with a careless movement. Ah! Sang Qingqing cried out as she tumbled onto the beach. What are you doing? Chi Wang demanded angrily, rushing to assist her. It was quite evident that her fall had resulted in a twisted ankle. Fish Listening Tang scoffed, unconcerned by the gazes of others. As she strode away from the beach with a sense of indifference, a smile crept onto Yan Lansheng's lips as he followed her. Shall I lend you my support, Your Majesty? At his words, both fell into a brief silence. Fish Listening Tang turned to him. You brat, what are you thinking? Thinking of Your Majesty, he replied. Then take your time with that thought. I have matters to attend to, she retorted. Yan Lansheng's expression turned innocent, Your Majesty. How about I tell you a joke to help you forget what just happened? Another cold joke? Fish Listening Tang quickened her pace. I wouldn't recommend telling cold jokes by the seaside. Why not? Because it might provoke a tsunami. Today's highest temperature is 39 degrees, and you, my friends, make me feel as if I am in the depths of winter. Someone collect all their cold jokes and dispose of them. My mother just asked if I'm watching two patients from a mental institution fall in love. The CP fans have finally snapped after bending over for so long. The seaside was a considerable distance from the heartfelt cabin, and Fish Listening Tang, empty-handed, approached an elderly woman selling vegetables in front of a bank. She had barely squatted for half a minute when gunfire erupted from within the bank. A group of police officers, wielding riot shields, quickly surrounded the entrance. The crowd scattered in terror. Fish Listening Tang paused. Aren't you going to run? The elderly vegetable vendor took a drag from her cigarette. What's there to run from? This is just a minor spectacle, and I can't afford to delay my vegetable sales. Your composure is quite impressive. Indeed. Back in my day, when I single-handedly robbed a bank, the criminals inside hadn't even been born yet. What era is this? Robbing a bank with a gun? What's the point? They haven't even mastered the basics of making a hand-rolled bomb and dare to rob a bank. Wow, Fish Listening Tang exclaimed. So you haven't been caught yet. Do you possess some special life-preserving technique? Simple enough. Just kill someone and steal their identity. Then I can sell vegetables in front of the bank and the police station every day. Fish Listening Tang understood. This was the phenomenon of being oblivious to danger under one's own nose. Someone approached. How much for this vegetable? Is it fresh? Has it been treated with pesticides? Not at all, the elderly vendor replied, pulling out a bottle from her basket. If you want to eat it, I can sprinkle some on for an extra fee. Fish listening Tang and Yan Lanqing exchanged glances, silently setting down the vegetables they had been holding. What a battle-hardened granny. Is this a script? Who would be such a fool as to chat casually with a criminal and inadvertently reveal the truth? That's hard to say. The news recently reported that the robber of this bank was wielding a toy gun. Wait, what? They were caught? The elderly vendor and the toy gun robber were both escorted into a police car. The commotion she caused by sprinkling pesticides had drawn the attention of the police. Fish listening Tang laughed heartily at the scene, turning to share the moment with Yan Lanqing, only to hear a crack from her neck. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Yan Lanqing furrowed his brow. I think my head just fell off. Heartfelt cabin. Fish listening Tang and Yan Lanqing were enjoying their meal when the other guests returned, each wearing a grim expression. Recalling how Fish listening Tang had just helped her, Ning Jiren suppressed her discomfort to remind her, Teacher you must avoid the small paths in the future. There are some perverts running around naked. There's also a place that keeps crocodiles. And one accidentally got loose and chased us down. Lu Ran frowned. Why are you telling her this? You're not even in the same group. Ning Jiren, feeling slightly exasperated, replied, Whether I say it or not is my choice, right? This young master is being overly meddlesome. She wouldn't have bothered to accommodate him if their relationship didn't benefit her career. Fish listening Tang applied ice to her neck. The residents on this island seem quite unconventional. You should be careful. Ning Jiren felt a strange sense of being flattered by his concern. Okay. Lu Ran rolled his eyes. Does buttering up Fish listening Tang even work? Can she provide you with resources or money?
Oft.
In the dead of night, exhausted from the day's events, the guests in the heartfelt cabin had slipped into a deep slumber. A shadowy figure, cloaked in a scarf, stealthily approached the neighboring cabin, circumnavigating the walls while pouring a bucket of noxious gasoline. Upon discovering a bit of gasoline remained in the barrel, the figure, unwilling to waste it, poured it near the heartfelt cabin before discarding the barrel and tossing a lighter. The figure swiftly fled the scene. With a thunderous roar, flames engulfed both cabins in an instant. Fish Chijo awoke in the middle of the night for a drink, glancing at the live surveillance monitor, only to be confronted with this horrifying scene. Fish Tangdang, wake up, don't sleep. The house is on fire, hurry and run. The heart-wrenching cries from the cabin's broadcast finally roused the sleeping guests. They coughed violently from the thick smoke, frantically scrambling out of bed and towards the exit. The fire raged on, rapidly spreading throughout the interior. Yan Lanqing emerged with a fire extinguisher, extinguishing the flames nearby, and then asked the others. Teacher Isnt in the room. Have any of you seen her? He Lin, carrying a bucket of water to help, shook his head. Haven't you seen her? Don't tell me she's still sleeping inside. Lu Ran scoffed. Well, she deserves it. Yan Lanqing's gaze turned frigid. Shut your mouth. Chapter 68. Cosplay Midnight Horror. Lu Ran felt a shiver run down his spine under Yan Lanqing's gaze, which resembled that of a deep-sea predator. Before his mind could process it, cold sweat began to trickle down his back. Lu Xiao, Ning Jiren stammered. Why you behind you? Lu Ran, growing impatient, frowned. What are you stuttering about? Is there a ghost behind me? What he failed to notice was that the expressions of those nearby had turned to stone. Irritated, Lu Ran turned around, and in that instant, his mind went blank, blood rushing to his head. Beneath the tree behind him, shrouded in darkness, hung a figure from a rope. A woman, disheveled and clad in nightwear, with hollow eyes, suddenly lifted her head, baring her teeth in a grotesque grin. Lu Ran twitched in agitation, rolling her eyes back before collapsing. The guests standing by the tree visibly lost all color in their faces. What the hell? There's a ghost. They screamed and turned to flee. What kind of ghost startled me like that? Can we please talk calmly, without close-ups? Yu Huang, where are you? There's a ghost here. Hurry up and catch it. The fire next door is raging. I've already called for help, hopefully they arrive soon. Are you all insane? The ghostly woman hanging from the tree opened her mouth, struggling to speak. Why run? What makes me look like a ghost? Yet no one heard her. The guests had fled in terror. Yan Lanqing, having extinguished the fire, approached and was taken aback by the sight. Your Majesty, why are you awake at this hour, cosplaying as a midnight whore? My neck hurts, and I can't sleep. Yutang stiffly raised her head, seemingly exerting great effort, recalling from a book that this position could help realign her cervical spine and alleviate the pain. However, there was nothing in the room to tie a rope to. After searching, she discovered the tree in the courtyard. Strangely enough, this position did provide some relief, though standing was tiring. After listening to her explanation, Yan Lansheng fell silent for a moment. Come down first. I fear others might call the police. Yutang Tang's eyes were vacant. She could not move, as any motion caused pain. Yan Lansheng, both amused and exasperated, approached, turned around, squatted down, and offered his back. Be careful, don't jostle me. Yutang Tang painfully climbed onto his back, manually stabilizing her sore neck. I won tea. As Yan Lansheng stood and strode towards the courtyard exit, Qi Wang, with a grim expression, spoke up. Yutang Tang, was that ghost just now your act? Are you out of your mind? Ignoring him, Yutang Tang frowned. Did you hear any sounds? Yan Lansheng tilted his head. A child's crying? The fire in the small house had been extinguished, but the one next door continued to blaze, having spread from the first to the third floor in mere minutes. Yan Lansheng remarked, from just now until now, no one has come out from there. With children at home, the adults couldn't possibly all be absent, unless, put me down. Yutang Tang patted his shoulder and climbed off his back. Seeing this, Qi Wang's frown deepened. Yutang Tang, I'm talking to you. Why are you pretending to be deaf?
Close your mouth.
Yan Lansheng lifted his gaze to glare at him, his tone slightly frosty. There may be people trapped in the flames next door. And you still have the leisure to pick a fight? And how do you know? Qi Wang scoffed. Stop pretending here. You're just a background character in a book. Where do you get the audacity to challenge me? Do you wish for a swift demise? Is this endless? Yutang Tang rolled her eyes and fired back. Shut it. Qi Wang snickered. What nonsense are you spouting at a time like this? You think you're funny? Before he could finish, a sharp gust of wind surged through, brushing past Qi Wang's ear, causing a few strands of hair to fall onto his shoulder. Qi Wang was jolted. The wind settled in Yutang Tang's hand, revealing a gleaming kitchen knife. Qi Wang exclaimed, what? The knife hung in midair as Yutang Tang jumped up, clutching her neck. Let us go. The knife carried her swiftly, zipping towards the neighboring house. Qi Wang was left dumbfounded. How is this possible? Beside them, He Lin was utterly astonished, his lips trembling. Did that knife just fly? Yan Lansheng stood calmly. You're seeing things. He Lin retorted. He severely myopic, but he's not blind. Sang Qingqing almost fainted. System. You need to explain what is happening. What is Yutang Tang doing? System. Host, it is evident she is flying with the knife. Is this something modern people can do? This book never mentioned any cultivation background, did it? The host's inquiry touches upon the system's knowledge blind spot. Please allow me to investigate.
Song King.
I must be too tired. I think I just saw Yutang Tang flying on a knife. I said someone was secretly cultivating behind our backs. Don't you all dare ascend and leave me down here looking foolish. What is so strange about this? Flying with a sword a mandatory subject in basic education? How come your school didn't teach it? Here. Flying with a sword is included in the exam syllabus. Last time I urgently sought a teacher from the sword sect for extra lessons. It cost 500 spirit stones per class, and that doesn't guarantee passing. Wait, you seem to have the wrong network. This isn't the spirit network. Hurry up and delete those comments. This isn't a joke. Are we even in the same world? Why are you all saying such ridiculous things? Yutang Tang's flying with a knife caused an uproar. Within less than a week, Yutang Tang once again dominated the trending searches. Uninformed onlookers clicked in, watched the video, and began to question their very existence. Previously, Yutang Tang had portrayed a master persona and played the role of a customer service representative for the underworld, which was one thing, but this time it was absurdly outrageous. She flew on a kitchen knife. Is that the crux of the matter? Can you even fathom the possibility? Is gravity dead? Newton's coffin can't handle this. Clearly, she was using wires. There must be props nearby. The professional debunker, Old Wolf, was ready to work. A ridiculously fake star was waiting to be exposed. In the early hours, the number of people streaming into the Love Planting live broadcast increased dramatically, reaching over 90 million online viewers. Naturally, most were there to find flaws and debunk the act. Yutang Tang had become the traffic password for Love Planting. Any topic related to her sparked considerable discussion. If they could uncover evidence of her deceit, her popularity would be swiftly divided among others. Chapter 69. It even sprays water. Fish Chizhou, monitoring the situation, was simultaneously on the phone with his second brother. Second brother. Where did your parents send my sister for training? Do they teach flying with swords there? She just flew into the sky on a kitchen knife. Fish Buccio fell silent for a few seconds. Do you know what time it is now? 4 in the morning. What's wrong? If you can't sleep, take some medicine. You sound delirious. Fish Buccio hung up after saying this. Fish Chijo, in the live stream, unaware of being targeted. Yutang flew onto the neighboring balcony on her knife, pulled out her Squirtle toy from her pocket, and began spraying water at the flames. As she sprayed, she advanced, quickly locating the sobbing little girl in the third-floor children's room, and lifted her by the back of her collar. Sister, where are my mommy and daddy? Are they okay? The little girl sniffled. Holding the water-spraying Squirtle, Yutang casually reassured her. They should be fine, if all goes well. The little girl gasped, huh? Yutang cradled the girl in one arm and, riding the knife, dashed out of the inferno, gradually descending as rain began to pour from the sky. The flames subsided. Yan Lanxing seemed to have anticipated this, standing with an umbrella waiting, extending his hand. Teacher Yu. In the next moment, the little girl was nestled in his arms. Yan Lanxing set the girl aside, tilting the umbrella towards Yutang. How's your neck? Still painful? Yutang stood rigidly, grimacing in pain. Hurts. Just like a character in a melodrama who gets tossed into a crocodile pit for merely catching the attention of the domineering male lead. The pain of her neck felt like a tormenting kiss, causing her to faint. Yan Lanxing pondered seriously. In this situation, the character could indeed file a lawsuit, accusing the domineering male lead of intentional harm and endangerment, leading him to serve time as punishment. Yutang replied, thank you. After hearing you, I suddenly feel that the melodrama is coming to an end. She handed the Squirtle in her hands to the little girl. What is this? The girl asked, accepting it with care. The key artifact for saving the world, Yutang said solemnly. It can protect you from being devoured by the fire god. The little girl pressed a button and exclaimed, Sister, it even sprays water. Yutang replied, Yan Lanxing. Children speak without reservation, as the wind blows. I nearly died laughing the first time I saw Fish Emperor and Yan Beauty simultaneously speechless. I trust you all, but I stared at the screen for ages. Where's the wire? The production team isn't insane enough to deliberately set fires to hype up a guest. What could they possibly gain from that? Afraid they won't get in fast enough? I'm stating this here. This is the script I lead. But then the question arises. How did Yutang actually fly? Oh, didn't I mention sword flight? Why keep asking? It's unusual to question the unusual. My fingers tremble slightly as I type. Soon, the fire truck arrived. Fortunately, there were no casualties inside the house. However, there was one injured person outside. After examination, the doctor initially diagnosed Yutang with a muscle strain, deeming it not serious. The young people these days. They've got passion, and they've got vigor, yet they're as fragile as ice pops. The doctor remarked while massaging her, How old are you? The voice of Yu Qizhou from the broadcast interjected, Yutang is only 22. She just graduated from university not long ago. She's often unwell. So it's normal her physical condition hasn't kept up. Don't call her fragile. The doctor chuckled, a university student. That explains it. This demographic is indeed the most delicate. Yutang couldn't help but glance at the ceiling. Yu Yuzhou, how dare you ruin my reputation? Yu Qizhou retorted. I was trying to defend you, and you're scolding me. At that moment, the voice of the chief director interjected, Director Yu, you are their love consultant and relationship security. Could you please refrain from projecting your personal feelings? Can I have my loudspeaker back? Yu Qizhou added. After the doctor departed, Yan Lanxing rolled up her sleeves and emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl of ice. Teacher Yu, I made you a strawberry milk fruit smoothie. Yutang reached out, asking, Do you have a straw? Nearby. Ning Jiaoren swiftly grabbed a straw and handed it over. Here you go. Thank you. Yutang accepted it, inserting it into the smoothie and savoring it as it fizzed. The base had already melted, blending the fruit with a fine smoothie, making it incredibly delicious. Teacher Yu. Ning Jiaoren lingered, quietly asking, How did you do that just now? She was still in shock from witnessing the knife soaring into the air. Yutang calmly responded, Didn't you know? That was a wire rigged by the production team. Do you think we're foolish? Qi Wang's dark gaze was deep. We were right beside you and didn't see any wire at all. Then it's your fault for being blind. Don't blame me. Sang Qing frowned slightly. Tang, we are concerned for you. Don't be so agitated. Heelin added, What you did in public will certainly draw attention. We are merely asking on behalf of those people. Yen Shu sat beside him, having twisted her ankle during the fire, and it was He Lin who carried her out, making their relationship closer than before. Could you perform it for us again? She asked with a smile. Yutang fell silent for a moment before asking, do you smell something? After just experiencing a fire, everyone immediately tensed up. What smell? He Lin's nostrils flared, fearing another fire was breaking out.
Yutang.
With the straw in her mouth, replied nonchalantly, I just farted. You all are still quite nice, eager to eat. Upon hearing this, He Lin and the others turned a distinct shade of green. They all stood up in unison to step outside, except for Lu Ran, who had fainted from the ghost scare and had yet to awaken. By morning, the little girl's parents rushed back, crying and wailing at their burned home, calling out for their daughter. The little girl dashed out from the heartbeat cabin, Mommy.
Daddy.
The couple instantly displayed expressions of shock, stiffly embracing her. Before they could relish the moment, the police arrived. Mr. Zheng, Mrs. Zheng, a concerned citizen has anonymously reported that you marked your door 2 days ago, deliberately prompting the serial arsonist to target your home, resulting in your daughter's death for insurance fraud. Please accompany us to the police station for questioning. The couple feigned calmness. We didn't. What evidence do you have? The police replied, your neighbor rented to a production team, and they installed surveillance cameras here 2 days ago, capturing your actions. Their faces turned ashen, speechless. Killing for insurance fraud, are they truly parents? Even a tiger wouldn't harm its cubs. They are even less than that. My heart aches for the little girl. What will she do in the future? Chapter 70. Do these siblings have some issues? Ning Jiaran had been cursing since witnessing the scene. How could there be such heartless parents? Trash, scum. How will this little girl live in the future? Yutang moved her neck. She still has loving grandparents. She'll be much happier than if she were with her parents. And she won't have to endure any more calamities. After all, her tribulations have already come to an end. Ning Jiaran looked at her with tear-filled eyes. Really? How do you know? Yutang replied, I can tell fortunes. Can you? Ning Jiaran notte de agerli. Yutang calculated. Oh, your father is a man. Your mother is a woman. They have a daughter, which is you, and you share the same surname as your dad. Ning Jiaran was stunned, her head buzzing.
Huh?
What else could it be? The first floor of the heartbeat cabin was burned and currently uninhabitable. Fortunately, the production team had foreseen this and rented 2 houses. This one was very close to the sea, resembling a garden villa. After moving their belongings, they received the task for the day issued by Yu Qizhou over the broadcast. With the money earned yesterday, they were to engage in a date activity. Apart from Yutang, who still had a substantial sum of 33 yuan and 28 cents. It was impressive if the other guests could even find 2 yuan in their pockets. Lu Ran directly asked, are we supposed to go on a date without any money? Yu Qizhou answered, if you have no money, then go earn some. Difficulties are always more plentiful than methods. If you can't even earn enough for a meal on a date, you might as well go plow the fields. Lu Ran exclaimed, do these siblings have some issues? Compared to plowing fields, the guests naturally preferred to earn money through their skills, showcasing their charm. Yutang, you still have some money left from yesterday, right? Show me how we can use it. Qi Wang said matter-of-factly. Yutang grimaced, you figured out this whole soft meal, hard work routine. I see your life is short and your enjoyment won't last long. How about you just die? We are a team. Your money is my money, isn't it? I'm your father. Would you eat shit in public if I told you to? Qi Wang felt a lump of blood stuck in his throat. Glancing at her negative emotional progress bar, still at 0, he felt he might burst. Yutang's eyes twinkled as she smiled. I actually have a great way to make money, but it depends on whether you're willing to do it. What kind of way could you have? Qi Wang looked skeptical. 10 minutes later, on the street, Qi Wang sat stiffly on a bench, holding a book, feeling the gazes of passers-by upon him. Too embarrassed to lift his head. Damn it. Yutang placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed, you sit here. I'm going to look for another job. Where are you going? Qi Wang asked hurriedly. I'm going to the construction site to move bricks, hand out flyers on the street, Yutang casually replied. Qi Wang was taken aback. He initially thought this job was shameful and embarrassing, but compared to moving bricks and handing out flyers, it was much better than that. Yutang was actually willing to let him have such an easy job while she took on the dirty and laborious work. Qi Wang's expression became complicated. Has she changed? Why is she suddenly being so nice to Qi Wang? What is wrong with being nice to my brother? My brother is handsome, fit, and currently a top-tier celebrity. Her being nice to him shows she has good taste. Your brother has foot odor. Your brother lives off others. Your brother has a girlfriend. Top-tier fans, this is so annoying. The island enjoys prolonged sunlight and intense ultraviolet rays.
Chi Wang, meanwhile,
Is seated on a deck chair, and within half an hour, he is already dehydrated from the sun. And what about Yutang? She purchased 2 ice creams, indulging in one while leisurely strolling down the street. After a short while, she spotted Helin and Yanshu distributing flyers by the roadside. As a car passed by, Helin pulled Yanshu into his embrace, releasing a flurry of pink bubbles. The fans from both sides were so overwhelmed by the sweetness that they couldn't help but express their support for this union. Yutang crouched by the roadside, marveling at the scene, only to have her ice cream accidentally drop onto her hand. Suddenly, a clean, neatly pressed handkerchief, exuding a faint scent of mint, appeared before her. Yutang, still munching on her ice cream, looked up following the handkerchief. Amidst the dappled shadows of the trees stood a tall man in a black uniform, slightly bowing his head, with a sharp jawline and sunglasses obscuring much of his face. There was an air of mysterious aloofness about him, rendering him unapproachable. Here.
Then han spoke softly.
Yutang accepted the handkerchief, wiping her hands clean of the ice cream. Do you need it? When Han replied, dispose of it. What are you doing here? Yutang continued to nibble at her ice cream. A wanted criminal has fled to this island. When Han produced a wanted poster, calmly warning her to steer clear if she encountered this individual. Yutang scrutinized the poster for a moment, noting the bounty of 10 million on the man's head. Why is this hefty fellow worth so much? When Han retracted the photo, intending to leave, but paused to inquire, what are you doing crouched here? I ran out of rice at home, so I came out to earn some. Yutang replied absent-mindedly, still preoccupied with the 10 million. When Han fell silent for a moment before departing. After walking a short distance, he took out his phone and called Yu Zhaoqing. Your sister is begging on the street. Yu Zhaoqing paused for quite some time. Have you made a mistake? Qing is still recording a show. It's your biological sister. Yu Zhaoqing's tone suddenly turned icy. Why are you bringing her up? Never mind, I'll hang up now. As he listened to the busy tone on the other end, when Han's brow slowly furrowed. Did he just eat gunpowder? Heavens, where did this handsome man come from? Lacking all manners and directly piercing my heart. The uniform paired with short boots. How enticing. At this moment, Yan Mei Run is on her way. My brother's getting sunburned on that deck chair, while Yutang is here indulging herself. Is she waiting for my brother to earn money to support her? She shouldn't be so demanding. After finishing both ice creams, Yutang tossed the paper wrappers aside, stretched and prepared to get to work. Suddenly, a black car screeched to a halt, and the back door swung open. A burly man adorned with a gold chain pressed a gun against Yutang's lower back. Don't move. Get in the car obediently, or I'll kill you. Yutang's kitchen knife was poised for action in her pocket. A quick glance revealed a man with a 10 million bounty sitting in the driver's seat.
Whoa.
Yutang immediately feigned fear. I'll cooperate, just don't hurt me. What is happening? Is this a script or is it real? The driver is the international fugitive mentioned by the uniformed handsome man? Oh no. I should call the police. What kind of people are lurking on this wretched island? If anything happens to the fish emperor, I'll make the entire production team pay dearly. The black car took a winding route, eventually entering a dim alley. Yutang was blindfolded and pushed into a courtyard, where she heard the burly man say, Boss, this girl knows Wenyan Wang. We can use her as leverage for an exchange to escape. As soon as his words fell, the blindfold over her eyes was yanked away. 10 million was smoking a cigarette, watching her closely. Once we get out of this wretched place, we'll deal with her. Time's up, hurry, and summon our guardian. Guardian? Yutang's eyes darted around. No wonder these men dared to abduct someone in broad daylight. They had another backing. She was curious to see who could be deemed a guardian by such desperate individuals. Before long, the guardian made an entrance. However, it was merely being carried by a group of burly men. They wore serious expressions, taking each step with utmost care, as if afraid to disturb the guardian seated atop the platform. Thud. The guardian was placed on the table at the front of the courtyard. 10 million immediately knelt on the mat, followed by his subordinates who all knelt in unison. Yutang stared at the guardian at the forefront, her face gradually going blank. Was that a sexy masked Ultraman in a tight red suit? Or was it a complete set of figurines? She was utterly flabbergasted. 10 million knelt there reverently and proclaimed, Guardian, you embody justice. I shall use my strength to protect the peace and justice of the universe. I am Ultraman Mebius. Subordinate 1. I am Ultraman Leo. Subordinate 2. I am Ultraman Gaia. Subordinate 3. I am Ultraman Dinah. In a synchronized declaration, they vowed, for world peace, I shall commit every atrocity and pursue evil to the very end. The harmonious sound of their oath resonated through the courtyard. I am left speechless. In such a dire situation, are these wanted criminals here to entertain us? Isn't Yutang capable of flying with a sword? Why isn't she making a run for it? Why is she acting so daft? You think a knife is faster than a bullet? These are all wanted criminals. Armed with guns, how could she possibly run? There are no flaws in my life. The internet is full of blunders. Suddenly, an abrupt laugh caught the attention of the criminals. They turned in unison to look at Yutang. Boss, is this girl showing disrespect to our guardian? 10 Million immediately drew his gun, aiming it at her. Dare to disrespect the guardian? I'll send you straight to hell. In a low voice, Yutang replied, Actually, I can communicate with spirits. I just heard the voice of your guardian. Stop with the nonsense. 10 Million scoffed, tossing his cigarette butt aside. If you really have that ability, then tell me every Ultraman's name. If you get one wrong, he aimed the gun at Yutang as a warning.
Yutang lifted her chin defiantly.
That's easy. They just told me their names. She proceeded to name each Ultraman figurine one by one, finally pointing out 10 Million. The badge on your chest is Melos, not Mebius. 10 Million was taken aback, removing the badge. You really can communicate with spirits. The subordinate's eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, can you tell me what Digga said? Yutang feigned profundity. He said, Let there be light in the human world. Boss, this is a true master. The subordinates erupted in jubilant gestures. Master, what else did our guardian say? 10 Million lowered his guard, rubbing his hands together. Yutang looked at the ground and said, They said the answers you seek can be found on the floor. Upon hearing this, they all bent down to examine the floor. Yutang, who was bound and seated on the ground, suddenly had a clear view of the scene across the courtyard wall. When Yuhan's long left leg crossed over the wall, his right hand holding a gun aimed at the courtyard, while his other hand supported him. He turned his head to look at Yutang, forming a silent gesture. Understanding immediately, she rolled to the side.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The bullets fired in rapid succession, striking the table holding the Ultraman figurines and hitting the knees of the subordinate guarding Yutang. Hearing the gunfire, the criminals looked around in confusion, suddenly engulfed in a thick fog. Where did this fog come from in broad daylight?
Ouch!
Who stepped on my foot? That hurts. Shut up and get down. There's a sniper. Why can't I use my gun? Amidst the chaos of the fog, pandemonium reigned. As Yutang rose, the ropes that had once bound her lay slack upon the ground, and with a deft step upon a kitchen knife, she soared up the wall.
Ven Yuhan.
His sunglasses, reflecting the scene, momentarily froze as he beheld her breaking through the dense fog, but quickly regained his composure. He lifted his hand and lightly tapped his earpiece. Engage. The courtyard gate was violently breached, and his subordinates rushed in, capturing all the wanted criminals within. Yutang squatted atop the wall, pointing at the apprehended criminals and inquired, with so many of them, how much bounty can we exchange?
Ven Yuhan markered.
Are you risking yourself for the sake of the bounty? Is this even a risk? Yutang rested her chin on her hand, noting that their firearms were rendered useless, mere pop guns that could not fire. Did you do this? When Yuhan squinted, his sharp gaze probing. How did you manage it? Yutang tapped a small brush hidden in her sleeve, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I merely added a bit of toad urine to their guns. When Yuhan responded with a puzzled expression. Blackie, unmute. Didn't he want to see the flying blade? Did you see it clearly? Do you need to remove your eyes and press them against the screen for a closer look? Yu Huang, do you know what Confucius said to his 3,001 disciples? He doesn't accept apprentices. The production team promptly displayed a disclaimer about believing in science. Yet, no one paid it any heed. Yutang relaxedly observed the commotion below, stretching languidly. In her moment of distraction, she forgot she was perched on the wall. As she reached out, her body uncontrollably tipped backward. When Yuhan, engaged in a conversation with his subordinates, heard the sound of shifting tiles and turned just in time to see Yutang tumble from the wall. With a resounding clap, he caught her wrist with precision, while another pair of hands perfectly positioned themselves beneath her feet. Your Majesty seems to have a penchant for leisure, indulging in a game of high dives? A teasing voice chimed. Yan Lanxing tilted his head slightly, a playful glint in his fox-like eyes. His gaze then shifted past Yutang to the man seated atop the wall. When Yu Han's eyes met his, a faint frown creasing his brow. I must ask, could you two release your hold? Yutang dangled in midair, still relaxed enough to peel a piece of candy with one hand. Confident that this height would not prove fatal. Yan Lansheng, feigning innocence, replied, You might not die from the fall, but what if you sprain your ankle? Sir, please release her. I will catch her. When Yu Han remained unmoved, a coolness in his gaze. You could also step aside and let her descend on her own. Your suggestion holds merit, but why complicate matters unnecessarily? Yan Lansheng replied languidly. The ground here is slippery. If she were to fall and land upon our esteemed sovereign, it would be quite the disaster. When Yu Han retorted, So, you are her personal attendant? Yan Lansheng replied, Our relationship seems unnecessary for you to comprehend. Yutang glanced between the two, suddenly alert. Could these two be scheming to take advantage of her, hoping to seize the 1 million bounty she had just acquired? Chapter 72. Red beans grow in the south. Mixed blood gives rise to male models. I'm baffled. Why does the tension between the beautiful Yen and the dashing officer feel so palpable? Is anyone going to stop the Huang? She looks like she is squatting on a toilet in Yan Lansheng's palm. How rude. Even if Yan Lansheng were a toilet, he'd be a royal one. Realization struck Yutang, and she fished something out of her pocket. With a click, Yan Lansheng and Wen Yuhan found their hands shackled together. Yutang leapt to the ground and declared, You might not believe me, but I had intended to jump off the building. Instead, I ended up in prison as a guard. Here is the proof. Yan Lansheng.
Wen Yuhan?
Where did you get those handcuffs?
Wen Yuhan landet steadily.
Patting his jacket pocket only to discover that the handcuffs he had stored there had mysteriously vanished. When had she taken them? Yan Lansheng rubbed the red mark on his wrist, chuckling lightly. Your Majesty truly possesses the flair of a master thief. Basic skills are non-negotiable. Yutang spread her hands towards Wen Yuhan. So, when will my 1 million be handed over? Wen Yuhan, his gaze steady upon her, replied. You'll have to wait until all the prison procedures are completed. Are you in such a hurry for money? Just earlier, you were begging for food by the roadside. Without even a bowl, how could you expect to receive any? Yutang sighed. If I don't earn money today, I might have to survive on the wind from the northwest. $23.80 in my pocket doesn't stretch far. 2 stacks of cash were presented before her. Here, take it. Both Yan Lansheng and Wen Yuhan exchanged glances once more. One narrowed his fox-like eyes slightly. The other concealed his emotions behind dark sunglasses. Though it was their first meeting, each found the other insufferable. Yesterday, I spent the money you earned for dinner. Today, it's your turn to spend the money I earned, Yan Lansheng remarked, diverting his gaze to Yutang. Wen Yuhan's voice was indifferent. The bounty application process does not move swiftly. This portion counts as an advance. If you don't need it, then, before he could finish, both stacks of cash were in Yutang's hands. With an expression of delight, she exclaimed, Can you smell it? The scent of the world's top-ranking perfume. Money. I plan to fill my coffin with this fragrance when I pass. Just imagine how thrilling that would be. Yan Lansheng replied, Once we return, I'll have the company develop a perfume that smells like money. When Yuhan interjected, If you line your coffin with 1 million, you won't even need perfume. The two spoke nearly in unison. Boss, all the wanted criminals have been confirmed and are being escorted to the vehicle. A subordinate of Wen Yuhan whispered urgently in his ear. Wen Yuhan nodded slightly, understanding. Bring the car over.
Yes.
As they departed, Wen Yuhan nodded at Yutang, striding away with measured, powerful steps. Had it not been for the favor owed to Yu Zhaoqing, he would not have squandered so much time here. Upon reaching the alley's mouth, Wen Yuhan glanced back at the scene. Yutang was still excitedly counting her money, while Yan Lansheng stood a respectful distance behind her, exuding a protective demeanor. Wen Yuhan removed his sunglasses, casting one last impassive glance before entering the vehicle and departing. Wow, that face has an incredible mixed blood allure. Oh my, red beans grow in the south, giving rise to male models. What of being a male model? Where are his manners, his shame, and his address? I must capitalize on this. Capitalize on this? Capitalize. Once he left, Yutang swaggered off with Yan Lansheng. Upon arriving at the restaurant, He Lin and Yan Shu were also present, seated at a window-side table, conveniently adjacent to theirs. During a fire incident, Sang Qing had toppled Yan Shu, creating an excellent opportunity for them to bond. Their relationship had inevitably deepened. The two were engaged in a discussion about their views on romance. Yutang listened while consuming her meal, polishing off 3 bowls of rice. I find this place a bit pricey. We currently have only $200. Next time, it would be wiser to opt for a more cost-effective restaurant, He-Lin suggested diplomatically. Yan-Shu nodded in agreement. I hadn't considered that thoroughly. I thought since you hadn't eaten much yesterday and today, despite the high prices, this restaurant offers quite good flavors. You truly are the most considerate girl I have ever met, He-Lin said, his gaze gentle. It would be even better if we could be more environmentally conscious. How so? Am I not eco-friendly enough? It's just that I've noticed you tend to use an excessive number of paper towels after washing your hands, which can be wasteful. Yan-Shu appeared pleasantly surprised. You're very observant to have noticed that. Are you an environmentalist? He-Lin smiled and nodded. Indeed. I have some insights in this area. Just like paper towels, water is also a precious resource. I've also noticed that you spend at least an hour in the shower, and you never turn off the faucet while washing your face or rinsing your mouth. You always pick the most expensive fruits, and you toss away cosmetics before they're used up, not to mention your handbag is made of crocodile skin. Have you heard the saying, no trade means no harm? Normally, she wouldn't have thought much of it, but now that He-Lin pointed it out, Yan-Shu's face flushed with embarrassment. I lack awareness in this regard. That's alright. As long as you start changing now, it's not too late. But my hobbies include buying bags and skincare products. Forgoing those would be a bit, He-Lin suggested. You could save your money. After all, you're not getting any younger. In the future, when you marry and have children, it will all add up to significant expenses. If you don't think about yourself, you should at least consider your family. Yan-Shu's expression gradually turned blank. As Yutang perked up her ears to eavesdrop, she overheard Yan launching sarcastic remark. Does this imply that women toil tirelessly to earn a living, only for all their efforts to ultimately benefit their children, husbands, and families, leaving them with nothing? Yan Lanqing nodded in agreement, adding that not only was she unable to indulge in luxury items like handbags and cosmetics, but should her job be lost, she would have to rely on her husband for financial support. He-Lin continued to expound. One can forego bubble tea, refrain from purchasing designer brands, and avoid wearing jewelry. These possessions are nothing but a waste of money. Yet a voice floated in. Why not simply spend 20 yuan each month on a bottle of sleeping pills? Take one when you wake up. Wouldn't that be more economical? Recognizing the voice as Yutang's, He-Lin feigned ignorance and persisted. Saving for the family should yield some returns. Yutang retorted. They say silence is golden. If one is to save, why not speak less and save more? He-Lin's expression darkened slightly, and he maintained his composed demeanor. I believe the significance of the dowry is sufficient. There's no need for extravagance. The 3 gold items for marriage should be made of copper, symbolizing eternal unity. Yutang leaned forward, quipping, then why not marry a paper wife, for paper holds long sentiments. Yan Lanqing chuckled. One could even have paper grandchildren, a win-win situation. His wife could also be made of silicone, a latex-like spouse. Copper is indeed a good choice. Over time, it will even develop a beautiful patina. Chapter 73. Tremble, Entertainment Industry. The illusion surrounding Hingdi is shattered. What nonsense is he speaking that leaves one fainting?
I am truly astonished.
How can a man who appears so dignified be so miserly at heart? Saving for oneself is a virtue, but forcing others to save alongside you is a vice. He-Lin, losing his patience, exclaimed, What do you mean? Are you intentionally trying to cause disruption? Yutang sipped her watermelon juice, implying, That is precisely the meaning. The specifics depend on your interpretation. But I mean exactly that, and the true meaning relies on your understanding. He-Lin felt as though his brain might short-circuit. Yan-Shu, noticing his flushed face, couldn't he help but intervene. Isn't it rather impolite to interrupt our date like this? We are in a public place, and we paid for our meal. Yutang lazily propped her chin on her hand. Who knows why some trashy remarks insist on worming their way into our ears, disturbing our dining experience? Just as He-Lin was about to argue, he noticed other patrons in the restaurant staring at them. Xiao-Shu, let us leave. There's no need to stoop to their level. Waiter, we'll take this to go, and please bring us 2 more packets of napkins. Yan-Shu didn't seem bothered. Instead, she took He-Lin's hand and walked out side by side. The barrage of comments began to express confusion. He-Lin's miserly behavior suggested that once married, the woman should be expected to pour her heart and soul into the family without any expectation of return. And Yan-Shu isn't running away? Fans of Yan-Shu dismissed the notion. What does it matter if he is stingy? No matter how miserly Hingdi may be, at least he possesses wealth and status. These people simply cannot stand to see a couple in love. Once the two departed, Yutang and Yan Lansheng immediately began to gossip. Did you catch that? It was extraordinarily obvious. Indeed, especially that last remark. It couldn't have been clearer.
Wow.
Such audacity. It's no wonder he exudes a thick-skinned bravado. But really, it's just a case of being ungracious. All sorts of oddities have gathered together. I was initially furious, but watching them behave like schoolchildren gossiping behind someone else's back is both infuriating and amusing. Wake up, you two are public figures. You're not just gossiping like a bunch of Annies at the village gate. Yen Marin was so expensive at first. This is only the second episode. And look at how it has tarnished the image of the Fish Emperor. He was only valuable for less than a day. The price has plummeted in an instant. Can someone decode what they were gossiping about? I'm dying to know. By the way, do you feel like we've forgotten something? Upon returning to their small quarters that evening, the love security guard Yu Chizhou announced over the intercom that there would be a nighttime event. Wait a moment, Chizhou. We're missing someone. Sang Qingqing scanned the room, and her gaze lingered on Yutang. Teacher Yu. You went out with Teacher Qi. Where is he? Yutang, with a straw in her mouth, replied nonchalantly, he is probably dead outside. Sang Qingqing's smile almost faltered. Isn't Teacher Yu being a bit too harsh on me and Teacher Qi? It's a little frightening. You only just realized?
Yutang feignait de surprise.
If my life were a movie, then you and Shi Wang would be the frequent advertisements popping up midway, occupying the big screen. So annoying. The announcement from the intercom continued. Such advertisements can simply be skipped. Alright, let us proceed with the game rules. Sang Qingqing. What is a game? Yu Chizhou. This round-S game is Tremble, entertainment industry. The production team has prepared 8 Pandora's magic boxes, each containing cards detailing the deepest secrets of the guests, including but not limited to underground relationships, illegitimate children, and falsified academic credentials, secrets that could potentially spark explosive trending topics. Rest assured, the confidential information gathered by the production team has been provided by anonymous sources and is guaranteed to be authentic. Upon hearing this, the small room erupted in chaos. However, no one dared to voice their objections. The reason was simple. Protesting at this moment would only reveal one's own guilt for having committed one of the aforementioned offenses. So, how will the game unfold? Yan Shu asked rapidly. Yu Chizhou. The rules are quite simple. Please proceed to the maze's secret room to navigate the challenges and find your magic box within the allotted time. Those who find their boxes will safeguard their secrets, while those who do not will have their secrets revealed publicly. So, without further ado, enjoy this thrilling feast of heartbeats as you strive for survival. After hearing this, some guests appeared quite pale. What a thrilling twist. The production team is truly ruthless to create such an exhilarating game. It's quite exciting. I have never wished for all the guests to fail at the game more than I do right now. I want to know what the Fish Emperor's biggest secret is. Wait, how can we be sure that what's written on the cards is indeed real personal information? What if it's just a gimmick? The production team wouldn't dare to play such a risky game without preparation. It's just a matter of whose misfortune will lead to their secrets being revealed. Wait, my Wang's eye is still hanging on the wall chair. Can someone please rescue him? After a prolonged wait under the scorching sun, Qi Wang was finally rescued, while the other guests had already arrived at the maze's secret room. All the guests had donned identical white combat uniforms and wore voice-modulating masks, distinguishable only by the colors of their gourd-shaped masks. Once inside the maze, they were prohibited from revealing their identities, or else they would be disqualified, leading to immediate exposure of their secrets. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the treasure hunt and the challenges. Yu Chizhou announced there are 4 entrances here, each corresponding to a different level of difficulty for the challenges. You may choose randomly. Additionally, among you is a spy grandparent whose task is to collect everyone's magic boxes. Should they succeed, all secrets will be made public. So, enjoy the game. The discontented guests. How can anyone feel joyful when a knife hangs ominously overhead, ready to drop at any moment? Despite the grumbling, the guests quickly sprang into action. Yutang, hands tucked in her pockets, was the first to enter the first entrance, her face beneath the mask radiating excitement. As she stepped in, the guest wearing the red gourd mask pulled out a lollipop, lamenting that even the lollipop was off limits. How vexing. With that, they entered the second entrance. The blue and green gourd-masked guests exchanged knowing glances and followed suit. Upon entering a room filled with lava, Yutang noticed only a few scattered footholds in the center, spaced far apart. She crouched down to touch the lava, but quickly withdrew her hand, finding it sticky. If she were to fall in, wouldn't she get stuck? Why was it all lava here? The first challenge was exceedingly difficult. A man in a purple gourd mask approached her, initiating conversation. Do you have any strategies for navigating the challenges? Yutang turned her head to glance at him, sharing an intriguing piece of trivia. Humans can indeed drink lava. Zihulu was taken aback. Is that true? But one can only do so once in a lifetime. Zihulu mused. Chapter 74. He was covered in wounds, while her skirt was slightly soiled. Could this yellow gourd be the fish emperor? The moment he speaks, that peculiar madness surfaces. Or perhaps he is the red gourd. The fish emperor is often seen with a lollipop, growing irritable if he cannot have one. It's hard to say. What if she is deliberately pretending to be normal to conceal her identity? However, Yutang had no intention of hiding. She leaped to the nearest landing point by the lava pool, not bothering to steady herself before springing forward with grace and speed, resembling a gust of wind. Upon reaching the final landing point, she discovered it was coated in a slippery substance, causing her to lose her footing. Witnessing her fall, Zihulu thought she was doomed. To his astonishment, Yutang bent her body into an inverted U-shape, pressing her hands against the landing point, pushing off and landing securely. Is this even possible? Zihulu exclaimed in disbelief. Did you pay for this level? Yutang calmly placed her hands in her pockets, replying, Isn't it sufficient to have hands? Zihulu, perhaps misled by how effortlessly Yutang navigated the challenge, felt a surge of confidence and charged forward without a second thought. With a splash, he plunged into the lava pool, his body enveloped in crimson goo, as if he were being battered in a frying pan. Yutang felt a pang of hunger as she searched the shore for the magic box, preparing to move on to the next level.
Hey,
pull me up. Zihulu struggled amidst the slime. I'll give you 100,000, no, 500,000. Just help me get through this level. Yutang paused and turned back. How do I know you won't backtrack on your word? If I do, I'll have no posterior when I have children in the future. The audience in the live stream can testify. Zihulu declared recklessly. This yellow gourd clearly possessed some skill. If she could expedite his progress through the levels for a fee, it would undoubtedly be more efficient than attempting it himself. He needed to find his own Pandora's box and couldn't he waste time on trivial matters. Yutang, having deduced his identity, feigned contemplation for a few seconds before conceding, all right. However, pulling you up will incur an additional charge. Zihulu replied, I'll add another 50,000. No sooner had he spoken than Yutang seized his shoulder and hoisted him onto the shore. Zihulu landed with a thud, his head buzzing. The second challenge was a precarious balance beam, aptly named, as one must traverse it while avoiding protrusions from the walls that could knock them off. After observing for a moment, Yutang frowned. This level is too difficult. It requires a fee increase. Zihulu, shaking off the red slime, glanced at the setup and readily agreed, I'll give you an extra 100,000. All right, Yutang nodded, so brace yourself. Zihulu, puzzled about what he was supposed to endure, was suddenly hoisted into the air. Yutang lifted him onto the beam, and as a protrusion advanced, she swung Zihulu back, using him as a weapon.
ah, ah, ah.
The second level was filled with Zihulu's cries and the sounds of Yutang repelling the protrusions. Upon finishing the beam, Yutang jumped onto solid ground and casually tossed Zihulu aside, proudly proclaiming, I completed it without a scratch. I truly am remarkable. Zihulu, trembling as he stood, protested, Are you doing this on purpose?
How could I?
Yutang replied innocently, You did pay, after all. Money makes one divine. Indeed, in heaven, the divine exists. Zihulu retorted, You may have completed the level unscathed, but did you consider my plight? You heartless wretch. After this ordeal, Zihulu was battered, while the yellow gourdess skirt remained slightly soiled. This audacious maneuver proves the yellow gourd must be the fish emperor. In the third challenge, the stone wall chamber, Yutang utilized Zihulu as a lever, wedged between the walls of a constricting space. The fourth and fifth challenges passed, and by the time they completed the trials, Zihulu was utterly exhausted. Yutang had found no magic boxes during the challenges, but did discover some pertinent clues. At the end of the levels lay a circular hall, with only one path leading to a labyrinth. From the third exit on the right, footsteps approached, revealing a green gourd male. Yutang and he stood face to face for a moment before she broke the silence. 3,000 beauties in the harem. The green gourd responded, A hammer can be ground into a needle. No matter the distance, feelings remain. Will you accept me as a concubine? The secret phrases connected seamlessly. Yutang and the green gourd swiftly moved closer, exchanging clues. Were you doing that on purpose just now? The blue gourd shouted as he rushed over, pointing accusingly at the green gourd. Yutang looked at the green gourd, puzzled. What happened? During the waterfall slide challenge, I accidentally tore his pants. And he has been cursing me ever since, Launching interjected, feigning innocence. That was no accident. You did that deliberately. The blue gourd's electronic voice distorted in anger. One hand clutching his behind. You intended to embarrass me. Yutang attempted to smooth things over. Oh, what is there to be upset about? Look at how your exposed derriere looks. It's quite dashing. The blue gourd's ire began to wane, only to be reignited when she added, just like dashing really. The blue gourd retorted, that mouth of yours, Yutang, isn't it? You better hope to be the last one laughing. He coldly declared before departing. Should he discover their magic box, it would be a different story. As Yutang and Launching prepared to leave, Zihulu, still sprawled on the ground, managed to speak. Hey, where are you going? Didn't I already assist you through the levels? Remember, you owe me 110,000. Be sure to write me an IOU. Yutang remarked casually. Zihulu seethed, his teeth clenched. It was one thing to demand extra fees for each level. But to treat him as a mere tool? Was that really what she meant by helping him through the challenges? His legs were still numb. To keep the secret from being revealed, he endured. If you help me find my magic box, I'll give you another 1,000,000. Luron was prepared to invest heavily. Yutang feigned difficulty. How am I to know which magic box belongs to you? Luron, of course, would not make the foolish mistake of revealing his identity. After a moment of thought, he replied, when you find someone's magic box, just bring it to me, and I'll identify it myself. Fine. Now you owe me 210,000. With that, Yutang and Launching entered the green labyrinth. They soon realized they were not the fastest. Other gourds were already scouring for magic boxes, frantic and disorganized. More pressing was the countdown echoing from the broadcast. Treasure hunting time remains, 15 minutes. The atmosphere in the labyrinth grew tense. Searching while walking was too cumbersome. Instead, Yutang rolled up her sleeves and climbed atop the labyrinth's walls, surveying the entirety of the maze from above. One magic box was perched atop a tree branch, clearly visible from her vantage point. The red gourd also spotted this magic box and, after failing to retrieve it by reaching, resorted to using a stick to poke it down. After much effort, she finally dislodged the magic box and reached out to catch it. However, with a swift and precise hand, Yutang snatched the magic box from above, exclaiming, "Thanks." The red gourd was taken aback. "Hey, you give that back to me." Yutang glanced at the name on the magic box. "Oh, it's Song Qingqing's magic box." The red gourd, Song Qingqing, exclaimed, "You better return it to me." Chapter 75. They were indulging in a temptation that would lead them home no more. Just as she finished speaking, Yutang opened the magic box and declared loudly, Song Qingqing's secret. Every Friday, she must visit the Heavenly Club and order 10 male models to cuddle and caress her. That little rascal eats better than I do? Yutang felt a sense of injustice. She had never even ordered male models. Song Qingqing shrieked, interrupting her, "Shut up. The game rules didn't state guests could expose each other's secrets. Isn't that considered cheating?" The voice of Yuchijo from the broadcast chimed in. "Do you understand, or should I explain it? Yutang, please share more. I love hearing it." "I love hearing it too. Is it true that Song Qingqing's hobby is known to those top-tier stars? How come when I was supposed to be knocked out by the divine ticket for 10 male models, it didn't happen? This life is unbearable. I will not tolerate the original price of a cup from Luckin Coffee any longer. I will resort to using sleep pants every day, as I will not be having my period." As I was innocently watching a show, the house suddenly collapsed, leaving the fans of the couple Wang and Qing deeply perplexed. Just yesterday, they were mocking the deluded fans, unable to see that the realm now belonged to them. What transpired? When you called for a male model, were you thinking of their abs or of your boyfriend waiting for you at home? What in the world is going on? Wang stood behind Sang Qingqing, and she wondered if what he said was true. Sang Qingqing, unable to settle accounts with Yutang, softened her tone and explained, "No, that's not true. How could I do such a thing? Please believe me." Yutang, holding a card, remarked, "Oh, you're still a VIP at the Sky Club, huh? With a monthly recharge starting at 1,000,000, you are quite willing to spend. But spending money on men is a lifelong misfortune." Chuang. Song Qingqing. A battle of couples was on the verge of breaking out. After finishing her business, Yutang directly walked along the top of the wall. The cost of hiring a male model was unexpectedly high. She needed to work harder to earn money. After finally calming Chiwang down, Sang Qingqing felt a mix of anger and frustration. Why was Yutang always opposing her? How petty. System, can the text be altered now? System, host. This segment of the plot does not exist in the original text and cannot be modified. Sang Qingqing recalled the original storyline and suddenly realized that indeed, there was no game segment involving trembling in the entertainment industry in the original text. So, why was it happening now? Initially, not in a hurry, Sang Qingqing suddenly felt a panic that something was spiraling out of her control. Chiwang also noted this and told the system, use the erasing potion to wipe all the markings off the cards in my magic box. If Sang Qingqing's secret were true, then his secret could very well be exposed as well. He could not allow that. System. Host, please touch the magic box with your hand first, then I can operate. Chiwang frowned, about to say he understood, when he was interrupted by a voice. I found 3 magic boxes.
What?
3. The others, who were still searching diligently, all turned to look in that direction. Yan Lansheng was hugging a pile of magic boxes and said to Yutang, Chiwang Heilin and Ning Jirans are all here. This is for Sang Qingqing and Yan Shou. Yutang tossed the newly found magic box to him. Now only her, Yan Lansheng, and Lu Ran's magic boxes had yet to be found. The others stared anxiously at the magic boxes in their hands, feeling restless. If it weren't for the cameras, they would have snatched them already. The next moment, Yutang sat down on the ground and set up a stall. Come one, come all. Don't miss out as we have a fire sale on celebrity gossip magic boxes starting at a 10% discount. Green Gourd Yan Shou stepped forward to inquire, how much? 1 magic box, 500,000. Why don't you go snatch it? Yutang exclaimed in surprise, what do you mean? I am currently in the process of snatching. Yan Shou nearly suffered a heart attack. You've taken the paparazzi's job. What will they do now? Green Gourd, I'll report this to the United Nations. I'm taking this to the United Nations. Others are not as good at acting as Sister Yu. Yet she can stir up so much hatred daily. I fear she might get beaten to death. I'll offer $1 million for Chiwang and Heilin's magic box. Bill it to them. I found Yan Lansheng's magic box. Orange Gourd Ning Jiran panted as she rushed over. Can I use this to exchange with you? Yutang, unfazed, put her hands in her pockets. No problem. Which one do you want to exchange for? Ning Jiran pointed at Heilin's magic box. This one. Are you sure? Yutang asked, intrigued by the swap. I am sure, Ning Jiran affirmed, determined to have it. With one hand delivering, Yutang took Yan Lansheng's magic box and quickly opened it for a glance. Her movement was so swift that Yan Lansheng did not react in time. What's written inside? I didn't see clearly, just trying to scare you.
Yutang replied innocently.
Yan Lansheng, seeing that others were watching without buying. Yutang opened a magic box on the spot. Let me see what's inside Chiwang's magic box.
I'll buy.
Chiwang stepped forward, but first, I need to see if this really is mine. As long as he touched it, he would immediately let the system erase the words. Believe it or not. Yutang opened the card and read, Chiwang's secret. Oh, you visit the Lishan Viegwan to see models and internet celebrities dancing on the edge. 500,000 each, right? I'll pay. Chiwang interrupted her in a fit of rage, fearing that what she was about to say would ruin his reputation. Yutang tucked the card away and said to Yan Lansheng, bring me paper and a pen.
Okay.
Yan Lansheng took out the notebook and pen he had prepared in advance and placed them in front of Chiwang. Had it not been for the mask obscuring his face, Chiwang's complexion would have been unmistakably pale. He wrote the IOU and coldly stated, give me the magic box. Yutang tossed the magic box to him. Chiwang, caught off guard, failed to catch it and the magic box fell to the ground, the card slipping out. It read, Chiwang's secret, every month. He visits the Lishan Viegwan to see models and internet celebrities dance on the edge. I take back what I said about Sang Qingqing not being worthy of Chiwang. You two truly are a match made in heaven, perfectly suited for each other. One calls for male models, the other watches edgy performances. Are you in a relationship or playing a game of temptation? The same house has collapsed several times in a month. One truly laughs in disbelief. A slap from the woman, and the man receives two. In a moment of panic, Chiwang rushed to pick up the magic box, forgetting to cover his backside, exposing the torn fabric of his pants and half of his rear. Behind him, Ning Jiran exclaimed, "Ah, pervert!" while picking up the magic box. Chiwang frantically grasped at the fabric, furious and questioning, was that intentional? You can't catch it yourself and blame others for not being careful? Yutang snorted and quickly walked away. You perverted man with a leaking backside. Chiwang. The broadcast countdown announced, treasure hunting time, 5 minutes remaining. The previously silent black gourd Helin suddenly charged towards Yutang's stall, launching a direct assault. Inspired, Yan Shou also dashed forward. Chapter 76. He is actually a fish murderer. Yutang picked up the fallen magic box and, with a swift turn, as Yan Lansheng blocked Helin, she opened the magic box and read, Yan Shou's secret, pregnant before marriage, husband unknown. Yan Shou trembled with rage, her lips quivering beneath the mask. Ning Jiaran's secret. Don't read it. Master, please don't read it. Ning Jiaran lunged forward, clutching Yutang's leg. It's just 500,000. I can pay. Had she known the production team was serious, she would have swapped her own magic box first. Spreading rumors comes with legal responsibility, you know. My show has been solo since birth, not even a boyfriend. Isn't it too much to fabricate such lewd rumors? The production team wants views. But this isn't the way, it's utterly disgusting. How do you know it's false? Can't Shi Wang and Sang Qingqing's cases be examples? Is it possible that their secrets are also false, and the production team is simply fabricating stories? The live chat was rife with speculation. While the guests at the center of the storm only wished they could tear apart the yellow gourd with their bare hands. Yutang collected Ning Jiaran's IOU and continued to open magic boxes, Yan Lansheng's secret. As she helped block the green gourd, Yan Lansheng abruptly turned. You don't need to read this one.
Fine.
Yutang placed the card back in the magic box. Only Lu Ran's magic box remained unfound. As for her own magic box, it was of no consequence, not important. No one noticed that Helin took the opportunity to snatch his own magic box, which had fallen by Ning Jiaran's feet, and stepped back slowly. With a thud, his back collided with someone, causing the magic box to drop to the ground. Helin turned to see purple gourd, not bothering to say anything, hurriedly bent down to retrieve the magic box. Lu Ran quickly picked up his own magic box as well. Meanwhile, the announcer Yu Qizhou declared, the treasure hunt game has concluded. All guests should promptly exit the maze and return to the entrance. At the entrance, all guests lined up, awaiting the verdict. Yu Qizhou, the game results are as follows. All the gourd children failed to protect their secrets. The spy grandpa successfully completed his mission.
Impossible.
Lu Ren opened his mouth to retort. I have already discovered my own magic box. What success has the spy achieved? Helin nodded in agreement. I have too. Is that so? Yutang removed her mask, revealing yet another mask resembling her grandfather's beneath. With a swift motion, she opened her coat, revealing it adorned with numerous magic boxes, akin to a scammer on a bridge handing out counterfeit certificates. Tremble, you grandchildren. Your magic boxes are all in Grandpa's possession. The other guests gasped in astonishment. When did she manage to pilfer Lu Ran and Helin's magic boxes? Was it when we bumped into them at the entrance? I thought Yu Huang was just unsteady on her feet. Turns out she was biding her time here. Wait, what was supposed to happen after the spy won? Yu Qizhou exclaimed, congratulations to Grandpa Spy on successfully completing the mission. All secrets within the magic boxes will soon be revealed. Yutang paused in her laughter. Do I get to partake too? What are you thinking? Wasn't it stated from the outset that the spy would disclose all secrets? Yu Qizhou gleefully retorted. Of course you will. Yutang, oh no. I got too carried away and forgot about that. She stood momentarily frozen in the wind, her enthusiasm for the magic boxes waning. Ha ha ha. Those who gloat shall meet a grim fate. Lu Ran mercilessly mocked, pointing at her. You deserve it for stealing my magic box. Yutang shot him a glance, demonstrating through her actions the adage that villains perish by their own verbosity. Lu Ran's secret. He is infertile. Infertile. Lu Ran is infertile. Lu Ran. You bastard. His blood boiled, and he angrily shouted, who leaked this? Which hospital? His words only served to solidify the credibility of the secret. The other guests, upon removing their gourd masks, witnessed Lu Ran's flustered and rosy demeanor, oddly feeling a sense of psychological balance. Perhaps this was what they referred to as the notion of not fearing scarcity, but rather inequality. Since everyone was destined to perish, they might as well perish together. Yutang was intent on continuing, but Helin hastily approached her from behind, whispering a veiled threat. Teacher you surely wouldn't want to find yourself unable to navigate the circle, would you? You ought to know what should and should not be said. Had he offered her 50,000, perhaps Yutang would have spared him. However, Helin's secret, He has a penchant for pedophilia. His mistress bore him a 4-year-old son. And he doesn't even spare his own child. Heelin's mind exploded in chaos. The surrounding scenery seemed to recede, leaving only one thought. How much does the production team know? What the hell? My mind is about to implode. This can't be a joke. He, the esteemed actor, is known for his moral integrity. How could he commit such a reprehensible act? I refuse to believe, brother. He could be that kind of person. Heelin Studio, Legal Department. Time to get to work. What can a legal department do? There are numerous officials lurking in the live stream, ready to catch misconduct. Let me tag a formidable one. The peaceful Yawang City. Indeed, officials were lurking in the live stream, and the first few guests could merely be accused of lacking moral integrity, not crossing legal lines. However, Heelin's actions were indeed criminal. Originally intending to use Heelin as a stepping stone, Yen Shu quietly stepped back upon hearing Yutang's words. She could tolerate Heelin's stinginess, as she had her own motives. But pedophilia was an entirely different matter. Yutang was about to continue reading Yan Lansheng's secret card when a sudden thud echoed. Teacher, he fainted. The scene erupted into chaos. The secret revelation segment concluded abruptly due to Heelin's collapse. Yutang returned Yan Lansheng's magic box, only for him to push it back. I'll trade this for Teacher Yu's magic box. Would you be willing to exchange? He then presented her with a lollipop. Having not had candy for a full hour, Yutang accepted it, unwrapped it, and amiably stated, "Here you go, it's of no use to me anyway." Yan Lansheng's fox-like eyes narrowed with a smile as he received her magic box. May I take a look? Of course. What is stopping you?
Yutang replied.
Opening his magic box, Yan Lansheng cautiously extracted the card and unfolded it. Yutang's secret revealed that one day she would reside in a mental hospital. Yan Lansheng's secret disclosed that he was a fish killer, having slain many fish, feeling unworthy of the person he secretly admired.
Yutang questioned.
Did you spend 10 years at Darun Fa killing fish, your heart as cold as your knife? Is this what you call a secret? Yan Lansheng appeared slightly embarrassed. It's merely a creative embellishment. And how is your secret this? Yutang's tone turned grave. You may find it hard to believe, but I have always regarded the world outside the mental hospital as purgatory, while the inside is a true sanctuary. Chapter 77. The more you encounter collapse, the more you become accustomed to it. Well said. Discharged. Is the production team biased towards these two? Why are their secrets so lacking in impact? Yu Huang, I'm on the brink of entering a mental hospital, and Yan Meiren is a fish killer. Is that not enough impact? Exactly, to take it a step further? Could it not be that both have sunk so low that they have nothing left to tarnish morally? I am truly amazed by you CP fans. It's no wonder you can ship them. You're all of a similar ilk. Tang Yi's missile investment is not a loss. Now it's a clearance sale. Come and receive a fragrant slap from Fish Emperor. The production team posted all the secret cards on the live stream's bulletin board, disclaiming, this gossip was sponsored by the enthusiastic Teacher Yu, intended for entertainment purposes only. We bear no responsibility for any other matters. Note, only Yen Teacher's gossip was provided by him personally. This statement ignited fury among Heelin's fans. Alright. Yutang, it's you again. How dare you malign our main character? You're finished. However, before they could flood the live stream, their main character was already gone. Heelin's lover came forward to speak. Yes, we indeed have a child. I was unaware of what he did to the child. Only after watching the live broadcast did I learn of his clandestine actions. I am willing to cooperate with the police investigation and take responsibility for my words. This revelation ignited a media frenzy, propelling the topic to the top of trending lists across various platforms. Heelin had been in the industry for many years, accumulating numerous awards and earning a highly respected status. Apart from being stingy, he had few flaws. This was why his fans placed such unwavering trust in him. Yet, it was unexpected that someone capable of becoming an award-winning actor could deceive everyone with their acting prowess. The police, after extensive verification, ultimately uncovered concrete evidence from recordings on the nanny's phone. The following morning, police on the island took Heelin away from the hospital. As he was led to the police car, he struggled. I spend so much money on her each year. How dare she treat me this way? I will hire a lawyer to sue her. She must pay the price. The officers were curious. How much do you spend on her each year? Hundreds of thousands?
Million?
5,000. 5,000? 5,000 is not even a figure.
Get in.
Heelin was escorted back to Yawang City for investigation. The speed was akin to being launched on a rocket. Henceforth, He acquired the new moniker of 5,000 Emperor within the entertainment circle. Shortly after, Yen Shu withdrew from the recording midway, citing health issues. Speculation arose that her departure was due to the exposure of her secret. In truth, she merely feared that upon seeing Yutang's face, her other secrets might also be unveiled to the harsh light of day. Unable to bear the psychological torment, she chose to exit. In reality, Yutang had no interest in her at all. She was solely preoccupied with why her blind box toy had yet to reveal a hidden variant. The Squirtle she had previously used to extinguish fires had indeed emerged from a blind box. Frustrated after spending 99 on it, she lamented the shoddy craftsmanship of the small workshop, which poured out materials so liberally that it could spray water for half an hour with just one intake. While Yutang busily opened her blind box on one side of the table, Ning Jiaran sat opposite, dabbing her tears with a tissue. When I was in university, I adored Helin's performance in Underworld and once dreamt of becoming the woman of a big boss. In order to be closer to him, I deliberately postponed my work to participate in this dating reality show. Oh, teacher Yu, please tell me, how did my longtime idol quietly fall apart? Wu, her sobs were barely audible over the sound of Yutang opening the package. She set aside a milk dragon lighter and casually remarked, "Firstly, your statement expresses the author's nostalgia. Secondly, it's to prevent children from accidental ingestion. Thirdly, it could be rented out to university students for selling Jingxin fried chicken. And lastly, my suggestion is to follow more idols." Ning Jiaran stifled her tears. Follow more idols? Isn't that risky?
Yutang replied, "No.
If you face collapse too often, you'll eventually get used to it." Ning Jiaran immediately cried even louder. Who exactly is hoarding the hidden versions? Why can't I get even one? After Yutang unwrapped all the blind boxes, her frustration reached a boiling point. How are these toys meant to be played with? Ning Jiaran sobbed as she reached for the milk dragon. What is the use of this? Yutang pulled the dragon's tongue down, and a flame immediately flickered atop its head. It's an atmospheric candle. She then tapped the crying dragon's head and 2 streams of liquid squirted from its nose. It was hand sanitizer. Pressing down on another dragon striking a heroic pose. Bubbles erupted from its rear. It was a bubble machine. Ning Jiaran sniffed. If the ordinary versions are this bizarre, what about the hidden ones? Yutang wore a sorrowful expression. I've heard it's in the form of a dragon spitting fire while rubbing its pants with a towel. That's the one I'm missing. Where can I buy it? You can't just forget it. But she has plenty of money. Instantly send me the link. I want to buy it. Who can resist the fire-spitting dragon form? I want one too. Last episode had finger rings. This time it's bizarre blind boxes. Yu Huang, are you secretly wholesaling in Yiwu's small market? Stop calling her Yu Huang. Please respectfully refer to her as AAA all-fruit male model wholesale Tangjia. Due to the unfortunate loss of 2 new guests, the chief director was distressed enough to open his phone map, searching for the nearest temple to pray. He had originally intended to host a dating show with regular guests. Who would have thought that among the regulars, only Yutang and Yan Lanqing remained, while Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing only made it to the 2nd episode. What's the deal with this year's guests being like flowing black water, merely passing through without stopping?
Now.
His show was mocked as a guillotine with guests coming and going, and it was humorously renamed Dating is Worse Than Suicide. Yu Qizhou boldly suggested, "We're just 2 people short. Why not find a couple from within the industry to fill the gaps? Isn't your show quite popular?" The director's eyes lit up as he immediately thought of someone. "Zhou, you're an absolute genius." Yu Qizhou replied, "Don't call me Zhou, get lost." Was he really allowed to call him that? At noon, guests arrived at the Heartbeat cabin. Upon entering, they were hand in hand, their affectionate demeanor causing envy among onlookers. The announcement from the broadcast echoed, "These 2 are here to visit our little cabin, representing the model couple of the industry. Young singer Su Yanxi and renowned composer Tong Xiu. Hello everyone, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time, and I've brought gifts." Tong Xiu approached with a bag of gifts, distributing them one by one. Except for Yutang. Tong Xiu directly bypassed Yutang and handed the next one to another person. The production team is stirring the pot. They actually invited the biggest anti-fan of Yu Jia in the industry. Didn't this couple previously publicly ridicule Yu Huang, claiming she couldn't stand others being sweet and was jealous enough to disrupt others? Without understanding the context, jumping to conclusions and slinging mud, need I explain what kind of mentality that is? Our Shiyu CP is genuine. They never compromise their principles to associate with those they disapprove of, which is why they deserve everyone's affection. Please be understanding. The group, having endured Yutang's torment, silently chuckled at her predicament. Chapter 78. And you have time to be colorful. Tong Shiyu extended the bag towards Yan Lancheng, who crossed his arms, his fox-like eyes drooping with disinterest. Lazily, he remarked, Teacher Yu, don't you think the noodles we had for lunch were a bit salty? Would you like something sweet to cleanse your palate? Yutang Tang was adjusting the TV channel and pondered. No. Isn't that your usual standard? I think you underperformed a bit. Yan Lancheng wore a slightly frustrated expression, so to make amends, I'll prepare a strawberry milkshake for you later. Alright, thank you. Xiao Yanzi, for your hard work. Serving your majesty is not hard work. Tong Shiyu, whose hand was still suspended in the air, had a frozen smile on her face. Yan teacher, this is the gift I prepared for you. Yan Lancheng seemingly didn't hear her. Su Yanxi slowly frowned. Yan teacher, Shiyu, is kindly offering you a gift. Don't you think it's a bit rude to ignore her? Oh, Yan Lancheng replied lazily, his tone slightly rising. So you all understand that deliberately ignoring others is quite impolite? I thought you were either foolish or blind, hence not comprehending. His sarcastic tone left Su Yanxi and Tong Shiyu visibly uncomfortable. Tong Shiyu forced a smile. I'm sorry. I forgot that Teacher Yu was also here, and didn't he prepare your gift? You won't hold that against me, will you? Yutang Tang turned to Yan Lancheng and said, the tea she brews isn't as good as yours. How could she dare embarrass herself in front of you? Perhaps it was because Yan Lancheng elongated his tone, his eyes sparkling with mirth. I am the king of green tea, specializing in curing all forms of dissent. Tong Shiyu's smile vanished entirely. Small one pays respects to the king of green tea. May the king live long. Tong Shiyu's obvious attempt to undermine Yu Huang's authority. Does she really think of herself as someone significant? Who even cares? Yan Beauty, I will not allow anyone to disrespect Her Majesty in my presence. Wait, what is Yu Huang watching? Yutang Tang was engrossed in a male idol group performing a spicy dance, her eyes glued to the screen. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Yan Lancheng closed his eyes, helplessly stating, and you, my majesty, have time to be colorful.
Profound.
I reward you with the task of making a strawberry milkshake. Sounds good. Despite the living room being filled with people, the two managed to isolate everyone else, engrossed in their own conversation, making Su Yanxi and Tong Shiyu appear like unfamiliar neighbors serving a plate of undercooked meat and potatoes. The atmosphere that had warmed with the gift-giving suddenly turned cold. Ning Jiran leaned closer to watch TV with Yutang Tang. Lu Ran was still lost in the embarrassment of his secret being revealed to everyone, his spirit far removed. Welcome, Teacher Su and Teacher Tong, to our little cabin. We hope you'll guide us during this time, Sang Qingqing smiled as she stepped forward to welcome them. Qi Wang stood beside her, gently nodding, welcome. If there's anything you need or don't understand, feel free to ask us. This couple held considerable fame in the entertainment industry, and befriending them certainly wouldn't be detrimental. After failing to absorb the negative emotions from He Lin and Yan Shu, he needed to pull himself together. Su Yanxi and Tong Shiyu's expressions brightened significantly as they sat down to converse with them. In front of the monitors, Yu Qizhou tugged at the sparse hair remaining on the director's head, demanding, are you deliberately targeting my Yutang Tang? Otherwise, why would you invite her biggest anti-fan? Unjustly accused, Director Yu. The chief director pleaded repeatedly, I only knew they were a model couple in the industry. I had no idea they had issues with your sister. Lies, you did it on purpose to create conflict. Yu Qizhou, not gullible, sneered and yanked out a few strands of his hair. The chief director, Tom Cat, cradled his head. It seemed in his past life, he must have committed heinous acts to have these two siblings as guests and advisors in this life. His hair. By afternoon, Yu Qizhou announced a regrouping task over the broadcast. The rules were simple. The female guests were to use their imagination to prepare a surprise gift for the male guests they favored. Whichever male guest selected a female guest's gift would signify a successful pairing for the upcoming tasks. Now, the time is yours. Everyone returned to their rooms while the male guests waited quietly and the female guests prepared their gifts. In the room of Sang Qingqing, she displayed a sweet yet troubled expression. The seaside basked in abundant sunlight, with the ultraviolet rays quite intense. Awang had been left under the scorching sun for an extended period yesterday, hence I resolved to gift him a sun hat. But I wonder, will he appreciate it? So sweet. Qingqing is truly considerate and thoughtful, always putting others first. Wangzi will surely spot your gift among the multitude, so go ahead and present it boldly. I can't help but wonder if she is as attentive and caring when she's at the club, touching male models' abs. A fun fact, when you touch abs, You're only 2 centimeters away from their waist. Sister, you truly leave me speechless. The atmosphere in the live stream room had veered completely off course, starkly contrasting with Sang Qingqing's envisioned sweet display of young couples. On the side of Ning Jiran, she simply wrapped a used-scented candle and called it a day. In Tong Shi's room, she was busy crafting floral stickers, using flowers freshly picked from a garden, glued onto cardstock and then cut out. The front showcased a cute, chibi illustration of 2 little figures holding hands, while the back was adorned with blooming flowers. The comments lauded her dexterity, declaring Su Yanqi quite fortunate. Over at Yutang's side, the live stream was flooded with question marks, seemingly malfunctioning. Why can't I see the screen?
Can you all see it?
Your Majesty, why are you being so ungracious, covering the camera? We are all VIP viewers. Is there anything you can't show us? Don't be so distant.
I'm shocked.
For the sake of surprising Yan Marin, my Yu Bao is actually taking this seriously. Who will dare to say your love has died now? Just 2 seconds after this comment was posted, a faint snoring sound echoed within the pitch-black live stream. Yutang had seemingly fallen asleep. The comments, whether love is dead or alive, remains unclear, but it is evident that Yutang is in a deep slumber. As evening descended, it was time for the surprise selection segment. The male guests gathered in the yard, where 4 gift boxes tied with bows of varying sizes were displayed. The first 3 gifts were rather conventional, clearly indicating their origins, with Qi Wang and Su Yanqi guessing immediately who they were from. I shall take this sun hat. Qi Wang claimed the hat, reviving the hearts of the fans of the broken CP, who had been despondent. Su Yanqi picked the sticker art, declaring, I choose this one. The Shiyu CP fans were utterly enamored. With 2 gifts remaining, Lu Ran showed little interest in the scented candle and opened the adjacent box. Upon opening it, Lu Ran gasped in shock and recoiled, discarding the lid. What the hell is this abominable thing? Chapter 79. I must break free from this web of love. Lu Ran, frightened, stuttered, her face paling. These wealthy young masters are so easily startled. Is there a dinosaur or a snake in the box that they fear so much? I'm truly baffled. How is a gift prepared by Yu Huang, which has been in the dark for 2 hours, now considered an abomination? You fans are furious. Can't we show some respect for someone else's labor? Witnessing Lu Ran's reaction, Qi Wang and Su Yanqi furrowed their brows. Just as they were about to approach, Yan Lanxing exclaimed in surprise, pulling out the contents of the box and cradling it in his hands. It was, astonishingly, a large, shiny black cockroach, about the size of a basin. Qi Wang and Su Yanqi swiftly retreated, their faces drained of color. Who on earth prepared such a monstrosity? It's merely a fake. What is there to fear? Yan Lanxing cradled the cockroach like a child, tugging at the string attached to its back. To their astonishment, it turned out to be a glowing cockroach, equipped with wheels underneath, allowing it to glide. Yan Lanxing, holding the string, began to parade it around the yard, a smile gracing his features. This gift is incredibly timely. I've always desired a pet that is obedient and gentle. Qi Wang and the others. Question mark. I could accept this as a dinosaur, or even a prehistoric crocodile, but it absolutely cannot be a cockroach. Just moments ago, I was, respect others' labor. And now, I can't really blame Lu Ran. Yu Huang is undoubtedly the ultimate victor in this scenario. While it appears that Yan Marin is walking a cockroach, in reality, she is leading everyone. The super-realistic cockroach crafted by Yutang unexpectedly trended on social media. A mischievous marketing account added a caption, "What should lonely elderly people do at home when feeling bored and empty? You need a well-behaved pet like this to provide companionship and care." The enthusiastic comments below read, "I can attest that it's truly effective. Especially in a clean and tidy home, you should get one to stir up some chaos. Elderly person, I can distinguish between dying of old age and dying of fright." There were even some curious bloggers who purchased tools in hopes of replicating this giant cockroach. So far, they have not succeeded. The one responsible for this chain reaction, Yutang, remained blissfully unaware. She and the other female guests were seated in the living room awaiting the results. And upon seeing Yan Lanxing enter with the giant cockroach, she gave him a thumbs up. "Little swallow, I knew you had good taste." During their last chat, Yan Lanxing had mentioned wanting a cute and obedient pet, but with the filming schedule, he had no time to care for one. To repay his kindness, she resolved to help him realize this dream. Yan Lanxing's lips curled into a slight smile. How could I possibly let down the gift meticulously prepared by His Majesty? He approached without a care for the other female guests, who were so frightened they scrambled away. How can there be a cockroach of such size? Ning Jiran turned pale and retreated far away. Not adorable? Yan Lanqing cradled it in one hand. It even glows. Ning Jiran was in despair. Even if it is affectionate, it is still a cockroach. It's made of leaves and newspapers, and it one tea bite. Yutang rested her chin on her hand, remarking that she had initially intended to create a butterfly. Yan Lanqing paused momentarily. A butterfly? Yes, but during the crafting process, a small mishap occurred. Have you heard the tale of the silkworm transforming into a butterfly? This particular silkworm underwent a genetic mutation during its metamorphosis and became a cockroach. She waved her hand dismissively, but it's all right. They're all insects. The distinction isn't significant. Ning Jiran and the others. Is there a significant difference? Thanks to this giant cockroach, the romantic antics of Su Yanxi and Tong Shiyu on the dating show did not create much of a stir, as they had been sweet on each other for quite some time. However, a cockroach of this magnitude had never been seen on a dating show before. The following morning, I glanced at the other male guests' live streams, all grooming and dressing to exude masculine charm. Can you guess what Yan Marin is doing? I know this one. He went for a morning run, and he took his precious giant cockroach along with him. I'm not joking. If he parades that wretched cockroach around again, he better take it to the sea. You all don't understand. That's not a cockroach. It's a token of affection sent by His Majesty. Token of affection. Who would have thought a deluge of filth would arrive in the 21st century? Did you catch the news on the island? A criminal carrying a suspicious virus has infiltrated here, and they have yet to be apprehended. The guests also saw this news on television, but they didn't take it to heart, assuming the criminal would be caught soon enough. Once everyone was ready, they proceeded to the day-as activity location. In the broadcast, Yu Qizhou yawned. He had spent the entire night trying to replicate the giant cockroach from the tutorial, but to no avail, leaving him frustrated and sleepless. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Welcome to this round of the game. I must break free from this web of love. The rules are simple. All guests will be placed in a sealed room, drawing lots to determine who will be the NPC and who will be the visitors. The NPC must do everything possible to prevent the visitors from escaping, while the visitors must strive to escape. If caught by the NPC, they are out. The victorious side will receive the date funds prepared by the program team. Please enter the sealed room after drawing your lots, and then open your slips." Yutang was the first to enter, and upon opening her slip, she found that she was a visitor. The experience of playing as an NPC should undoubtedly be more exhilarating. With a hint of regret, she clicked her tongue and ventured into a pitch-black entrance. As all guests prepared themselves, an announcement echoed. This round features 5 tourists, 3 playing as NPCs, and 10 wild NPCs. The game commences now. Good luck to all. The tourists were left bewildered. What was once a balanced scenario had abruptly transformed into a thrilling game of predator and prey. Yutang paused for a moment, only to be pursued by an NPC wielding a chainsaw. She sprinted away, the relentless sound of the chainsaw echoing behind her. Turning a corner, she braced herself against the wall, scrambling upward. The NPC below rushed past, oblivious to her presence above. Yutang leaped down and dashed in the opposite direction, seeking refuge in a room. As she turned, she locked eyes with a bride NPC clad in red, whose inky black gaze met hers. Behind him loomed a bridal sedan, adorned with blood-red flowers, accompanied by lifeless figures holding red lanterns, creating an eerie atmosphere. With a guttural growl, the red-clad bride emitted a raspy sound towards Yutang, elevating the terror factor to its peak. Unbeknownst to him, Yutang's eyes sparkled at the sight of him. 5 minutes later, the bride, stripped of her garments and bound, cowered in a corner, a cloth gagging her mouth as she whimpered. Meanwhile, Yutang, now donned in the bride's attire, sat regally within the sedan. Before long, the interior was filled with the sound of steady, even breaths. The bride questioned, "How can someone your age possibly sleep?" In the midst of the chaos, Yutang mused, "So that's why Yu Huang didn't confront the chainsaw man. He must have found it too exhausting to chase after him, preferring the comfort of the bridal sedan." Chapter 80. Settling down. Do wanna know? Just moments ago, Teacher Su nearly fell prey to an NPC while trying to save Shiryu. Thankfully, he spotted a hidden door nearby. The chemistry between Shiyu and her partner is genuinely sweet. Their wit is sharp, and they never dawdle, making it pleasant to watch, unlike some others.
Wow.
Since when do pigs have the dexterity to tap on keyboards? Yutang, only halfway through her slumber, heard footsteps approaching her sedan. Ruffling her hair, she burst out with a bold demeanor. "Grr." She imitated the bride NPC's hoarse growl. Oh my, I was mistaken. Lu Ran exclaimed in fright, turning to flee, entirely forgetting he was also an NPC. Yutang pursued him, bellowing at the bride NPC in the corner. That's your job. After chasing Lu Ran for 2 laps, she halted. After all, she couldn't truly catch him without exposing herself. Just then, an NPC wielding a cleaver passed by, eyeing her intently.
Ha ha ha.
Yutang stifled a series of maniacal giggles, twirling around. The cleaver-wielding NPC marveled. I wake up early every day to practice performance art, yet I cannot compete with your innate talent. You were born for this. As she took a few steps away, the cleaver NPC suddenly realized something was amiss. How could the bride NPC leave her chamber? Wait, you're an imposter, he shouted, but by then, Yutang had already fled. She quickly found a room to shed the bridal gown, hiding inside a wardrobe. Moments later, 2 individuals entered. Don't be afraid, Ching Ching. I will protect you from being caught, Chi Wang said, gazing at Sang Ching Ching with a tenderness that belied their previous misunderstandings. Sang Ching Ching bit her lip, flustered.
Awang.
I'm so grateful for you. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Is it just me, or does their dialogue seem overly scripted? One SA male model. The other SA flirt. Genuine feelings? It feels staged. Stop being bitter. Are you envious that this couple has love while you do not? Words can deceive, but actions cannot. Can you fake the instinctive gestures? He adores her. Suddenly, a candelabrum toppled and struck Sang Ching Ching. Chi Wang caught it with his bare hands, leaving a painful burn mark. Sang Ching Ching's eyes welled with tears, distressed. We should stop. Let me take you out to bandage that. No, I'm fine. Chi Wang gently reassured her. It's just a minor injury, truly. Trust me, I'm not that fragile. As they spoke, their faces inched closer.
Yutang,
Hidden within the wardrobe, observed the scene unfold. She noticed Chi Wang's hand, which had been behind his back, suddenly healed, leaving only a faint red mark. Yutang thought to herself, aha, I knew this dog had a system. In this day and age, systems seem to be distributed like candy. Why had she been overlooked? Almost forgetting her role as the villainess, it felt only natural for her to be left without one. Just as Chi Wang and Sang Ching Ching were about to share a kiss, the wardrobe door swung open with a loud crash, sending Yutang tumbling out. She looked around, puzzled. Where did everyone go? They ran away so quickly? Not the sharpest tool in the shed, but quite agile. Seizing the moment before the NPCs returned, Yutang hastily made her exit. Behind her, the wardrobe door trembled and closed, revealing Chi Wang and Sang Ching Ching pressed against it, blood trickling down. Yutang soon discovered a key in an abandoned elevator, followed by a secret map in the ceiling. Just as she intended to find a safe place to study it, 2 NPCs blocked her path, the Chainsaw Man and the Cleaver Man. It's the bride NPC. Seize her and take her up for questioning. As Yutang contemplated scaling the wall to escape, a hidden door swung open, pulling her inside. The door slammed shut, trapping the 2 NPCs outside.
Bang bang bang.
They persisted, kicking the door in frustration. Your Majesty, 1 second apart feels like 3 years.
A familiar.
Melodious voice resonated from in front of Yutang. Yan Lansheng, clad in white prison garb with long black hair cascading down, appeared, though obscured in darkness. His fox-like eyes gleamed with a hint of light. The once unseemly prison attire now exuded an elegance and refinement, accentuated by his tall and handsome figure.
Ah.
The charm of refinement, Yutang thought, her excitement rising. Little swallow, you arrived just in time. Taken aback by her effusive joy, Yan Lansheng responded. Am I that pleasing to see? Quick, help me with this. Yutang thrust a dragon plushie into his hands, tearing off its tongue as flames erupted from its head. Utilizing the dim light, she swiftly examined the map. Yan Lansheng obediently held the plushie aloft, moving closer to assist her view. With this ambience, Chi Wang and Sang Ching Ching must be on the verge of sharing a kiss. Aren't you going to check the map? Why not sit down and do one? I'm merely seeking some excitement in this bland life. Is that so wrong? There's a sense of helplessness when you can't reach through the screen. Why is Yan Lansheng's ear turning red? Is he being annoyed by the oblivious majesty? After a few seconds of memorizing the map, Yutang tucked it into her waistband. I'm off to find the exit. Will you join me? Teacher Yu. I am an NPC, Yan Lansheng replied lazily, holding a candle. I now must pursue you. Yutang opened the door. Then come on. Act convincingly. or the other NPCs will catch on to your betrayal. Just as she was about to leave, the corner of her clothing was suddenly caught. Yan Lanxing blinked. Why not stay a little longer? It's dangerous outside. Yutang decisively extended her hand. My companionship is charged by the second, $50 per second. You can afford 1,000 or 100 but not 50. Why is that? Because I literally have it on me. Yutang smirked. Why are we still talking? Hurry and follow me.
All right.
Yan Lanxing followed her out the door with a semblance of earnestness. As Yutang feigned flight, she simultaneously searched for the exit, finding any obstructing NPCs and tossing them into a small dark room. As they were in the midst of their escape, the broadcast unexpectedly blared to life. And Yu Qijo's voice resonated with gravity. We interrupt this program to deliver an urgent message. We have just received notification from the police that the criminal carrying the virus, who infiltrated the island, is suspected to have blended in among the wild NPCs in our hidden chamber. The game is now terminated. Please ensure your safety and follow my instructions to evacuate the premises swiftly. Upon hearing this announcement, the expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. How could such an outrageous situation arise?
Ah?
Ning Jiran's piercing scream echoed from the end of the corridor. There's been a murder. Someone has been killed. Chapter 81. Gratitude and devotion. Ning Jiran, lagging behind, was seized by Yutang, who yanked her by the collar and flung her away, allowing her to escape the clutches of the assailant. The others, fully aware of the murderer lurking behind them, found themselves unable to respond with composure. Those who could run did so, while others clung to a false sense of security, seeking refuge. Qi Wang, instinctively locking the door behind him after retreating into a room, inadvertently left Sang Qingqing outside. With gritted teeth, Sang Qingqing pressed onward. In the suffocating darkness, the chilling laughter of the murderer seemed to dance along the nerve endings of their very souls. Run faster, my legs. The monster is closing in. No wonder the police have yet to apprehend this criminal. He has infiltrated the very recording of the show. Qi Wang turned to lock the door, as if resolved to a certain fate. When did Yu Jia and Yan Marin hold hands? They haven't even married yet, and they dare to hold hands. What will happen when they tie the knot? At that moment, Yan Lanxing was perilously close to the murderer, a mere 5 steps away from being caught. This way, Yutang shouted from around the corner. Yan Lanxing, with his long legs, took great strides, accelerating towards the call. In the next instant, chairs and tables toppled in the corridor, obstructing the murderer's path. Yutang grasped his arm, and together they sprinted, finally putting some distance between them and the assailant, bolting towards the exit. Amidst the throng, someone shouted that the murderer was gaining on them. The chaos escalated once more as bodies jostled against one another. An idea struck Yutang. Someone's lost their underwear. At once, everyone bent down to adjust their garments. Seizing this opportunity, Yan Lanxing forcefully carved a path through the crowd, gripping Yutang's wrist as they made their escape. The more the others attempted to flee, the more they became entangled in the crush of bodies, with the murderer stalking closer behind. At the rear of the crowd, Su Yanxi slipped and fell, yet disregarding the pain, she fought to press forward. Finally, they burst through the exit. In that moment of liberation, everyone clearly witnessed Su Yanxi galloping atop Tong Xiu, her legs flailing wildly. Brother, I still have things to do. Sister-in-law, I'm taking off first. I'm sorry, I know this is urgent, but I simply couldn't resist. The Suyu couple is so sweet. Even in a life-or-death escape, they don't forget to provide a little entertainment for us, not really. I'm laughing as hard as Tong Xiu, rolling all over the floor. Tong Xiu, I want a divorce from my husband. What charge should I file against him that seems reasonable? After so many years of marriage, hasn't he even laid an egg?
Ha ha ha.
Unlike the others who scattered in panic, Yutang pointed at Su Yanxi riding Tong Xiu and burst into a fit of laughter. Are they cosplaying centaurs? This is too hilarious. Yutang fumbled in her empty coat pocket, searching frantically. Where is my milk dragon candle? Over there, Yan Lanxing gestured towards the railing by the exit. Just then, the murderer, wielding a knife, happened to pass by, and with a sickening crunch, he stepped on it. Yutang's mirth evaporated. Her precious milk dragon candle, worth a mere 1.80 and used just once, was ruined. Everyone, stand still. The murderer spat, drawing a gun from his waistband and firing a few shots into the air. Stand still, and don't move. Upon hearing the gunfire, the others instinctively froze, clutching their heads in fear.
Bang!
A powerful kick struck the murderer's rotting face from the side, deforming it and sending the handgun flying several feet away. The murderer convulsed briefly before collapsing, unconscious. Yutang retrieved her squashed milk dragon candle, squeezing it hard until it poofed back to its original form. The footprint on its plump face unmistakable. However, the candle was damaged and needed replacement.
Cut.
Yu Qizhou on the broadcast was left speechless as the latest round of the intensified game, I must break free from this emotional web, concluded. May we ask our guest NPC murderer? Are you still alive? Yu Tingtang looked up, guest NPC? Yu Qizhou explained, this was a ruse by the production team to gauge the emotional intensity among you contestants. The morning news was also staged for dramatic effect. Yu Tingtang responded, the group of contestants and NPCs huddled on the ground, heads cradled in their arms. Finally, the production team would bear the costs of the NPC murderer's hospitalization and compensation for emotional distress. Yu Qizhou announced the game results. Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing, having callously abandoned one another during their flight, had their emotional intensity assessed at 38, earning the surface couple medal. Ning Jiran and Lu Ran, having acted independently with no interaction whatsoever, garnered a mere 15, receiving the love rain, I have nothing to do with it medal. Su Yanxi and Tong Xiu, brimming with sweetness yet lacking mutual trust, achieved a score of 55, earning the first mount of the dating show medal. Yu Tingtang and Yan Lansheng, friends but not lovers, with a past grudge leading to their joint participation in the dating show, scored a dismal 0, earning the Don't Mess With Me medal.
Sharp.
Every word a gem. Let us give the experts an extra helping. Ning and Lu have a 15 emotional intensity, yet my tongue cannonball has only 0? I refuse to believe it. Is the expert conducting the assessment surnamed you? It's hard to say this result isn't tainted by personal bias. What grudges could Yu Zhu and Yan Marin possibly have? You see, younger siblings either want their older sisters married off immediately or think every man around their sisters is subpar. Yan Marin has quietly shattered. Yet, it did not faze Yan Lansheng. He appeared rather indifferent, his fox-like eyes cast downward, seemingly lethargic. He was not one to be swayed by mere appearances. Gratitude and devotion could still be clearly distinguished. The NPC presented the medals, and aside from Yu Tingtang, the others who received theirs bore expressions akin to having just swallowed a handful of bitter herbs. Qi Wang was still apologizing profusely to Sang Qingqing for the earlier incident, all the while internally cursing women for being troublesome. He complained about her hindering him. What right did she have to express discontent? Couldn't she be a little more independent, like Yu Tingtang? At the very least, she could have kicked the assailant instead of waiting for him to rescue her. Sang Qingqing felt both wronged and indignant, not only because Qi Wang had left her behind at the door, but also because he had been fixated on Yu Tingtang since earlier. He had previously loathed Yu Tingtang as brashness and arrogance, finding even a glance at her distasteful. He had changed. Yu Tingtang likely had no inkling that her one kick had unintentionally kicked open a rift between the two. The arguments were not limited to this couple alone. Su Yanxi and Tong Xiu returned home that night, embroiled in a heated dispute. If the murderer had been real, Su Yanxi's response to save herself could be deemed understandable. But if it was all an act, then it was utterly ridiculous. Through the closed door, their quarrel could be heard, though the specifics remained unclear. Isn't it ironic that this game is titled I Must Break Free from This Emotional Web? Both couples are on the verge of splitting up. They are all entangled in matters of the heart, while I feel more exhausted than a dog every day. If this continues, I might just go ship Tongi Cannonball. No, we aren't a dumpster. We don't accept every heartbroken CP fan. Chapter 82, Serving the Great Master, Bringing Honor to the Family. Yu Tingtang suddenly remembered that Lu Ran had yet to write the IOU. So, she made her way to the living room to inquire. What IOU? Lu Ran responded, reclining nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference. Are you out of your mind? Yu Tingtang? You're actually asking me for money? After the revelation of his impotent secret, a fiery resentment brewed within him, yearning for an outlet. With his reputation already tarnished and any hope of approaching Sang Qingqing extinguished, he resolved to embrace his downfall. Yu Tingtang, maintaining an impassive demeanor, inquired, so, are you planning to default? And if I am? Lu Ran retorted, rising with a look of disdain. I am aware of your capabilities, yet unless you kill me here, I shall not pay.
What can you do about it?
As the final word escaped his lips, Yu Tingtang reached for his blade. A thunderous palm descended from behind, striking Lu Ran on the head. He winced in pain, clutching his head and bellowing in fury. Who dares to strike me? Your father does. A boy dragging a silver suitcase stood behind him, delivering another slap. Who allowed you to speak to my handsome brother in such a manner? Who gave you permission? It was Jiang Hailu. As he spoke, he landed several punches on Lu Ran. Nearly choking on blood, Lu Ran pressed his abdomen, rendered speechless. Yu Tingtang exclaimed, "Oh. Jiang Hailu, what brings you here?" "My handsome brother remembers me," Jiang Hailu replied, a mix of joy and grievance in his tone. "Have you forgotten? I am a regular guest on this variety show. Once I wrapped up matters at home. My mother insisted I come here. She said that with my prospects, no girl would want to marry me, so I might as well be of service to my handsome brother, working like a mule to bring glory to our family." He expressed this with a sense of pride, completely oblivious to any underlying issues. Yu Tingtang remarked, "It's quite remarkable that someone as perceptive as your mother could give birth to someone as foolish as you. And serving her to bring honor to the family? Is it not more likely that your mother simply wished to rid herself of you, finding any excuse to push you out the door? In comparison to that fool Lu Ran, Hailu seems quite charming now. I can't stop laughing. For the first time, I find a mama's boy somewhat endearing. Though Hailu may be a mama's boy, he genuinely steps up. I hereby declare that you are now the first lackey under the reign of Fish Emperor. Hailu fans unite. I'll bear the banner for Hailu. Let us see who dares to oppose him." Jiang Hailu. Lu Ran seethed, baring his teeth. "You would strike your brother for a woman. Who is your brother?" Jiang Hailu swiftly disassociated himself. Jiang Hailu. Do not associate with deadbeat brothers who refuse to repay their debts. Your Lu family is so broke that you can't even scrape together a mere 2 million. Jiang Hailu snapped open his suitcase. The young master, always carry at least 1 million in cash when going on a show. That is true strength. This was also what his mother advised, stating that since the fish master appeared to favor money, he should carry more to ensure that, in times of need, he could simply slip some cash into her pocket to secure his own survival. Lu Ran's face turned a shade reminiscent of a foul concoction, a mix of green and pale. He found himself restrained by Jiang Hailu. If he continued to default, news of the Lu family's financial troubles would soon surface. The repercussions would ripple through the family, affecting their stocks and drawing ire from his father, who might compare him unfavorably to his half-brother. "It's just 2 million. That's merely my monthly allowance," Lu Ran scoffed. "I'll write it. Who needs such a trivial amount?" He begrudgingly penned the IOU, tossed down the pen, and stormed off. Jiang Hailu presented the note to Yu Tingtang. "Master, this lad at least knows his place, though his handwriting is atrocious." Yu Tingtang nodded. "It resembles something a creature might scrawl on paper." Jiang Hailu queried, "By the way, has anyone seen Teacher Yan?" Yu Tingtang asked. Ning Yaran, bouncing over with freshly washed fruit, replied, "I spotted him while taking a stroll to buy fruit. He was at the seaside contemplating life." "Did he even immerse his head in the sea? Wow, you knew that from so far away?" The conflict between Qi Sang and Xiu had endured for quite some time. The former was merely a cold war, while the latter escalated to the point of throwing dishes and chopsticks, dragging everyone around them into the fray. Su Yanqi lamented that Tong Xiu did not understand him. How could she expect him to recognize her in such darkness? Tong Xiu chastised him for tarnishing his image, leaving a brutal history on their first appearance in a dating show. It seemed that all previous sweetness had been a facade. As Yu Tingting dined, she found herself splattered with soup when Tong Xiu hurled her chopsticks. She grimaced, "Have you two finished your quarrel? What does it matter to you?" Tong Xiu glared. "Our marital disputes are none of your concern. Mind your own business and stay out of it." Yu Tingtang accepted a moist towelette from Yan Lansheng to wipe her hands, sneering, "Whether you choose to live or die is of no concern to me, but your bickering is interfering with my meal." After nearly 5 years of divorce, what else with the pretense of being a loving couple? Your shamelessness rivals that of a wall. Others turned to stare, dumbfounded. What? 5 years of divorce? Jiang Hailu glanced at the rigid faces of Su Yanqi and Tong Xiu, exclaiming, "Is this what is touted as a model couple in the industry? This is a textbook case of fraud." Their expressions soured dramatically. Yu Tingting popped a shrimp ball into her mouth, chewing thoughtfully. If marriage is the grave of love, then model couples are merely demonstrating a public cemetery. Yan Lansheng pondered for a moment. In that case, should a proposal be phrased as, "Would you like to be buried with me? Ice dog." Yu Tingting nodded. Yu Tingting, you can indulge in your meals, but not in your words. Su Yanqi's expression darkened. "I could easily sue you." Yu Tingting shrugged. "Go ahead. Let the judge see what I said incorrectly." "You." I've always had a question, Yan Lanqing interjected, tapping his ringless fourth finger. Teacher Su, why aren't you wearing your wedding ring? Su Yanxi instinctively covered his left hand. Tong Xiu, however, wore hers, forcing a smile, explaining that he had always disliked the sensation of being bound by rings. Is it the feeling of being shackled to someone who only rises to fame through your lyrics and compositions while being utterly worthless himself? Yutang rested her chin on her hand. If he leaves you, he won't write songs. If you leave him, you'll lack creativity. Your agency has you under a joint contract, and advertisements are also in pairs for the sake of fame and profit. You've long since lost love, yet remain tightly bound together. This is the reason the seemingly sweet facade between you can be so easily pierced. Tong Xiu was stunned and enraged. Hadn't he Sang Qingqing told her that Yutang's performance on the show was all scripted? How could she possibly know such intimate details? Chapter 83. Blind Box Yacht. Moreover, she and Su Yanxi had come to this dating show on a whim. The production team could not have conspired with Yutang beforehand. So, Sang Qingqing deceive her? Sang, how dare you play me for a fool? Tong Xiu's eyes burned with fury as she seized the ice bucket from the table and slammed it onto Sang Qingqing's head.
Ah! Song King.
Jolted by the cold, cried out in panic, so cold. Please get it off me. Unfortunately, Chi Wang had just stepped out to the restroom, and no one could rescue her. Yutang took a bite of fish, muttering softly, a perfect score for that slam dunk. The opponent was simply too weak. The outcome was predetermined. Yan Lanqing quietly chirped. A model couple divorced for 5 years, and then appeared on a dating show. How is that any different from an octogenarian wielding a gun against goblins? You divorced? On what grounds? Do you have any idea how much I've invested in this relationship compared to you? You owe me a child. I've never missed a single concert, while you two bicker like this. What am I to you? Consider yourself lucky. With plenty of money and a strong will. Enough already. Alongside the Shiu CP, another scandal regarding plagiarism in their recent songs emerged. The comparison videos were unequivocal, leaving no room for denial. The trending topic was filled with wails and curses from Shiu CP fans. Subsequently, the agency, under pressure, released a statement confirming that Su Yanxi and Tong Xiu were indeed single. Their creative output had dwindled post-divorce, and in a bid not to disappoint their fans, they resorted to this desperate measure. This statement only fueled the fire, provoking backlash among fans. Refund requests flooded in, complaints escalated, and trash was dumped at the agency's doorstep. The week-long island sojourn drew to a sweet conclusion amidst the chaos of an unexpected turn of events. Early in the morning, all the guests prepared to embark on a yacht back to Yaguang City. Yutang, having risen late, was the last to vacate her cabin. Her luggage had already been whisked away to the yacht by Yan Lanqing and Jiang Hailu. Clutching a bottle of strawberry milkshake and carrying a small bag, she made her way to the dock. Upon boarding the yacht, she casually selected a seat and promptly dozed off. When she awoke, they had arrived at the shore, leaving her utterly bewildered. Where was she? Gazing at the unfamiliar urban architecture along the coast, she turned to observe the yacht filled with golden-haired, blue-eyed foreigners, none of whom bore a familiar visage. Dear passengers, we have arrived in Country Y. Please ensure that you collect your personal belongings and disembark in an orderly fashion, announced the attendant. Just then, a passenger protested. I intended to go to Country A. Why have I been brought to Country Y? Another echoed, me too. Hurry and take us back. The attendant smiled and replied, everyone should have thoroughly reviewed the rules before boarding this blind box yacht. It clearly states that the driver has a poor sense of direction, and deviations from the planned route are commonplace. If you wish to return, you may do so at the cost of 100,000. 100,000. It only cost 10,000 to come here, and now it's tenfold to return. The passengers gasped in disbelief. The attendant remarked, you are also free to remain here, dear. Cursing under his breath, one passenger begrudgingly disembarked, unable to afford the fee. Yutang rummaged through her pockets and extracted $200 and a few coins. Do you wish to return? The attendant inquired, noticing her dazed expression. Gripping her cash tightly, Yutang asserted firmly, no, I wish to disembark. Very well, please take care. Once off the yacht, Yutang stood before the vast ocean, contemplating a question. Surely swimming from Country Y back to Yaguang City wasn't too far? Meanwhile, the production crew's yacht, still docked, was in disarray. Yutang had vanished without a trace. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, it was discovered that 3 hours prior, she had boarded the island's most distinctive blind box yacht. As the name suggests, the destination was left to chance. Yu Chizhou promptly dialed Wen Yuhan, a friend of his brother. As he was the only one capable of assisting in locating Yu Tingting, he hesitated to contact his brother. Why did he feel that Wen Yuhan, an outsider, was more reliable than his own elder sibling? Subconsciously, he believed that this course of action would ensure Yu Tingtang's safety. At the coast of country Y, Yu Tingtang's plan to swim back to Yaguang City had been thwarted. She had barely swum 1,000 meters before being forcibly repatriated. In other words, her journey had come full circle without any progress. Sitting on the beach, she opened her mouth as if her very soul were departing. At this juncture, she resolved to seek sustenance. Rising, she sought a nearby restaurant, only to recall she had no currency from this country. With no alternatives, Yu Tingtang let out a heavy sigh, contemplating a rather desperate measure. She removed her outerwear to conceal a kitchen knife and sat cross-legged in midair, hovering above the ground. Below her, a makeshift bowl crafted from leaves collected any offerings. The park was not devoid of performance artists, yet Yu Tingtang undoubtedly stood out among them. "Mommy, look. She can fly," a little girl exclaimed, pointing at Yu Tingtang, convinced she was a magician with a flying carpet. The mother replied with a smile, "Not quite, dear. It's a trick. There's a tube connecting the flying carpet to the ground, allowing her to hover." "Really, look." The girl's mother waved her hand, expecting to encounter a cleverly concealed pipe or rod. Instead, she found only air. Her expression shifted to one of concern as she circled beneath Yu Tingtang, discovering nothing. "My God, a true deity has descended," she gasped. "How is this possible?" The spectacle attracted an increasing crowd, eager to uncover the secret behind Yu Tingtang's illusion. Yu Tingtang yawned and reclined in midair. The leaf bowl's contents swelled, nearly overflowing. Observing this, she gradually descended, cradling the bowl and graciously bowing to the throng of onlookers. "Today's performance concludes here. Until we meet again by fate." With that, she soared away, leaving the spectators in awe. "Oh, my Lady Gaga! She must be a foreign sorceress," they exclaimed, eagerly sharing the event online, filled with excitement and wonder. Meanwhile, Yu Tingtang, with her newfound wealth, indulged in a delightful meal at a restaurant. After satisfying her hunger, she emerged with enough funds to secure a stay in a 5-star hotel's flower bed. Nibbling on the plum candy obtained from the restaurant's front desk, Yu Tingting strolled along the roadside, delighting in her thoughts. The restaurant had been quite splendid. She would return once she had the means. With a few coins left, she could even purchase a newspaper, ensuring she had a blanket for the night. Such challenges were hardly daunting for her. Hadn't Yu Zhou mentioned someone was also in Country Y? A sudden recollection washed over her as she pondered, absent-mindedly touching her ear. Chapter 84. A beauty that is not bewitching, but striking on the asphalt road, a sleek black Maybach glided smoothly. The man in the back seat perused his emails when a familiar figure caught his eye through the window. Before his mind could register the sight, he instinctively commanded, "Stop the car." "Indeed, President Yu." The driver complied, halting the vehicle at the roadside. As the rear window descended, a sharply defined visage was revealed. With features so chiseled they appeared almost sculpted, and a crimson teardrop birthmark at the corner of his eye lending an air of allure. President Yu glanced disinterestedly at the desolate street, devoid of pedestrians, save for the bright shop windows reflecting the dusk. "Is there an issue, President Yu?" his assistant inquired cautiously. Ever since the domestic strawberry milk supply had run dry, President Yu's temper had become increasingly volatile, to the point where even his breathing felt constrained. "Let us go." President Yu gradually withdrew his gaze, redirecting his focus to the tablet before him. Meanwhile, Yu Tingting noticed a recruitment advertisement pasted on a wall by the street. $1 million offered for hiring. Female applicants only, must be hardworking, dedicated, and, most importantly, willing to execute decisions on behalf of others. $500,000 for a healthy, intact heart. Those interested, please contact 199x. $1 million for hiring individuals with experience in armed combat, bomb dismantling, and the audacity to pilot helicopters into buildings. We await your application. Generous compensation for a son, must be handsome and capable. Yu Tingting flipped through the notices with a blank expression, pondering why it was so challenging to find a normal job in these times. It made her contemplate a career as a triple threat: security, cleaning, and caregiving. Just as she was about to give up, she spotted the final poster. A wanted notice for a drug lord. With a whistle, she tore down the notice and stuffed it into her pocket, using the kitchen knife as a makeshift skateboard as she departed. Fortunately, the wanted poster featured a photograph. Otherwise, pinpointing the drug lord's location would have proven quite difficult. Upon arriving at her destination, Yutang heard gunshots echoing from an alley. She soared above on her kitchen knife, peering down from the rooftops. In the alley, several men in black wielded firearms, scanning for a target. From her elevated vantage point, she could clearly see a man, blood streaming from his shoulder, hidden behind a pile of discarded cardboard boxes. He appeared impervious to pain, his dark eyes sharp and fierce as an eagle, his gun poised for action, exuding a commanding presence that was impossible to ignore, even in the night. Like a crouching leopard, he lay in wait for the perfect moment to deliver a lethal strike to his prey. Soon, the men in black discovered his position. The man swiftly shifted his stance, firing several shots that struck true, then closed the distance, kicking their weapons away with precision. The last man standing, the man stood with his arms hanging straight down, his breath steady and devoid of any hint of exhaustion. Yutang, caught up in the unfolding drama, caught sight of a hand emerging from the window below, brandishing a gun aimed at the man's back. Her bounty! Instantly alert, Yutang hurled the kitchen knife in her hand toward that threatening hand. A piercing scream echoed throughout the alley. The man turned abruptly, witnessing a bloodied arm retract from the window. He swiftly approached, gun drawn, directing it towards the interior where the drug lord lurked. The drug lord, clutching his bleeding wrist, was nearly incapacitated by the pain. A small kitchen knife grazed against him, wiping away the blood before disdainfully smearing it against the wall. Finally, it returned, flitting back to the rooftop. The man looked up, locking eyes with Yutang, who was half leaning over the edge of the rooftop. "Hey, buddy, this prey is mine," she declared, her eyes glinting with a dangerous edge. The man paused for a brief moment, stepping out from the shadows of the night. It was Wen Yuhan. Yutang blinked. "Dad?" Wen Yuhan replied, "I thought you were on Evil Man Island. How did you end up here?" He stepped forward, one hand pressed against his shoulder wound, eyebrows knitted in concern. He had come to execute a mission and had not yet seen the message from Yuchijo. This was a story that would take time to explain. Yutang descended from the rooftop, stating that it all began with her taking a nap. Just as Wen Yuhan opened his mouth to speak, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. His companions were not searching this area, so the approaching figures could only mean one thing. "We need to go. My car is parked at the alley entrance," Wen Yuhan said, his lips turning pale as he grasped Yutang's arm and hurried towards the alley. "Can you drive?" he asked. Yutang replied, "You might not believe it, but I've been driving since I was born. I'm part of the amniotic fluid racing crew." Wen Yuhan countered, "I last heard that line the last time." At the alley entrance stood a sleek, all-black, heavy motorcycle. Yutang caught the keys when Yuhan tossed her, donned a helmet, and swung a leg over the bike, nodding at him to get on. It was Wen Yuhan's first time riding on the back of a motorcycle, but given the circumstances, there was little to critique. He climbed on, hands bracing the sides. "Hold onto my waist and sit tight," Yutang casually instructed, leaning the motorcycle into a turn and speeding into the alley. When Yuhan's dark eyes narrowed, "What are you looking back for?" "Of course, to make a grand move," Yutang exclaimed, excitement flickering in her eyes as she accelerated towards their pursuers, crashing through them with a series of loud thuds. Afterward, she circled around the fallen figures, inquiring, "Can these folks be exchanged for a bounty?" Realizing her intent, Wen Yuhan fell silent for a moment. How miserly could Yu Xiaoqing be? To have her out begging on the streets and capturing wanted criminals for money? The worth of a fugitive was less than a meal he would casually have. Contemplating this, Wen Yuhan nodded. "Yes, that small drug lord is worth $200,000, the others are each worth $100,000. The others had no bounties initially, but he would allocate from his own account for her. It was thanks to her that this mission went so smoothly." Upon hearing there was a bounty, Yutang eagerly unwrapped the last piece of candy from her pocket and popped it into her mouth. She had initially planned to save it for the next day, but it seemed unnecessary now. Before long, when Yuhan's companions arrived to clear the scene, Yutang indulged in her motorcycle thrill and escorted him back to his residence. When Yuhan was averse to hospitals, he could tend to his wounds himself. His living space mirrored his character, minimalistic yet luxurious, adorned with gray and black furnishings, the high panoramic windows offering a breathtaking view of the cityscape at night. Yutang stood by the window, her voice deep and contemplative. "This is the first time I've seen such a vibrant night scene, exquisite yet not garish." Her cyber emperor tendencies awakened once more. Turning around, she saw when Yuhan collapsed, a bloodied bullet lying on the floor beside him, unconscious. Yutang gasped in alarm. Isn't it you who is so proactive? A gunfight breaks out. And now you just give up? Chapter 85. I'll make do on the tank for the night. Yutang single-handedly lifted Wen-Yuhan onto the sofa, shaking his shoulders gently. Wake up, buddy. Where's your first aid kit? No response. Nod yes, shake no. Give me an answer, go go go. She jiggled his head up and down, but he remained unresponsive, his complexion growing paler. Checking for his breath, she sighed in relief. He was still alive. Fainting from a gunshot? Young people really are fragile, she muttered, rising to find the first aid kit. Upon locating it, she sat down, rolled up her sleeves, and began treating his wounds. With a rip, she tore open his collar, disinfected the injury, dried the excess fluid with cotton, applied ointment, and added some powder. Did I put in too much salt? She pondered, quickly wrapping the wound with a large strip of bandage. After finishing, Yutang stood and rubbed her wrists. So tired. So hungry. Cooking really is a labor-intensive task. She scanned the surroundings but could not locate a kitchen, so she decided to check each room. Opening the first door revealed a small shooting range, adorned with various firearms. The second room was a boxing ring. The third room was filled with photographs of faces, many stamped without. She recognized several faces from wanted posters. In the fourth room stood a massive transforming toy that nearly consumed the entire space. Yutang closed the door, only to reopen it the next second, focusing intently. Isn't that a tank? You can't go in there, Wen-Yuhan's voice suddenly sounded from behind. His tone indifferent, yet laced with an imperceptible weakness. Yutang pointed at the enormous object. Dude, you have a tank at home? It's merely a collector's item. Wen-Yuhan explained softly. It only operates when there's a thief in the house. Yutang mused that any thief would need to have the worst luck imaginable to attempt a heist here. She closed the door and asked, Where's your kitchen? I don't have a kitchen, Wen-Yuhan replied, lowering his gaze. What do you eat then? She inquired.
Base cafeteria, instant noodles.
Yutang realized how he had managed to survive thus far. She conceded instant noodles will do. Wen-Yuhan nodded. How many packets do you want? Too much at this hour can lead to indigestion. 10 packets will suffice. Wen-Yuhan raised an eyebrow. If that's the case, how many packets were you planning to eat? Right. Yutang followed him into the living room, stealing glances at his chest. I accidentally tore your shirt while treating your wound. Wen-Yuhan glanced at the sizable bandage on his shoulder, noting that while it appeared rough, her medical skills were commendable. The warmth in his dark eyes had softened compared to before. It's fine, thank you. This half-exposed outfit looks quite good, by the way, he added with a chuckle. Though his home lacked a kitchen, hot water and utensils were still available. Yutang devoured half a box of instant noodles, pushing her bowl away with a satisfied smirk. I'm full now. Where will I sleep tonight? Wen-Yuhan remained silent for a few seconds. I don't have a bedroom. Then where do you usually sleep? On the sofa. Yutang was taken aback to encounter someone less particular than herself. She had options to sleep in flower beds with lovely scents, while he was relegated to the sofa. Recognizing her discomfort, Wen-Yuhan relented. You can take the sofa. Hearing this made Yutang feel a pang of sadness. What about you? I'll make do on the tank for the night. Yutang was not a heartless person. She would not allow Wen-Yuhan, an injured individual, to sleep on a cold tank. It is certainly not due to jealousy over his ability to sleep in a tank. She generously yielded the sofa to him, dragged the glass table aside, spread a blanket and lay down. The table was somewhat short, and Yutang's little legs couldn't reach. So, she simply suspended the kitchen knife above her. Wen-Yuhan, witnessing her entire operation, fixed his gaze on that knife. What sort of avant-garde technology is this? He returned to the sofa, picked up his phone, and raised an eyebrow slightly while scanning the text message sent by Yu Qizhou, asking for his assistance, yet not wanting Yu Zhaoqing to know.
Yutang.
Wen-Yuhan tilted his head toward the table. Your elder brother's hotel is not far from here. Will you visit him tomorrow? Yutang shot up from her position with a start, exclaiming, I just saved you. Is it fair of you to ask me to risk my life? She had forgotten something. It turned out she had forgotten that Yu Zhaoqing was on a business trip in this country. She was still trying to avoid him, and yet Wen-Yuhan wanted to send her to her doom? Wen-Yuhan found her reaction somewhat perplexing and picked up the wanted notice from the table. Is your brother's company truly more perilous than apprehending a fugitive? She had appeared alone in that alley, evidently without any money, once again fixated on those walking banknotes. But she could have sought out Yu Zhaoqing. Her elder brother may lack in many areas, but wealth and power are abundant. Yutang offered a weary smile. Rather than seeking out Yu Zhaoqing, I would prefer to cha-cha with a fugitive. When Yu Han, is your relationship with him that strained? Not exactly, she replied. I even prepared a gift for him this time. What did you prepare? A magazine full of bullets. When Yu Han's finger hovered over the dial button, nearly calling Yu Zhaoqing. After hearing her words, he thought better of it. Let us discuss this in the morning. At that moment, some individuals might not live to see the dawn. For instance, the director who had lost the last few strands of hair to Yu Qizhou. Or the one who sarcastically suggested that Yutang had met her demise in some corner, hastening the production team's yacht to leave, only to be lifted by Yan Lansheng and tossed into the sea to feed the fish. Lu ran, having swallowed several mouthfuls of seawater, swam angrily back to shore, his rage propelling him to confront Yan Lansheng. Suddenly, he slipped and tumbled down the steps.
Ah!
Lu ran cried out in pain, his body convulsing as he recalled something and desperately reached for the peace talisman in his pocket. His hand met only emptiness. The next morning, the doorbell at Wen Yu Han's house rang unexpectedly. A light sleeper by nature, Wen Yu Han immediately opened his eyes upon hearing the ring, his mind instantly alert as he rose to open the door. The visitor was none other than Yu Zhaoqing, impeccably dressed in a dark suit. I heard you were shot. Yu Zhaoqing raised an eyebrow, observing his pallor. You seem to be hurt quite badly. When Yu Han crossed his arms against the doorframe. What, did you come specifically to check if I'm alive? The two had known each other for many years and spoke with little reservation. Yu Zhaoqing chuckled lightly. If the king of hell in the special administrative region were to perish casually during a minor task, the world would be in chaos. Aren't you going to invite me in for a cup of tea? When Yu Han stepped aside slightly, I only have tap water. Chapter 86. It feels like a nuclear bomb is about to fall. You only eat instant noodles at home? Yu Zhaoqing noticed the half-empty box of instant noodle wrappers by the entrance and casually suggested, you should at least take some vitamin supplements. Just as when Yu Han was about to deny that he ate them, Yu Zhaoqing continued, so that your autopsy report 1T reveal long-term malnutrition. As they approached the living room, when Yu Han suddenly remembered that Yutang was still sleeping on the table. After all, she was the sister of his good friend, and it seemed somewhat inappropriate to let her sleep on the table. Just as he intended to stop Yu Zhaoqing, it was already too late. Yu Zhaoqing's brows raised in surprise as he spotted the table where Yutang lay. Aren't you supposed to have a severe cleanliness obsession? Why would you bring a corpse home?
Then Yu Han.
He turned his head toward the table where Yutang was sleeping. She lay flat, a white cloth covering her from head to toe, making his living room resemble a crime scene. She's not dead, when Yu Han stated uncertainly. Just then, Yutang turned over, a few strands of long hair escaping from beneath the cloth, confirming his claim. A woman? Yu Zhaoqing's keen eyes caught this detail, a hint of mockery evident in his expression. A long-awaited flower has finally bloomed on the iron tree? You actually brought a woman home? It's not what you think. When Yu Han replied with a complex expression. I have no relationship with her whatsoever. However, their connection was significant. Were it not for Yu Zhaoqing's knowledge of his cleanliness obsession and his extreme aversion to strangers infringing upon his personal space, he might have believed him. However, Yu Zhaoqing glanced at the blanket beneath the white cloth, clearly recognizing it as one Wen Yu Han often used. At a time like this, your obsession with cleanliness seems to have vanished? Yu Zhaoqing smirked. You don't need to hide it from me. I'm genuinely happy for you, if you found a partner. At the very least, when you die at home in the future, someone will be there to collect your remains. When Yu Han, get lost. However, while you may be rough around the edges, it's rather inconsiderate to let a girl sleep on the table without even preparing a room for her. Yu Zhaoqing, considering that his good friend was experiencing his first romance, kindly pointed this out. There aren't many fools in this world willing to be with you. I advise you to seize the opportunity. When Yu Han's eye twitched, this was the kind of thing that almost slipped out. But how could he explain that Yu Zhaoqing's sister had spent the night in his home? Recalling Yutang's earlier remark about gifting Yu Zhaoqing a magazine full of bullets, when Yu Han chose to remain silent, Yu Zhaoqing was surprised to see his usually composed friend flustered. He had merely been teasing, and yet this woman truly was his girlfriend? It felt as if the heavens were about to unleash a nuclear bomb. When Yu Han gestured for Yu Zhaoqing to sit on the sofa and then poured him a glass of tap water, Yu Zhaoqing, of course, would not drink it and asked, you wouldn't be offering your girlfriend tap water, would you?
Then Yu Han pursued.
There had been mineral water in the cabinet, but it had been used to prepare instant noodles for Yutang. I said she's not my girlfriend, Drink it or not, it's up to you. When Yu Han replied expressionlessly, why are you so free today? Did the company building get blown up? Someone does want to blow it up. As soon as the conversation shifted to serious matters, their expressions changed, and their tone turned somber. Midway through discussing, a soft snore interrupted them. Yu Zhaoqing paused for 2 seconds before continuing. Those terrorists sent me threatening messages, claiming they have hidden bombs in several areas. He spread a map on the table and pointed to the marked regions. The message indicates that only one area has a real bomb. If we guess the wrong location and cannot disarm it in time, it will detonate immediately. I have roughly deduced that 3 of the areas do not contain bombs. I need your assistance with the remaining 7. Yu Zhaoqing pressed his fingers to his temples and remarked, your girlfriend seems to have a good quality of sleep. When Yu Han tightened his jaw, I told you she is not my girlfriend. Can you not listen to what I say? Don't be shy about it. When you get married, don't forget to invite me to the main table, Yu Zhaoqing teased. When Yu Han closed his eyes, reopening them to deliver 2 words in an expressionless tone, idiot. Yu Zhaoqing. At that moment, Yutang sat up suddenly, her hair disheveled, eyes half open, and hoarsely asked, where's the restroom? Her voice sounded as if she had consumed 10 plates of devil peppers, raspy and unclear. Both men turned to look at her simultaneously. When Yu Han glanced at Yu Zhaoqing, expecting him to recognize Yutang, but he merely cast a fleeting glance before returning his attention to the map. When Yu Han was unsure whether to feel relieved for Yu Zhaoqing or to worry about Yutang's voice. The 10 packets of instant noodles she consumed last night had certainly taken their toll. When Yu Han instructed, turn left out of the living room and walk straight. I have a guest. He offered a reminder, lest she be caught off guard and confront Yu Zhaoqing unexpectedly, which would surely create a spectacle. With that, Yutang swung her legs off the table, yawning as she headed toward the restroom. Yu Zhaoqing scrutinized the map for a few seconds before glancing back at the receding silhouette entering the bathroom, his brow furrowing. What is your girlfriend's name? She seems oddly familiar. When Yu Han, already weary of further explanations, retorted, the map is here. If I uncover any leads, I will inform you.
You should leave now.
Yu Zhaoqing raised an eyebrow. Am I hindering your little rendezvous? Leave now. All right, I shall head to the office first. Contact me immediately if anything arises. Yu Zhaoqing rose, casually fastening the buttons of his suit jacket, and made his way out. Wait, when Yu Han called after him, it appears your sister has gone missing. Yu Zhaoqing's gaze turned icy in an instant. Inform me only when news of her demise arrives. When Yu Han's brow slightly furrowed, reminding him, she is your biological sister. I have but one sister, named Sang Qingqing. As for Yutang, Yu Zhaoqing's eyes were devoid of warmth, cold as machinery. Just then, a thunderous commotion erupted from within the room. Moments later, a tank rolled out, rumbling into the living room, its cannon aimed directly at Yu Zhaoqing. Yu Zhaoqing? When Yu Han's dark eyes widened momentarily before he swiftly approached, planting a foot on the edge and grasping the tank's driving bar with one hand. What do you intend to do? Yutang, gritting her teeth, her voice crackling with fury, declared, don't stop me. I want to blast him to ashes, so he can join the sun in a fiery spectacle. Sensing her anger, when Yu Han, at a loss for how to console her, fell silent for a few seconds before suggesting, how about giving him a few rounds instead? At least that would spare his house and his cherished collection of rare toys. Chapter 87. The torpedo you just threw at me, Yutang was nearly ready to fire when Yu Han's words calmed her. I'll take him down with me. Her voice crackled as she swiftly climbed atop the tank, executing a daring jump and diving towards Yu Zhaoqing with wide eyes. When Yu Han could not intervene in time, hearing only a resounding thud. Unprepared, Yu Zhaoqing was struck head-on, his pupils constricting, his gaze gradually losing its luster. He then slumped directly onto the sofa, a visible red mark blossoming on his smooth forehead. Yutang, sporting a matching red mark on her forehead, stood upright, dragging him from the sofa. Where are you taking him? When Yu Han jumped down from the tank, stepping forward to intervene. I'm discarding him. What kind of brother is he? Yutang lifted the unconscious Yu Zhaoqing in a swift motion, tossing him into a trash bin. The bin let out a pitiful creak under the weight. When Yu Han understood that if he did not intervene, this brother-sister duo could very well end up with one becoming a vegetable and the other weeping behind bars. Your brother is merely a bit of a jerk and has a sharp tongue, but he doesn't deserve death, when Yu Han remarked. I've ordered breakfast at the restaurant downstairs. You should wash up and eat first. Leave this to me. Upon hearing the word breakfast, Yutang's expression shifted as she regarded Yu Han. Bro. You're different from him. You're a good person. How about this? In my next life, regardless of whether I toil like a beast, I will repay you by finding you some grass to eat. Wen Yuhan. Can I just be a person in my next life? Not long after Yu Tingting exited, Yu Zhaoqing regained consciousness. He sat amidst the debris of the trash bin, propping his forehead with one hand, his long, elegant fingers brushing lightly over the reddened area, eliciting a pained hiss. Wenjie, what was that yellow torpedo-like object you just hurled at me? Wen Yuhan replied coolly. It was your sister. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Zhaoqing inquired, what were we discussing before I lost consciousness? Your sister's disappearance. Yu Tingting is missing? Yu Zhaoqing's eyes narrowed, turning sharp and cold. How did she go missing? When did this happen? Have you sent someone to look for her? Wen Yuhan. The number of questions that had arisen in the past 2 days exceeded those of the last 20 years combined. It happened yesterday, and she has been found. When Yuhan's tone was frigid, his gaze scrutinizing Yu Zhaoqing, let me ask you, where did we first meet? It was evident he suspected Yu Zhaoqing had been possessed by something. Yu Zhaoqing's expression turned perplexed in the underground boxing arena of Heiqing, where you defeated 15 challengers to earn the Boxing King medal and were detained there to serve them. Thus you eliminated them all. Upon hearing this, when Yuhan's cold demeanor softened, indeed, Yu Zhaoqing, realizing the implication, scoffed, Wen Jiao, you should read fewer of those unwholesome books. I would not be so easily possessed. It's merely a precaution. Are you not heading to the office? Yes, I'll leave now. Yu Zhaoqing was well aware that the torpedo aimed at him was likely Wen Yuhan's girlfriend. However, it was rare for a good brother to find love at this age. He could afford to be a bit lenient. While making a call, Yu Zhaoqing departed. Upon entering his car, his assistant cautiously remarked, President Yu, here is your itinerary for today. Also, I have disposed of the empty strawberry milk bottles from your hotel room. I will be more attentive in the future. Please forgive me. Yu Zhaoqing frowned. Disposed of? The restock hasn't he arrived? That brand of strawberry milk has inexplicably become a sensation and is currently sold out. With no restock in sight, the assistant held his breath, about to mention that President Yu had thrown a fit yesterday, sternly forbidding any strawberry milk-related items from appearing before him again. This was the first time in many years of service that the assistant had witnessed him so furious. Yu Zhaoqing pressed his aching temples, instructing, purchase it at a high price from someone else, even if it's 10 times the cost. I want it as soon as possible. Huh. The assistant was taken aback. You've worked hard. Your bonus for this business trip will be doubled. What? The assistant nearly burst into tears. Thank you, President Yu. He returned. The normal, relatable President Yu is finally back. His daily prayers over the empty strawberry milk bottles had proven effective. After a hearty meal, Yu Tingting returned to find Wen Yuhan seated on the sofa, a computer before him displaying a flurry of complex, incomprehensible code. Approaching, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Bro, what are you working on? Wen Yuhan nearly drew his gun, snapping back to reality after a moment of daze. I'm locating the bomb placements set by a group of terrorists. I've ruled out 6 areas as false alarms. 3 remain with plenty of deception, still uncertain. Upon hearing terrorists, Yu Tingting perked up. Which terrorists? Is there a bounty? When you can check it softly. Unfortunately, no. This person died half a month ago, and the cause was quite absurd. What happened? He was upstairs eating fish, while the couple downstairs were caught in an affair, in an attempt to eavesdrop. He choked on a fishbone and couldn't make it to the hospital, dying right there. Yu Tingtong's eyes widened. Dying for gossip is more important than life? When Yuhan remained non-committal. Since he is dead, this matter should be simple enough. Yu Tingting pulled out her small brush. Give me your phone number. I'll give him a call. When Yuhan found her tone somewhat childish, how could one call a dead person? Half a minute later, Yu Tingting spoke into the phone. Andre Vailong, right? Where are the bombs you set in the 9 districts of Rika before you died? Where are the real ones located? The other party began to curse and refused to answer. You're dead now. What good does keeping secrets do? Do I need to remind you that someone like you, without even an ID, is essentially undocumented? The cursing diminished. If you come clean, I can arrange for you to have an identity. The other party instantly grew agitated. Oh my God. Is that true? I shall now disclose the precise location of the bomb. Please ensure that my household registration is arranged within the inner ring. I can no longer endure this dilapidated shack. Yu Tingting. You, a foreigner, wish to enter the inner ring? Do you comprehend that those desiring residency there have queued all the way to France? After hanging up, Yu Tingting informed Wen Yuhan. Stop searching. The real bomb is not situated within any mapped area. It resides in the presidential office on the 99th floor of the Zeus building, and on the vehicle bearing the license plate Y88888. It will detonate in 10 minutes. Chapter 88. Which scoundrel seeks to harm her? When Yuhan was engaged in a phone call when he was momentarily taken aback by her words. Wasn't he that the location of Yu Xiaoqing's office and his license plate number? The results of the recent area search had raised his suspicions, and he had already dispatched personnel to investigate Yu Xiaoqing's office and hotel. Little did he expect to have made a single miscalculation. Moreover, at this hour, Yu Xiaoqing should have already departed. No, I just received notification that the bomb is in the office and hotel, not in the vehicle. The timer on the bomb still has half an hour remaining. When Yuhan's colleague on the line expressed skepticism regarding Yutang's statement, saying, "Brother Wen, I'm heading over with the bomb disposal team. There's still time. Do not proceed to the hotel. Direct another team here," when Yuhan commanded, swiftly sending the route of Yu Xiaoqing's vehicle to his colleague. His colleague was taken aback. "Brother Wen, what if she provided erroneous information? You know the consequences." "I am aware," when Yuhan interrupted, his tone grave. "I will bear any consequences alone. Now, follow my orders." He was well acquainted with Andre Weilong. The voice in Yutang's phone call undeniably belonged to him. There was no way Yutang could have encountered a deceased criminal and pre-recorded his voice to deceive him. On the road, a motorcycle sped forward, the green lights ahead forcing other vehicles to yield. Yutang led the way, while Wen Yuhan, hindered by his shoulder injury, could only ride in the back. Not a chance. Yutang pushed aside her helmet's visor and, amid the electronic noise, inquired, "Who exactly are we searching for? Who is so unfortunate as to be in that bomb-ridden vehicle?" When Yuhan remained silent, "Who else could it be but your brother?" However, voicing that would likely compel Yutang to crash into Yu Xiaoqing's vehicle, delivering him to his fate. For reasons unknown, when Yuhan felt a premonition. "When Yuhan, it is one of my brothers. Your brother is my brother. If your brother is in trouble, I must intervene," Yutang exclaimed, adding, "Remember to split the reward with me once this is all over. It's all yours." What camaraderie! Yutang accelerated, soon spotting the target vehicle ahead. She maneuvered alongside it, and when Yuhan reached out to tap on the window, addressing the man inside, "Yu Xiaoqing, the bomb is in your car. There are only 5 minutes until detonation. You cannot stop or slow down, or it will explode immediately. Time is of the essence. My team cannot arrive here in time. So we must devise a plan to save you." His words were concise and urgent, halting the driver's instinct to brake. Yu Xiaoqing's countenance remained icy and calm. "What do you propose?" His voice was carried by the wind, muffled to Yutang's ears. She turned to catch a glimpse of this unfortunate soul, but the rear seat was obscured, leaving her unable to discern his features. Returning her gaze forward, she continued driving. "Open the car door," when Yuhan instructed. Once Yu Xiaoqing complied, when Yuhan deftly positioned himself on the motorcycle and leaped into the vehicle. The assistant gasped at his audacity. When Yuhan settled into the passenger seat and directed Yu Xiaoqing, "Open your side door and jump out now." As Yu Xiaoqing pushed open the door, he found a knife suspended in midair, his brow furrowing. "Are you certain, Wenjiu?" "I am certain." The assistant felt trepidation. Jumping out at this speed could be perilous. "Right? It won't be overly dangerous," Yutang interjected, as the motorcycle drew near, adding, "It's merely the difference between being blown to bits and becoming disabled." The assistant's complexion paled. Was there no alternative? What a question. "Do you know what is most vital in this world?" "What is it?" inquired Yu Xiaoqing, his gaze fixed on Yutang, as if searching for something. "Living, of course," Yutang asserted. Yu Xiaoqing did not question further, stepping onto the hovering knife. In the next moment, the knife gently lowered him to the ground, then flew back to retrieve the assistant as well. "Mr. Wen, what should I do now?" the driver asked, striving to maintain composure. "You need to move aside. Let me take the wheel," when Yuhan instructed. "What about you?" "I have my methods." With the bomb disposal team unable to arrive within mere minutes, when Yuhan had already issued a directive for the road to grant this vehicle uninterrupted passage, ensuring no obstacles would impede their progress. Once the driver vacated, when Yuhan would take control of the vehicle, significantly increasing the probability of a successful escape due to his skills. However, at that moment, he realized the situation was indeed more complex than anticipated. The steering wheel was equipped with a sensor. The moment he released it, the vehicle would detonate. He relayed this conclusion to Yutang, instructing her to distance herself from the vehicle. Yutang glanced back unimpressed. "What's the big deal?" It's merely a sensor. With that, she produced 2 jelly-like finger props from her pocket and placed them on the steering wheel. Hurry. Last night, she had won a 3rd prize in a restaurant raffle, allowing her to choose a gift. She had immediately set her sights on these 2 little hands. They certainly would pack a punch. Little did she know they would serve such a purpose. When Yuhan was momentarily taken aback by her jelly fingers, half skeptical as he positioned them on the steering wheel. By the heavens! Astonishingly, it deceived the sensor. The instant when Yuhan leaped from the driver's seat to the motorcycle's rear, the uncontrollable Maybach crashed through the guardrail and plummeted into the river. Boom! The explosion echoed thunderously, shaking the very ground. Yutang executed a drift, halting the motorcycle, one leg on the ground, removing her helmet and shaking her disheveled hair to reveal a radiant, exuberant face. She whistled and called to the rear. How was that, buddy? I'm trained for this kind of maneuvering. When Yuhan, his shoulder wound causing him discomfort, appeared pale. What training? Delivering takeout training. This scene caught the eye of Yu Zhaoqing, who was driving nearby. After over a decade apart, he recognized her instantly. It was that insufferable little brat from his childhood. Yu Zhaoqing coldly averted his gaze, realizing that her continued vitality was a grave oversight on his part. Someone like her should not exist in this world. Yutang sensed a palpable malice directed towards her, glancing up to see the window of the opposing vehicle slowly rise. She scratched her earlobe, somewhat puzzled. Which scoundrel sought to harm her? By the way, buddy, when will you pay me for yesterday's bounty, and this one? Yutang whistled, eagerly anticipating a chance to indulge herself. She had spotted a brain-shaped hat, a pink figurine with a light-up backside, and a pouting rock monster on the street. She wanted to take them all home. As when Yuhan prepared to respond, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing down, he noticed a message from Yu Zhaoqing after completing the statement. Bring Yutang to me. Chapter 89. Then let your boyfriend give me a ride. Do not mention this to her yet. Yutang read the 2 messages aloud. As when Yuhan contemplated the implications of Yu Zhaoqing's words, she expressionlessly crushed her motorcycle helmet. When Yuhan replied, This is your brother's intent. My girlfriend's helmet has not provoked you. Yutang was feeling quite displeased when she overheard a sarcastic remark. I borrowed your girlfriend's helmet. She wouldn't be upset. Would she? To which when Yuhan replied with a serious demeanor, I doubt she would be. You've already ridden it twice. Yutang glanced at the motorcycle beneath her and understood. It seemed her friend had quite a few girlfriends. I possess 2 such motorcycles. One is named Girlfriend and the other Boyfriend, when Yuhan elaborated. And when might I have the pleasure of riding your boyfriend? There was a hint of awkwardness in when Yuhan's expression. The way she phrased it felt peculiar. After her playful banter, Yutang felt somewhat relieved and inquired, Where did you intend to take me as per Yu Zhaoqing's request? I had no intention of taking you anywhere, he replied. Aren't you 2 close friends? His words did not seem like a mere suggestion. I am his father. And I determine what he says, when Yuhan stated expressionlessly, his tone devoid of any inflection. Yutang, delighted, slapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, Brother, I was right about you. You truly are my good brother. Truly befitting of the formidable antagonist in the original text. Her words struck a chord within her. Henceforth Yu Zhaoqing's great uncle, formally appoint you as his little father. Together we shall strive to discipline this rebellious child. Yutang proclaimed with righteous fervor. As if a surge of imperial energy enveloped her and golden light radiated from her. When Yuhan winced as her pat nearly caused him to black out. My injury has yet to heal. Yutang paused momentarily. Why not allow it to heal? Perhaps because it cannot comprehend human speech. He retorted. You chose to raise pigs instead of studying. Now, it seems, even a minor injury cannot understand human language. She gestured at him, her finger wagging. No sooner had she finished speaking than when Yuhan lightly poked her forehead, eliciting a surprised reaction from her. What are you doing? She asked. When Yuhan closed his eyes briefly, I thought that was your mute button. It's too noisy. I wish for some peace. Yutang pouted and chose to ignore him. In truth, she did not intend to confront Yu Zhaoqing just yet. Nevertheless, she asked when Yuhan for his address. Yu Zhaoqing owned property in the area but typically resided in a hotel for convenience. However, due to safety concerns, he had returned home. With a hefty sum in hand, Yutang spent a total of 438 yuan and 2 jiao that morning, bringing a gift to Yu Zhaoqing. That evening, upon returning to his villa from work, Yu Zhaoqing instructed his assistant to return the expensive strawberry milk he had ordered, forbidding any future purchases. The mere mention of strawberry milk filled his eyes with disdain. He abhorred all things overly sweet, particularly such a nutritionally void and juvenile beverage, scarcely sparing at a glance. In stark contrast, another version of Yu Zhaoqing seemed to treasure strawberry milk, indulging in it frequently. It was utterly ludicrous for a corporate president to indulge in such frivolities. Yu Zhaoqing elegantly adjusted his cufflinks and stepped out of the car, accompanied by the butler as he made his way into the villa. "Sir, you have received a gift from Mr. Wen," the butler announced respectfully. "Due to its size, it cannot be moved and will require a crane to transport it tomorrow." Yu Zhaoqing furrowed his brow. What sort of gift requires a crane? As he spoke, he caught sight of the gift's true form. It comprised 3 grotesque, 10-meter-high stone faces blocking the villa's entrance. The butler wiped his brow, not only the front door, but there's also one at the back and another at the side, effectively sealing all entries. "What on earth are these?" Yu Zhaoqing inquired.
Well,
"It is said to be custom-made statues of you." Yu Zhaoqing nearly laughed in anger. "This thing bears no resemblance to my likeness." "Indeed, it does not resemble a statue," the butler replied seriously, "but rather a sand sculpture." "What on earth is Wen Yuhan up to?" Wen Yuhan had done nothing but help Yutang shift the blame. She had reserved a half-month's worth of these grotesque stone faces in his name, ensuring they arrived at Yu Zhaoqing's residence daily, more punctual than any food delivery.
Ding.
"You have a new order for Dianlim. Please confirm and deliver it to the following address." Yutang's new phone buzzed with a familiar notification. She felt a surge of excitement. She had already received 3 positive reviews and was now closer to accumulating 10 for a chance at a 10-fold draw. Of course, single draws were possible, but anyone familiar with the lottery knows that unless one is exceptionally fortunate, the probability of obtaining an SR or SSR is significantly higher with a 10-fold draw. After over 8 years of delivering takeout, accumulating these reviews was no small feat, and she would be furious if they went to waste. "Hey, can I borrow your motorcycle? I need to deliver some food," she said to Wen Yuhan as she donned a somewhat deflated helmet. Wen Yuhan, busy on a call, turned to ask, "What did you say you needed to do?" "Deliver takeout, to make a living." "You wouldn't understand," Yutang replied dismissively before revving off on the motorcycle. Why are you silent? Is something amiss again?" his colleague on the other end of the line asked. Wen Yuhan watched her ride away, his voice flat. "My girlfriend has been taken for a ride." Who would dare to take the king's vehicle? Don't they fear ending up in the underworld? "Ensure the review process is expedited and have the reward delivered to my residence," Wen Yuhan instructed. "It's already in process. It should arrive by noon at the latest. By the way, the higher-ups seem interested in meeting the lady with the bomb on the vehicle. They want to recruit her into the base." "How can we make her interested?" Wen Yuhan pondered for a moment, concluding that her ambitions likely lay elsewhere. "What are her aspirations?" he asked for clarity.
To deliver takeout,
He replied.
"Ah?"
Meanwhile, Yutang was already en route. The motorcycle sped along, and with a light drizzle falling, she feared catching a cold and stopped at a shop to buy a rain cover before continuing on her way. The delivery location was somewhat convoluted, leading Yutang through a series of turns into a slum. The innermost building featured a rusted window on the 5th-floor balcony, where a small child with tear-stained cheeks hung precariously. He cried out for help, though his voice had grown hoarse from shouting. Occasionally, passers-by would glance up but hurriedly move on, indifferent to his plight. Yutang parked her motorcycle and heard a shriek from above. She looked up just in time to see the balcony railing creak ominously under the child's weight. With a loud crash, it gave way. Yutang swiftly climbed atop a nearby crate, catching the falling child in her arms as he landed safely. The little boy trembled, tightly closing his eyes in her embrace.
"Xiao Bao."
"What happened to you?" A woman with long black hair in a white dress rushed over, her face radiating concern. "This is my son. May I take him?" she implored, her voice laced with urgency. Yutang handed the child over. He was just hanging from the balcony railing, nearly falling. "What?" The woman's eyes widened in horror. How could this happen? "Xiao Bao, wake up. Are you hurt?" "Mommy, I'm fine," the little boy said, clutching her neck with a hoarse voice. "Don't worry. This beautiful sister saved me." Yutang touched her own face, realizing, oh dear, I've somehow become the beautiful sister. She had always considered herself a retired old man. "Miss, I cannot thank you enough for saving my son. I truly don't know what I would have done otherwise," the woman said, tears brimming in her eyes as she gazed at Yutang. "Thank you so very much." Little Doding wiped her tears and said, "Mommy, don't cry. It was Xiao Bao's fault for climbing onto the balcony by himself. He just wanted to help ease your burden because he sees how hard you work." Did I not tell you that you should not do these things? Mommy does not feel tired, she replied. However, Xiao Bao felt a pang of sympathy for his mother, acknowledging how difficult it was for her to raise him alone. Listening to their conversation, Yutang couldn't help but murmur to herself, "How peculiar, I feel an inexplicable sense of déjà vu." Suddenly, she interrupted. "Could you please take out your phone and confirm the order? And perhaps leave a 5-star review?" Wenya hesitated for a moment upon seeing the delivered notification on her phone, but with Yutang's guidance, she managed to type out a 30-word review. Hallelujah! A small review, secured. Yutang cheerfully exclaimed as she walked over to her motorcycle, preparing to leave, only to be stopped by Wenya. "This young lady, you have helped us immensely. A mere verbal thank you seems insufficient. May I invite you to a meal as a token of my gratitude?" Little Doding looked up at her and chimed in, "Pretty sister, I am very good at cooking. You can trust my culinary skills."
Wenya smiled sadly.
"I am not particularly adept in the kitchen. It is usually my son who cooks." Yutang quipped, "You wouldn't happen to be directionally challenged, particularly with numbers and room numbers, easily walking into the wrong places, and despite your high education, only managing to work as a server, would you? Have you ever had a fleeting romance with a stranger?" She asked this casually, yet Wenya's astonishment was palpable. "Miss, you can even tell fortunes? How impressive. If it weren't for our first meeting, I would have thought you knew me previously." Yutang replied, "She indeed has the gift of foresight, but this time, it was merely a matter of gleaning experiences from my senior stories." Ultimately, Yutang declined Wenya's invitation for a meal and was about to set off on her motorcycle when she was once again confronted. The ringleader of a group of thugs boldly demanded, "Hey, what was that high-tech gadget you just stepped on? Hand it over." Seeing this, Wenya instinctively pulled Little Doding back and warned Yutang, "These men are notorious thugs. You must not confront them head-on. I'll call the police." Before she could finish her sentence, Yutang brandished a kitchen knife. "Is this what you want? Hurry up and hand it over, otherwise. You won't leave here unscathed today." The eyes of the thugs lit up as they leered at her. Yutang shrugged and tossed the knife towards them. Wenya immediately panicked, thinking, "Why is she so obedient? The knife should remain in her hands for our safety." In the next moment, the knife she had thrown spun through the air and swiftly sliced towards their throats. Blood splattered at once.
"Ah!
My neck. I'm fainting from the sight of blood." The thugs stumbled back, clutching their bleeding necks, their earlier bravado replaced by fear. They should have realized that a woman bold enough to drive such a vehicle into their territory was not to be trifled with. Yutang had held back her strength. Had she not, their throats would have been severed. "Are you not going to leave?" She glared at the bloodied knife, her mood soured by the prospect of having to wash it again. Wenya and Little Doding looked up at her, their eyes sparkling with admiration. "So cool." The thugs fled in a panic, even leaving a shoe behind, too frightened to look back, fearing Yutang's knife would soon follow. "This young lady. You are absolutely remarkable. That group of thugs will likely think twice before coming back here." Wenya exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "You have protected us twice now. I truly do not know how to thank you." Yutang decisively replied, "Just pay me. To be frank, I am rather short on funds." She revved her motorcycle and turned to leave, unfazed by the prospect of missing out on any grand gestures. "Mommy, why did the pretty sister leave?" Little Doding asked with a hint of reluctance. Wenya pondered, "Perhaps she knows we are short on money and does not wish to impose. The pretty sister is a good person. When I grow up, I will surely repay her." Little Doding declared, clenching his fist. "Once my computer is assembled, I can earn money to support mommy and treat the pretty sister to a meal." As Yutang exited the slums, a light rain began to fall. Her phone chimed inappropriately. "You have a new order." This particular order was special, originating from Unit 99 in the Underworld's inner circle. She was instructed to head to the top floor of the Gemini building to protect someone from an untimely demise. The order came with an additional reward, a double rating. Yutang thought, 2 orders in a single day, and one is a special request with a double rating? Is the little workshop suddenly feeling generous? Nevertheless, she welcomed it. With the throttle fully opened, she sped onto the highway, reaching the Gemini building in mere minutes, ascending to the top floor.
Yutang.
"What are you doing here?" As she approached the banquet hall, she heard a familiar, cold voice mockingly say, "Do you even know where this place is? Dressed like that. You dare to come here? Aren't you afraid of dirtying the floor? Is security around? We have someone trying to sneak into the banquet." The voice called out for assistance. Chapter 91. I am the noble platinum compared to the other meticulously dressed guests, who exuded an air of opulence and elegance from head to toe. Yutang's attire was rather simple. She wore a fitted, asymmetrical short t-shirt and straight-leg pants, paired with comfortable flats, boldly striding into the venue, reminiscent of a food delivery person. In response to Yanshu's derision and provocation, Yutang chuckled. I saw you standing here and thought a micro-business meeting was taking place. Anyone could waltz in. Yanshu's lips twitched, her eyes narrowing with annoyance. Just then, the event supervisor approached, asking, ladies, are you both invited distinguished guests? Yutang nodded, declaring, I am a noble platinum guest. Yanshu scoffed. I'm an eternal diamond. Are you joking? Before she could finish, Yutang produced a black invitation with gilded edges for the supervisor. Upon reading it, the supervisor's demeanor transformed instantly. He respectfully gestured for Yutang to proceed, saying, esteemed platinum guest, this way, please. I shall escort you. Yanshu was left dumbfounded. What on earth? There are no platinum guests at this banquet. You two must be in cahoots. The supervisor maintained his smile, explaining, our platinum invitations are limited to 10, distributed only to select guests. Miss Yu's invitation is among the highest tier of platinum guests. It is entirely understandable that you are unaware. His explanation, while factual, left Yanshu feeling utterly humiliated. Her face flushed crimson, and she bit her lip, her eyes betraying her embarrassment. Meanwhile, Yutang had already slipped into the banquet hall, searching for delectable morsels. As for the order's client, whether they lived or died could wait. She prioritized satisfying her own hunger first. Which affluent family does the holder of the platinum invitation belong to? Their face is quite striking. I've never seen them before. It was said that even the second son of an oil tycoon had not managed to obtain a platinum card. It was clear that wealth alone was insufficient for such privilege. While others mingled for networking or business, she was simply indulging in food, embodying the ease of a scion from a prestigious family. The pastry in her hand seemed to radiate an added touch of refinement and grace. As she savored her pork knuckle, Yutang scanned the room for potential targets. Not spotting anyone, she requested another pork knuckle from the chef. Master, could you make the edges crispy? I enjoy that texture. The chef chuckled. Of course, I'll prepare a few more for you to enjoy. The Michelin-starred chefs observed with stern expressions, contemplating how their finest Western pastries paled in comparison to such greasy, difficult-to-eat delicacies. They would need to research how to create similar dishes upon returning. Just as Yutang was enjoying her meal, the lights in the venue suddenly converged upon the crystal spiral staircase. Tonight marks the illustrious birthday celebration of the young master from the venerable Durant family in Y Country. The patriarch of the Durant clan, brimming with pride for his youngest son, can barely conceal his delight. The next event is the star harvesting ceremony, a rite of passage for the nobility. Ascending the crystal staircase, the young master is accompanied solely by his bodyguard. Suddenly, the lights in the banquet hall extinguish, plunging the space into an unexpected abyss of darkness. Gasps of astonishment erupt from the distinguished guests who instinctively reach for their phones, only to remember they had surrendered them at the entrance. A blood-curdling scream pierces the eerie silence, reminiscent of nails scraping against a chalkboard, sending chills down spines. As Yutang finishes her pork elbow and takes a final sip of juice, she squints her eyes in satisfaction. It is time to act. Wiping her mouth, she retrieves a flashlight from her bag. With a click, the banquet hall and the expanse of sky outside are illuminated, prompting the nearby patrons to rise and prepare for breakfast, heading off to school and work. The beam also reveals the scene on the crystal staircase, where the young master nearly tumbles over the railing, only to be saved by his bodyguard just in time, narrowly averting disaster. Whether out of fear of the dark or sheer panic, he cries out, clawing desperately at the bodyguard's arm, leaving crimson streaks in his wake. Blood trickles down the bodyguard's wrist.
God.
Someone help! The Durant patriarch bellows, commanding the bodyguards beside him. Before they can react, the young master yanks on the bloodied arm of his bodyguard, sending them both plummeting downwards. Guests below gasp in horror, hands clasped over their mouths as the sharp crystal columns loom ominously. Yutang, stepping onto a kitchen knife, swiftly propels both individuals into the adjacent pool. With a splash, water erupts 3 meters high. She crouches on the knife, whistling as the two drenched figures emerge, now mere drowned rats. Double the praise. And yet you can't even handle a young master? Get him out of there, you bunch of fools. How can you not even protect the young master? She muses. watching the Durant patriarch berate his subordinates like a foul-mouthed scold. After the young master is rescued by other bodyguards, the injured bodyguard quietly crawls back to shore. As he stands, he receives a sharp slap across the face. The black cloth covering his eyes falls to the ground, revealing a pale, melancholic visage that seems to embody a sense of world-weariness. A delicate yet fragile beauty. The Durant patriarch, his face dark with fury, bellows, incompetent. You can't even care for the young master. Seemingly unable to contain his anger, he raises his hand again. A slender, firm wrist catches his arm. Excuse me, uncle. How many more times will you slap him? You might give all the guests a cold. Who are you? The Durant patriarch demands, his expression shifting to one of suspicion as he attempts to discern her identity. Fish Ting Tang raises her chin defiantly. I am a noble platinum, and in the future, I shall be a glorious monarch. The patriarch's demeanor softens slightly. Even if you are a platinum guest, you have no right to prevent me from disciplining my own. Who said I would stop you? Fish Ting Tang retorts, turning to the bodyguard. Get your phone out, mark this delivery as completed, and give it a 5-star rating. The bodyguard, avoiding her gaze, mutters, I don't have a phone. Is this the delivery marked as completed? A voice seethes from behind her. The young master, teeth clenched, brandishing his phone. The screen prominently displays the completed delivery notification. He may not comprehend its significance, but he remembers the humiliation of being thrust into the pool by Fish Ting Tang and, in a fit of revenge, rates it 1 star. Fish Ting Tang, you, a mere delivery person, dare to impersonate a noble and crash our banquet? I see you're courting disaster. Throw her out. The bodyguards spring into action. Fish Ting Tang, her expression impassive, casually blows on her palm. The bodyguards, quick on their feet, dodge, only to realize she merely feigned a strike. With a swift kick, she sends them all tumbling into the pool. Fat pigs, go down. You too. Not yet satisfied, she lands a kick squarely on the faces of both the Durant father and son, sending them into the water for a swim. How dare they give her a bad review? Those who previously rated her poorly were all sent down to the depths of hell. These two are suicidal. Fish Ting Tang squats by the pool's edge, ready to strike down any head that dares surface. The other guests, hesitant to intervene, tremble in fear, unsure of her ferocity. Could she possibly be a daughter of the underworld? Her attacks are too ruthless. The patrolling security arrives, and the bodyguard who had been standing behind Fish Ting Tang suddenly warns, we need to leave, now. Don't pull me away. I'm going to pummel these foolish birds into the Earth's core. A bunch of dim-witted, brainless fools daring to give me a bad review. They can forget their family tree. Fish Ting Tang exclaims, wielding her kitchen knife as she strides forth amidst the chaos. Not content with merely berating the Durants, she pulls out her phone to call the customer. Was your birth certificate issued at a slaughterhouse? How dare you give me a bad review? Your grandson is a lost cause, wasting air while living and polluting the land while dead. And you, foreign devil, how dare you reside within the inner ring? Your political review must be flawed. Prepare for my complaint. The customer. Who is truly the client here, and who is the writer? He has not complained about her, yet she is the one initiating a complaint against him. After ending the call, Fish Ting Tang's writer quality score plummets to a mere 0.00005, effectively null. This is due to the order customer reporting her, leading to an investigation revealing her political review was lacking, resulting in her being expelled from the inner ring and sentenced to 3 years in a little black room. Fuming, he curses Fish Ting Tang on the Dian Lima platform, demanding to know if she believes it belongs to her family. Meanwhile, other customers who have ordered chime in. You wonder why the previous 998 complaints against her were unsuccessful? Because this is the only writer. And the underworld has thousands of ghosts. If you don't order her, there are plenty of others who will. Customer. You're ridiculous. Is monopolizing really that impressive? After bursting out of the banquet hall, Fish Ting Tang gazes at the task interface, where her double praise has become void. Momentarily contemplating rushing back to deliver another beating to the duo. Dian Lima. Following inspection, the order user is suspected of violating regulations, rendering this order's rating invalid. Additionally, compensation will be issued to the writer. Having read the compensation details, Fish Ting Tang gasps, her mood instantly brightening. Well, Dian Lima has such treasures hidden away. How unkind. What would you like to drink? The bodyguard who pulled her away inquired, mistaking her for thirsty. Watermelon juice, I suppose, Fish Ting Tang replied offhandedly, her eyes glued to the screen. This reward has a cooldown period, and she had thought it was unlimited. After a while, a glass of freshly squeezed watermelon juice is presented to her. Fish Ting Tang finally looks up, eyeing the bodyguard, who has recovered his eyes with the black cloth. How do you know where the watermelon juice is? After spending so long in darkness, tasks that seem difficult become second nature, he replies coolly. Fish Ting Tang ponders for a moment, then sincerely asks, does your boss provide you with any benefits? What benefits? Given your blindness and the difficulty of being a bodyguard for the young master, surely he compensates you with a salary? Bodyguard. I do not receive a salary. What on earth? Fish Ting Tang's eyes widen. Has he saved your life? With the young master's temperament, he can't survive without dragging someone down with him. You must have endured much from him. If the salary were high, it would be one thing, but to think there isn't even a penny. Such aristocrats. How terrifying. I saved you after all. The bodyguard nodded. Thus I must repay this kindness. Yutang took a sip of watermelon juice, saying, well, since I just saved you, do you also intend to repay me? The bodyguard pondered seriously for a moment. Yes. What would you like me to do for you? What can you do? I can provide protection, attend to your needs, commit acts of violence, and dispose of bodies. I shall do anything you desire, and for what I do not know, I can learn. His tone was devoid of any jest, as if his compliance was a foregone conclusion. Like a blank sheet of paper waiting for someone to inscribe upon it. Yutang stroked her chin. What if I asked you to show me your abs? Without hesitation, the bodyguard began to remove his shirt. Yutang exclaimed, wait, are you serious? You can't be serious. She hurriedly stopped him. Don't. Do you wish to be arrested? Button up quickly. Suddenly, a cold and oppressive voice intruded upon Yutang's ears, prompting her to turn.
It was Yu Zhaoqing.
His assistant followed closely behind, standing with furrowed brows, casting a suspicious glance at her. Following his gaze, Yutang noticed her hand grasping the bodyguard, who had already unfastened several buttons of his shirt, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Remove your hand. What kind of decorum is this? Yu Zhaoqing admonished, his warning gaze fixed on the bodyguard. Realizing that Yutang genuinely wished to avert her gaze, the bodyguard turned away and began to button his shirt. Yutang, feeling quite justified, retorted, what decorum is it to you? Mind your own business if you wish to live. Don't meddle in matters that don't concern you. Her tone amused Yu Zhaoqing. Which business are you referring to? I'm not aware of it. Have you heard of TX? If you haven't, then be on your way. You're bothersome. Yu Zhaoqing had indeed not heard of it and turned to his assistant. The assistant stepped forward slightly to explain, Mr. Yu, it's a milk tea brand. Is this how you speak to your elder brother? Yutang smiled slightly. Oh, let me rephrase. Long time no see. Would you like to join me for a meal? I'll treat you to seaweed egg drop soup. Just as Yu Zhaoqing was about to nod, she added, without the vegetables, flowers, or soup, only purple eggs. The assistant interjected, Mr. Yu, the young lady means to invite you to take a bullet. Yu Zhaoqing replied, no need for you to elaborate. I understand. By the way, what about the 10 million you promised me? Why haven't you given it to me yet? Yutang turned to him just as she was about to leave. Yu Zhaoqing frowned. When did I ever say that?
I was just thinking about it.
Yu Zhaoqing looked at her with a bemused expression. You claim to have a song. But where is yours? Did you forget it on the way back from the fields? Chapter 93. Flirting with his sister in front of him? Even pigs have brains. Where is yours? Didn't he the slaughterhouse fit you with one when they returned you? Yutang rolled her eyes in retort. Yu Zhaoqing's brow furrowed deeply. The tension between them quickly escalated. Suddenly, Yutang recalled the compensation reward just issued. The aura of dominance. It sounded like a good thing. She clicked confirm to use it, only to accidentally select the wrong target. It turned out she had used it on Yu Zhaoqing. Fuming, Yutang ground her teeth. Such a precious item with a cooldown of 10 hours. Wasted on him? Suddenly, a swarm of creatures crawled towards them from down the corridor, densely packed and surging forward. Yu Zhaoqing felt a heaviness at his pant leg and looked down. A group of turtles had settled on his expensive leather shoes, climbing up as if they were returning home. Yutang exclaimed, wow, this is the aura of dominance? The assistant panicked, Mr. Yu, this is bad. I suspect someone has launched a turtle assassination against you. I will call the bodyguard team to ensure your safety. Be quiet. Yu Zhaoqing scowled as he brushed off the turtles. However, the aura of dominance was simply too potent. In no time, he was covered in turtles, becoming a wall of them. The stench made Yu Zhaoqing momentarily dizzy. Yutang shook her head in disapproval. I told you. How could something from such a shabby shop be good?
Thankfully, it wasn't used on me.
The aura lasted only 2 minutes before the turtles fell away, slowly crawling back. Yu Zhaoqing leaned against a wall, pressing his forehead, and as his vision cleared, it fixed upon Yu Tingtang. He seemed momentarily lost, instinctively calling out, "Tingting?" Yu Tingting blinked, equally instinctively responding, "Brother? What are you doing here?" Yu Zhaoqing's aura had softened, no longer as imposing as before, as he surveyed her. "Are you still only drinking strawberry milk and not eating meals? Why are you so thin?" This was exactly what he had said to her the last time he saw her as a child, with the same tone unchanged. Yu Tingtang felt a sudden lightness in her chest. She had correctly guessed. The Yu Zhaoqing from the original story was never her brother. As a child, he would carry her around, known to others as her second mother. He was not the one who would eventually send her to a mental institution. "Brother, long time no see." Yu Tingtang waved grandly. "I've recently come into a bit of money. Let me treat you to a meal." The assistant quickly stepped forward to translate. "Mr. Yu, the young lady means she wishes to treat you to purple eggs." Yu Zhaoqing responded, "That's impossible. His Tingting is not such a rough child." He recalled how he would carry her to kindergarten, with teachers praising her for being well-behaved, while other children cried for home. She would merely cause others to cry.
What?
Since when had his Tingting grown up so much? Yu Zhaoqing pondered deeply, sensing something was amiss. Yu Tingtang was oblivious to his changing expression, excitedly rummaging through her bag to see how much money she had. "You still haven't told me what you want me to help you with." The bodyguard, who had been silently waiting, spoke again, his voice low. "I can do anything." Only then did Yu Tingtang remember he was still present. When silent, he resembled a shadow, quietly lurking in the darkness, without any sense of presence. As she was about to dismiss him with a casual remark, she noticed the mark on his face from a slap delivered by the Durant family. After a moment's thought, she said, "You should pursue what you wish to do." "I have nothing I wish to do."
How can that be?
Yu Tingtang waved her small hand. "As the saying goes, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If they offend me, I will eradicate them. If Durant slapped you, wouldn't you want to return the favor tenfold? Once you've avenged yourself, you'll know what you truly wish to do. This is known as the Hawthorne effect in psychology." The bodyguard pondered for a moment. "I understand your meaning. Durant slapped him. He would return the slap, because he no longer owed any debt to the Durant family." The bodyguard turned to leave, but suddenly looked back, accurately locating Yu Tingtang despite her invisibility. "My name is Fu Xingjua. I look forward to serving you next time." His last words were spoken in a low tone, almost inaudible, like a breeze that swept past, leaving no trace behind. Yu Zhaoqing, arms crossed, frowned. Who was this pup flirting with his sister right in front of him? Did he wish to die? In the restaurant, as the dishes were served, Yu Tingtang was excitedly about to dig in when Yu Zhaoqing suddenly remarked, "Is this what you call treating me to a meal? These inferior, tasteless dishes?" Yu Tingtang looked up to see his face filled with sarcasm, and her expression fell. This was not her brother. This was the Yu Zhaoqing from the original story. Yu Zhaoqing elegantly crossed her legs, a hint of disdain subtly evident in her demeanor. "Has the Yu family truly done you a disservice, or is it merely your culinary taste that is unrefined? Indeed, you have discerned my secret." Yu Tingtang abruptly rose, seizing Yu Zhaoqing's shoulders and shaking her vigorously. "How exhilarating it is to have one's facade so effortlessly unveiled. I am astonished. I struggle, yet I cannot resist. The painstaking performance I have maintained for over a year has been so casually dismissed by you. It is simply delightful. Dear brother, do share more." Suddenly, in a fit of rage, she launched herself at Yu Zhaoqing, catching her completely off guard, her pupils constricting. Before Yu Tingtang could utter the final word, she doused Yu Zhaoqing's head with ice water from the table. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here today to celebrate our dearest friend, Mr. Yu Zhaoqing. On the occasion of his 27th birthday, let us wish that his future may be as refreshingly cool as this bucket of ice water."
With that,
Yu Tingtang erupted into a fit of infectious laughter, twirling away from the restaurant, casually swiping a piece of bread as she left. She abandoned a room full of astonished patrons and a Yu Zhaoqing whose expression darkened to the point of resembling spilled ink. Yu Tingtang departed with panache, leaving all the embarrassment to Yu Zhaoqing, along with the dining bill. How absurd, she thought. He is not her brother, so why should she treat him? Naturally, she seized the opportunity to escape before he could react. Having finished her bread, she wiped her hands and rode her motorcycle back to Yuhuan. Upon arriving downstairs, she spotted a police car parked below. A message from Yuhuan popped up on her phone. "Don't return just yet." Your illegal entry has been reported to the authorities, and I am handling it.
Reported?
By whom? Yutang recalled encountering Yan Shu at the entrance of the banquet hall. Could it be her? Chapter 94. He detests such followers after a while. When Yuhuan sent another message, some documents require your brother's signature. Would you like to inform him? Yutang replied. No need. The mountain man has his own clever strategies. Wen Yuhuan. What strategies? Yutang. I plan to swim back to Yaguang City. Wen Yuhuan. Is she serious? Or is she merely jesting? It was now dark. Returning by swimming as she had before was out of the question. The more she pondered, the more feasible the plan seemed. She preferred swimming back over begging Yu Zhaoqing for assistance. She sent Wen Yuhuan a final message. I left her motorcycle downstairs. To express my gratitude for your hospitality, I've made some minor decorations to your bike that I'm sure you'll adore. A hint of intrigue flickered in Wen Yuhuan's eyes. Decorations? What, perhaps cartoon stickers or figurines? She certainly went to great lengths. Once the personnel from the Y Country Police had departed, Wen Yuhuan descended to see his girlfriend, only to find her surrounded by a throng of onlookers. As he approached, his steps froze in place. There on his sleek black heavy motorcycle was a quaint floral canopy, complete with transparent panels to ensure unobstructed visibility. A charm for safe travels dangled from the dashboard. Wen Yuhuan closed his eyes, hoping that the scene before him was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, upon reopening them, the absurdity persisted, accompanied by the murmurs of those around him. Whose centenarian is this fashionable, riding a heavy motorcycle? Truly, age knows no defeat. Indeed, it would shield one from rain, yet it likely hindered any aspirations of looking cool. At the seaside, Yutang leapt into the water with a splash.
Commencing hard to 100 meter sprint.
A blind box yacht costs 100,000 to return someone. Swimming back herself would equate to a net gain of that amount. Is there a more economical mode of transportation? The more she swam, the more invigorated she felt. When fatigue set in, she playfully surfed the waves with a kitchen knife. Fortunate enough to remain undetected. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she found herself ensnared by a fishing net. A familiar voice rang out from above. Look what I've caught. Is this a mermaid from the sea? Peering through the net, Yutang tilted her head and saw Yan Lanqing perched on the edge of the yacht, leaning over the railing with a fishing net in hand. His fox-like eyes gleaming with amusement. With a languid motion, Yan Lanqing raised his arm and asked, Your Highness, what a coincidence. I just went fishing and caught you. While Jiang Taigong knew to let those willing to bite take the bait, do you Yan Taigong only know how to haul in? Yutang removed the net. Unable to suppress a retort, Yan Lanqing feigned innocence as he reached out to help her up. How could I have known your highness would still be swimming in the sea at such a late hour? You truly didn't know? I could always cook up some ignorance. Yan Lanqing offered her a blanket and pointed to a small stove beneath the table. Would you care for some seafood hot pot?
Yutang pets their stomach.
Pondering with about 40 enthusiasm.
All right.
The two of them, wrapped in a small blanket, sat beside the table and enjoyed a steaming seafood hot pot. Once they had nearly finished, they arrived at Yaguang City. Yutang stretched as she left the yacht, only to realize Yan Lanqing had not followed. She turned back and called. Aren't you coming down? Yan Lanqing languidly replied. I still have to go to another place. Your ride has arrived. A black Bugatti approached, the window rolling down to reveal the enchanting visage of Yu Buqiu. Wasn't he wearing glasses tonight, tapping the steering wheel with one hand, appearing somewhat impatient. In the back seat, Yu Qizhou peered eagerly out the window. Then I shall take my leave. Yutang waved back at Yan Lanqing, stifling a yawn. Teacher Yan, be cautious. Your foxtail is showing. Yan Lanqing paused momentarily, then laughed. Isn't it already in your possession? Once in the car, Yutang was wrapped in a blanket by Yu Qizhou, resembling a dumpling. What on earth is going on, Yutang? You managed to board a yacht and ended up in Y Country. Why didn't you call me? Do you have any idea how worried I've been these past few days? Yutang was nearly suffocated in the blanket. You actually worry about me? I thought you only stole my face masks. Of course not. I haven't stolen anything these past few days. Yu Qizhou retorted loudly. So you did steal before? Yutang scoffed. You really are something, Yu Qizhou. Did I not mention that I have hardly any masks left, yet you still secretly use them? She yanked at Yu Qizhou as short black hair. You'll pay for this. The battle was on the brink of eruption as the siblings clashed once more. Yu Buqiu, at the helm, silently observed the fray. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Have you seen your brother in Y Country? How did you know? Yutang turned to look at him. Just a guess. Yu Buqiu chuckled. I thought you would be delighted to cling to your brother, reluctant to return. Even thinking of returning the gifts I bought for you. After all, since childhood, Yutang had always clung to Yu Zhaoqing, needing him to carry her while walking, feed her during meals, and soothe her to sleep, like his little shadow.
What is so remarkable about that?
Yu Buqiu disdainfully mused. He loathed such followers. Yutang blinked curiously. What did you buy for me? On a whim, the second brother bought you several buildings and a few sports cars for your takeout needs. Yu Qizhou chimed in eagerly. And I bought you something too. What did you buy? I bought you a cold pack. This joke seems to have been made when I was little. Yutang couldn't help but yawn again, addressing the seemingly irked Yu Buqiu in front of her. Yu Qiu, turn off the lights. I'm going to take a nap. Yu Qiu frowned, who allowed her to call him that. The lights in the car dimmed, and Yutang lazily reclined. Just as she was about to close her eyes when she was startled awake. What the heck? What are you two doing? Yu Buqiu and Yu Qizhou simultaneously turned to look at her, their glowing green faces strikingly vivid in the darkness. What's wrong? They asked in unison. Yutang's lips twitched. She dared not contemplate whether there were any survivors left in her mask box. Upon returning to the villa, Yutang received a warm welcome from Butler Bay, who, with tears in his eyes, exclaimed, the second young master has always been stoic. Yet these past few days since the eldest young lady went missing, I have never seen him so anxious and worried. The second and third young masters. What has caused you to turn green? Yutang cast a sidelong glance at them and sneered, using my face masks without permission. That's what you reap. Yu Buqiu and Yu Qizhou simultaneously looked skyward. The sun this evening is truly beautiful. Suddenly, an urgent ringing of the doorbell echoed from the entrance, accompanied by the frantic shouts of a middle-aged couple. May I ask if Miss Yu has returned? The Liu family implores Miss Yu for a talisman. Chapter 95. No forbidden thoughts. Yutang unwrapped a lollipop, her eardrums jolted by the commotion outside. What's going on? Is this the welcome ceremony you arranged? Yu Qizhou interjected. Ignore them. Ever since Liu Ran broke his leg, these two have been coming here every day to perform a show. He unexpectedly shoved a soy sauce-flavored lollipop into his mouth, his dog-like eyes widening slightly. Eat up. Yutang peeled open a blueberry-flavored candy and asked curiously. So what happened after Liu Ran broke his leg? Why are they here instead of the hospital? I've heard his body is shedding skin like a withered tree. And he's on the brink of death. Yu Qizhou frowned, appearing somewhat possessed. Not just him. Several others who attended the charity gala are still in a coma and have yet to awaken. Their families have consulted renowned doctors and masters, but no one can ascertain the cause. As for the Liu family, they had fortuitously acquired a peace talisman painted by Yutang, and now they placed all their hopes on her. Yutang understood. It was only when disaster struck that they finally recognized the gravity of their situation. Yu Qizhou remarked, though the truth may be blunt, your words are rather crude. Miss Yu, we know you possess great abilities, and surely you can save our son. Please. We beseech you to help him. The Liu couple shouted again, desperate enough to wish they could break down the door. I cannot save him. Yutang remained unfazed. Having warned him long ago that his possession would leave him with little time to live, it was his own fault for not heeding her advice. Miss Yu, my son's offense during the show was purely unintentional. He meant no disrespect. Please, have mercy, and spare him this once. Mrs. Liu pleaded with tears in her eyes. This statement caught the attention of the otherwise silent Yu Buqiu, whose phoenix-like eyes turned icy. Your son brought this upon himself. How dare you blame Yutang? Mrs. Liu seemed to believe they were all soft targets. Yu Buqiu crossed his arms, standing protectively behind Yutang, casting a cold glance that exuded an invisible pressure. Mrs. Liu faltered, unable to respond. Mr. Liu shot her a disapproving look and hurriedly added, a parent's self-love can drive one to desperation. Please do not take offense. If Miss Yu is willing to save my son, I am prepared to offer 10 million as a reward. Yu Qizhou scoffed. Mr. Liu, do you truly believe your son's life is worth just 10 million? He had watched every episode of the dating show in which Liu Ran targeted Yutang. Now that trouble had struck, they thought a few words could compel her to exert herself.
Dream on.
I am willing to generously gift Miss Yu 2% of Liu Group's shares, merely asking for your assistance. Mr. Liu declared resolutely. He could not bear to watch his only son perish, even if he was now rendered useless. Yutang smacked her lips. 2% of the shares wasn't an insignificant amount. Mr. Liu asked. Does she even comprehend what 2% of Liu Group S shares entails? It could enable an ordinary person to live lavishly without working for a lifetime. 2% seemed rather meager from Mr. Liu. Another middle-aged man stepped out of a car, striding towards them, stating in a deep voice, Miss Yu, if you agree to save my son, I am willing to offer you 5% of Chen S catering shares for free. And I hereby offer 6% from He S Entertainment. Several other young masters afflicted by the curse had arrived, and their parents began a bidding war right outside the door. Yutang felt as if the lollipop in her hand had transformed into an auction hammer. Initially, she had no intention of intervening, having already warned those foolish enough to ignore her advice. Yet the offers were simply too enticing. Noticing Yutang's eyes gleaming like gold coins, Yubuchio grasped her shoulders, saying, Our family does not lack this amount of money. Why stir up trouble when you've just returned and should be resting? Yutang could not help but murmur. Just because our family has money doesn't mean it's mine. Speak so nicely. Why not first transfer 5 million to me? The next moment, her phone chimed with a notification. 100 million has been deposited into your bank account. Yubuchio's expression remained stoic. Is this enough? Are we going? Yutang looked at him and nodded vigorously. Let us go. Who would complain about having too much money? Yubuchio tightened his jaw, feeling an inexplicable urge to pinch her. Unfortunately, she was no longer the mischievous child he could easily manipulate. She might just bite him now. At Yaoguang City Hospital, the young masters from the Liu family and several others were all in the same VIP ward, their conditions similar for ease of treatment. Yutang first visited the ward of the He family's young master, who had the mildest symptoms, appearing like a desiccated corpse with a pale complexion. She instructed everyone to leave, signaling the start of her performance. I want to leave. I'm here to assist you, Yuchijo insisted. What could you possibly help me with? He pulled out a bag of glutinous rice he had snatched from the kitchen. If he suddenly turns into a zombie and tries to bite you, I'll make him pay. Yutang retorted. You took the rice meant for Uncle Bay's 8 treasures duck. What are we going to eat when we return? Disregarding him, she closed the door and prepared to work. Taking out her small brush from her pocket, she began to chant, Key of hidden dark powers. Reveal your true strength before me. Yuchijo was baffled. Is she casting a spell or performing magic? He had seen enough ghost exorcising dramas to know that such incantations were not part of any traditional exorcism. As her words fell, a dark aura enveloped Hicheng, coalescing into a rotund ghost above him. How could a person exist without desires? You're being too harsh, the ghost complained. Yutang swatted at it with her brush. No desires allowed. Hurry and leave. The ghost, sulking and holding its head, dissipated into thin air. Hicheng's ashen complexion visibly regained its color, and his emaciated body gradually returned to normal. Yuchijo stared dumbfounded at the scene, disbelief etched on his face. Wait, is she serious? This can actually work?
All right.
Yutang blew on her small brush next. Yuchijo silently hugged the bag of glutinous rice, suddenly feeling it was of little use. The other young masters exhibited similar symptoms. As Yutang dispatched the plump ghosts clinging to them, they essentially returned to health. However, they would need to refrain from intense activities for a considerable time and would be weaker than before. With gradual care, there was still hope for recovery. After completing her ritual, only Lu Ran, whose condition was the most severe, remained unresponsive. Although the ghost tormenting him had vanished, healing a broken leg was far more challenging. Upon learning this outcome, Mrs. Liu broke down, lamenting, Why has everyone else recovered, but my son remains in such a wretched state? You accepted the payment, but didn't he deliver? What kind of master are you? Chapter 96. Stirring up CP with Yutang held a pile of share transfer documents, feeling quite pleased, completely oblivious to Mrs. Liu's outburst. Does your son not understand his own behavior? You've never kept him in check, allowing him to run amok. Now that he faces repercussions, whom can he blame? Yuchijo strode over, his expression dark as he countered, Mrs. Liu. Do not think that just because you appeal to reason, I want to contact the slaughterhouse. Bullying us. Mrs. Liu gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. Although Mr. Liu remained silent, the sight of others being well while his own son was in such a predicament weighed heavily on his heart. Brother Liu, please don't be too harsh, Mr. He intervened, attempting to mediate the situation. If it weren't for Miss Yu's timely assistance, our sons might have lost their lives. Mr. Liu responded, What does it matter to save a life when my son has lost a leg? How can he inherit the family business now? Hearing this, Yutang kindly reassured Mr. Lu, but uncle, your son hasn't he lost just one leg. He has lost both. She flashed a bright smile, nearly causing Mr. Lu to falter. How could he forget that his son was now incapable of fathering children? This lineage was utterly extinguished. Upon leaving the hospital, as soon as they got into the car, Yutang asked Yu Qizhou, "Weren't you also plagued by that lecherous spirit? Did it do anything to you?"
What?
Yu Qizhou replied, looking bewildered. "It kept pestering me in my dreams, but it never succeeded." "In what manner did it harass you?" she inquired. "It kept calling out for me, saying, 'Brother, come quickly, let us enjoy ourselves together,' and I told it I preferred a slower pace of life."
Yutang remarked.
Encountering a 20-year-old lecher, and even the spirit is at a loss. Just when it seemed this affair had concluded, the following day, a torrent of scandalous allegations surfaced online, accusing Yutang of fraudulent practices. An anonymous source claimed that she impersonated a master to exorcise evil from Lu Ran, only to exacerbate his condition. Accompanying the claims were documents of share transfers from the Lu Group and photos of Lu Ran bedridden, attempting to manipulate public opinion and tarnish Yutang's reputation. After all, it was well known that she had many detractors. However, was it not absurd that while we referred to Yutang as the customer service of the underworld as a mere jest, someone would take it seriously? Is there academic support for such assertions? Yu Huang is merely an ordinary actress, possessing some magical abilities and a knack for fortune-telling. Let us not elevate her to a pedestal that may lead to her downfall. If one feels unwell, they should consult a physician. Yu Huang is not a healer. After 2 episodes of Love is Better Than Farming aired, Yutang's popularity soared, even hinting at surpassing the top-tier celebrity Qi Wang. The days of her detractors dominating the narrative were long gone. The Lu family's attempts to besmirch her reputation through online discourse were in vain. Yutang was blissfully unaware that she still possessed a reputation. When Qi Wang and Sang Qingqing learned of this farce, the online sentiment had already solidified. Qi Wang opened the system interface, his gaze heavy with concern. Yutang's awakening value, 100. Yutang's protagonist attribute value, 29. Should this section also reach 100, all his previous efforts would be rendered futile. In the realm of female-centric novels, the male protagonist is always defined by the female lead. What Qi Wang desired was to become the absolute male lead of this world, transforming this female-centric narrative into one dominated by male perspective. As long as Yutang, the authentic female lead, remained, his success would be unattainable. Furrowing his brow, Qi Wang knew he must devise a plan. The next morning, Yutang received a call from her agency, requesting her presence to discuss upcoming announcements. After a moment of dazed recollection, she remembered she indeed had an agency. In her eagerness to follow Qi Wang's footsteps, she had signed with them without a second thought. The agency, however, had barely managed her affairs, not even assigning her an agent. The reality show Love is Better Than Farming was a result of her own application and fortunate selection. Yutang recalled that before her admission to a psychiatric hospital in the original narrative, this agency had already taken jabs at her.
They were clearly planning something.
Upon arriving at the office of the agency's owner, Mr. Luo, she boldly inquired, "What do you want from me?" "Miss Yu, it is quite rare to have you here amidst your busy schedule," Mr. Luo chuckled, his eyes crinkling with mirth. "The company has been short on resources and hasn't even been able to support your career as we should have. Please don't take it to heart." Surprised, Yutang responded, "How could that be? I'm not one to hold grudges." Mr. Luo stammered for a moment before forcing a laugh. "The company now has new plans for you, and will be assigning a new agent and assistant to take care of you." "Speak," Yutang said, unceremoniously plopping onto the sofa. Mr. Luo continued, "Based on your performance in Love is Better Than Farming, we have devised a short-term plan to elevate your popularity, which involves creating a romantic pairing with the top-tier celebrity Qi Wang." Yutang burst into laughter. "Are you serious? Are you unaware that Qi Wang is dating Sang Qingqing, or do you want me to be the interloper?" "Oh, come now, in the entertainment industry. It's not called being an interloper, it's called riding the wave of popularity." Mr. Luo feigned innocence. Currently, the online sentiment surrounding their pairing is overwhelmingly negative, and you won't have to do much. Just a few intimate interactions with Qi Wang will draw the traffic. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. Yutang assessed him with a discerning gaze. A dead pig loves to wallow in another S-field. Mr. Luo's lips twitched. He had only seen snippets of Love is Better Than Farming and knew she had a sharp tongue. However, he never expected her to show such disrespect to her own boss. Mr. Luo adopted a serious demeanor. Yutang, what is this attitude? The company has invested considerable effort in you. Can't you cooperate a little? Yutang replied, I have no desire to waste breath on you. Do you wish to experience my ancient techniques? With that, she drew a kitchen knife, pointing it at Mr. Luo. You've studied love is better than farming. Yet you still don't understand what kind of person I am? The last person who spoke to me like this is still languishing in prison. Faced with the glinting knife, Mr. Luo's complexion paled. Don't be rash. Let's discuss this calmly. We can negotiate. Yutang sneered. Now you want to negotiate? Where were you when you were scheming? Draft a contract for my termination, and tell me whose brilliant idea it was to create this romantic pairing. With a resounding clang, Yutang stabbed the knife into the office desk, conveying the message that unless she received a satisfactory answer today, Mr. Luo would face dire consequences. Mr. Luo swallowed hard, his lips trembling, yet he was unwilling to let go of this cash cow. She was the eldest daughter of the Yu family and currently in the limelight. The wealth she could generate was unimaginable. Only a fool would sever ties with her. Miss Yu, please remain calm. I was merely joking to lighten the mood. If you're unwilling, we will certainly prioritize your personal wishes, Mr. Luo wiped the sweat from his brow, awkwardly. Yutang scoffed. Termination? Spare me the nonsense. Your contract is set for 5 years. And terminating it now will incur a penalty. Besides, it wouldn't look good for you to fall out with the company just as you're gaining popularity, would it? The undertones of Mr. Luo's words carried a hint of threat. Miss Yu, think carefully. After a moment of contemplation, Yutang replied, Fine. Mr. Luo smiled, satisfied. What did it matter if she was a wealthy heiress? Once an artist was under his thumb, they were obliged to comply. No matter how powerful the Yu family was. As long as he didn't release her, they couldn't do anything. Yutang pulled out her phone. Hello? Tax Bureau? This is Yutang. I am reporting my former employer, Xinhua Entertainment, for tax evasion amounting to 2.8 billion. Mr. Luo shot up from his seat. What? How did she find out about this? Miss Yu, let us discuss this rationally. Rationally? Who talks reasonably every day? If you can't understand human speech, I'll escalate matters. In less than 2 hours, the news of President Luo and several senior executives being taken away for investigation soared to the top of trending topics, causing the stock of Xinhua Entertainment to plummet. This the agency that belongs to the infamous Yu Huang? How can such a small, insignificant company manage to evade taxes to such a staggering extent? While others are evading taxes, I am merely indulging in my own escapades. We all possess a bright future ahead. Rumors suggest that President Luo of Xinhua threatened Yu Huang and Qi, the top celebrity, to stir up a romantic scandal, yet refused to terminate the contract. In retaliation, Yu Huang reported her. Is this woman so detached from reality that instead of promoting her brand, she is busy striving for tax compliance? Does she even remember her account password? I now find myself reliving the moments of Yu Huang's reality show like a deranged concubine in a cold palace, bursting into laughter. Originally, according to Yutang's life plan, after graduating from university, she was meant to become a proud delivery rider. Although her plans have deviated somewhat, it is of no consequence. After all, a delivery can be made anywhere. The weak lament their circumstances, while the strong curse them. She is certain she can attain mastery in the realm of food delivery. Thus, Yutang acquired Xinhua. Unable to be the master of a contract, she decided to become the master of the company. She resolutely refused to allow external factors to hinder her delivery aspirations. Yutang sped through the streets on her little yellow electric scooter, overtaking dozens of vehicles, heedless of the driver's curses, racing toward her delivery destination.
Yutang.
I have compiled the list of managerial talents you requested, came the voice of Yu Qizhou from her phone. The first candidate is quite exceptional, named Qin Ju. His resume and skills are impressive, though he has a few peculiarities. Let us discuss this later. I'm currently occupied with deliveries, Yutang replied. What kind of platform is this, sending you out to deliver at this hour? Yu Qizhou couldn't help but complain. Have you lost your mind? Which platform is it? Yu Qizhou's voice escalated suddenly. Was it you who delivered a bowl of congee to me half a month ago? He had sent someone to find that rider for quite some time, but due to the lack of surveillance and her wearing a helmet and mask at the time, he had been unable to identify her. After all this time, it turned out to be his own sister. Annoyed by his noise, Yutang hung up. Upon arriving at the delivery address, she headed to the elevator, carrying her items. As she stepped in, she noticed a figure in the corner, who looked up. Surprised, Ting Tang, what are you doing here so late? Yutang, holding the delivery bag, pressed the button for her floor. Upon hearing the voice, she glanced at the person. Sang Ching, seeing her with the delivery bag and wearing an earphone helmet, seemed to understand something. A hint of glee flickering in her eyes. Ting Tang, are you out delivering food? How exhausting. She surmised that Yu Bu Chiu wouldn't be particularly fond of Ting Tang, yet she hadn't anticipated that she would fall to such depths. The esteemed eldest daughter of the Yu family, reduced to delivering food. How embarrassing it would be if this got out. Ting Tang crossed her arms, lazily eyeing her. What business is it of yours? I'm only concerned for you, nothing more, Sang Ching replied sweetly. How could your second brother let you, a girl, take on such arduous work? Are you that desperate for money? Yes, I am. Care to donate some?
Yutang retorted.
None for you, Sang Ching shot back. If you're broke, maybe you shouldn't speak so boldly. It's as if you've never brushed your teeth in your life. Ting Tang distanced herself from her in disdain. Sang Ching's sweet face stiffened, unable to resist covering her mouth to check if there truly was an odor.
Ding.
The elevator arrived. Ting Tang stepped out with the delivery, ignoring the increasingly unpleasant expression on Sang Ching's face. Sang Ching pulled out her phone, stealthily snapping a few pictures of Ting Tang's back. Who is she delivering for? The system responded, Host, the bag does not have a delivery order. So, it cannot be determined. Very well. Sang Ching held onto her phone, unfazed by this trivial matter. How is Ju doing? Can his luck be absorbed by me? The system replied, Host soon. Once he plummets to rock bottom and loses the will to survive, you will be able to manipulate his luck points at will. Sang Ching smiled. Let's go. She had been particularly unfortunate lately and desperately needed some luck to replenish her fortune. Ju's life was already filled with misfortune. She was merely offering him a premature release. After all, she was not a villain. Sang Ching left the cafe, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor, her skirt fluttering elegantly behind her. In a penthouse apartment, a tall man with defined muscles lay on the carpet beside his bed, blood trickling from a wound on his forehead, obscuring his features. His face flushed. He lay there with closed eyes, his body temperature rising, thin beads of sweat dampening his nightclothes. The candles on the table had burned out, igniting the tablecloth and transforming the room into a fiery inferno. The man remained motionless, his dark eyes half open, void of life, as if an unseen hand was relentlessly dragging his soul downward, extinguishing any flicker of survival instinct. He shut his eyes, placing his hands on his abdomen, lying perfectly still. He suffered from severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, unwilling to allow anyone to see his corpse in a disheveled and unseemly position after death. Chapter 98. Could he possibly be a fool? When Ting Tang entered, she was taken aback to find a delivery customer seemingly on the verge of death amidst the flames. Would her good review be ruined? With a swift motion, Ting Tang retrieved a fire extinguisher and aimed it at the flames. Relieved to find the fire had not escalated too far, she quickly extinguished it. Grabbing the unconscious man, she dashed out of the room, laying him on the ground and shaking him vigorously. Wake up, buddy. Don't die on me. What will happen to my review if you do? Come back to life, my friend. The man, dazed and disoriented from the smoke and heat, had been teetering on the edge of consciousness, his breathing faint and sporadic, half a foot in the realm of the dead. Just then, a thunderous voice pierced through his eardrums, accompanied by a jarring motion akin to a pirate ship rocking violently. It jolted him awake. Seeing that he had regained consciousness, Ting Tang withdrew her hand and exclaimed, Thank goodness you're awake. Are you all right? Are you still alive? Her expression of urgent concern, nearly joyous with relief, registered in the man's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Perhaps it was an illusion, but in that moment, he felt that his survival was something immensely worthy of gratitude to her. His once numb heart seemed to rekindle with a flicker of life. Can you hold on? Where's your phone?
Yutang hurriedly inquired.
The man rasped, In my jacket pocket. Thank you. Surely, she intended to call an ambulance for him. Ting Tang retrieved his phone, confirming the order before thrusting the screen in front of him. Could you leave me a good review? It's alright if you don't, but your phone is about to die. I need your help to call an ambulance. His mind still clouded. The man misinterpreted her words as a request for assistance, understanding it as, This is my job. I hope you can help me out. But it's fine if you can't. He took the phone, bewildered yet sincerely typing a glowing review.
Ding.
Congratulations. the writer has received their 5th career review, successfully unlocking a new reward. The monthly limit of 1010 for the Underworld Communication Service has been lifted, preventing any adverse consequences for incomplete tasks. Yutang, however, ignored the last line. Noticing the man had fainted again, and in light of his willingness to leave a good review, she promptly called the police and requested an ambulance. For customers who generously offered good reviews, she was always gentle. Meanwhile, Sang Qingqing sat in a cafe at a windowside booth, across from a handsome man wearing glasses, who spoke softly about the recent troubles at the company. Every time I chat with you, I feel my burdens and pressures lighten considerably. The man gazed at her with eyes so gentle they could melt ice. Qingqing, you truly are my muse. Sang Qingqing shyly pressed her lips together in a smile, responding, no, it is simply your ability to adjust that is commendable. I merely play the part of a listener. Do not belittle yourself. To me, you are my remedy. If you continue to say such things, I may become quite embarrassed. Sang Qingqing's beautiful eyes glimmered as she reassured him, do not worry. The troubles that have been plaguing you will surely resolve themselves soon. Upon hearing this, the man's expression relaxed, as he remarked, whenever you say such things, it feels as though I am endowed with divine assistance, and I find success in all my endeavors. If this bidding goes well, I shall treat you to a meal. Sang Qingqing shook her head. No, Awang does not like me getting too close to you all. The man frowned slightly and tactfully remarked, that seems a bit petty. Unlike me, who only cares about your happiness. Sang Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle at his words. System. Allocate 5 points of luck to him. System. Host. The transfer of luck points to Qinju has been interrupted. You will need to extract shares from others. Sang Qingqing paused, her hand holding the coffee cup faltering. Interrupted?
How can that be?
Did you not say he was doomed this time? System. He has been rescued by someone and has reignited his will to survive. Unless he falls into despair again, the system cannot reclaim his luck points. Sang Qingqing's smile froze momentarily, yet the man across from her remained oblivious, engrossed in discussing his dreams of competing with his legitimate son after succeeding in this bidding. The following morning, Yutang returned home after delivering takeout and collapsed into a deep slumber until noon, prompting Yu Qizhou to express his concern. Weren't you supposed to hire professionals to help manage Xinhua? I have contacted several promising candidates. There are interviews today, so hurry and come with me to take a look. Yutang, eyes still closed, replied, did you not say the first one was suitable? Let us go with him. Yu Qizhou placed his hands on his hips. But I mentioned he has quirks. His previous partner couldn't stand them and fled after the company went public, leaving him in a lurch. That partner, however, did not escape unscathed. He was severely punished, ending up with broken limbs, spending the rest of his life in a hospital. Yutang turned over to continue sleeping. That sounds rather good, capable and resourceful. He is the one. Aren't you worried about future collaborations being unpleasant and him dismantling you as well? Not worried. Yutang murmured, her cheek resting on the pillow. I have more experience than he does. Yu Qizhou felt a sudden chill down his back. What kind of perilous endeavors was his sister involved in? Ultimately, Yutang was unable to resist Yu Qizhou. After all, who could endure a tall and imposing man squatting at the edge of their bed, silently fishing with a bottle of strawberry milk? After a simple breakfast, Yutang set out with her strawberry milk in hand. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yu Qizhou repeatedly cautioned her. This person is notoriously known as the black-faced demon in the industry. It's said he will resort to violence if things don't go his way. If there's any danger, remember to hide behind me. Yu Zhou, you talk too much. Yu Zhou immediately fell silent, pouting in grievance. You'll go in for the interview by yourself. I've already spoken to him on the phone. I have somewhere else to go. Yu Qizhou feigned indifference as he turned away. Where are you going? Yutang asked, puzzled. Yu Qizhou glanced at his watch. There's an important medical seminar that invited me. I must leave now. Yutang found it quite mysterious. He didn't seem like someone who enjoyed such things. Patient number 27, Yu Qizhou, are you here? The electronic call has been announced 5 times. Are you going to treat your constipation or not? There are still many people waiting. The nurse called sternly in the corridor.
Yutang, Yu Qizhou.
He fled in a panic. Yutang felt a twinge of worry. Could her brother be a fool? She shook her head and knocked on the hospital room door. The person who emerged was not the management talent Yu Qizhou had mentioned, but Sang Qingqing. Tang, what a coincidence, we meet again. Sang Qingqing tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled, asking, are you here to visit my friend? Yutang raised an eyebrow, about to speak, when the hospital room door swung open abruptly and a man with a cold expression stepped out. Miss Sang, it seems you do not comprehend human language. I have made it clear that I do not require your assistance. It would be best if you kept your distance and did not appear again. The man rudely tossed the fruits and flowers Sang Ching had brought, his already somber and cold visage now appearing even more fearsome. Sang Ching struggled to catch the items, which landed painfully on her foot, causing her smile to falter and a hint of annoyance to surface within her. Did Qin Ju not understand the concept of cherishing a lady? She came with good intentions to offer him a chance at resurgence, yet he showed her such disdain? Just as Qin Ju was about to close the door, he spotted Yutang and froze momentarily, his dark eyes widening in surprise. It's you? Yutang was engrossed in the unfolding drama when suddenly called upon, blinking in confusion. I was just about to look for you. Qin Ju's previously hoarse voice softened. You rescued me from the flames yesterday and urged me not to abandon hope for survival, remaining by my side with concern. Yutang was taken aback. Huh? Who? Her? Qin Ju replied earnestly. Had it not been for you, I would have likely met a grotesque demise in that fire, leaving behind a disfigured corpse without peace in the afterlife. After listening for a while, Yutang couldn't help but ask sincerely, are you sure your eyesight is fine? Thank you for your concern. However, the doctor said aside from needing to recuperate from inhaling smoke, I have no other issues. Qin Ju responded with a gentle gaze. Yutang replied, as long as you are happy. Did this fellow not distinguish between good and bad remarks? Qin Ju took her words to heart. I will, and I hope you remain happy as well. Meanwhile, Sang Ching, completely ignored, muttered to herself, System, what is going on? Host, are you sure your eyesight is fine? The system mimicked her. Sang Ching retorted, so last night, Yutang met Qin Ju, saving the supposed-to-be dead Qin Ju, causing me to lose my luck point supply? System. Do not fret, host. Qin Ju has already been marked as a disposable character. Regardless of what achievements he may attain in the future, he will eventually fall into ruin. His luck points will sooner or later belong to you.
So,
when will he fall into ruin? As early as a month, or as late as half a year? Sang Ching nearly ground her teeth in frustration. That long. Does that mean I need to find a new disposable character for replenishment? You are the leading lady. Please do not shy away from challenges in completing your tasks. Sang Ching exclaimed, I curse your ancestral lineage. Observing their conversation, Yutang muttered, oh, my god, this is truly FASO4. Which leading lady inserts straws into others to drink their luck daily. Thankfully, she is the wicked female supporting character, so there's no luck for Sang Ching to drink. Yutang turned and patted Qin Ju on the shoulder, becoming familiar. Hey, let us go inside and catch up, after so many years apart. You must have a lot on your mind to share with me. Qin Ju. Had he remembered incorrectly? Had he actually met her somewhere before? As the hospital room door closed, just as Yutang was about to explain her purpose, she watched Qin Ju meticulously arrange the items around him. First, he aligned the chair with the tile lines, then poured a glass of water, neatly placing it alongside the fruit plate. No matter the angle, everything was perfectly aligned. Yutang watched in curiosity. How do you manage to arrange things so neatly? Is there a trick to it? Why does my room, no matter how much I tidy it, always end up in disarray? Qin Ju pondered for a few seconds. There's no trick. It's simply a matter of practice.
All right.
Yutang got straight to the point. My brother says you are quite impressive, a management genius. I do not require much from this company. I only ask that it does not incur losses. If there are losses, it's no big deal. We can just close it down. Also, I hope the working hours can be adjusted to 9 to 5. Qin Ju listened quietly, unable to refrain from asking, wouldn't that working schedule be a bit inconvenient? Yutang hesitated. Then how about 10 to 4? That's not what I meant. Qin Ju endeavored to lower his voice, delicately stating that this would cultivate a sense of lethargy among the employees. That's of no consequence. We could simply close down. Yutang replied nonchalantly, with a wave of her hand. Qin Ju inquired, may I ask the rationale behind your decision? Because I am indolent and do not wish for anyone to outshine my diligence, she retorted. This could lead to inefficiency within the company. Then let it be. We shall close, he replied. If it were anyone but Yutang seated there, Qin Ju might have already dismissed them outright. What company operates such charity on a 9 to 5 schedule? Furthermore, this company has a capricious owner who frequently curses its own downfall. Qin Ju could not help but pinch the bridge of his nose, conceding, I accept your offer. I shall send you a management plan for your review shortly. After all, she was a benefactor of sorts. A touch of madness was to be expected. There is one more matter. Yutang's expression suddenly turned grave. What is it? I need to ascertain whether you will still entertain thoughts of self-harm. Should he spiral into despair again, it would only serve to benefit Qingqing, who would reap the rewards without cost. If she were to invest heavily in his management, it would be akin to sewing garments for another's wedding. Yutang was unwilling to engage in such a lopsided transaction. Qinju was momentarily taken aback, but then a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes, and his countenance softened, losing its menacing edge. It dawned on him that the concern she exhibited was genuine. She truly cared for him and held him in high regard. An inexplicable warmth surged within him, and he blurted out a sentiment he had wished to keep hidden. I have never contemplated self-destruction. In truth, he had merely been celebrating the previous evening, having deftly dealt with a traitor. Perhaps intoxication had dulled his senses, for he found himself grappling with a sense of emptiness, even deriving a perverse thrill from thoughts of mortality. Yet, upon regaining clarity, he recognized how absurd his state of mind had been. Terrifyingly real. Upon hearing his explanation,
Yutang stroked her chin hopefully.
Could it be that Qingqing has employed the modification feature on you as well? I understand now, she nodded. If you ever feel unwell, be sure to inform me immediately. I shall address it. Having finally found a management talent willing to indulge in a bit of idleness, she did not wish for Qingqing to ruin her. Qinju's gaze softened, and he could not resist saying, there is something I have been contemplating sharing with you. You may speak, Yutang replied, immediately on guard. Could it be that he was dissatisfied with his salary and seeking an increase? Qinju remarked. Your earrings are somewhat asymmetrical. The one on your right is elevated by 0.3 centimeters compared to the left. For this tassel style, it is advisable for the heights to be consistent, as it would better accentuate the delicacy of your face. Upon glancing in the mirror, Yutang realized he was indeed correct. Qinju, are your eyes calibrated like a ruler? Merely a matter of habit, he humbly replied.